Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And what a good weekend. We got a lot of stuff to talk about between the Astros, and the Astros deserve the lead, winning 2 out of 3 in Yankee Stadium. Who's their daddy? Man, Altuve again homers in the first inning and gives the Astros the lead after the Boo Birds come raining down on him. It just is. He's amazing. He goes to Yankee Stadium and he just loves it. He just loves it. And I love that Yankee fans are so frustrated with Jose Altuve and just so stupid to keep on booing him. Him and Dodger fans, they don't learn. They just don't get it. Don't antagonize that man. That man will destroy your life. And he did it again Friday and then yesterday. And in his first at bat, he homers in Yankee Stadium. And then in his first at bat yesterday again. Holy crap, how good is that? And the Astros are home. Carlos Correa's debut in Daikin Park as an Astro again. And what, boy, talk about dude coming through since he's been an Astro. You know, I was a little bit worried. I hope Carlos does well. If he doesn't do well, man, it sure would be nice if he started at Daikin. So, you know, like Clyde Drexler walked in 95 and the place just went nuts. You know, well, the place is going to go nuts because Carlos, what a road trip he had for this team. Holy crap. He just is hitting another homer yesterday. He is on fire and just looking great at the plate. And what an acquisition. You got him and Bregman coming back for the first time. Well, Bregman coming back for his first time. Carlos has been there, but the first time as an Astro again. So that's going to be a fun night tonight. I would imagine they've sold more tickets to welcome Carlos back tonight at Daikin Park. Great weekend. I'll tell you this though, Lance. I'm done with Brian King in big situations.
Yeah, the tale of Brian King has been much different. The beginning of the season,
was so good.
First half of the season and second half of the season, just completely different. And he's getting to the point where you kind of have to start believing what he's telling you. And we got lots to talk about, a lot to get through. So Brian King will be one of the things. I mean, you got so many arms coming back now that I think you can potentially manage to get away from him. It is, yeah, he is not the same pitcher that you saw early on. He's more. This is the pitcher you see where he's more consistently having issues. Carlos Correa, he didn't have a hit in his first game with the Astros. He was 0 for 4. He's had a hit in every game since then, and not just a hit. He's had multiple hit games every single time out other than twice when he had single hits. He was 0 for 4, then he had 2 hits, 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, 2 hits, 2 hits, 2 hits. He's hitting well over 400 since joining the Astros. Carlos has been everything you wanted. 4 straight games with an RBI, 6 of the last 7 games with an RBI. And then you mentioned Jose Altuve. I mean, Jose Altuve, consecutive days with home runs. And you know that in Yankee Stadium, there's a lot of fans saying shut up to other fans. I've seen it online. Like, yeah. Yankee fans want other Yankee fans to shut up. And I will say, I don't know that there's booing. I don't know that it's as lustful as it once was. I don't know if there's as many F. Altuves. I think there's a lot of Yankees fans who now realize we got to really be quiet. Because at this point, Jose Altuve is 100% at least what what Albert Pujols was to us, and I think it's even worse. It's more like Steph Curry now. Altuve's the Steph. He is what to Yankees what Steph Curry is to the Rockets.
Yeah,
where you just know it's just probably going to end badly for you with this guy.
And going into this weekend, it was Astros-Yankees in the postseason. So we'll see. Although that postseason is starting to look a little hairy now with Seattle playing the way that they are, just a half game back now. You had to win yesterday because Seattle continues to win.
It's crazy. How are you just won 2 or 3 from the Yankees. How are you barely ahead of them?
And lost the game in the process.
Yeah.
You won 2 of the 3 from the Yankees and lost the game. Well, this is a tough stretch for the Astros with the this stretch that they're on right now. They've had it pretty easy, and unfortunately, they don't take care of it. They don't take advantage of the easy games.
I know.
They lose to those teams. They struggle against the bad teams and play great against the good teams. It's amazing. I'm worried about Fromber. He doesn't. His last couple of outings, Hunter had a blip where he had a couple of games where he wasn't very good, and he got it back on Friday night, and he looked really, really good, and the Astros took care of that business. Fromber's in the middle of that. He might be, a dog day kind of thing where he's just not that same guy. 5 2/3. He gave up 4 runs, 8 hits, 1 strikeout, and 4 walks.
Mm-hmm. That's extremely rare.
That's not what we're looking for. That's not our Fromber.
No, and it's just 2 games in a row. But
Yep.
that's what Hunter had.
Hunter had the same thing.
It was fine other than that, but these last 2 have been, 11 2/3, 15 hits, 9 earned runs. No home runs either. So it's not like he's getting beat by, in the past we've seen Fromber beaten by walks and in home runs where he ends up giving up a 3 spot here, a 3-run home run because he's, walked and tried to get too fine with some of his pitches, didn't want to give in to a hitter and ended up walking guys, and he gets hurt by a 3-run homer. It doesn't happen a lot where he gives up 3-run homers, but he's not even giving up a home run the last 2 outings. They're just hitting him. They're hitting him, and he's got 5 walks to the 4 strikeouts, as you mentioned. I mean, previously in July, he had 4 starts in July. Strikeout numbers are 7, 10, 4, 12. So far, he's got 3 and 1 strikeout in his games in August. So, yeah, he may be fatiguing a little bit. You never know.
If the playoffs started today, Jason Alexander is your game 1 starter.
I'm gonna tell you what now. Jason Alexander's stuff is good.
Yeah.
This isn't just a Brian King situation where, man, I'm trying to figure out how Brian King's getting all these guys out early in the season. Jason Alexander's sinker and off-speed pitch his changeup is good. He was dumping them in the bottom of the zone. Now, the umpiring was really beneficial to the Astros yesterday. Holy crap.
Got that low strike.
And then what about the one where it should have been strike 3?
Oh.
Or ball, it should have been ball 4.
Cam Smith?
No, it should have been strike 3 on Cam, yeah. And then he ends up sticking one down the line, and I'm like, ooh, we got 2 lucky ones there.
I thank you for that.
Yeah, so
thank you for that.
But I thought Jason Alexander was, man, he just was dropping a bottom out of everything yesterday. Everything. It was perfect. He looked really good. Like maybe needs to be fighting for a 5th starter role. He's basically out of luck now because Christian Javier is back today. Spencer Arrighetti. So we're going to have Javier and Hunter Brown and Arrighetti are going to be your 3 guys going this for the next 3. You can't be more excited. Well, you can be that if Christian Javier comes out and has a good performance. Luis Garcia's right around the corner. Do the math on this. There's no room for McCullers when he gets back, if he ever comes back. Jason Alexander, Blue Ball threw 6 innings of shutout ball yesterday in Sugarland. They got to really take a big look at this, John, and forget what you already know. If Blue Ball needs to be up with the big squad as the season rolls on, bring his ass up and let him get some of those, 2-inning appearances. If Jason Alexander's stuff is as good as it was yesterday, then he needs to be getting some, they need to be considering him in the bullpen some. And we don't even know. We got to see how Arrighetti does. We got to see how Christian Javier does. It's no lock that they come in and pitch lights out. It is going to be a tough call, though, because if they're not doing good, John, do you pull the plug on them for the year? I feel like the Astros are like ride or die with these guys.
So Jason Alexander has had 10 outings with the Astros this year. In 2, he's given up 23 earned runs. In 2 of them, he gave up 14.
Mm-hmm.
Against the Dodgers, he gave up 9, and against the Athletics, he gave up 5.
He's been lights out. Other than that,
he's been incredibly good.
The movement, I'm telling you, his stuff is major league stuff. It looks like, at least where he was, his placement over the last 3 have been really good.
Yeah. I mean, you take those 2 out, not that you can because they happen, but boy, I don't know. He's like the JP France. You're like, where did this come from? And by the way, JP France is looking good too on his rehabs. So this is another guy that's coming up. Listen, you cannot come back. No one has ever come back from a blister. So it's impossible. I mean, that's like a 1.5 or 2 year thing if you get a blister. You're not going to be able to come back.
That's
so
tough action, yeah.
I don't think you have to worry about Lance McCullers. So because that just is impossible to come back from. No, this is fun. It's just so funny how good they are against good teams and how crappy they are against bad teams. Well, the Red Sox are playing great. They're just 4 games back in the East while Toronto's on fire. We got the best race, though. We got the best race in baseball with Seattle just a half game behind the Astros.
I don't love that, though. I don't want to have the best race.
No, I don't either. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun down the stretch. The Astros are going to be a postseason team. They're back to 14 games over 500. Their high water mark was 20, and then they just fell apart. But they're back to 14 games over 500. And now, and they got a good team coming in here, and then the Orioles are a good team. So we got some good baseball coming your way. And with the return of Christian Javier tonight, I don't know what to expect. Just like I didn't know what to expect the other night with Arrighetti. I'm not sure that Christian Javier is ready for this. The last time we saw Christian Javier, he was really bad, and then we found out how bad it was with his arm. So I don't know what to expect. Again, we're not going to judge it off of one start. I hope that he has command. We saw Arrighetti didn't have command. He just didn't have his command of his pitches. So we'll find out whether or not.
Arrighetti's not coming off an arm thing. He's coming off an inactivity thing.
Yeah, this would have been, if not for, they had an opener last week, so instead of doing an opener, do Christian Javier, see if he can give you 3-4 innings of, and throw 60 to 70 pitches and then pull him out of there. It's much better than having Sousa or whomever or Brian King start a game. Let's see what he gets, what he does, because you're going to need Christian Javier down the stretch. But, man, oh, man, we got to give big ups to Jason Alexander because what he did yesterday is just fantastic.
Especially with the injuries that you've had to the make good pitchers and some of the guys who have had to, who have kind of, Colton Gordon just wasn't getting it done. You've had Jason Alexander was one of those guys kind of needed. I'm looking at expected win-loss totals right now. The Astros are literally on their expected, based on how they've played, based on every factor, their expected win-loss record this year is 66-52, and that's what they are. So they're playing to it. Like, the Mariners are 66-53. Their expected win-loss is 64-55. So they've got more wins than they were expected to relative to the level of play. Same thing for Toronto Blue Jays. Expected win 64, but they've got 69. But you look in terms of the Astros and the playoffs, it's still relatively comfortable. It's still relatively comfortable for the Astros to make the playoffs. Just make the playoffs. But I will say, you can't afford to have one of these stretches where all of a sudden you can't beat anyone at home and stuff like that, because it's not, you're sitting okay right now, but it's not like you don't have a clear-cut, easy pathway to the playoffs. You know what I mean, John? Once you're out of there and you're starting to deal with, the Yankees aren't playing well, obviously. The Red Sox are playing pretty well, but this is a big series against the Red Sox. Mm-hmm. You don't want, because you're trying to hold ground on Seattle, but you're also holding ground theoretically on one of those, on one of those wild card teams in the Red Sox. So a strong series here, and you're feeling pretty good moving forward. A bad series here, and you got some real questions developing.
Yeah. Oh, well, you got to, you've had a lead for so long with the line. Now you got your lineup coming, looking great. You've got your rotation coming back, and now you're going to give up the lead when you had all of those guys, the Walters and the Gordons and the Gustos and that's when you built your biggest lead. And now that you got your guys back, this is where you're supposed to make hay. So time to make hay. All right, 713-780-3776. We got some Texans to talk and some interesting stuff from Saturday that we saw on the field. Can't take too much from it, but there was some interesting stuff with Nick Caley we'll talk about on the other side. Right now, though, we got a little Allstate.
Allstate Windows and Siding. Really excited to tell you about Allstate Windows and Siding again, because the work that they've done for years and years has just been absolutely phenomenal. They're made for Texas weather. I've talked about this before. The windows are made here in the state of Texas, and they're made for our weather. They're wind-tested and hurricane-strength windows, and I mean here, of course, they've got the hardcore hurricane strength. It's a very special grade of window, but they have the type of wind-tested weather that makes sense for the Houston and surrounding area as well. They can sustain the weather elements: heat, rain, wind, hail, all while reducing outdoor noise and enhancing the appearance of your home. Make your home look beautiful, and it can help you save up to 40% on your energy bill. And impact-resistant siding that they have is built to stand up to Houston's toughest weather as well. Right now, they've got 30% off of windows and $2,500 off of complete siding jobs. Other companies offer deals, but family-owned and operated for over 50 years with Allstate Windows and Siding, that's a name you can trust with deals that can't be beat. And quality products. I'm talking about good products. You're not getting something that is cheaply made. You're getting a quality product at a fair price with deals just for being an ESPN 97.5 listener. Call them today and have them come out and give you an estimate on the work that needs to be done at your home. 832-204-1936. I've had work done, siding and windows. They are incredible. 832-204-1936. Special discounts for seniors, military, and first responders. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, so let's talk Texans. And if you want to get in anything that you saw, I'm not taking much from it because there were a bunch of guys that are not going to be on the team that were on the field. But I did see some things that might be a little different. I remember we talked about CJ being under a center, maybe a little bit more. It opened up the play action and rollouts and bootlegs. It opened some of that up, and we saw some of that. 45% of their snaps were under center.
Yeah,
45%.
I don't know. That was not the Ohio State way. And this is what's curious to me is I thought they might get away from some that they do. I'm not sure. It's very helpful to be under center. It's just so many young quarterbacks now, they don't even work under center at all, not even in high school, and they don't do it in their 11 and 7-on-7s. Like, fewer and fewer quarterbacks even take snaps under center anymore at all. And so I was curious about if Nick was going to really go to more – Nick being Nick Caley was going to go to more of a and I still don't know. If he was going to go to more of a quick, an Ohio State look. I think ultimately we're going to get a blend again. I think we're going to get a blend of under center and a blend of that. Like, your play action is more effective when you work under center because it takes longer to happen, but that's good because it's, you give the defense a chance to bite even longer and linebackers to bite even longer and move even more towards the mesh point because it takes longer to fake it at the mesh point. But yeah, I was surprised they came out and they were under center with Davis Mills. Now, it wasn't C.J. Stroud, but with Davis Mills, they were under center quite a bit.
Yeah, and they were under center. So some things that we liked. Ariante Ursary in his drive looked pretty damn good. Actually, he was pushing the entire line. Mm-hmm. I mean, dude, I could see why they really, really like him.
He looks strong, yeah.
He does look strong. The offensive line picked up some. They had it was basic stuff that they were to protect him, but they didn't. They did a pretty damn good job. Jalen Noel looked pretty damn good. Mm-hmm. He had caught a bubble screen and got a first down with it, but he had a couple of catches. Mechie looked pretty good. Mechie was a go-to guy. Mechie's got work to do to make this team, but he looked pretty good doing it. Woody Marks was okay. I mean, they were okay. They were just okay running the football. Not great running the football. E.J. Speed.
I think E.J. Speed is going to really be a big factor this year.
Yeah, I think so too.
You see how he covers? Like, he can really run. He can run and cover. My son was in Indianapolis with the Colts just for a couple days at camp doing his scout and stuff. And so I had he called from the office. He and the GM called, and we were just talking because I know Chris. And I asked about E.J. Speed. He goes, I love Speed. He goes, I really didn't want to lose him and definitely didn't want to lose him to Houston. He said, I still get along with him. I FaceTimed him the other day. We were talking. He goes, he's going to be really good for Houston because he can run, he can cover, he can tackle, he can have an impact in the passing game. He thinks really highly of E.J. Speed and his ability to have an impact for the Texans, and I kind of thought that anyway. I mean, he was an NFL starter. So I think you just picked up a starter in Christian Harris. If he can't stay healthy, E.J. Speed does the same things Christian Harris does, only he's done it longer and with more starts in the NFL. So I think he's going to end up being a really good pickup. I thought Hansen looked okay. On the first drive with J.J. McCarthy, I didn't think the defensive line, it was not the normal starters, but the defensive line got moved around a little bit. I didn't love the defensive line. Linebackers looked okay out there. But, yeah, I'm kind of with you. You had so many backups. Your starting offensive line was Ursary, which was good. He needs starts. But then you had Juice Scruggs at left guard. You had Jake Andrews at center. We thought it was going to be the other way around.
Yeah, but I don't know that it means anything.
I don't think it means anything because Juice Scruggs was starting at left guard, so clearly doesn't. And Ed Ingram was starting at right guard.
Right.
And Blake Fisher was starting at right tackle. And my son watched the tape of the Texans in preseason, and he's like, yeah, Fisher wasn't that great. I said,
yeah, no, Fisher, no. So many people, well, this guy came in second, And then this guy was third, so he's third on the depth. No, they just might want to see a guy. Actually, if the earlier you come in, maybe the bigger chance that you're not going to be there because they want to see those reps and see how you do with those reps. I glean nothing from the order guys come into games. Nothing.
Sometimes I do at some positions. It really just depends.
You never know when they're just looking at a guy and say, okay, now he's done, beat it.
Yeah, not typically with the first team reps, though. But, yeah.
Okay, so Davis Mills is their starter?
No, obviously you're but John, I mean, he's obviously your second teamer.
Obviously.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Juice Scruggs came in second. I mean, it might be a factor. It might be a factor. If you're starting, if your starters are out and you're the first one up, then that probably means you're next up on the depth chart.
It could, and then it could mean that, well, in that case, we know where Juice Scruggs is on the depth chart. I'm talking about I'm seeing guys online, oh, look who they brought in. I'm like, no, just relax, okay? If he's on the depth chart as the fourth guy, but he comes in, second, it doesn't mean anything. So I mean, it may
not. I mean, let's see where he's coming in the next couple games.
Right. Well, or they just want let's look, and we got to cut him. You never know. You never know in preseason. I've been following teams for so long, and you think, oh, this guy, look what they love him, and look, he's getting so many reps. Oh, he's cut. Bye.
I will say it's gotten harder for me to look at it because I used to. One of the things was the guys who were going to have the hardest times making the team were getting the most snaps by. Well, it's just changed so drastically. The fourth game, there was no start. By the third game, we were seeing starters for a full half. You probably won't see a lot of starters the whole preseason. You might see them one snap. So it's really changed. The first, you'd see starters the first quarter, maybe the first two possessions in the first game. There's a lot of stars we're not going to see that we didn't see there. Then second game, you'd see them for at least a full quarter. Then third game, you'd see them for a half. That's just not – and I remember in one instance, Gary Kubiak was unhappy with the offense. He made him come back out in the third quarter and start the preseason second half. So those days are over. You don't have a third preseason game. So you got to – you do – like it's a delicate balance because you need to see reps for players who are battling for the last spots on the roster at different position groups. But at the same time, you've got less snaps than ever before for players like Ariante Ursary needs to get reps. He needs to get game reps. Blake Fisher needs to get game reps. Man, you got to start to make a decision about, hey, is Blake Fisher – Blake Fisher's going to make this team, but is he going to get our quarterback hurt if we have to put him into a game? I mean, because it could end up being one of those things where Trent Brown at some point, Blake Fisher gets a magic injury and Trent Brown's on the roster. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, or like they did earlier during practice, they moved Titus Howard to the right, Ursary to the left, and bring in a different guard because we can't trust Blake.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if Cam Robinson's back and Ursary swings to both sides, right and left, and then Titus Howard can play right tackle, and Trent Brown, the patellar gets good, I don't know what happens to Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher's better start playing. He didn't play well in practices from people I talked to. So this is going to be, because Howard can play guard or tackle, Blake Fisher's on notice a little bit. I don't care that he was a second rounder. He's on a little bit of notice here.
Who else is on notice is you with your Braxton Berrios takes.
What's wrong with Braxton Berrios takes?
Dell, how much has he hated on Braxton Berrios this offseason? I mean, it's ridiculous.
It seems disproportionate to Braxton Berrios and his impact that Lance is talking about a barely special teams player and his short arms. Braxton Berrios has made a career for himself despite his limitations. You should be celebrating him, not trashing him.
I am. Read my scouting report on him.
That was long ago.
Scouting report? He's been in the league for 12 years.
He's a wonderful little guy.
What about the current you? Not your scouting report, not the stuff that goes on NFL.com that you have to sanitize.
Who's your new Braxton Berrios that y'all have?
They don't. They got a Malik Washington,
they got
Todd
drafted.
Washington.
No, Miami's new Braxton Berrios that got drafted last year.
Oh, you mean
no?
He
They didn't get drafted because he ran like a 5 flat.
Not every smallish
what's his name
receiver built. He's not even built the same. He's more like a running back.
He's
Restrepo.
kind of a Braxton Berrios.
Look, just accept that the first touchdown of the new Texans season came from Berrios.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
And no one can erase that, and I'm glad.
In a new era. In the Kaylee era.
Is he going to make the team? No.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, he's their leading scorer. Okay?
Yeah, you just got done telling me that these preseason guys coming in and playing don't really matter.
No, this one matters. Well, when you're making big plays like he did.
I
Holy
mean,
crap.
unless they get rid of him and it's Mechie.
Disrespectful.
Unless Mechie is the one they get rid of and Berrios stays.
Well,
But they may be battling for
I
that.
don't know how you get rid of a touchdown. He's the touchdown maker.
Well, then say goodbye to Mechie.
Bye, Mechie.
Because they ain't both going to be making this team.
Bye, Mechie. Okay, we got enough donuts. Beat it. Okay, 8:30 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're 15 minutes away from what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. 15 minutes away from what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. So make sure, get yours ready. All right, you learned something this weekend that you need to relay to the rest of the world. Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. I'm bringing you Air Team right now. I'm bringing you a company that I've used. I've used them a bunch now. Okay, I had them over. I wanted to check out my stuff. They were like, "Yeah, you waited a little too long because you got 2 that you need to replace." Oh, okay, that's great. Well, it was as painless as possible, even though there's no such thing as painless when you're talking about replacing air conditioners. And then I had to do another one. And Darren and Dawn Curtis are just awesome. They are, they taken over the business, and now their son is going to be taking over the business. And I love family-owned businesses because they pass the philosophy down. I love, they told me, listen, have people come. It's a low price to check out their air conditioners. If they haven't checked out their air conditioners in a while, have them call us, and we will go. It's a low price. Now, you're in the middle of the summer where they're replacing all kinds of air conditioners. So, but if you haven't done this, if you have not checked your air conditioner, please call them and let them come and take care of it for you and make sure that everything is good, because they might find something small that's going to save you a lot of heartache and replacing, and you don't have to replace that air conditioner. 713-936-5346, 713-936-5346, or airteamltd.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, this is not what did you learn this weekend in one sentence, but it kind of is. But we don't have to have one sentence. Shedeur Sanders this weekend, he stole the show. Shedeur Sanders was pretty good. Man, oh, man. I'm so glad everybody protected him from that start.
I know.
Because they were set. The Browns coaching staff and front office wanted him to fail so badly.
Help Shedeur, please.
Please.
Or let him play.
Save him.
Let
Save
him play
Shedeur.
and see how he does. Like every other player that comes in. You didn't need to protect him. He's not an infant. He's not your baby child in a special little baby seat that you have to, and you get the little toddler things where you can't open drawers. You can't open those. They're toddler proof.
They needed the child proof the Panthers for him.
That's what people are acting like. He's being set for failure. Help him, please. Or don't child proof the Panthers and just let him play football. And that's what he did, and he did a good job. It's not necessarily a sign of things to come, or it could be a sign of things to come.
Oh, really? Because all the people that said they're setting him up for failure are going to say QB1.
There's all victory laps being run. This is the problem. You don't victory lap a bad performance, and you don't victory lap a good performance. You just take it, you absorb it, you contextualize it, and you move on to the next one. And the next one gives you more information. The next one gives you more information. But he did a good job. I mean, he had a good game, 14-23. Well, interestingly enough, ESPN's talking about this now. I did not expect that to be the case.
Oh, my God.
But 14-23 with 2 touchdowns, so they are actually talking about
what? ESPN's
Shedeur.
talking about Shedeur?
Yeah, apparently they're going to talk about him.
Well.
But it was like there was the Shedeur wars on. He had a 4th and 1 where he scrambled and lost 26, which is awful. And then I got text messages. This is the Shedeur experience. This is what all these losers are crying about. I'm like, just can you let the game play out and stop? Like, I just can't. I can't do this personally. Where, like, this isn't my life. Where I care where one player fails or succeeds, so I can be happy. That's just. I don't know how people live like this, honestly. I don't know how they can be this miserable.
Well, so I have seen a couple of reports that they are retiring his jersey now in Cleveland.
Okay.
Because of his preseason debut performance. So congratulations to Shedeur. He got another jersey retired. So Mary Kay Cabot put this out there. Why hasn't he gotten any first-team reps? Because he's had to get up to speed in all aspects of the pre-snap process, including relaying plays in the huddle, identifying the defense, sliding the protections, directing the motions, making adjustments. From snap to throw, he's been mostly dynamite, save for the times he's reverted to the habit of retreating under duress like he did and lost 26 yards.
Look, man, that's what he does. None of this so far has been, to me, he was clearly the second-best quarterback. I had Cam Ward as the best of the 63s, which is like an early second grade typically, which means you're going to be a first. Then Shedeur's at the bottom of the 63s. And then I don't think I had anyone even in the 62s. I think the rest of them, which was average starters, I think after that, everything went to high-end backup. Quinn Ewers, Taylor Shuck. So, to me, these are the two. I mean, those are the two guys.
Well, he's got the two. We know he's got the two.
I think he actually didn't strike me as a guy who couldn't process when I watched tape. Like,
well,
Shedeur has it. Now, he does go backwards a lot, and so does Cam Ward. And Dale knows that. Cam Ward will go backwards, too.
He's had, Mary Kay Cabot points this out. The reason Gabriel had 6 years of college, while Sanders has had 6 offensive coordinators. The scheme, terminology, and concepts weren't necessarily overhauled by all of them. And she goes on to say, he worked with the 3rd and 4th teamers on the opposite field where the 1st and 2nd teamers were working. Mm-hmm. And during some of those times, Stefanski stood directly behind Sanders, listening to him calling the play and gauging his vision. And you don't see a head coach working with a 4th-team quarterback while the first-teamers are on the other field.
This is why that whole setup to fail. So I mean, it's so disingenuous For Louis Riddick to say that, for Stephen A. Smith to say it, they're not even at camp. You just mentioned it. They're not even there actually contextualizing what's happening. For the head coach to be there directly with a quarterback who's a quote unquote fourth string, which he's not really in real life. I mean, he's set up for real life. Real life is he may be fourth on the depth chart, but he's behind two guys. He's behind Flacco and Pickett. And at some point this year, they could end up going to Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, no,
he may play. But let's play, because what's going to happen now is if he has a bad second game, if he plays, then this is going to turn into the battle of, I told you losers, he sucks, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Preseason games, man. You told me you don't take anything. I don't take anything from preseason games either. Young quarterbacks, though, I want to see him look good.
Yeah.
I don't want to see young quarterbacks look bad.
Absolutely.
And he looked good.
Well,
it's just all the extra stuff I don't really care for. But
how bad do you feel that Jackson Dart had a really nice debut? I bet you feel bad because of all the derogatory things you said about him.
No. Actually, Jackson Dart was the guy that I had as the next quarterback up. No, I think I had him actually behind Quinn Ewers. But regardless, Jackson Dart to me.
How'd Quinn Ewers look great?
Set up to fail. That's how I defend Quinn Ewers. He was set up to fail. You know, the third string quarterback playing against third stringers with third string offensive line, set up to fail. Or is that how just football works in the preseason?
Yeah. Usually
he struggled. He didn't handle pressure well, didn't see it, and then when he did get pressured, he did not hold on to the football.
That's the Quinn Ewers experience now. Yep. You're going to get some of that. Yep. I don't know that he's the biggest brain surgeon out there on the field. Not exactly playing chess.
I felt bad for Graham Mertz, too. I mean, the one ball was tipped in the air.
It was over. It was too much for him. He did not look.
I mean.
And they say he's looked pretty good at camp, but this is a little different.
Keaton, I guess it's Keaton, not Keaton. Keaton Slovis looked pretty good as a third teamer. Yeah. Not bad. Yeah.
Graham Mertz.
I mean, he's going to be, he at least moved the ball. He had some nice passes. I mean, a lot of quick stuff as opposed to standing there in the pocket being unsure. He got rid of the ball early. He looked okay.
I told you the rumor, didn't I? That I got from I think I told you the rumor. I think I said it on the air. I may not have said it on the air, but and I don't know if you had moved. You had already moved, so I don't know if I told you this in person. But the rumor is from Quinn Ewers' camp that Ewers was going to be the Texans' pick, and then C.J. Stroud's like, nah. They asked C.J. about him. He didn't give a blessing, and they went Graham Mertz. But it could have been because
6-1.
Well, and why I say that is not because he's like afraid for his job, but I don't know. Maybe he knew, hey, you spent some time with this guy. What do you think about having? Because you got to remember he's a backup, so you got to feel comfortable that a backup has your back in terms of what he sees on the field and all that stuff. A backup has a very specific role, and so I'm just telling you, not that it means anything because it was a late round pick. But I thought that it would have been a pretty decent late-round pick if you're looking for a quarterback that maybe you want to develop because Davis Mills is going to – well, although you just gave Davis Mills another contract. But if you're going to draft a quarterback, I would have definitely thought it would have been Quinn Ewers over Graham Mertz. But if C.J. Stroud said, nah, not giving his blessing, I guess that kind of makes sense. Graham Mertz ain't going to make this team. No. I doubt Slovis makes this team. They'll probably just roll with two.
Oh, I don't know. I think they'll probably go.
Why do you want to keep three quarterbacks when you'll just put one of them on the practice squad? You don't want to keep them on the roster.
Yeah, I guess, unless you're worried about somebody.
You need an extra wide receiver. You need an extra cornerback. You need an extra safety right now. Yeah. What's a third quarterback going to do for you? Just throw him on a practice squad.
Yeah,
and probably your guy Braxton Berrios can probably just run quarterback too.
Probably. You know what? Probably.
He did play running back and some Wildcat quarterback in high school. So
yeah. So there you go. There, your prediction came true.
There you have it.
How about this? What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. That's next. So you learned something this weekend, and I learned something this weekend, and I'll share that with you. It has nothing to do with sports. So if it doesn't have to do with sports, whatever it is, you learned something this weekend about your kids, about your boss, about your wife, about your girlfriend, or both, whatever it is. You will learn it this weekend. 713-780-3776. Right now, I learned something about Coors Light. We went to it was pretty cool. It was actually really cool. I'd never been to a presidential library before. So yesterday we went to the Reagan Library and they've got a little cafe there. And sure enough, there's one American beer that they were selling. They had Modelo and they had Coors Light. And so which do you think everybody was choosing? Everybody's out there with Coors Lights at this cafe. And, you know, a little break. You need a beer in between. Well, you go. We saw the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then we went to the Reagan Library. And in between, a little stop, a little snack, a little beer. Yep, Coors Light. I was so proud. And he's my favorite president now. President Reagan's my favorite because before he died, he probably said, make sure that we have Coors Light. I want to make sure, Americans, that we have Coors Lights when they come to my library. That's what I want to make sure of. And I was so proud of that president. I couldn't be prouder of President Reagan than I am right now. So if you're somebody, and everybody was happy there. You're looking for cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. You're looking for the world's most refreshing beer, a unique beer that can actually tell you when it's cold. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. So, 713-780-3776. You learned something this weekend that you would like to share with all of us. And I also did. So, when somebody gets off, you can get in. 713-780-3776. The number to call in. You learn something. You get one sentence, and that's it.
I'm watching all 22, and I learned that Blake Fisher looks like he should have been undrafted. Holy crap, is he bad?
Yeah. Okay. Wow. You got one sentence. You still.
I did make my daughter cry just by yelling at AT&T. I learned.
See,
that.
you just
that's
used more than one sentence.
Well, that's two different things.
I learned that.
Yeah, you do three different things. You said, "Holy crap, was he bad?" That was two sentences, but okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So do you know when your car door, it's got little place on the bottom of it where you can put stuff? I learned this weekend that if your wife finds a Tampax advertisement or coupon or whatever it was in the passenger door of your car, that she'll have questions for you.
Okay. Well, save that for 8 o'clock because we're not done with that one. We're not finished just yet.
Right. Yeah, we're not finished just yet. 713-780-3776. Dell, did you learn anything this weekend?
No, really, the weekend is not for learning. I've determined. I don't want to learn anything.
You don't. You just.
I want to go into a coma.
Veg.
And just sit there, not learn anything, watch some dumbass TV, and get ready for the week. But I have learned, as always, that people love this segment. We got a full board.
Okay.
So let's go to Keith. Keith, what have you learned?
I learned this weekend that despite playing 162 PGA Tour events, Tommy Fleetwood is still searching for that first victory.
First win. And he had a 2-stroke lead with 3 to play. And he lost, didn't even get in a playoff. Holy crap, poor Tommy. Hate that for him. Hate that. Who's next?
We move to David. David, what have you learned?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned that the longest field goal made in any football league in history is not recorded on the record books.
Yep.
70-yard kick by a kid from Arkansas. Corey Little?
70 yards. Holy crap.
Is that his name, Corey Little?
It's a preseason game. Is that it? Yeah. It's got
I think it's Cam Little.
Yeah,
it's Cam Little.
Cam Little?
Yeah, a 70-yard. Oh, I wrote him up. I didn't even realize I wrote him up.
Did you say strong? I hope you didn't say he's got a weak leg.
Oh, God, please don't let me say he had a weak leg. I said generates good velocity, yeah.
70-yard velocity?
I said he has the leg strength for the league and just needs to become more automatic on kicks from 40 to 49 yards, which he was 2 for 2 on those.
Okay.
Made 64% of his kicks from beyond 50, including a 56-yarder.
Wow.
So, yeah. So he hit one, 14 yards further than his career long of 56.
That's great.
And he said, because Scott Hansen was like, please, Cam, do that during, I guess, when it counts, so I can do it on NFL Red Zone. He goes, don't worry, I got more in me. He pretty much said to anyone who was worried about him not setting the record, the real one, don't worry about it. I got more in me.
That man's in field goal range at the 50.
How about that?
Apparently, we'll see if Liam Cohen has the
stones to
stones
go for
to do
you
it when
to kick a field goal from there.
When it matters. Let's move to Peter. Peter, what have you learned?
Good morning, everyone. I learned that the Yankees' long-lost daddy returned home over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
He's not long lost. Every time he goes there.
He went out for cigarettes and came back.
No, he didn't go out for cigarettes. He just
Finally
goes on
came back.
He just goes on business trips.
He's got another family.
He and the mom have separated. He just goes on business trips.
I don't know. He's got another family. He's got 2 lives.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and one
that's
of
true.
them
He
is
has a home and he has a family. He has a house in Houston and a house in New York.
And a house in New York.
That's true.
That's right. He owns both of them.
He's
He owns
bi-coastal.
both those stadiums. Who's next?
Chris on the north side. Chris, what have you learned?
Chris, what up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I learned that when it's guys' night out, it's very important that you explain to your wife that raw dogging it all night with the boys only means you're the designated driver.
Oh.
See, I wouldn't have used that term.
Yeah, raw dogging might have been the right.
Designated driver is a phrase.
Lance, now everybody's using raw dogging it for everything.
Well, okay. That's how it's supposed to be used, but
he
actually,
misused it.
not drinking is raw dog. Yeah, because John raw dogs Lent.
I did raw dog Lent.
So I
Yeah,
guess
I
I guess technically, yeah, you do have to explain that to your wife. Hey, I'm gonna be raw dogging it tonight. Excuse me?
Who's next, Del?
We go to Ocho. Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that former North Shore defensive back Upton Stout could be a starter this year for the Niners as a rookie.
There you go.
Did you write him up,
learned.
Lance?
Ocho learned stuff.
I did. He was a highly coveted slot corner. He's just a little short, but he's a little small. But man, football, the NFL teams love that guy. Came out of, I think, Western Kentucky.
All right, let's go to Elliot. Elliot, what have you learned?
Morning, guys. I learned that I'm not going to be allowed to drink alcohol for the rest of the year.
Oh, no.
Oh man, I kind of want to know what happened there.
Wow. You learned that you're not going to
Did
be
he make a bet with somebody?
allowed to drink alcohol
If
for the
Altuve
rest
hits
of the
2
year.
home runs, I won't drink the rest of the year.
Wow.
If
That
Correa
is-
gets another game with multiple hits, if Jason Alexander wins this one against Max Fried, I won't drink alcohol for the rest of the year.
Or you need to stop, otherwise you're going to have a real problem health-wise.
Okay, it could have been something liver related. That's true.
Yeah. That's probably more likely
Could have
than
been
I
that.
bet on Jason Alexander.
Could have been that. Yeah, I know.
So good luck, Ellie. I'm sorry to hear that for you. That just is awful. I don't know that there's a sentence worse, okay? I mean, you're in non-alcohol prison like Dell is. That's awful
It's
for
not
you.
a prison if you
It is
volunteer to
kind
go.
of it is kind of.
It's more like a sanctuary. Let's move to – we'll go to Tony from Friendswood. What have you learned?
I learned this weekend that the Astros raw dogged the Yankees, and Altuve is still their daddy. Shout out to my boy Cobra, by the way.
Cobra.
Cobra got a loss in his jiu-jitsu match last night. Didn't go till 9, but it was just by decision. He actually did really well against a grown man. It was probably a tie.
Cobra took one on the chin.
It's not Cobra. It's Snacks.
That would be a great name for a fighter, Cobra.
He's not even trying to rebrand now. He did this back in like 3rd grade.
No. He's
4th grade.
He's Cobra.
He's Cobra to us.
To us.
Apparently,
he'll
that
always
caller.
be Cobra.
He came out to Shook Ones by Mobb Deep in his walkout music.
Throwback.
Yeah. And they're the Yankees' daddies. There's no question.
Yeah.
So we got 2 more before we wrap it up. Unlike raw dogging, let's get to.
They raw dogged him.
Well, we'll wrap it up. Let's get to other Eric. What have you learned?
What I learned was that fourth quarter roughing the passer call was an abomination to the game, and if that's the way the season is going to be called, this is going to be hard to watch.
Yeah,
and it was a long sentence, but a sentence nonetheless.
It was a run-on, but it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is going to be. I mean, that was terrible. He just barely grazed his face mask. I mean, come on. Is that the letter of the? I mean, if you're going by the letter of the law, okay. But goodness gracious, that's that. I hope that's not going to be the case.
Protect all
quarterbacks. If you just barely scrape the quarterback's face mask, that's not. It's not a fifth. That's not a penalty. Stop.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Del. Who's that? Who's last?
JP. What have you learned?
France? JP France?
No, it's not him.
Morning. I learned that the Astros medical staff also works for the Houston Texans.
Oh, man.
But in the opposite way.
But actually,
yeah,
really.
They under promise and over produce?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Or over deliver?
It's the exact opposite.
Wait,
actually.
what are y'all referring to?
We're
Chauncey
referring
Gardner-Johnson.
to C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Oh yeah, but those are people who just went the wrong direction with that. That this out for the year stuff that was too quick.
Sources told. Who were the sources?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that shut
it's the
down.
exact opposite of the Astros.
But they shut
the
it down
Astros
pretty
go,
quick.
oh no, he's got a scratch and he's out for 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out. Actually, we don't know. We have to wait for him to come back before.
Yeah,
we
but we
actually
know he's not done for the year. And actually, Schefter said that later in that same day, like they avoided worst case scenario. So, it'll be good to have him back.
Whenever that is.
Yeah, and I feel bad for Aaron Wilson. He probably hates every time there's a report out. He's
Well,
like,
and Wilson is usually pretty good.
Well, the reporters who cover the team, they smelled the blood in the water. They made everyone made everyone aware how wrong that first report was.
Oh, no, there's nothing reporters love more than being able to say, I've got the real story, guys.
Yeah.
Don't trust it.
Or contrary to earlier reports.
Contrary to earlier reports. That's the gold. We got a few more. You want to get a few more?
No, those are all X'd out.
Oh, they are? Okay.
They've already been on the air.
Right.
Okay. All right. Hey, you guys did great. Thank you, Game Day Men's Health. Just awesome, awesome, awesome. That's so much fun. We appreciate you guys. You guys like to play the game. We're going to play it again on Friday. What did you learn this week on the show in one sentence? We play that Friday mornings at 9:30. So make sure that you're here after you learn something on the show. Last week, apparently you learned about raw dogging because that carried over to this week. And now we'll see what we learned this week on the show that you can talk about Friday morning, 9:30. So thank you, Game Day Men's Health. We appreciate you. And thank you, Texas Card House, for being the best damn poker room in this city. Love Texas Card House. I love poker, and I love it with a safe environment, which it is. I love having the big parking lot, lit parking lot, where you feel safe walking out. Because I've walked out of a few card games in my life that I'm like, that doesn't feel great. But at Texas Card House, both their locations in the city of Houston, Green Ridge and Westheimer, and in Spring Cypress up by 45. Huge parking lots. Security right there in the building. You get wanted when you walk in. You can feel, honestly, you feel really, really good, and you feel safe being the Texas Card House, which is kind of a big deal. And then the bar is open till 2. It's open for cards. Right now, you could go to Texas Card House, and there's a game going on, okay? Because it's open 24/7, and they got games all the time. Whether you like to play tournaments, because they got tournaments, great tournaments with low buy-ins and high guarantees, and then you got cash games as well going on all the time. So you're looking for the best place to get your cards on. You can also get your Hijack Poker app and play against people from the state of Texas, all over the state of Texas, and Texas only, and not worry about bots or anything else. You're looking for poker, TexasCardHouse.com. That's TexasCardHouse.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I didn't see any. Do we have a Bilbo update or no?
No. So the no bet, which I thought was the best bet the other day, it was a no. And then the next day it was no was minus 350. They're not getting thrown. I think these arrests are starting to.
Yeah.
I think we may be done with
maybe
this.
Maybe being arrested is a deterrent, is what you're saying?
Well, it appears as though they realize, wait a minute. Despite what I've heard, there are cameras here. People are at this game.
Yeah. I mean, I could see where you wouldn't want to get arrested for throwing a Bilbo.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's not something I would want to do.
Yeah. Yep. What else happened this weekend? And at least we got football, even though it's not real football. You know, we got football going on, which is really, really nice. The days of just maybe a baseball or days off, and the only thing on is WNBA. Thank God those days are really behind us. Nothing against the WN, but man, well, you want to talk about the just not great sports. Here we go. Well, we got a great playoff race going on between who's going to get in the playoffs and who's not, between the Astros and Seattle. And we got our football team to talk about. So that's really, really good. And let's talk about our Astros and what they did once again here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Jose Altuve once again was fantastic and just showed them who their daddy. And I just love that those people are like, oh my God, what are we doing? Let's stop doing this. Let's stop booing this guy. All we do is make him matter, and he continues. Lance, I can't even believe that he continues to do this to them.
It's so funny. It's really like one of the I read a Yankee fan said at this point I don't even get mad anymore. It's just kind of turned into it's kind of funny. Like it's so inevitable. It's just kind of. She said, it's just kind of funny when he does it now. It's like, yeah, that's kind of what I expected. They don't even get mad anymore. It's just they know what's going to happen, and now it's become the old vomit in the driveway, vomiting blood in the driveway thing where they know. I think they've gone beyond the anger. It's the stages of grief where they're all the way at acceptance now. I think acceptance is the 5th stage of grief. They've already reached acceptance. They're there. The grief started in – I don't know, probably 17, but the big one was 19, obviously, with the home run off of Chapman.
Well, but that he is validating that home run every single time he goes to Yankee Stadium.
Right.
Like the only way he could have done it is by cheating. You know, that's the only possible. No, he continues to do this to you. Over and over and over.
You know, the only
again.
team he's got a higher OPS against this year is the Dodgers.
The
Yankees, his OPS is 1825. He's 6 for 11 with 2 home runs, 4 RBIs. Well, against the Dodgers, he's got 3 home runs and 7 RBIs. He's 6 for 11 with a 2200 OPS.
That's just awesome.
Those two are the two best teams.
And the teams that hate him the most.
I'm interested, though, for his career, what he is. Again, I'll have to see if I can find career splits against the Yankees. But, you know, I mean, last year he was only a 701 OPS. So they avoided the disaster against him last year. 2003, the Yankees, his OPS was 701 again. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, 701 again. So last 2 years they haven't really been killed. In 2022, his OPS was 893, but he had 2 home runs. So, yeah, I don't know. My guess is career. If you take the postseason into account, my guess is the Yankees are probably one of the 4 best teams he's ever played against.
Yes.
Ever.
Yeah. I can't wait to see the response for Carlos tonight. The standing ovation when he comes to bat for the first time. I don't know. He won't get a tribute. Bregman will get the tribute tonight, but Carlos running on the field and playing third for the first time, but his first at bat will be, everybody's going to be really happy for Carlos when he runs out there, but his first at bat, hopefully he'll have to tell everybody, he'll have to give a bow, a wave to the crowd and get him to calm down, because the way that he has come back, and I saw some Minnesota fan tweeted, oh, just wait, he's done, he's cooked. Y'all are getting, if you all think that there's going to be some love story with him coming back, you're wrong. Well, guess what? There is some love story going on. He is hitting a ton. He's going the other way, and when he pulls it, he's pulling it with power. I mean, his rejuvenation, because he wasn't, let's face it, he wasn't very good with Minnesota. He wasn't very good.
Not for the price tag, no.
No, and I could see where they're like, man, oh man, where the hell was this Carlos over this 9-game stretch here? Where was this guy in Minnesota? I mean, he had a nice run. He had a nice year last year.
Yeah.
But he wasn't the $33 million player that they would hope they were hoping. He didn't change the organization.
He never was going to be worth that much.
No.
There was never a time Carlos was going to be worth that much. He's just not consistent enough, and he's not healthy enough. I mean, so there was never – but he's incredibly – but he's not a $33 million player for the Astros. They don't have to pay that.
They got him. It's just so funny. They got him at the price that they wanted him at.
I mean, basically, yeah. Once they got, and they don't have a long-term deal, which they love. So I'm looking at tickets I'm looking at simple seats where I get some of the lower prices, and it's like I looked at buying tickets for this game. I looked at this right after Carlos was done, and I could have got in section, I think it's 106 down the left field line. It's a pretty good seat. It's lower level, but you're getting closer to the Crawford boxes. I could have gotten three tickets there. No, section 107. I could have gotten 3 tickets there for about $200. Now it's $110 a piece. So it's going up and up and up.
Yeah,
as the excitement.
And listen, Jim Crane. Yeah, we got him at a price, and look at what he's already doing to tickets at the stadium.
Upper deck you can still get for about 40, for about 44 in that neighborhood. I mean, if you go further, you're able to get into the building right now for $38.
Do you think that they're coming to see Bregman back or Carlos back?
Carlos, baby.
Carlos. Well, I think though people, I want to go see Bregman.
Well, it's just kind of an add-on. You just get a 2-for-1 here. I think people are. I don't think people would have. Honestly, I don't think people would have paid. Would have rushed to the tickets to go see Bregman back. I think when Carlos is back, they would have.
I think he would have had I think it would have been a bigger than normal crowd.
Maybe for
Carlos.
Maybe for some. You do have. You got to remember now. School. My kids' school starts Tuesday, so tomorrow night's the last night. The next morning's going to be school. So
Tuesday tonight is a school night.
What's that?
They start Tuesday?
They start tomorrow. Tuesday morning, yeah.
So tonight's a school night.
Yeah, tonight's a school night for that's what I'm saying. So
yeah, but the first day, not really.
Well, that's how. But I can't look at it how you look at it. You're not really a typical student.
Well, right. I never hit college like when the start date was ever.
What do you mean?
I usually came in about a week into the semester.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I never, ever.
What do you mean you came in a week into the semester? You got to get your syllabus? Like, are you serious?
Yeah. You get it, oh, hey, when you get there, you go, hey, everybody got a syllabus. Can I get one? Yeah. Sorry, I'm a week late.
You just rolled it. Yeah, so we definitely can't take your word for when you should.
No.
Well, it's start day of schools tomorrow. My wife's already figured out. I don't know how I'm going to get these kids to sleep. They've been staying up so late. She's going to try to. She wanted them to go to bed early last night. There was no chance that happened.
Yeah.
I mean, we're at a Sebastian's. So Sebastian has a Brazilian jiu-jitsu match. It's called a super fight. So they have a bunch of these things, and they come out to their own walk-in music. It was well done. It's out in Aldine, and he lost by by a decision. It was pretty close. There just wasn't. It was it was really close. I got pissed at him because he didn't shake the guy's hand after he was done, or go shake the other coach's hand. So he got in a little bit of, and he doesn't take losing well.
Well, that's
he doesn't take it well at all. But he was better. He did come out to Shook Ones by Mobb Deep. So I'm like, you come out to Shook Ones, you better be good.
Well, he was. He was good, though.
No, he was. Actually, he did really well. The guy's got a bigger belt than him, and Sebastian was just as good. He screwed up. He probably could have won, but he made a mistake early where he had an advantage. He didn't take over. But he's got a black belt Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu coach in his corner telling him, Sebastian, grab the head. Sebastian, grab the head. Grab behind the head with your right hand. Sebastian, grab behind the right.
Well, that's
Sebastian,
the problem.
and he's not listening. And finally, Drake screams, grab the right hand around the head. And Sebastian grabs around. Like, he hasn't learned to listen while he's.
Well, the problem is he keeps calling him Sebastian when he's Cobra.
No, he snaps.
He doesn't even pay attention when you say Cobra.
Grab the right hand. We were there for a long time, man. It was $50 a ticket. Ooh.
What?
That hurt.
Holy crap.
That hurt.
To watch your own son
That's
play?
what I'm saying. And they have or you could watch it streaming, but you got to get a monthly fee on streaming of $29.99.
Oh my God! What a
I know.
racket they got going over there.
So I had
$50 a ticket.
It was well done. It's 6 minutes a fight. We watched it started at 2 and ended at 10. Well, when we left, they were still going. Oh yeah. There's tons of fights. They got to be making so much money. I'm going to start my own Brazilian
All
Jiu-Jitsu.
those parents and friends,
John,
they buy
we gotta-
$50 tickets?
We got to go to get to St. Arnold where they're having the our listener appreciation party. We need to start hosting Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournaments there and start charging $50 a ticket.
$50 a ticket.
Throw a mat down, get some lights, play some music, get a ring announcer. Raking it in, baby.
All right, let's break. 713-780-3776. We got some Texan sound that we will play when we come back. You hear from D'Amico and what he thought. Right now, though, we're talking about Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health, it's just different. I'm telling you, I feel great. I love what Game Day Men's Health is doing for me. But I love more, obviously you want to feel as good as you possibly can, and I do. But obviously, one of the things that I love about Game Day Men's Health is how much they care. And you're not just a number. You're not just rolling through there, give us our money, here's your shot, give us our money, here's your shot, give us our money, every week, just blah, 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 blah. No, it's a care factor. It's checking in on you. How are the peptides working that we're working on? Okay, if that's not it, let's do something else. Let's make sure that we've got you as good as you can possibly be. If you're somebody that's never used testosterone before, you're getting sluggish, you're getting older, you don't know, go find out. You get absolutely free evaluation at Game Day Men's Health to find out whether or not you need testosterone and what other peptides to help you reach your goals. And I'm telling you, they're just really, really, really good at this thing. And I just love the way that they care. It's much different than a lot of these other places, testosterone placement. So if you're somebody that's in the market for testosterone replacement, free evaluation and labs on site, awfully big deal, and the peptides and the expertise to get you where you want to go. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Locations all over the city. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I just heard the Power On, the e-bikes commercial.
Yeah.
The boys are going to be at the Brick House Tavern and Tap in Humble on Friday from noon until 6, and you can sign up for to win a couple of those Power On e-bikes, a $4,000 value. All you have to do is get to the – how about the places that these guys are going every week? Brick House Tavern and Tap. Sounds like there's a lot of good food there. Okay?
We get
BB's last week. I mean, it just seems like those guys are getting way more food than
I know.
we are.
Our girl Kate took care of us from Tony's.
Yeah.
But yeah, with LaShane and Riel closing at the end of August, I'm going to see if he can bring some food in here. You know his nickname for you is Panama Jack.
Panama Jack?
I don't know why. He just calls you, what's Panama Jack up to, that scumbag? I said same thing he's always doing.
Why
being a loser, telling everyone
means.
to bring him Coors Lights, complaining to people don't have TVs. Said, some of that.
That's my go-to.
Kind of his go-to.
And French fries. If you don't bring French fries, you suck.
Yeah.
Right. And our listener appreciation party. Going to be giving away tickets all month. Keep on listening. If you want to go, make sure you let us know, because it's September 5th from 6:30 to 9:30 at St. Arnold's Brewing. And that, what a great place to have a party. And so we're going to do that September 5th, 6:30 to 9:30. If you want to go, just make sure you let us know, and we'll probably get you there. But keep on listening. We're giving away tickets all month long. All right? Doing that. And then Houston Restaurant Week. I don't want to leave them out. Houston Restaurant Week going on right now. It's weeks, really. It's not just week. It's weeks. And it's big. So there's restaurants that you can't go to normally. They're too fancy schmancy for you, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But how about this? A $55 dinner? 15 meals they provide for people if you buy a $55 dinner. $39 dinner, 9 meals are provided. $25 lunch or brunch, 3 meals provided. So that's awesome. That is just awesome, to the Houston Food Bank. So Federal American Grill, B&B Butchers, Liberty Kitchen, the original Carrabba's, Black Walnut, Carbach, Georgia James, Dozone, Dumpling House, State Fair, the Palm, Cadillac Bar, Brenner's, Grotto, all these places and more. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com and see where you can go and help people eat. Well, you going out to dinner is helping other people eat. That's great. All right, who do we got on the line, Del? Tony is here. Let's get him in here. Hey, Tony.
Hey, morning, guys. Love the show. I just wanted to get your thoughts on the history that was made over the weekend in the sport of baseball with Jen Powell Hernandez. Rumors are she's the sister of Angel Hernandez. So, I mean, what are your thoughts on that going on in the future?
She's not the sister of Angel Hernandez.
She had a tough first call.
Call.
It was the first one, which is the problem, but it was one call.
But then she settled in.
Yeah, I don't know what's the account that judges whether umpires are terrible or not.
Umpiring auditor
scorecard. I thought
on
umpire
Twitter,
scorecard.
I don't know what it is.
Is that umpire scorecard?
I don't know. I don't know if they have her complete.
They
score.
had her. She was she was 13th out of 15.
Well, that's not good.
That's not good.
First time though.
But she settled in nicely after the first pitch.
Here it is. She had 139 out of 152. Were called correctly.
So she missed on 13.
91%.
What is that?
Which was 13th.
To normal?
The Major League Baseball average is 94%.
Okay.
No. She was below average. It was her first game.
She had a couple of bad misses.
Her last name is not Hernandez.
Is it Greg?
It's not Jen Powell Hernandez.
It's not it.
That's not who she is.
Is it Greg?
It's not Eric. It's not Greg.
It's not Greg. It's not any of that stuff.
She born with 2 first names too.
Okay. Who would you rather have behind the plate, Angel Hernandez or Jen Powell?
Well, I don't know her personality, so I'm going to go with Angel Hernandez because he's a little. I'm going to go with Jim Powell. Excuse me, because Angel Hernandez is a little squirrely.
Okay, CJ Buckner had a 91%
CB.
yesterday. I mean, CB Buckner. He had I'm just a Chauncey Gardner Buckner.
No.
He had 91% accurate yesterday. Chris Conroy, 96%.
And CB's
Corey
terrible.
Blazer, 94%. Yeah, he's
CB's the new Angel Hernandez.
90% for Ryan Addison. He was a 90% in his matchup.
He
Not
sucked.
great. Wait, who was the Astros ump yesterday?
Well, whoever he was, boy, he gave Cam Smith an extra strike.
Oh, gave us 2 runs.
Yeah, 2 runs. Thank you.
Let me see if I can find the. Let me see if I can find what that score was, because that was not great.
He had a low strike zone, that's for sure.
Oh, it helped. I mean, Jason Alexander was just doinking the bottom of the zone, left and right. He was really terrific yesterday.
He really was.
Now,
one hit. He got 1 hit off him.
I know. So here it is: Astros, Yankees. Well, you know what? Jordan Baker was 95% accuracy.
Really?
Yeah, his missed
and
strikes.
you know what else you can't trust is that box.
His missed strikes were high. When he missed them, they were high. In the bottom of the zone, he actually didn't have a missed call in the bottom of the zone.
Well, okay.
Yeah, one of them that got what's his name thrown out was actually a strike. That touched. It was in the red. It showed up red on the screen. It touched the zone. So, and what's his name? Boone got thrown out on that one. But I'm looking at the one he missed.
Well, I'm telling you can't trust the TV box. By the way, I mean I don't think they have it adjusted for every. There are some of them you're like, that's the box, and so I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it, if it's going to be coordinated with television or it's going to be, or just their own box. I don't know.
No, I think it's done through Hawkeye. I think it's done through the Hawkeye system, which is pretty strong. Hawkeye system's pretty good. I think Hawkeye, or no, they use StatCast. Hawkeye's in. Wait, is Hawkeye baseball? Is that what they're using for spin rate?
Hawkeye tennis?
I think Hawkeye's also tennis. So we learned a lot. We had a big meeting with NFL. We had our NFL. We talked about some of the stuff going on with ESPN and NFL Network and things like that. I'm not any part of ESPN. I'm all NFL. I'm still NFL property. So nothing that I do is owned by ESPN. But I can tell you they spent a lot of time, more time than I was comfortable with, talking about. It was basically Scott Hansen and Kurt Warner talking to Walt Anderson about the new, the automatic chains that are out, the chainless chains, and how to spot.
It took forever in the Texans
and how
game.
to spot football. It took that was about 1 hour of our conversation was on that. It was, they don't have a chip in the football, so they're not spotting the football based on a chip or anything like that. They're not. That's not how it's going to be spotted. It's going to be spotted by humans. And then from there on, moving forward, even though it's spotted by humans, it's going to be, the system is going to be a very precise system, whether you get a first down or not. They're not going to run the chains out. They don't have to do that. But where the ball gets spotted is still by a human. It's not being spotted based on a tech in the football. And I think Patrick Claybon asked, well, why not? And they just said because they're having too hard a time figuring out where the player is and when it's grouped up, and eventually I think it will happen. But Walt Anderson said basically this whole thing, it's just like tennis. It's just like tennis. The information will be accurate relative to first down or not, same way it's really
where
accurate
it's spotted.
On in and out. Now we did say in Wimbledon, one of the calls in Wimbledon got overturned. That was used, the Hawkeye or whatever system was used. It actually got overturned. They had to go and relook at it on the so for some reason it missed there, but it doesn't often miss. And they're also, you better forget, if you think that you're going to do anything involving a gun in the NFL, any first down, and you do anything that simulates a gun at all, it's 15. And they're not even they won't even think twice. Any gun celebrations, you cock a trigger, you pump, you click your thumb or your fingers, 100% 15-yard penalty. They are not messing around with gun culture right now in the NFL. It is lift up the shirt to show your gun, bang, 15-yard penalty.
Wow. Yeah.
They
So,
said we will eliminate that
no
this year.
gunplay. No gunplay.
Malik Neighbors did it. Like half of the videos we saw, this won't be allowed next year. This won't be allowed. And I'm like, hey, this is all Malik Neighbors. What are we doing?
Malik better relax. Malik better relax.
There will be
all right,
some
we got
penalties early, but it'll go away.
Oh, speaking of guns, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Collectors Firearms.
There we go.
How about that? How about that transition? Collectors Firearms. Maybe Malik Neighbors can't do it, but you can. All you need to do is go to Collectors Firearms. Nobody has a wider selection of new and pre-owned guns. So you're looking for a gun, are you? Maybe you're a gun enthusiast. Maybe you're an avid gun collector. Maybe you're a first-time buyer. Doesn't matter, okay? Just doesn't matter, because the place to go for a gun is Collectors Firearms. Collectors Firearms is fantastic. Collectors Firearms is the biggest, baddest gun store you'll ever see. We have it right here in the city of Houston, right at Westheimer and Voss, right there. They used to be down the street on Richmond. Now they're at Westheimer and Voss in this huge store that it's not only a store, it's a museum, basically. I mean, they've got all of it's a museum / modern store. It's got all of the different memorabilia from wars going back to Revolutionary to handguns from today, and it's just incredible. Rifles, handguns, shotguns, whatever you're looking for. So if you are a gun enthusiast, or you want to know about guns for the first time, you just want some protection, or you're a hunter, there's only one place to go. CollectorsFirearms.com, CollectorsFirearms.com, 7626 Westheimer at Voss. The best damn gun shop in the world, Collectors Firearms.
Hey, I got to tell you, if you've been sitting there letting that leaking faucet drive you crazy, you hear it at night, you can't go to sleep. I got to get this fixed. Just stop. Please stop. Please stop waiting. Call Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Aqueduct Plumbing Company does an amazing job of getting the work done quickly, getting it done the right way. You don't have to worry about, someone coming out there. They come out and look at your problem. If you have a problem, if you have a leaky faucet, it's simple. They'll come out there and they'll get it done for you. Trust us from a price point standpoint, from quality work, from getting out there quickly and getting it taken care of. There's no doubt. But even when it comes to diagnosing issues, you think you may have a leak, get a hydrostatic test. Get them to do that. Moving gas lines, they can do that. You want a tankless water heater, they can do that. Are you servicing, cleaning your tankless water heater? If you're not, you need to do it. You need to do it every year. And if you haven't done it the time you've had it, make sure they come out there and do it. They'll do it 2-3 times if they need to make sure it's all clean. Aqueduct Plumbing Company, a name that you can trust. They do all the work for John and I. They can do the same thing for you. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Brother, you're preaching to the choir. The tankless water heater, I had taken care of mine. Oh, guess what happened?
What?
No hot water at my house. So Billy came out, and he had to clean out the tankless water heater because I'm an idiot.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, I didn't do it, and last week, but we have people living at our house.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're renting it.
Yeah, and they were like, there's no hot water. Oh, well, the tankless water heater. Oh, Billy. Oh, Billy. Yeah, so sorry, Billy. But I did it again. Oops, I did it again. The offensive line. D'Amico talked about the offensive line, and actually, it actually didn't look bad. I know it wasn't against, there was no game planning and blah, blah, blah. But at least they didn't get their ass kicked, okay? I know that it's just a preseason game. I know that they didn't do any stunts. There was no complex defense they were looking at, blah, blah, blah. But at least they blocked. Okay?
They did. There was issues. Like, I went back and I was watching All 22 this morning, and Blake Fisher really struggled badly. Like, his technique is a mess right now. He's leaning forward on everything.
Yeah.
He is a mess, but the rest of it got blocked up okay. He had some guy, and Davis Mills got rid of the ball quickly when Davis was in the game. Davis looked crisp. I have no issues at all with our backup quarterback, Davis Mills. I think he's probably a solid backup quarterback. He's one of those guys you call him a 3-game starter. I think he can be. Your backup. You want to be able to start 3 games. Like Case could do it. Sage could do it effectively. I don't know if Davis is there. I think he's there. Like, can you win?
Yes.
Can you go 1-2 or 2-1 with this quarterback as a starter?
Well, we think so. Even though last year, when
he had a chance,
went down,
he wasn't great. Yeah.
No, they brought in. They didn't bring Davis in. You just mentioned his name, University of Houston quarterback.
Oh, Case.
They brought in Case Keenum last year.
Well, when they had a choice
Davis.
between the two, was that last year or year before? That was last. No, it had to be. It was year before, right?
Was that the year before?
Yeah, that was year before.
Oh, well, even still.
Yeah.
Davis has had very little, but I think Davis might be one of the better. He's an upper echelon backup in the league.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'd have to take a look. I maybe top half backups in maybe so. I mean, I don't. What are we basing that on? I feel that way too, but I'm trying to think, like, what is that based on?
Well, he's got experience.
He's got experience.
Yeah. I mean, he actually was the starter for a while. I mean, look the competence that he has, the grasp of the offense. What we saw the other day. Oh, so you want to? Okay, let's have Dell. Let's do that. Let's do D'Amico talking about Davis Mills. Here is what D'Amico saw what we saw. Davis Mills looked good. He ran the offense. He was sharp. He hit passes. We got the ball out on time. The quick passing game was nice. Davis Mills actually did a pretty damn good job. If CJ is hurt, I mean, what do you got around the league? Who's gonna? Nobody's got a guy that's gonna step in and be great. Not
many. Just looking at his stats, like. Last couple of years, he's got 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. His completion percentage has been 46.2 and 55.6. Actually, his numbers, you know what? His rookie season, he had 66.8% completion percentage, 16 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. And his quarterback rating was actually the highest when he was a rookie at 88.8. And after that, it's gone 78.8, 76.1, and 72.9. But he's not really playing a whole lot over the last couple.
Yeah.
He has gotten into 10 games. Over the last 2 years. But I don't know. I just feel, for some reason, kind of confident with him. And I don't even know that he took a snap out of the gun. I'm trying to go look at this.
No, he was under center the whole time.
It was all under center.
Yeah, which is nice. I like it. I think it gives you more options. We'll see.
But is CJ going to be okay with that?
CJ will be under center.
Well, he didn't do that at Ohio State.
Well, I don't care.
I thought we were talking about getting
here.
away from – because I got to tell you, Nick Caley did some old-school Shanahan zone stuff.
Everything, all the runs were inside the tackles. I mean, not all of them, but for the majority of runs were inside the tackles as opposed to outside the tackles. And he's got a quarterback under center. We're playing old school ball, bro. I like that. Here is D'Amico Ryans talking about Davis.
Our first offensive stepped out very efficient. I like
Never mind. That sucks.
Can't hear it. Forget it.
Does the offensive line sound better? Okay. Let's go back to the offensive line and talk about what they did. The offensive line has been the biggest topic of conversation this offseason for your Houston Texans. Here is D'Amico talking about the offensive line setting the tone.
From my point of view, our O-line did a really nice job of controlling the line of scrimmage, which when we did run the football, there was no one in the backfield. There was no penetration, and it all starts up front. So I feel like those guys did a really nice job of setting the tone, and that's what we want to see from the offensive line. You come out, be physical, set the tone for the offense, and I thought that first group did a nice job.
I think they did too. I think it was a lot of positives from the game. They lost the game. Nobody cares. Graham Mertz, not a positive. Graham Mertz was not a positive. But I thought that they played. There were very few starters that played at all, defensively and offensively. So, but the offensive line showed that was the most important thing that we saw, I think, on Saturday.
I did learn something. I'm doing a little late. I learned that one broken tackle can change the perspective of a play caller, because the one time on the opening drive that the Texans fell behind the chains because of a Blake Fisher false start, it was 2nd and 9, 2nd and 10, whatever. And you know what Nick Caley called that pissed off a lot of fans last year when Bobby Slowick called him?
A little hitch.
A wide receiver scream.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it wasn't
blocked.
blocked.
It didn't fool anybody. It just so happened that Jalen Noel broke a tackle.
Yeah.
If he doesn't break that tackle, we're talking 3rd and 11, which is what happened. Now, I'm not criticizing Nick Caley. I'm more criticizing the opinions some people had of the drives. I saw Nick Caley got the ball out quick, got it to the playmakers. Bobby Slowick did that plenty. Behind the chains, got an offensive line you don't fully trust. We're going to throw the ball quickly out to one of our playmakers. This time, the guy broke a tackle against maybe a second-string safety or whatever, and it leads to a first down. If it's a better player, maybe he gets tackled.
Great call.
But once again, not an attack on Caley, just about perspectives.
Great call.
He fell.
Great play call.
Fans will be calling that a bad play.
Yeah, he fell behind the chains and threw a wide receiver screen behind the line of scrimmage.
That's right.
Here's your numbers. They ran 56 plays. 29 were in shotgun. 27 were out of shotgun. But if you really put it in perspective, only 3 running plays out of shotgun and 17 running plays under center. So, basically it was just on pass plays, they're still for sure. If it's, and they're not going to show you what they're doing, so I shouldn't say for sure. But more than likely, that's just the way the NFL operates. No one's trying to line up under center on 3rd and 5. Nobody in the NFL does that. There's no more 5-step drops out of center, 7-step drops from under center. That's not going to happen. But running – if you run the ball consistently from under center, that's when play action starts to work. That's where they have to buy into it. So it's going to be interesting to see how they move forward, how it's going to look different than and I don't even know if we'll recognize how it looks different than, I think hardcore X's and O people might recognize how it looks different, but I don't know that just generally speaking, we're going to really recognize the differences in how how it's designed. I think it's really going to be a matter of how he handles 3rd and short, how he handles, does the ball come out quicker? I noticed Davis Mills, it was coming out quick with Davis Mills when he had to throw.
Yep.
He wasn't messing around. Now, that's a veteran quarterback, too. And CJ's a veteran quarterback now. He's got 2 years under his belt. Ball needs to come out quicker in year 3.
Yep. No. CJ's got to, yeah. Well, I mean, CJ, for his own health, has got to get the ball out quicker, right? I mean,
yeah.
He would be, hey, listen, I'm going to hold on to it. I want to see, no, CJ, I would think of all people, you'd be like, nope, got to get it out here. Let's get out. Let's get the ball out. I ain't going to get killed again this year.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so, no. Well, there were a lot of good things. I don't care what the score was. And who was, the defense, whatever.
It was fine. Fine. I'm interested, though, to see who plays in the next game, though.
CJ will probably get a series.
CJ will get a series. I would imagine Titus Howard. I would imagine the offensive line's playing.
Yeah, and there's no uniformity. You look across the league. You watched Trevor Lawrence play and their starters play on the other side. Who did they play? They played the Bucks. Baker didn't play.
Nope.
So you just never know.
And then you had Landon Dickerson getting hurt for the Eagles.
In a scrimmage against his own team.
Oh, that's right. It was just a scrimmage.
Yeah, they just had, since they played earlier, they just played a little scrimmage inside their stadium. He got hurt, got carted off. We're not sure the extent of his injury, so you never know.
What about Rondell Moore?
First play back
from
my God. An injury, and he gets hurt again.
Oh, my gosh.
I know.
That is just awful. He rehabbed all year for one preseason play. I mean, does that get any? I mean, you feel so bad for a guy.
Yeah, didn't play at all last year.
Didn't play at all last year, and it was in the preseason he got hurt.
Yeah.
Good gracious.
The Bears had a back. Now he got hurt. I guess they're on Hard Knocks. I don't remember. But
Bills are on Hard Knocks.
No, I mean last year.
Oh,
the Bears on Hard Knocks. This guy was going to make the team. He got hurt. Poles said, "Hey, we're going to sign you and rehab with us." He was supposed to make the team, didn't play at all, and he was like a low-round pick, so there's a real shot. That could have been his one shot to be in the league. They signed him. He rehabbed. He was back playing. That was part of the Bears broadcast as they were filling time. So Rondell Moore was in that same journey, except he didn't survive his first play against that's. And he was out of Purdue, had some juice, played for the Cardinals for a bit, but yeah, that's tough.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Kyler almost got somebody killed on Saturday. Holy crap!
Did you see his pick where he?
Yeah.
Apparently, it was supposed to be a no look, so he was looking to the center of the field. I
think
guess
he should look from now on.
Yeah, some guys can do it. Like Matthew Stafford can do it. Tua can do it. Others people can use their eyes to move a defender. He tried the no look thing, and someone said that pick looks like when I pressed the wrong button on Madden, and just hit the wrong button, threw it right to the guy.
I mean, right to him.
It was terrible. Yeah, Kyler should maybe try looking next time.
Yeah.
He hasn't perfected the no look pass.
No. You ain't Mahomes. Let Mahomes do that.
There are some guys who are good at it, at least on that day. Kyler, terrible at it.
Yep. All right, we got a break. 6:51, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk about McGrath Pest Control. That's my guy. And listen, I've used Scott McGrath for years and years and years with the pest control, right? And we don't have any. It's so good to have Scott McGrath on your side. It doesn't smell. It used to be in the past you could smell when
there's no BBL smell with McGrath.
No,
I've noticed.
No,
yeah,
no BBL smell. None whatsoever. And then you got the mosquito murdering system, which I had at the house and was awesome. I mean, I don't remember a mosquito. It actually just pumps it out twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening. And there's no mosquitoes for the rest of the day. It's incredible. The murdering system, if you're somebody that is right now, especially hot, rainy weather, so many mosquitoes out there, you can't even go outside. You want to eat outside, you want to go in the pool, whatever it is that you're doing, and you can't because of the mosquitoes, well, call Scott McGrath and let him come to your house and install the mosquito murdering system. If you're selling your house and you need an inspection, a termite inspection, Scott McGrath does that. A lot of guys don't do that. You got to be certified to do that, and Scott McGrath is. But listen, just having no bugs. We love the McGrath. We love Scott. We love what he's done for us over the years. McGrathPestControl.com. McGrathPestControl.com. Tell Scott you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. The Athletic put out their tiers on every position. And Tier 1 quarterbacks. 50 NFL coaches and executives voted on these guys. The panel combined to 46 top-tier votes on. So Lamar Jackson made the top tier for the first time.
Yeah, there's only four, right? Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. I'm just off the top of my head. It's got to be the big four. Joe Burrow.
Actually, they got more. Matthew Stafford they added to the list.
To Tier 1?
To Tier 1. Tier 1 is a quarterback that can carry his team each week. The team wins because of him. He expertly handles pure passing situations. He has no real hose.
So there should only be like 3 tiers then.
No, there's five, but the fifth tier, there's only one guy in it. The worst tier, the Tier 5, a Tier 5 quarterback is best suited as a backup, Kenny Pickett. He's the only guy in Tier 5.
Wow.
And they got Spencer Rattler in Tier 4.
Kenny Pickett is not even a starter this year.
Right. Well, they got 34 guys.
Oh,
because they're not
you
certain.
don't. Yeah.
Yeah. So Tier 1 has Matthew Stafford in it, which I'm okay with. Matthew Stafford has been a really good quarterback for a long time.
It's a respect rating. Yeah, when he's healthy,
won a
he's
Super
still
Bowl.
Tier 1. Sure.
He won a Super Bowl. He's been,
I'd argue borderline. My guess is you're going to say CJ's Tier 2
Here's tier 2. Jaden Daniels, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy. Tier 2 is a quarterback can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. He can handle pure passing situations and doses and or possesses other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above tier 3. He has a hole or two in his game. And I could see where all those guys have a hole or two.
Well, Jaden's getting thrown there because you just don't have enough sample size.
Jaden's getting thrown there because Jaden has a hole or two in his game. He's not a
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jaden.
he probably does. We probably.
Well, I was thinking of Jalen Hurts. Yeah, Jaden is probably tier. Wait, after this year, Jaden's probably tier 1.
Yeah, well, that's why. Like to me, you got to throw him. You got to throw him in a holding cell.
Right.
That's not the right phrase, but hold him in a holding area because the fact is, we saw what happened with CJ. Like I would have, CJ looked like the truth, and then last year he's like, no, he ain't tier 1 yet.
No. Tier 3, quarterback is a legitimate starter but needs a heavier running game or defensive component to win. A lower volume drop back passing offense suits him best. Kyler Murray, Aaron Rodgers, Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Geno, Bo Nix, Sam Darnold, Drake May, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins fell off the world this past year.
It's funny. I would argue that Geno is as good as some of those guys in 2.
Yeah, probably. And Tua
Are we sure that Geno's not as good as CJ right now?
Geno was pretty good. You could make the argument. Well,
You got to raise Geno to another tier simply because of what he did over the weekend. When he went back to Seattle and they were giving him crap, so he gave him the double birds.
Double birds.
Yes.
I didn't know if that was somebody. I wasn't sure. I didn't want to say that.
What would be their problem with
Are
Geno?
you sure that they didn't?
Well, they asked Pete Carroll. I think they asked Pete Carroll about it, and so I think it's real. Because I think he said he defended Geno on it, so I believe it's real.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I mean, if I'm Geno, I love that. I mean, I love that for Geno. Yeah, give everybody double
I'm not sure
rods.
what the Seahawks fans, why they have a problem with Geno Smith. They traded him. He didn't want to leave, but the new coach said, you know what, we're going to go in a different direction. Bye.
Yeah. I don't think they'll be as good as they were with
Sam Darnold. Yeah.
No.
There was a sign that Geno reacted to, and so that's why he gave that fan the finger.
Upset
you know what?
With Geno? What's wrong? Hawks? What's wrong? 12? I can't be acting like that to Geno. That's a transient veteran quarterback. He's just going to sign his 2- and 3-year deals and try to move on to the next job.
So
he got a nice deal this time.
Yeah, the sign in question was bigger bust, Geno or Jamarcus Russell. First of all, that's a dumb question.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
Why in the world would you put that?
I guess because they're both Raiders quarterbacks now. I don't know.
Good Lord. Who got upset enough to make that sign with Geno?
Yeah.
That's something real personal. Like he cost somebody money in gambling or something. Who's that sensitive? I don't know. When we come back, we got the last hour.
Wait, tier 4.
Oh, go ahead.
Tier 4 quarterback, an unproven player, not enough information, or a veteran who ideally would not start all 17 games. Russell Wilson. Now, I think this is a little disrespectful to Russell Wilson. Okay? He put up as good a numbers as Aaron Rodgers last year, and here he is getting this kind of business. Justin Fields, I can see. Michael Penix, there's just not enough. J.J. McCarthy, Daniel Jones, Joe Flacco, Anthony Richardson, Spencer Rattler. You put Spencer Rattler in the same category as Russell Wilson. Now, that's a level of disrespect.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
I mean, if I'm Russell Wilson looking at this thing, I'm like, what? Now, what now?
Well,
I've been a star. I won a Super Bowl.
While I appreciate your defense of Russell Wilson, I feel like you see that, you yawn as you get up from bed and realize Sarah's sleeping right next to you, and you're like, you know what? Life's pretty good. Life's pretty good. Like, you guys say whatever you want. Whatever you got to say about me, that's fine.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean,
but I am being disrespected a little bit, though.
He
a
is.
little bit.
He is, but Russ seems like the type. He'll adopt whatever theme the Giants have. He'll put that hashtag in any tweet, and then realize I got Sierra over here. So appreciate it, Athletic, but whatever. I'm living my life. Unlike we got to go to break. Unlike David Justice, which we should talk about. Did you see what David Justice said?
Let's do that.
And why he left Halle Berry.
It caused quite a little fuss amongst the community.
A couple sides to this story. We should
I know
get
which
into.
side John's on. Well, I shouldn't say that because he lives on the other side of this.
Yeah, he is the homemaker. So
yeah.
we should talk about David Justice and the reasons he gave for dropping one of the most beautiful women in the world.
Right. Well, yeah, we could do it. Let's do it on the other side. Right now, though, I'm talking about Brinkman Quality. Now, when quality is in your name, BrinkmanQuality.com. You know, when they started the website, they said, well, they could have just done Brinkman Roofing or Brinkman whatever, Brinkman.com, whatever, because they've been around for 50 years, so they were there right at the beginning, and they chose Brinkman Quality because quality is the most important thing to them. Doing quality work, all right, having quality product, being a quality business. How do you stay in business for 50-plus years? Because you're quality. You do everything about you is quality, and that's what Brinkman is. BrinkMann. So if you're looking for them, Brinkman Quality, a free consultation. They'll come to your home and they'll let you know. If they give you a clean bill of health, they just leave. Okay, no, you're fine. Everything is good. If you're smart and you haven't checked on your roof in 10, 15, 20 years, then you call Brinkman's 844-215-2840. And you have them come to your house absolutely free. But if you don't do anything, like, and your roof doesn't withhold the storms that are coming your way, we've got hurricane season coming up. We're going to have some hellacious storms. We always do. And if your roof doesn't hold up, then guess what? You ain't getting paid by the insurance company. So let Brinkman come, give you a clean bill of health, or fix whatever problems you have. And trust them. Because they've been doing this, they ain't ripping you off. They've been doing this for 50 years. They know what they're doing, and they're going to do a quality job. 844-215-2840 or BrinkmanQuality.com.
Hey. We got our big listening party at St. Arnold, and we're doing it because, number one, they've been known to have, they have great beer, fresh beer, obviously, fantastic beer, the best beer, the greatest beer. They've also got awesome food, but, they can throw a party over there. And if you got a big birthday party, if you got a big company event that you want to host there, family reunion, trade shows, corporate meetings, holiday gatherings. A lot of people like to have Christmas parties out there or Friendsgiving out there. They can all do it for big parties or small parties, for as little as 20 people or as many as 300. For small parties, they've got the Investors Pub, which is awesome. And then for bigger parties like we're going to throw for the listener event, we've got the beer hall that we're hosting for 300 people there at St. Arnold. They've got projectors and screens, so all the AV capabilities, if you need that, is in place. Full in-house catering menu, whether it's just an appetite, a bunch of appetizers or an entire full-on feast. They've got you set up. Of course, ciders, beers, soft drinks. They've got everything for you. And since you're a listener of this fine station, mention ESPN and my name, Lance Zierlein, and you're going to receive the brewery game package absolutely free for your event when you host your event there. And the game package includes dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and as a bonus, they're going to throw in the phone booth, so a photo booth rather. So it's just something they're throwing in there, add-on, absolutely free. Get started at starnold.com, singular, starnold.com. Click on private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So I'm looking to pick my batter tonight that's going to get a hit in Major League Baseball. And one of the guys they suggest that you take tonight is Warming Bernabel. His name is Warming Bernabel.
And you're going to go with him?
Why would I not?
Well, you're just begging to lose.
He's hitting .333, 19 for 57.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who does he play for?
Colorado. Never heard of him. Warming Bernabel. I'm taking him for sure. How could I not take Warming Bernabel? I mean, come on. They got a bunch of, apparently, Mikolas for St. Louis, every time he pitches, they always suggest you take the other team's hitters. So he's not very good. He's got a 5.11 ERA. I'll take Mickey Moniak, too, tonight. Let's go.
Okay. I mean, if you choose to.
Yeah, I choose to. Okay? I don't want to take
Mickey Moniak, you're just begging to lose.
Moniak and Warming Bernabel. No, if I win tonight, if I get both hits tonight, what? I'm a genius. I'm a baseball genius.
No one's calling you a genius.
Yeah, I am.
No one's going to call you that.
But the Astros are facing Crochet tonight.
He's known to be pretty good.
Yeah. What do we expect out of Christian Javier?
That's what I was going to ask. Based on what we saw from Arrighetti, I'm not expecting anything great. I'm expecting, and Christian's not a guy who's a big, huge, strike, throw. I think if you get to 4 innings, if you get 4 complete innings, you've got a good outing for him. A good outing. That's probably not. You got the outing you're looking for. You'd like to get to 4. I think 3 1/3, 3 2/3 possible. I would expect more hits than innings pitched. I would expect at least 2 earned runs, maybe more. I'm hoping we see some strikeout numbers. What I want to see is the velocity. I'd like to see him working at 93 miles an hour. If his fastball is working at 93, I think that's a decent sign. And I want to see. I don't know. I don't know. I'd like to see some wipeout pitches. I'd like to see him get 2 strikes, wipe people after strikeouts. What am I talking about? I want to see him look good. I just don't. I just think, based on what we saw from Arrighetti, the reality is there's just a big difference going from AAA, and it's not like he was killing people in AAA. He's been giving up runs in AAA, so I don't know. I think it could be a little rough tonight.
Yeah, it could be like Arrighetti's start.
Yeah, it's okay though. I want to see what happens by start 3.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
But John, you know,
we gotta have a little bit of patience.
Let me ask you something. Is this? You have to do it. Are you a little bit scared that you're going through a spring training with Arrighetti and Christian Javier, and I'm presuming Luis Garcia? These guys are going to have to basically get right by taking major league starts, and you're potentially going to get behind in these games. Does that bother you at all now that Seattle's a half game behind?
Well, of course.
Because you have to throw them, and like the great Jason Alexander, can't have him anymore.
Well, why can't we have nice things still?
Well, you can't because all your guys are coming back.
And, maybe we stack them. Maybe it's Javier and Garcia.
The great Brandon Walter, you're done with him.
I know. That's such a shame. Brandon Walter was so good. So good. I mean, I hate to see that. Hate to see that for the kid. And J.P. France is coming back, too.
Where's he pitching?
And so's Blister.
Dude, there is a chance that like 5 pitchers are on your playoff roster that weren't even on your roster to start the season.
No, start the season until 2 months left in the season. Less than 2 months.
JP, well, yeah, if you do like that, then you can add McCullers too. Yeah. But McCullers, France, Garcia, Eric. Well,
Javier.
Yeah,
Eric Getty and Javier.
That. Yeah, and Javier. There's 5 right there.
Yeah. How about that?
Can you imagine 5 out of like 11 pitchers?
I can't imagine all of them being good.
No, I can't either. But I'm hoping 2 of the 5 are good.
Right. All right. So this David Justice thing. All right. What exactly what did he say that was wrong?
Well, let's allow people to listen, and they can determine whether he's right or wrong. He's sitting down with Matt Barnes here. Here's David Justice on why his relationship with Halle Berry didn't work out.
We never had any major issues like that. Mm-hmm. It's just that because I was young and had only been in, honestly, one real relationship before her, my knowledge and my understanding, my wisdom around relationships just wasn't vast. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at my mom, and I'm a Midwest guy, so in my mind, I'm thinking a wife at that time should cook, clean.
Traditional.
And then I'm thinking, okay, if we have kids, is this the woman I want to have kids with and build a family with? And at that time, as a young guy, she don't cook, don't clean, don't really seem like motherly. And then we started having issues.
I got to be honest with you. I didn't hear the whole thing, the beginning. He actually twice said at that time I was young, my knowledge wasn't very vast. He actually, because people online lit him up, not everyone, but it turned into a male and female argument. If that's the same thing you saw, Del, that's what I saw about what's wrong with what he said. If you can't cook and you can't clean, and I was like, oh, this is going to be an ugly argument.
You can pay someone
to do all that,
but she's not motherly.
She's not
motherly. He hit her with she doesn't seem motherly.
Well, see, my wife is a career woman, but she's very motherly, and she cleans and she doesn't cook. I cook, but she's very motherly. I could see where he would say, "Yeah, man, does she seem like a mom to me? Is that something that she really wants, or is she going to be more worried about her career?" He said, she goes on to say, she asked me to marry her after knowing me for 5 months. I said, okay, because I couldn't say no. Who's going to say no to that? I don't know if my heart was really into it. And then, he married Rebecca Villalobos. They had he and Halle had more differences. They didn't know each other that long, and I don't know.
But
I don't have any problem with what he said.
They married for 4 years, and I can't speak to what a woman thinks about that. I can just read what some of them said. Not all of them, but what the reaction was. If I'm Halle Berry, I'm not cooking or cleaning either. That's what some women said. That's not all women. And some men were like, at the time, he was David Justice. He was a star baseball player. Perhaps, I guess the debate was who was a bigger star at the time, David Justice or Halle Berry. And should David Justice just be like, you know what, I'm cool because you're Halle Berry, even if you don't fit the ideal of a woman I want to be with.
Well, he was looking for his mom. What did mom do?
Yeah.
Well, Halle Berry was never your mom. Your mom did not have that going on. Did he not see Swordfish?
Well, that was after.
My mom
Oh, okay.
My mom did not look like Halle Berry at all.
Well,
no.
I don't know what David Justice's mom looked like, but probably not Halle Berry. No.
Listen, and she was in this country, that country, making movies.
They were
all
never
over
together, all that stuff.
I mean, that's not. I could see where he'd be like, no, this isn't what I'm looking for.
But it's like, for some people, how could you leave Halle Berry?
You fumbled the bag.
But you know that age-old adage that probably shouldn't be repeated.
Say it.
No matter what you think of this woman, some dude somewhere is tired of her.
That's the adage.
That's the adage. And maybe it strikes at the core to some people, like, if Halle Berry can't keep a man, what chance do I have?
And it works the other way. Jennifer,
she's tired of him.
Angelina Jolie got tired of Brad Pitt stuff.
It happens. It happens. Everyone.
Wendy's probably tired of John stuff.
Oh, see, that's
I'm
ugly.
sure. Yeah. I mean, Giselle got tired of Tom Brady.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Went for her workout warrior.
It happens.
Yeah.
No one's immune.
No one. I mean, I know Wendy's sick of me.
But
you just know it.
She's got to be.
Okay.
There's 0% chance that she's not
And
sick of
Nicole's probably sick of your flat pancake ass, too.
What'd he say?
Nicole's probably sick of your flat pancake ass.
Yeah.
Right now she is. Actually, I can say with 100%, she can't stop talking about how messy and how she lives with a bunch of slobs. She can't, and I'm like, the kids are slobs. You too. I love saying it's not me. I love acting like, yeah, get them. Because she gets mad at me, and I'm not nearly as slobby as those punk-ass kids.
No.
But
where'd they learn it from?
But I learned it from watching you, Dad.
Mm-hmm.
No, you didn't. You just, well, it must be baked into their DNA. I guess I must have given them that, but yeah, no, she probably is tired of me right now. I would say based on this weekend, she is tired of me. Yeah, because I was going out having drinks with my friends, and she wasn't. And so now all of a sudden,
she likes doing that.
Well, yeah, and she goes hard in the paint. I can't hey, do we have to sprint every time? Does every time have to be a 100-meter sprint? Can't we treat something like an 800 meters sometime and just
like pace?
Yeah, can't we just?
Oh,
pace?
I don't know. If you're Kenyan, you ain't pacing, bro. You're all out sprint. She's Kenyan.
Well, in a marathon,
no, she's not, because Kenyans can keep that pace up for a long time.
Yeah,
she's not your Kenyan.
No,
you're Kenyan,
you're
John.
the
You
Kenyan.
can keep up a pace. She is not Kenyan.
She can't.
She is a sprinter being asked to run a 400 meters.
Mm.
And you know what happens to them? They get off to a good start, and then what happens?
Then what happens?
Everyone passes them, and they end up laying down on cold tile.
What?
That seems specific.
Yeah. No, but my wife she has a good time. I'm just always, playing goaltender. Just keep, hey, we okay here. You can slow down a little bit on that one. She's like, excuse me? Well, I'm just saying. No, but I think I was like yesterday, I was having a drink with Solus and McCool. We're a two-headed dog having a little cold, some cold cocktails, and she was at the house.
Huh.
She wasn't.
That's why she's sick of you.
She wasn't real happy about that.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest. And there was something. Oh yeah, and because I was yelling on the phone, I wasn't yelling at her. I was yelling about what I was mad at, and I told her, and she just thought that I didn't quote unquote apologize to her about yelling and screaming. But I get a phone gets sent, and Marty, we're finally going to take her from flip phone to a regular phone. I've been holding off on regular because they're addictive and you just can't avoid it. So she's going into high school. She's going to HSPVA. Shout out to Marty for getting into that performance arts school. And I'm like, okay, I can't ever go to school on a flip phone. She'll get punked out like that.
No, she will.
And so, and I get it, and I go to AT&T, and we turn it on, what's the passcode to get in? I'm like, passcode? Anybody had this phone? Oh, I can't get in. And I'd wasted, the guy tell me this would take just 5 minutes. I said, I don't have a lot of time. If not, I can come back tomorrow. It was there 27 minutes. He told me I was going to be there 5 minutes. I was late to where I was supposed to go. And now I find out, how the do I have a passcode on a phone that AT&T just shipped to me? No one's even opened this damn box. Now I got to go into Apple and mess with this. I was so pissed off. And I'm yelling I was telling my wife how mad I was.
Because you were late for having drinks? Oh, my God.
She's like, she's texting, what are your plans for later? Are we meeting McCool, this, that, and the other? And I'm like, I called her. I said, listen, I don't know any of my plans. All I know is that AT&T, and I'll get this phone, and I'm yelling, and then my daughter starts crying because I'm all mad. And then they get in trouble with, then I got to go apologize to Marty. I hear her crying. I'm like, why are you crying? I'm just yelling in the phone because I'm mad at AT&T. I didn't yell at you.
Because my drunk dad, who just wants to get
I was
drunk.
like, you think I was drunk
That's all
dad
he wants
or
to
something?
do is
I
get
just
drunk.
lost
and
my.
Instead of having a nice moment, buying his daughter a phone, it turned into her.
That's what I was doing. I'm like, I want to. Come on, Marty, get in the car. We're gonna go down there, and I'm gonna get your phone right now instead of Monday.
Like a
nice
nice
surprise you.
Like
Get in
a
the
nice
car.
father should.
I want to surprise you a little bit. Guess what? Surprise! And then AT&T, and my phone's not going back out.
You know what you've done? You became a feature in her one-woman show.
No, she's gonna write. She'll always remember that. Stop crying! It's not bad.
When she's up on stage and the director is asking her to dig deep in one of the plays, and she needs to like emote, she's gonna remember this, and that's how she cries.
I'm asking you to go to a place where you were devastated and it felt like life was crumbling down around you. I want you to take that energy, find that place. And like, I remember I was going to just get my first iPhone with my dad, and then he's screaming and yelling, and my mom got mad, and she didn't talk to him for the weekend, basically. She kept waiting for an apology.
We got to.
And I'm not now at this point. I'm not apologizing.
Right. Well, you were a bad. Instead of a wonderful moment with your daughter, she gave her a traumatic experience. Congratulations.
I did, yeah, and I made my wife mad.
And your wife mad.
There's no nachos for the foreseeable future.
Well, there is HR&P, okay? And HR&P is something that's a positive. Lance's fatherhood, not so much. HR&P, yep, love them. Love what they do with us and for us, okay? Because they're with us. They're part of our business, and they'll be part of your business too. They have a vested stake in your business. They want your business. They have to have your business succeed. If your business doesn't succeed, they lose a client. So they're going to give you the best advice, okay? They're going to give you the best payroll technology. They're going to get that payroll, and it doesn't matter if it's salary, if it's hourly, if it's commission. Doesn't matter. They figure everything out. Their technology is second to none. So there's that. The HR, if you don't handle it right, which you could mess it up, they're there for you. Taxes, all the things, and the 401k plans, the benefits packages, the insurance packages, all of those things. HR&P is with you and going to give you the best advice they possibly can. They want you to succeed. They want you to be as good as you can possibly be. They do that for us, and they do that for all of their clients. Find out, get a free evaluation, let them come to your business and see what you're doing and how you can do it better. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. A reminder, Thursday, we will be picking our last two contestants, one winner, two contestants, and for our fantasy draft. This will be our last one, last giveaway. And it's going to be open for the whole show. But we'll tell you how. We'll tell you how. So it'll be open for everybody, the whole show. That's what we're going to do. Matter of fact, we're doing it right now. And that'll be a great way for everybody to have a chance. And I know a lot of people want to get in August 28th and 29th at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Just fun time had by all. And we've already got, we picked 6, right? We got 3 winners. We got 6 in, Del?
Correct.
So we're looking for our last 2 contestants. That'll be fun. And we go to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, my favorite. That's my favorite. All right, 713-780-3776, but you better get in a hurry. We're already should be breaking again. This is going to be a quick segment here. And then we'll do What Did We Miss? And then News of the Weird.
No, that's on Fridays.
No, What Did We Miss?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. We do so many What Did We Do things, I got confused. We do What Did We Learn? We do What Did You Learn on the show? And What Did We Miss? Yeah, sorry.
Right. But quickly, okay, so I don't know that we missed much from the Astros or the Texans, right? I know we missed some other stuff that's going on around the world of sports. But I don't think we missed much from the Texans or Astros. What a great weekend. And then we got Christian Javier going tonight, Carlos Correa coming back home, and Alex Bregman coming back home. And that's what's going to go on tonight. Tickets are a little bit more expensive tonight than they would normally be on a Monday night. But it is the Red Sox that are in town, and they're hot. The Astros in first place by half a game, so this is kind of a big deal. And we got the returns of Carlos and Alex Bregman. So that's fun. I can't wait to see the response for Carlos. I'm really looking forward to it. That kind of stuff, I love that stuff.
What'd you think of, how about this? Blue Ball. That's our
Blue
guy.
Balls.
The right-hander went 6 shutout innings, allowing 3 hits, 2 walks, and struck out 7. He might be one of those guys late in the season that might be coming out of nowhere, especially if some of these pitchers coming back don't have it. He might be a guy that the Astros are like, you know what? We didn't see this coming, but maybe he's a guy that could end up factoring in as we head down the end of the year.
Well, it's Jason Alexander, that guy, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we're going to replace them with guys that we know.
And Blue Ball,
maybe those guys are better right now.
No. Blue Ball might be better. The other day, now it kind of came out of nowhere, so we don't know, but he's followed it up with another strong performance. He was throwing 97 the other day in the game. Now, he did give up a couple of home runs, but that was basically all they got on him when he came in relief. He looked really good. So, I don't know. I guess it's a good problem to have, but it is still a little bit of an issue because you really don't know what you have with Arrighetti, Javier, and at some point Garcia. At some point sooner rather than later. Those 3 guys, McCullers, to me, you're kind of just – you almost write Lance off. I mean, you hope that he comes back and does something, but he hasn't been effective when he's pitched. He had a couple games, 2 or 3 game stretch where he was like, hey, Lance McCullers is looking good. Other than that, just hasn't been very good. And it's to the point where you almost just can't, like, pencil him in like, okay, he's reliable. He's going to be one of the guys where right now I don't know how Lance even fits in. I really don't. And especially if you think about J.P. France coming back, you think about Wisniewski coming back at some point. You think about all these starters being better next year. I don't know what the future holds for Lance McCullers next year, except for the fact that not Javier, but obviously Fromber,
Yeah.
You don't know if Fromber sticks around. You don't know if the Astros target. My guess is the Astros may target a pitcher in the offseason. It may not be a number 2, but they may target a pitcher, especially if Javier looks good when he comes back. They may say, all right, let's go try to find, see if we can get Dylan Cease on the cheap. Let's get him for 2 years, 1 year. I could see them doing that next year. And if that happens, I just don't know how much longer they can count on Lance McCullers, because really they haven't been able to count on him since.
Oh, really?
I don't know when the last time for a full season.
All right, haven't been able to count on Lance McCullers.
What, since 21?
Okay.
No. I don't know when the last time you could count on him for a full season.
Not a full season.
He still has, 1 year left?
Yeah, this is next year's the last. It's been 5 years of waiting on Lance McCullers.
Yeah, man. It's a sad story because Lance, when he's on, can be really, really good. But it's just, let's just face it. Right now, you got a bunch of question marks with a ton of guys coming back. Yeah. And it really...
you talk about questionable money on pitchers. The guys that they gave money to, Montero, Christian Javier, and Lance McCullers.
That's so... And those guys were so good in 22.
Yeah.
I mean, McCullers came back. Actually, McCullers in a short time period was pretty good in 22 when he's come back from his injury. Christian Javier looked like the next big star. Christian Javier was one of the top 3 odds to win Cy Young in the AL the next year. After he no-hit a team in the postseason, Christian Javier was one of the top 3 gambling odd players to win Cy Young in the AL. That's how good he was. And now it's just they've been throwing money away.
Yep. All right. Let's break. I got a couple of things that we missed that we will get to on the other side. Golden Nugget is something that I missed dearly because I love the Golden Nugget. I love being just a couple hours down the road from Houston. So easy to get to. The hotel is clean, beautiful. It feels like it's still brand new. A brand new hotel. The beds are everything about it. Everything about it. It's just fantastic. I love it. It seems. Honestly, you walk through the hallways and you're like, really? This has been around a little while. It's like it's brand new. The casinos are Vegas style casino. If you haven't played the golf course, play it. Go there and play it. Bring your clubs and play it because it's great. All of the restaurants. You've got seafood, you've got steak, you've got Italian, you've got Mexican, you've got noodles, you've got everything you could Asian, everything you could possibly want. You've got poker room, which is awesome, which I love. The swimming pool is what? What don't you have? Plus, you're saving hundreds and hundreds of dollars. A couple of people are going to Vegas. That's $1,000 that you save right now, just driving 2 hours as opposed to flying to Vegas. That's $1,000 you save right now. Plus, it's going to be cheaper than the hotels in Vegas. Everything about it. You're looking for a best place to play. Get your gamble on. Have a great time. You have your fantasy draft. Everything. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Something we missed. Do either of you guys know who Connor Zilish is?
No, I don't know who he is.
Say it again.
Lance? Connor Zilish?
Oh, he's a power lifter.
Not a power lifter. Matter of fact, he won't be lifting too much. He's the NASCAR driver that fell out of his car. Did you see this?
I saw that.
I did see that. That's Connor Zilish.
That's Connor Zilish. He's won 6 times. He went up to celebrate and out of his window, climbed out, put his foot on the roof of his car and slipped and fell down, and he got his left foot caught in the car and fell and broke his collarbone. I thought it was his head, which he could have killed himself. But he broke his collarbone falling, celebrating his victory in NASCAR. I mean, you talk about a dangerous sport, driving around for however many laps with, guys going 200 miles an hour around you. And afterwards, you fell off of your car and broke your collarbone. You got to feel really bad about that. I mean,
y'all talk about me.
Yeah, it's
talk
almost
about
like
me.
you're the Lance Zierlein of NASCAR.
Sad. You guys are talking about me when really there's people doing it way worse than me.
I mean, it's like he was on a ladder trying to clean his gutters. Still, it's stupid.
That was stupid.
There's a report out.
So that guy's the what did you say, the Lance Zierlein of NASCAR?
Of NASCAR.
Is there a Kyle Larson of ESPN 97.5? Make a list. Make a list.
Speaking of which, have you seen what Noah is doing?
Noah Kanega. We found out that's how you pronounce his name. Kanega.
We're off the hook now.
Yeah, Kanega.
Yeah, but
they just put an A in there that's not even in there.
Yeah.
You see, he's branding his name.
Yes, you can buy a Kanega hat.
Kanega.
Oh,
how's that spelled, though?
K-N-I. This is his name. Noah K-N-I-G-G-A.
I think it says Kanega.
That's how they're pronouncing
Where's the A?
I don't. Well, there's a lot of English words that have letters in it, but actually don't have letters in it. And they pronounce them.
In the Spanish language, E is pronounced A, not I.
Right, but
I is E.
That's fine, but you'll have to tell me where's the E.
There's no E.
Well, let me be clear. It's Kanega.
Oh, Kanega.
Kanega.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Kanega. Noah Kanega, yeah.
You can totally get away with that.
Yeah, Noah Kanega.
What if people say, I'm not comfortable spelling your name?
Well, it's on hats now, so get comfortable.
It's on hats. Just says K. Niga. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah,
Niga.
and people are none too pleased that he's doing that.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
Who cares?
It's the spelling of his last name. He owns his last name.
And if someone
name, image, and likeness. You fought for this. You all wanted this. So now you got it.
This is truly name, image, and likeness, though.
If someone wants to wear a hat with that written across the front of it, so be it.
It's his name, and he's getting paid for it.
Like, it's much like the people, and I finally saw one of those in the wild when I was going to my favorite Chinese buffet. One of the Texas hats, but instead of the X, that large T on the top. I saw one of those in the wild. Someone was wearing it. Tetas. So, much like that, if you want to buy the hat, you can wear it and deal with the consequences, if there are any.
Well, I don't know if the Tetas is going to get any.
No, I'm talking about the Kanega hat.
Yeah. That one.
Yeah, because not everyone knows about some Eastern Washington 2.5 to 3-star linebacker. So go ahead. Eastern Michigan, excuse me.
I don't know if it's true. There's some site.
It's never a good sign when. Are we doing news? Is this news of the weird?
Not yet.
Okay, guys, it's never a good sign when John goes, I don't know if this is true.
Well, here's the deal is, it says Kevin Durant could reportedly sign a 2-year, $100 million contract extension with the Rockets per Basketball Talk.
Okay.
So I don't know who Kurt Heelan is. He's got.
I don't know if he still does or if that website is the one I'm thinking of. But I know he used to work for like the basketball version of Football Talk. He worked for the basketball version of that.
NBA on NBC.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's got 92,000 followers. I don't know if that's right, but it would be 20 million less than the max extension. So whether it's true or not,
I mean,
I don't know.
that's great if that's true.
That is great. If it's 20 million less. And then Sam Quinn of CBS Sports ranked the value of the 63 future first-round picks in the NBA that have been traded. And 3 of the top 7 belong to the Rockets. A 2020 number 7 is a 2027 swap with the Nets. Number 5, a 2027 first from the Suns. And number 3 is a 2029 swap with the Suns. So apparently they believe that the Suns are going to suck, and those picks are going to be valuable.
Yeah, we saw this happen, and people thought the Texans pick that they traded to the Cardinals was going to be very valuable.
Right.
And then CJ was CJ, and of course Will Anderson was Will Anderson. And then all of a sudden that pick wasn't that as valuable as people thought it would be. So projecting 4 years in the future seems a little tough.
Right. We have no idea.
Yeah.
We have no idea. But they're on a trajectory, the Suns, to be really, really crappy for years to come.
Mm-hmm.
Unless the picks hit, if Jalen becomes something we didn't expect.
Then finally, something we missed. And maybe there's something else, Del, that you found that we missed, or you, Lance. Most wins this decade by notable teams. College basketball. Number 1, by far, the Houston Cougars.
Yeah, they dominate the American. They now dominate the Big 12, and they generally go on deep tournament runs.
160 wins this decade. Next closest, Gonzaga. 143.
Wow, that's great. That's the most wins this decade. That's a really cool stat.
Yeah.
That's a really cool stat.
I wish they would have had one more.
Yeah, one more win.
One more.
Oh, man, oh, my God. I can't believe they lost that game. They just had a national championship in their hands. Ugh.
Yeah. But
couldn't even get a shot off.
What a program. Calvin's done an unbelievable job.
Unbelievable
job. Yep. All right, Del, did we miss anything?
No, not really, because it hasn't happened yet, but we had the poll come out for the coaches last week. The AP poll will come out, the one that actually will be represented on TV next to the game. So we'll see, or during the game. So we'll see. Texas appears to be going to be in line to be number 1. That feels, from what I can tell, I saw a little preview, expect the Longhorns to be the number 1 team in the country. And maybe they lose that ranking pretty early because they got Ohio State the first week, but the AP poll should come out a little later today.
It'll be validated if they beat Ohio State at Ohio State.
Definitely.
For sure. How good is saying?
Well, according to Ryan Day, he said the thing I don't know that would give any fan base confidence. This is going to go down to the wire when it came to the quarterback competition.
Oh, really?
Unless he's trying to just keep guys around so no one transfers out early, which is a very real possibility. It doesn't sound like anyone's separating themselves, which generally means not great. You would love to have a number 1 guy, and maybe that comes 2 weeks before the game. He announces a starter. But he said the battle between him and I think a kid named Keinholz, who's older, is going to be something that they don't figure out till very late in camp.
So Kanega has his hats. If I'm saying, my hat is, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's all.
If you win the job, or not, I guess, but it would help if you won the job. Who's buying a hat for the backup quarterback?
No, especially with a stupid name like that.
Yeah, you better win the job.
Yeah, you better win the job so you can sell your hats. I'm just saying.
This all started when Jalen Milroe decided to have like a brand
naysayer.
Let a naysayer know. This all started with that. Now everyone can put anything on a hat or a T-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I hope Reese.
That's name, image, and likeness.
I really hope Reese Davis has to deal with Kaniga.
It's unlikely, but if he does, then it means that he has really taken off and he's portaled somewhere bigger.
Yeah, he's going to have to be a good player and then portal someplace.
What if his dad said, "Well, let me know"? Okay, Kaniga's dad.
No,
That's too dad jokey.
Yeah, I don't want to know.
You've gone too far. By the way, Dell and I both watched a horror film, and we wanted to watch it together, but
no, we didn't. You wanted to watch it together.
What did you watch together? Did you guys have popcorn?
We didn't watch together.
We kind of watched it together.
We maybe watched it almost at the same time, but in different locations.
Were you guys under a blanket?
No,
I
just told
not
you
under
we
a
weren't
blanket.
together.
Oh.
We watched Weapons, the horror movie.
with the girl from Ozark.
Yeah, Julia Garner.
Julia Garner and Josh Brolin.
Ruth Langmore.
And it was my first time going to, John, you go to iPick where the fancy Richies go. I just went to River Oaks Theater, the old school where the independent theater fans go.
Oh, I love that.
And it was cool. I had a good burger there. It was food was good. The seats aren't as good as iPick. I mean, you know, but there's more of them.
Pay $50 a ticket either.
There's more of them. No, but it's not cheap. But yeah, you're not paying as much as iPick. Trust me. And the food was good.
Oh.
Food was
All
good.
right. We got a couple of news of the weird stories on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But in the meantime, we got Chastang Ford. I love me some Chastang Ford. I love a family-owned business. I've got a few of them I was thinking about. I got, Air Team is a family-owned business, and McGrath Pest Control and Brinkman. But the Chastangs have been doing it longer than all of them, 80-plus years, okay? And now, right now, you got until September 2nd to get in on this deal. And I hate telling you that because I want you to act now, because I want you to get over to Chastang Ford. And once these 2024s are gone, they're gone. So I would suggest you get over there now. This offer is going to end September 2nd, but you get 0% financing for 48 months, nothing down, no payments for up to 90 days on select 2024 and 25 models. So once the 24s are gone, they're gone. You can't get it anymore. I would suggest you get there now and get in while the 24s are still there. Plus, you're going to get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan. There's never a dealer add-on, no added fees. Transparency is a must at Chastang Ford. Get the price that you have to have with the truck that you want, not the truck that, the dealers, all these other dealerships want to give you because they want to add on and mark up. Nope. Customize it how you want at Chastang Ford and get zero down for 48 months, no down payment, and no payments for 90 days. That's ridiculous. Plus a 2-year maintenance plan. All at ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford. All right. This is a story I think that is obvious. People who are obsessed with golf may be more intelligent, a study shows. A direct association between golf obsession and better performance on cognitive tests. We're just smarter than you, okay? And it has nothing to do with Frisbee golf. It's golf. Obsessive, okay? We're smarter than you. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I don't think so, but I can't speak for the entire disc golf community.
Well, you don't know nothing. I mean, disc golf community, really?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Speak to them. But we walk courses. We don't get in carts and say, if it's not cart path only, I'm not playing. We don't. We go out there and get in the heat and just say, let's mix it up a little bit.
I just want you to admit that you're not as smart as me.
Clearly we are.
Well, that's all. That's
if
all
you
I
were
need.
smarter, you'd realize we'd never do that.
Apparently, they're looking into Cybertrucks are wanted by the Air Force as missile targets. Do you want to shoot a missile at a Cybertruck?
No.
Why not? How much fun would that be?
It'd be fun, but I just don't. Is it free?
Well, I don't know. They're going to buy them, I guess, or
is it free to do? Because if it's not free to do, I got other bills I got to pay.
Apparently,
they're throwing money away to shoot a missile at something.
They just like blowing up Cybertrucks. Do you think it's because they hate Elon or because they look like tanks?
I think it's probably the tank thing. Although we did find out they're not necessarily tanks.
No, they don't perform like tanks.
No.
Well, Chance has got one. Maybe we should just blow his up.
We're not gonna. This is not a segment where we talk about blowing up people's cars. This could get us in a lot of trouble.
I don't know what this us thing is. You two, maybe, not me. I am out.
Speaking of which, a guy apparently a guy who went in and he's on trial right now for detonating a bomb under his former boss's car. I mean, 1950 called. The mafia called from 1950 and said, hey, this is what we do. You can't steal that.
Do bosses have to live in fear of going out to their cars again?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bosses have to live in fear all over.
Look.
After Giovanni.
No, that's actually true.
I don't know. Not the Target CEO, apparently. Do you see what they're doing? In preparation, I guess, to get themselves or the customer used to how the tariffs will affect them, they're already like upping the prices of current things that are in the store. Like, well, when the new shipment comes in, this is going to cost us more than cost the customer more. So let's just get started. They're like raising the prices of items that are already in the store by like $5, but they're covering up the current sticker and just putting a new sticker. The women who shop at Target are aware of what you're doing, Target. So be careful.
You ain't being slick.
That's not healthy. That's not healthy for a CEO to do that.
Yeah, I would just say Walmart is doing it too, apparently, where the prices are raised of items that are already in stock.
Yeah.
All right, be careful. You know, things have happened to CEOs. Check underneath your car. That's all I'm saying.
I would think twice. Think twice before you raise prices at Walmart because you're asking for it. You're really, really asking.
You have to have one of those mirrors underneath the car.
Nah, you just send out an assistant to turn the key first.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Or push start the car, whatever type of car you got.
Thank God Michael Corleone had his wife start the car.
Apollonia, no!
Had his wife start the car.
Right.
No, that was her trying to be independent and drive the car herself.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Michael didn't send her out there.
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday.
She just wanted to drive the car. Apollonia just wanted to drive the car, and look what it got her.
David Justice would have sent Halle Berry out there to start.
Yeah. I mean, and she was a hottie, too. She was a hottie.
I mean,
Apollonia?
Apollonia.
Well, Apollonia Katera, Prince's girl, was real hot.
I mean, it's talked about quite a bit, but the downgrade from Apollonia to Kay.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my God! It's just a generational fumble.
Yeah. Yeah, and then she goes and aborts your kid.
Well, that's
Well,
that's
now you're
deeper
going-
into the story. Yes.
Now you're- Look at Sean Mapes is in there like, how did you let him say that? See, this is what happens when the show goes past. You're going to get into trouble.
I didn't foresee. I
We don't
should
care.
have.
It's not our show anymore. It's Dell's show
It's
now.
still your show because
You said it.
But yeah, it doesn't matter whose show it is. You said it.
No, doesn't matter. It's not my. It's not our show.
It
We can
is
say
because
whatever
my
we want
open
now.
hasn't begun. It's still News of the Weird. This is still
That's
your
not
show.
right.
No. It's after 8. It's after 10 o'clock. It's your
Oh,
show.
so
now.
when you do this live coming up, does that money go to me?
It does. Lance, do it. Give the money
Does
to
your
Dell.
money go to me with your
It's
live?
his money.
This is my show now.
Go talk about John Daspit and give it to Dell.
No, I want to talk about John Daspit
All right, then,
suing
settled. This is
people
still your
who
show.
injure you, usually on the roadway at the workplace due to their negligence. At this point, I got to check. Maybe negligence of word is something that can be sued for, where John hurts my career with his negligent words. Maybe, I don't know, but I just know this: John Daspit is the man. I'm on. I don't. If you're saying anything, I can't hear anything because I got my headphones out. So, but I can't tell you this: John Daspit, 713 call now. 713 call now. It's DaspitLaw.com. That's the website. John Daspit does an amazing job of recouping lost money for bills, for time missed from work, and then getting a proper pain and injury settlement. And the reason is simple. You didn't ask to be injured due to someone else's negligence. You didn't ask, and negligence can take form in sometimes security negligence, where you lose property. You can lose your health due to a wreck on the roadway. There's a lot of different things that John Daspit will cover, but I can tell you this: he's going to be the best. He's the biggest in the city of Houston, and he's going to be the best. The biggest settlements, the best winning percentage. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, fighting for you. Give them a call, 713 call now, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
You know, Sean, we left Friday's show when talking about the Astros, hoping and asking for Jose Altuve to let him know, to set the tone for the series. And if he didn't just do what we asked of him, not that he took the lead not that he took a cue from us or anything, but we prompted him and he did it. The home run, and we also threw in, hey, can we get a run on base? That happened too. Check. Hey, so if you want to thank anyone for what happened in game one, sure. Heap some praise on Altuve for continuing to be someone who dominates the Yankees, but also thank us. We set the tone with our hope that he would set the tone. He got it done. So Jose Altuve got us started, led to a series win. And the Astros, despite doing all that, are still just a half game up on the Mariners because the Mariners won't lose any games, apparently. They're a team who has taken advantage of their schedule. The Astros, after what had been a tough run, have kind of righted the ship. They win 2 in Miami. They take the series from the Yankees. And I was thinking about this because beating the Yankees, particularly in Yankee Stadium, still holds a great appeal to Astro fans. You can just see it all weekend long. Going to Yankee Stadium, winning that series, watching Altuve and Correa show out means something to them. I was thinking about it. You could pretty much say a whole generation of people don't know anything but Astros dominating Yankees. This started back in 2015, the one-game wild card in Yankee Stadium. And since that point, they've played in a number of playoff series, and the Yankees have never come out on top. Most recent one was a sweep in the ALCS in 2022. No one knows anything but beating the Yankees when it matters most. Like, what happened over the weekend? Cool, that's great. Beating the Yankees in their building, awesome. Watching Boone get thrown out of a game, awesome. Realizing that Brad Ausmus is part of the Yankees organization, oh, look at that. That's Brad Ausmus. And it's funny, when Aaron Boone did not like a call that Jason Alexander got himself thrown out, he would have been infuriated by the call that Cam Smith got. The one that Max Fried needed to be a strike, wasn't a strike, then Cam Smith delivered with the 2-run double that kind of broke the game open. He wasn't there for that. He had already seen enough of the umpire's calls. But once that call happened, the Cam Smith call happened, then I realized, oh, look, it's Brad Ausmus. He's taking over, and he's just as pissed as Aaron Boone is. He remained in the game. Didn't matter. The Astros, thanks to Jason Alexander and the hitting of Altuve, Correa hit a home run in the 9th, and, of course, the Cam Smith double, take game 3 of the series and take the series overall. So beating up on the Yankees is fun. But at this point, any reverence that you have for that building or the Yankees is due to stuff that happened before the Astros went on their run. It's now hammer versus nail, and it's been that way since the Astros got good again. So I'm not naive. I understand that taking apart the Yankees is going to be fun. It always will be fun. But for me, the Yankees are just another team when it comes to the Astros because they always lose to them. When it matters, I don't take the same amount of joy. It's like hammer and nail for me at this point. I expect the Astros to do to the Yankees what they do to them all the time because they do it all the time.
Yeah. It still is fun.
No, I recognize
it's because it's the Yankees.
It's the Yankees, but I don't have that same feeling about the Yankees because it's been since 2009 that they won a World Series, and as I said, for the last decade, the last 10 years, the Astros have had their way with them.
Yeah, it's been like Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner.
Yeah,
just like more and more elaborate ways of just like.
Punishing them and them losing.
The rocket being set up backwards, and then that's how you get the Cody Bellinger throw
that was embarrassing yesterday for Cody Bellinger. The perfect foil for Astro fans. Speaking of.
Yeah, that's even better.
Yeah, that guy in that uniform doing that in that game.
Yeah.
It was a good Sunday, and you got to thank Jason Alexander for it. He was good again, but we have some sound from him. He didn't really think that he played or pitched pretty well. This is him on the field with Julia Morales. Julia asked him a question about his stuff and his outing. And listen to Jason Alexander, either very humble or at least very honest about what he had yesterday.
I feel like I was falling behind a lot of batters. I didn't feel like I even had some of my sharpest stuff, but I think it was just a lot of just not giving in and making them earn everything that they had to get. So Vic carried me a lot through this. The defense played well. The hitters were on. They were on the pitch. The whole game. I feel like since I've been up here last 3 weeks, our hitters have been on it. Sometimes we're not getting that big hit, and that's where we're having to fight through games. But I think we're playing some great baseball.
And for you to have back-to-back starts like that too, does that help you build and kind of move forward in any way?
Yeah, I'm just trying to build off the confidence and just trusting my stuff and putting us in a good spot to win.
He has entered into the realm of, how good is this guy actually? I'm beyond, he has the same name as a famous actor who happened to, spend a week working for the Yankees on a TV show from the 90s. Now it's about Jason Alexander, the pitcher, and his status. Because you have Christian Javier pitching tonight, a lot of things going on tonight. You've got Bregman back in town. You got Correa, his first game at home now that he's an Astro again. And you got Christian Javier pitching. Christian Javier, one of 3 Astros, and maybe 4 because J.P. France is pitching in Sugarland as well. So who knows how many more starts he has down there before he's eligible or they think he's ready to return. So you've got Javier, you've got Garcia, and, of course, Arrighetti's already back and already had an outing. So what does that mean for Jason Alexander? At this point, I trust him more than Arrighetti. I've seen him in his last couple starts be pretty good. Arrighetti, look, I am on the side of I've never felt that great about Spencer Arrighetti, despite some of the promise he's shown. I like to see it in a more consistent way. There have been moments where he looks like a guy you can slide in as your number 3, and the other times you rather not have him out there. So he'll use the next month to figure out his stuff and whether he can be a contributor. I don't think you should just immediately remove Jason Alexander from the mix. Like, he has had a couple of really bad outings, but other than that, he's been pretty solid for the team. And certainly the last couple when they've needed him to help them win series, he's been good. So
yeah, at the very least, you should kind of ride the hot hand as guys are either still coming back and entering the rotation or finding their footing as they come back. Like Christian Javier is going to make his start tonight. I don't know what the I don't think you should expect him to come in and just be like, all right, so it's going to be
I expect something
2022
similar.
Christian Javier. It's like,
so what Arrighetti did. Hopefully he's more economical, maybe goes a little bit longer, but I don't expect him to come in and wow us. That's a good Boston team on the other side. It's pretty tough.
That too.
Pretty tough opening, at least return game for him. So if he goes 4 2/3, whatever, 4 innings and gets to 85 pitches, whatever, and the team is still in the game, I'll take that tonight.
Yeah, like 2 runs, 4 2/3.
Yeah, maybe scuffles a little bit, walks a guy or 2, whatever it is. But that's fine because I'm not expecting a guy who's been out this long. We talked about it last week. It has been over 2 years since he pitched on the major. Was that Garcia?
No, it was early last. It was Garcia was in 23.
Over 2 years because we were talking about Garcia having a good outing.
Javier got hurt in May or June.
Apologies, I get the guys who've been out for very long, very confused at this point. But yes, we talked about Garcia.
And in a weird way, him coming back from Tommy John in only over a year, you're like, hey,
it's an upset,
pretty fast.
Particularly when it comes to this team. So he's back, and if he can go out there and go 4, come out feeling fine, we'll go from there. Almost really no matter the result because you're still trying to find who your third guy is. But as I said, the way Alexander's gone the last couple of outings, 6 innings in Miami, 6 innings in New York, no earned runs given up, no runs overall given up. He has found a way to be a contributor, and that's as much as you can ask for. So maybe we're talking about a limited time. Maybe his Linsanity run will stretch a couple more starts, and then we're talking about getting him out of there. But until that point, let's run him out there as often as you can, just see, because we are in a race, and they're not in a precarious spot because even if they didn't win the division, there's still the opportunity, certainly distinctly in the wild card race if they fall out of the division lead. But it's this whole let's see what Arrighetti has and Javier has and thing is kind of kind of tricky considering what the Mariners are doing. You can't just really give away games. So Espada, while he will have to handle these guys with care, he also has to, take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, and the Mariners aren't going anywhere. So he may be forced to, all right, the 4 is enough. You're on the verge of turning what could be a pretty good outing into one that costs us a game, so we're going to have to take you out. I don't know if there's a lot of working through stuff currently where they sit in the race.
And they'll have a lot, when all these guys come up, they're all starters for the most part that are being brought back into the rotation. So they're going to have length in the bullpen too, because they're not all going to be in the starting rotation.
Yeah.
And yeah, I do think it's going to be a little bit of like, hey, we're just got to go with who's good, like we really can't just be like, yeah, we'll work him in. It's at a certain point you need like, I don't know, 3/5 of rotation to be pretty rock solid as you're in this chase. And right now, Jason Alexander's kind of played his way into it, and now he can play his way out of it. Colton Gordon says hi.
Yeah, it happens.
But I think right now, until he does give you that, like Colt Gordon did, like I Blue Ball was good, but he's just like further down the pecking order as far as these guys go. Gusto obviously got traded already, but there is a little bit of like, hey, while we can like ride the hot hand of Brandon Walter when he comes back, will they, or are they? Does Brandon Walter get thrown back into, that was a good run, then you got hurt, see you next year, welcome to the Space Cowboys again?
And look at the schedule. Of course, they got the Red Sox coming up here, and then they have Baltimore, which you hope is a reprieve. Baltimore, one of the more disappointing teams in baseball this year. And then you go to Detroit, and then you have Baltimore again. So schedule gets a little lighter because Colorado follows up and the Angels. So, but you do have the Red Sox coming up, and of course the Tigers on the road. So yeah, a couple playoff teams mixed into a schedule that does get a little bit lighter, and in the next month or so, the next 3 weeks or so.
This series and the first Baltimore series are both home.
Yes,
and then they go back on the road
at Detroit, at Baltimore, then home for the Rockies and the Angels.
Okay,
yeah. So it's playoff challengers mixed in with teams you hope you take care of, but that has not been a guarantee. We know throughout.
Marlins say hi.
Throughout the well, they took 2 out of 3, right?
Oh yeah, they did.
Yeah, it was before then when they were getting smacked around by Washington, and although they took 2 out of 3 by the A's and Arizona, and they beat Arizona. So it was more the A's series that caught people off guard, where they got swept, and then they lost the first game against Washington. This was coming off winning 4 in a row, including sweeping Arizona.
5-game losing streak.
Yeah, 5-game losing streak was a little tough to take, but they have kind of certainly righted the ship, except, the sweep in Boston. But
yeah,
we need to get back tonight, and that starts with Christian Javier and the return of Carlos Correa to Dyken Park, which will be fun. Of course, we got Bregman. He'll get his video as well. So
yeah,
a lot of stuff to pay attention to tonight.
Who do you think's the most like, man, this guy? I have to share the day with this guy.
Oh, who do you? Well, of course, Javier. I think
it's Javier, Correa, and Bregman all making their, I guess, Minute Maid or Dyken Park debuts in 2025.
Because because Correa and Bregman were teammates, I don't think there'll be much of that feeling. It would be different if it was someone else. Like if I'm trying to think who would be most bothered. Yeah.
If it was Dylan Cease's first home game.
Yeah. If it was something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool, I guess.
Yeah, if the Arrighetti for Cease thing had actually gone through, I think it'd be a little different. But I think everyone will, because the video will happen before the game, then Correa will get his standing O. And I wonder, we talk about Correa standing O.
I feel like Correa should get a video.
He already got a video.
No, he should get another one.
Of what, all his road games before he got back? You want one of those? Of all the home runs he hit against the Yankees,
how he got to the 1100 OPS, yeah.
I guess maybe it was enough time to put together a video.
I was gonna say,
but does Javier get a standing ovation? I know a lot of the conversation was about Correa, but the first time Javier steps out there, shouldn't he get one for coming back?
Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah. We're asking a lot of standing ovations tonight. Just
stay standing,
guys. Yeah, just maybe,
in order of who deserves one.
Ice your knees afterwards because they're going to be bending, getting up and down.
In order of who deserves one. I mean, Correa's already got a tribute video.
I feel like you should get another one. Just welcome back, Carlos Correa.
I'm sure there may be a welcome back thing on when he steps up to the plate. I think Bregman, but he's behind Javier because all Bregman did was decide not to take the Astros insulting offer, apparently. Javier should be the first up. He won't get the longest, but he should, from coming back from injury.
Yes.
The other two left on their own accord in some ways. Of course, you can blame the Astros for not giving them the money they thought they deserved. But those two guys left. Javier was a part of the organization and was dealing with an awful injury. I think if I'm ranking, Javier, Correa because he's back, and then Bregman
because he's on the other.
He's on the other team. That's simple enough, I think. But I think it'll go Correa, Bregman, then Javier as far as applause go.
Yeah. I think
that's how it'll go.
It is funny. It's like two foundational of the guys from the rebuild into the dynasty years, and then also a guy who threw a no-hitter in the World Series that they won 3 years ago.
Yeah,
it's like it's star-studded night.
Yeah.
Also Jose Altuve, fresh off of again slaughtering the Yankees. Just it's gonna be a crazy. Someone should sell me their tickets. That's what they should do. Sell me your tickets for very cheap.
You would pay these? Oh,
no,
very cheap. Okay.
Give me those tickets.
Yeah, someone should give me those tickets because I don't know if you've heard. Look where I work. I can't really shell out the cash.
No.
But if you want to give them to me because you're busy, we'll take them.
I'll stand up, clap, sit back down, stand up again, clap.
Look, my knees are pretty good.
Yeah.
I can do all that and celebrate all of those guys making their return.
I'll wear knee sleeve just in case.
Yeah. Alex Core's been here enough, so there's no need for any acknowledgement of his return.
We're good.
Yeah.
I think we're good on that.
Yeah, he's been back enough times. All right, we'll go to break with that. We welcome you to call in 713-780-3776. Whatever you want to talk about over the weekend, you can join us. We'll get into what happened with the Texans over the weekend. Look, considering this show, I'm not going to place a lot of importance on what happened, but we can talk about at least the first drive because those are some guys who will be starting for you and other guys who won't. And there certainly is a big loser. If there's any loser, and not the person in general, but anybody who lost the court of public opinion judgment, there was certainly one guy in that Texans-Vikings game. So we'll get to that. I believe today the AP poll is coming out. So while it's not official a list, it can be used as one on this show. And we talked about the coaches poll last week. The AP poll is supposed to come out this week. So we'll see if Texas, who was number one in the least important poll, that is the coaches poll, we'll see if they are number one in a more important poll, the AP. So we'll get to that and much more because we had a busy weekend. But before we do all that, I want to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. So there's a couple things going on. This week, the district in my area is going back to school, and I'm sure plenty of kids will have a car. And if you're looking at a new car, at least to them, and if you're looking to get your student a car, there's a good place, not just good, a great place to go, and that's Monument Chevrolet. And maybe you don't want to give them something new. Maybe you want to call it their starter car. Monument Chevrolet has a great pre-owned inventory, and they're offering a great 6-month, 6,000-mile limited warranty on those vehicles. So whatever car you're looking for your new driver, Monument Chevrolet has them for you. And maybe you're looking for a car for yourself, and you want something new, brand new, and you're into Chevys, you love a Chevy, Monument Chevrolet is the place you go to. Whether you want a Blazer, a Trax, a Silverado, they're all there for you. Monument Chevrolet will provide great prices and prices that don't change. So if you're having issues with your car, you've been with it for a long time, and you could even say it's kind of toxic. You're done with the car. It always disappoints. You want something new. No red flags. You want a green flag car. Monument Chevrolet is the place you go to, and they're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. So the inventory online matches up with the inventory on the lot, and the prices do as well. The people are great. They're going to walk you through the car buying process, get you into the best vehicle for you. They're not going to rush you, but they're going to work at your pace to get you into that car and get you home. So monumentchevrolet.com. Check out the cars, and then head on out there off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So we had the Texans in their first preseason game. While some of us wondered, we certainly were interested to see if any starters would play. The starters that did play were primarily on the offensive line. The entire second unit, I think, played to start the game for the Texans defense. Maybe E.J. Speed becomes someone who starts with Christian Harris and his injury concerns. You may see him. Maybe E.J. Speed is someone who they signed in the offseason becomes someone who can start. He certainly did that with the Colts. But if you just start to look at the 11 who ran out there, Jalen Smith, D'Angelo Ross, Russ Yeast, MJ Stewart. Maybe MJ Stewart's another one, considering we're still not sure when Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's going to come back. Since we last left you, turns out it's not as bad as it was once stated. That was already out there, but then we find out that they have some hope he could be back even sooner than what we thought, that it would still be a significant injury, even if it wasn't the ACL. There's some thought that the Texans will get him back much sooner than initially thought. So that's good news. So maybe MJ Stewart plays a part early in the year, or you get Chauncey Gardner-Johnson back. But, Nick Neiman, Jake Hansen, these guys all played on defense. And the offensive line had Ursary out there. Titus Howard did not play. That meant Blake Fisher played right tackle. And, boy, it wasn't great for Blake Fisher. He looked like a guy who was surpassed by a second-round rookie that people weren't sure would play very much this year. Arante Ursary played left tackle. He was fine. Nick Kelly didn't put his O-line in a lot of situations where they had to deal with straight dropbacks and protect. A lot of quick stuff. The Cade Stover play early was get the ball out of your hands. Ursary was involved in cutting a guy on a pass play. So a lot of stuff that didn't put a lot of stress on your line. Davis Mills had the nice play to John Mechie as they were in Vikings territory. That asked for a little bit more pass protection, and Blake Fisher wasn't up to the task. He also had the false start penalty. So while he is not a projected starter, you would like Blake Fisher to maybe be someone who's in line to be a swing tackle for you. Judging by one performance against the Vikings backups, he's not ready for that. It was tough for him. The overall game, like Graham Mertz, tough outing, but whatever. He's your fourth stringer. So I'm not gonna hold Graham. He may not be on the roster. So if Graham Mertz is gonna struggle, so be it. Davis Mills played fine, and that's what you want. He's gonna be your backup quarterback. He looked like he understood the offense. That's all I'm taking from it. Davis Mills looks like a guy who will be competent in an emergency situation. I pointed it out on the morning show, and Pena, I see you. You want to talk Star Wars of all things, so we'll get to that. But I pointed it out on the morning show that perception and expectations have a lot to do with the review of a preseason game. So Nick Caley, on his first drive, calls a wide receiver screen to Jalen Noel. It was the first time the Texans were behind the chains. It was because of the Blake Fisher penalty. So you call a wide receiver screen when you're behind the chains. Who does that sound like? And yet, because Jalen Noel broke a tackle behind the line of scrimmage and ran for a first down, the drive is looked at as Nick Caley being new and fresh and getting the ball in his playmaker's hands.
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
Yeah. Bobby Sloyd called a lot of wide receiver screens when his team was behind the chains.
Yeah. Didn't get his playmakers the ball, though.
No, he got a playmaker the ball. The playmaker just wasn't going against a backup defensive back.
Not as good of a playmaker. Get a different playmaker
Wait,
the ball.
Then you mean Tank Dell or Nico Collins?
Nah.
So Jalen Noel is a better playmaker than those guys.
Give it to a Cyclone.
An Iowa State Cyclone,
of
course. So that's really my one takeaway. And it's less about Nick Caley. This isn't a judgment about Nick Caley in a very vanilla way to call a game. I know all the play calls were impressive to everyone against the Vikings backups.
Yeah.
But
Thank you, Brian Flores.
We are one missed tackle away from it being 3rd and 12, and that drive probably ending in a field goal attempt. But instead, he breaks a tackle. Yeah. Everyone's applauding the play calling. When I saw that play calling, and it got crushed last year. But in this case,
called the good one.
He called the good play because his player made a play. And I'll throw this in again. This is not about Nick Caley. I don't judge him based off of his backup quarterback and his number one receiver not being in the game. It was the backup quarterback and a bunch of young players and an offensive line. That's still trying to figure it out. It's about the reaction to a play that I saw plenty last year that got crushed. But in this case, look how creative he is.
Yeah.
It's all about perception.
It's what they didn't expect.
No, they expected it. The guy just didn't make the play. He didn't fool anyone. He just didn't make the play. The DB didn't make the play.
Yeah.
It's all about the new guy. Of course, when it works, it's great. Not a lot of context to this happened all last year. But you played against better players. And those DBs made the plays.
Well, you see, this is the preseason vanilla offense that Caley's running,
and
that's the same as the Bobby Sloak offense.
That would be the counter.
the same as the regular season Bobby Sloak.
I feel like wide receiver screens will be part of the Texans playbook.
If
they're really going to the quick game stuff, those will play a part in what they call. Will Jalen Noel, or excuse me, damn it, I had done Noel and then I did a Noel. Will Jalen Noel break a tackle every time to make the play look good? Okay, probably. There it is.
Iowa State, baby.
Yeah, Tank Dell didn't do it all the time, but Jalen Noel.
He didn't go to Iowa State.
Two Big 12 schools, though, although Tank never played in the Big 12.
Yeah, I think if you have Blake Fisher out there, you should just run screens.
Oh, I'm not saying I have a problem with the play call considering who you have out there on 2nd and 10 or 2nd and 9.
Yeah.
But
because unfortunately for Blake Fisher, he was the one that, he's under a microscope.
Anyway, going into the game.
And just the fact that he's not with the starting unit, it's already bad start.
He was under a microscope like an ant, and he got burned by the sun.
Yeah.
Or magnifying glass, actually.
I won't say that, sitting there, I was out there noticing what Blake Fisher was doing right and wrong, just not how I watch football. And even if I did watch the lines like that, I don't know the actual protection that they're doing.
Yeah.
Other people noticed, though.
Right.
Saw a lot of the clips of, watch Blake Fisher on this one. Not good. Never good when – or actually, no. Because I did see there's a Rams center that had a – watch this offensive lineman on this play. I'll say in the preseason, it's 75-25. This is going to be horrendous. And then 25%, hey, this guy actually looks pretty good. But for the most part, it's not ready for prime time.
Yeah, I only take my cues from Brian Baldinger.
Yeah, his crooked finger that he's pointing at
when he's breaking down O-line play and he's crediting an O-lineman for being good, Baldy likes him. I like him.
Yeah.
Anyone else? How can I trust you, really? Sorry, Texans, insert whatever thing you want to throw in there to make yourself different from all the other Texans accounts. If you're breaking down O-line play, Blake Fisher missed a block. Yeah, I can see that too. Thank you for alerting me to that.
Honestly, thank you for alerting me.
Well, yes,
it's a preseason game. I'm also not going 100% on watching this.
Understood.
Stuff. Might be a play. I'm looking at my phone. All right, sue me.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not looking at the 14th play of Blake Fisher's performance.
Yeah, I know.
Against
Vikings. He's protecting Keaton Slovis.
Yeah, against Vikings I've never heard of. Cool. So the takeaway for most. Good Nick Caley plays. Okay. Braxton Berrios is a dog.
Oh, yeah. That really helped his chance.
Credit to Braxton Berrios coming back from an ACL and scoring on that first drive. Maybe he's not. Maybe he will make the roster. We'll see. Jalen Noel, playmaker, get the ball in his hands.
Yep.
Around territory. Nice job. Didn't out. Sure. Offensive line held up.
He was out there for one series.
Yeah. Sure. Offensive line held up. Caveats, Vikings backups, Brian Flores, very vanilla. All the stuff you want to throw in there. But, yeah, they did what they had to do. They scored a touchdown on their opening drive, and everything's all good, except for Blake Fisher. He's a giant problem.
No, and it's not It's not good for Blake Fisher that he's the only one that gets like singled
he's
out. Everything else was like either too like we didn't get a long enough look. Like it's such a small like Ursery. Like it was one drive. I think there's like a handful of passes on that drive. I'm not ready to sit here and
most of it's short stuff.
Yeah,
Wasn't
make a declaration on.
Yeah.
Blake Fisher was out there long enough for me to see.
And all the training camp reports suggest
that too. I was primed for it.
All Saturday did was confirm what everyone was saying about him. Yeah. All right, let's get to Pena before we go to break. In direct contrast to what we just talked about, we went from real man stuff to nerd stuff now. He wants to talk Star Wars. What's up, Pena?
Yeah, what up, Dale? Yeah, sorry to change the subject, but I was pretty bored this weekend, and I watched the first original 6 movies to Star Wars. And when I finished watching it, I was, I wanted to ask you this question. I wanted to get your opinion. Do you think Anakin brought balance to the Force? Sorry for changing the subject. Thank you. Have a great day, man.
You know what? I have to think about that. Did Anakin Skywalker bring balance to the Force? Was Luke the chosen one, or was Anakin the chosen one? Now that we think,
there's two ways you can read that.
Because I know in the 6th movie, but the 3rd movie in the continuity, we have Obi-Wan going, "You are the chosen one" to Anakin as he's morphing into Darth Vader. But isn't his son really the chosen one?
Anakin is the one. Darth Vader / Anakin is the one who actually throws Palpatine down the reactor shaft.
But why
didn't
does
kill
he
him.
do it?
What?
But why does he do it?
Because he was turned by Luke.
Mm-hmm. His son.
But, he made the game-winning shot. Who wants the ball in the final possession? I give it to Anakin every time.
So Luke is the Phil Jackson here. He drew it up for Jordan.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
I mean,
I don't really have a strong thought on that.
Also, part of it is that the chosen one would be born without a father, and in the craziest part of the Phantom Menace, which there's a lot of crazy parts, Anakin's mom just says with a straight face to Liam Neeson that there was no father. I was just pregnant one day.
Mm-hmm. The midichlorians took over.
What? That just did not get investigated at all.
What are we talking about? There's a giant religion that has that as a tenet.
I guess. So, yeah, that's the case for Anakin, is that he was immaculately conceived.
Yeah, I guess so. But he also turned bad. Now, there was a redemption arc, but it was because of the son that was hidden from him. I'm going to go with Luke brought balance to the Force.
I'll go Anakin. It's a long road, but we got there.
It's fine that we disagree on this, because two of us barely care about Star Wars to even have an argument about it.
It'll be okay.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine. Just know when you come in your Jar Jar cosplay, then we'll actually have problems.
What if I do the voice?
That's up to you.
There's not many characters that are introduced in Phantom Menace that I can do the voice of.
Jar Jar's one of them.
Jar Jar's one of them.
You can't pull off an Amidala?
No, the
Padme?
Space Federation aliens that talked about the blockade.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
So you've practiced the Jar Jar thing.
What Misa do in my own time is Misa's own problem, all right?
They tried to redeem Jar Jar in the later movies, but good luck. The standard had already been set.
Their redemption for Jar Jar, by the way, was just to have him in less of the movie.
And give him a medal.
Yeah.
And also, he became a hero.
But he also voted for the wartime powers. I've recently watched these. He also was the one who brought to the Galactic Senate to give Palpatine the wartime.
I remember.
Yeah. So honestly, he's part of the reason.
He's a war criminal, actually, is what he is.
Yeah. Or no, he just opened the door up for the hostile takeover of the galaxy. Good old Jar Jar Binks.
Call that in Star Wars terms a war criminal. But he wound up becoming a war hero. Was that enough for you, Pena? You took us off the manly talk of offensive line play and into Star Wars, of all things. So you know who I'm going to call to talk about? Did Anakin bring balance to the Force? These two idiots.
That'd be a great, sports radio or debate show topic in the Star Wars universe. Like, who's your GOAT?
Like
Anakin or Luke?
Like in the Star Wars continuity, there'd be a Get Up segment about this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, these
alien Mike Greenberg.
Tatooine Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah.
Is talking the Alderaan Mike Greenberg about this.
And regular Mike Tannenbaum.
Somehow he's there.
Former GM of the New
Somehow
York Jets.
Tannenbaum returned.
Yeah.
Who's everywhere on TV now. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll get into the rest of the preseason, because while I don't want to talk that much about Shedeur Sanders, if at all, I do want to talk about his teammate, because Travis Hunter was former teammate. Travis Hunter was out there doing his thing for the Jags, and will we really need to be concerned about Travis Hunter? And the other AFC South recent draft pick star was out there too. Cam Ward made his first appearance for the Titans. So we can get into that. We welcome your calls as well, 713-780-3776. And while I mocked the turn to Star Wars, you guys know this dumb show. You can call about anything you actually want to talk about at any time. We'll get to your calls and more NFL stuff when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So we had two stars, at least going by draft status, make their debuts for the AFC South teams. You had Cam Ward in Tampa for the Titans game against the Bucks, and then you had Travis Hunter, who played the Steelers. So Cam Ward, of the first drive, threw an incompletion, ball got knocked down, then threw it away on third down. Got got in on that second drive and led a touchdown drive. I don't know if the Titans' offensive line will be as good as they looked against the Bucks backups, but they gave him all the time in the world. Cam probably felt a lot like his time in Miami, where he could just drift in the pocket and make throws. It's smart of him to notice that Calvin Ridley is probably a guy to lean on. He did lean on him in that first drive. So Cam Ward looked like a guy who was ready. If we're going by preseason performances, he reminded me of the guy he was in Miami. Pretty calm, cool, not bothered by anything. And even on the third down play where he floated it incomplete to kill the drive, he was talking trash to a Bucks defensive lineman as he was going back to the sideline. So that's the Cam Ward I remember. Travis Hunter, I was joking with Sean during the break, but it wasn't that much of a joke. All that reverse spinning stuff that he got away with at Colorado, where he would catch a ball short of the first down, spin out to the sideline and go run for first down, at least through one preseason game, not a viable strategy. He got his touches. He played on defense as well. He missed a tackle, which will be a thing to take a look at. Can he be someone that is not a liability in run support? But of the touches he made, he got the yards that were there. He didn't make anyone miss, didn't break any tackles, caught the ball, got what was there, and then was tackled. So, but they did play him on both sides of the ball, which is a plan. We'll see how often that happens in the regular season. Jackson Dart looked pretty good for the Giants. Your guy, though, not a great afternoon for Quinn Ewers. Some of it had to do with drop passes.
Sam Ellinger had a good day.
Oh, that's your guy. Okay. Quinn Ewers, one of the other rookie quarterbacks out there. It was tough. Look, you're playing behind a bad offensive line.
The Dolphins set him up to fail.
Of course.
I should have tweeted that before.
Anyone who doesn't play well is set up to fail. Yeah. Any third-string quarterback playing with third-string offensive linemen is set up to fail. Look, he didn't get the ball out when he should have. Didn't trust his eyes sometimes. There was a bad miss for him early, but he wasn't helped by some drops as well. He made a couple throws that should have been completions. Ollie Gordon didn't do him any favors on one, and then I think Theo Weiss dropped one as well. But the two fumbles on the two sacks, it's tough. It's tough for Quinn Ewers. But first outing, I'm not gonna kill him. But people did.
Other people
did because that's what we do online. We like to crush guys who we have some preconceived notion of how they'll play, and if they confirm our beliefs, particularly when it makes you feel like you're right, you will crush them. And Quinn didn't have a great afternoon, but it wasn't all on him.
And Zach Wilson set the bar so high that it's impossible for him.
We had a couple games yesterday. That was the early game on NFL Network, and the Zach Wilson experience is pretty interesting, where he'll fire one to an in-breaking receiver for a big gain, and then he'll just dirt a ball that would have been a touchdown, a walk-in touchdown, because he doesn't set his feet. It's
like two different quarterbacks.
Yeah, you barely understand what's going on. Like, how can this guy be this guy, and then how can that guy be that guy?
Yeah.
It was interesting to watch Zach Wilson play quarterback with a rooting interest. Don't like it.
Hope it doesn't happen.
Hope I don't have to deal with it more than the preseason. And considering the injury history of the starting quarterback, I'm pretty much guaranteed I'm going to see some Zach Wilson in an important moment.
Yeah, maybe you see some Quinn Ewers.
Not for Quinn Ewers' sake. I hope not. Let that man figure some stuff out before he gets thrown out there. I'm trying to think of anything else that happened in the NFL. Kyler Murray's interception.
Yeah,
that was special.
But it got clarified what happened.
What happened?
He was trying to do a no-look pass.
No, I saw it. I thought it was something else. Like it slipped out of his hand. I know why it happened, but it still was bad.
Very funny. But that was the excuse that people were like, okay, he doesn't just randomly suck now. He was trying to do a no-look pass and threw it 5 yards short of his receiver and straight into DB's arms.
I'm not sure how often he gets away with that during the regulars or during practice and training camp. Maybe he's more proficient at it. But the first time I saw him do it this year,
nope,
not good, not good. So
not even close. Like he just not only was it, he wasn't looking, so he didn't see the defender there. It was gonna be like Zach Wilson throwing to that tight end on the goal line. Like it was just gonna be like short by 5 yards.
Yeah,
he's gonna bounce past.
If there's no defender to pick it off, it doesn't reach the receiver.
Pass.
It was just awful. So
the guy was covered too. Like it was insane.
Yeah, so he tried it. It's a time to try it. And if you're the Cardinals, don't ever try it again. Not when it matters. So that was week 1, the preseason. Some joint practices will happen again this week. We'll see where the Texans stand as far as health is concerned coming out of the game. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back. I talked about the good news, the better than expected news from the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on that. We'll also hear him talk about his offensive line. So we're getting closer. What are we now, like a month away now from actual games?
Yeah, like 25-ish.
Yeah, right around there. So we'll see if C.J. Stroud plays. You expect him to get snaps in game 2. Unlikely he'll see snaps in game 3. And we'll see if Cam Robinson, speaking of guys who are banged up, we'll see if what appears to be something slight, we'll see if he's back and ready to go. And maybe they'll run CJ out there with their starting offensive line at some point. But that's yet to be seen. We'll come back with hour 2, 713-780, 713-780-3776 is the number to join us. We'll talk some college football. We'll get back to the Astros because they got a big night tonight. They've got a reunion night with 3 main contributors to their recent run. And all those guys, in some way, shape, or form, are making a return. So we'll get into that some more in hour 2. But Sean and I, till noon, we will be back. we begin hour 2 with a call. We'll hear from Eric right now. He wants to talk a little bit about Jordan, or at least ask a question about Jordan. Joe Espada gave an update on Friday. I'll give you what the manager said about Jordan, but let's hear from Eric first. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. Yeah, it's Jordan. Is he at 80% downloading? And what month in 2026 will Jordan be heard? March, April, or May of 2026? And I saw Weapons. I wasn't impressed. I'll hang up and listen.
Eric loves going against the grain of recent horror successes. He didn't like Sinners, made a lot of money, surpassed all expectations. Weapons, add that one to the list, made a lot of money, surpassed expectations as far as box office, reviewed very well. Eric is not impressed by Weapons. I saw it. Sean, did you get the chance to see it?
Yes, I also saw it.
Do you feel like Eric, or do you feel like kind of the rest of the viewing public?
The rest of the viewing public.
So you disagree with Eric. Welcome to the club. So do I. But that's just generally about everything.
Yeah.
But particularly about his movie opinions. Yeah.
There's a scene, no spoilers.
Of course.
There's a scene where two people were getting ready to watch TV for a day, and they had made 7 hot dogs to sit in a tray between them.
I did look at that. That did catch my eye.
I sat there and counted them in the movie theater.
I didn't know it was 7.
The scene was going on.
I didn't know it was 7. I was like, that's a lot of hot dogs.
That's a lot of hot dogs.
Yeah, and they had other snacks as well.
Yeah,
it was. They're gonna sit down on their lazy boys,
watch a documentary,
and eat 3.5 hot dogs almost. Or no, I guess someone would eat 4, the other would eat 3, but that's a lot of hot dogs.
It's a lot of hot dogs.
In one sitting.
For like a casual,
it's not a party.
Saturday afternoon.
It's just two people hanging out.
Yeah.
Enjoying their lives.
I'd say most people took away different things from Weapons. So did I. But
I didn't count them, but now that you remind me, that struck me as odd. That's a lot of effing hot dogs.
It's a bizarre spread.
Yeah. It's odd. I liked it. What I did not like.
The rest of the movie was good.
That's the one part that you take away from it. You talk about horrors. Eating 4 hot dogs in one sitting, that's a horror movie.
And like some carrots are on there too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. But still, what are we doing? Throw on something else. But what I did not like is like the people, the publications who go, if you need the last part of Weapons explained to you, we got you. It was pretty straightforward how that movie ended.
So clear.
Yeah. No one needs an explanation for how that movie ended or why what happened. It was pretty clear. The movie did a pretty good job explaining itself. But we got sidetracked.
Yes, Jordan.
According to Joe Espada, who spoke with reporters on Friday, Jordan at that point was still in the coach's BP stage. He is getting closer. He hit in the cage on Friday. He was scheduled to do that on Saturday as well in West Palm Beach. And of course, if he does not experience setbacks, they think his time to come back is getting ever closer. What that means, I don't know. It's much like when the Astros say soon. You don't really know. You just know they're not ruling anything out. So as long as Jordan can continue to go through his rehab and not be hit with a setback, you can expect him back at some point this year. You just don't know when. So that's the update on Jordan. As far as predicting when he gets hurt again, I'm not going to do that. But I get the implication that Jordan, when he gets hurt, misses a lot of time. It's not generally, let's be a week. Jordan, when he's hurt, does miss extended amount of time. And this is been a long time without what you thought coming into the year would be your best hitter. Pena has taken that mantle. Thankfully, he's been great. Of course, since Correa's been back, he's been really good too. And Altuve's always Altuve. We saw what he did against the Yankees, but I love to be able to say Jordan's back in the lineup. But he's only played 29 games this year.
Yeah, and he was bad.
And he was bad. And I'd rather have someone else in the lineup for those 29 games, to be honest with you. But the expectation was he'd work through it. He just hasn't had the opportunity. So, he played 147 last year. So while when he does get hurt, he misses time. It's not like he's always absent.
It's a loud
games miss. But He played 147 and 24, played 135 and 22, played 144 in 2021. So
what did he play in 2020, Dale?
Since we had the lockout stuff,
Uh-huh.
but also his knees blew apart as well.
He had surgery on both knees.
That did happen. Yes, he only played 2 games, but
played well in those 2 games.
He was okay. But since that point, he's played a lot of baseball. 2023 missed some time. Certainly in 2025, he's missed a lot of time, and we're just waiting to see if he comes back.
It's also because they're all weird injuries too, or they're just like weird, nebulous, like
unexplainable stuff, unsolved mysteries type injuries.
Yeah, and he kind of gets treated with kid gloves, like his body does. There's a certain fragility that we kind of all ascribe of be careful. You don't want him playing in the field, not because he's bad at it.
You just don't want him to get hurt.
You don't want him standing out there for an extra hour every game.
Yeah, it's like Tua playing in the preseason. You sure you want to do that? You sure you want to expose him to more risk, considering? And Jordan, unfortunately, bigger dude. You just look at him and expect a tank, and it's not what he is.
Yeah, it's just like a little thing here, a little thing there. And now he's out for most of a season.
Yeah, so just hope he returns. Just hope he returns and can be the guy we expected him to be this year, as opposed to what he has been through those 29 games. Okay. You mentioned during the break that the AP poll is out. We'll talk about that when we come back, because it is a poll that will have those numbers next to the names that we all care about.
Yeah.
And while we thought we were going to have 1 versus 2, turns out we won't. The coaches think Texas versus Ohio State is a 1 versus 2 matchup. The media does not. We'll talk about what the differences are when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, is here. We're talking about the AP preseason poll. You can already get in on the college football action, the week 1 action. You can already hit up Prize Picks, scroll over to the CFB tab, and boom, right there, first person you see, Arch Manning, more or less, 239 passing yards in the shoe on August 30th. But if you want to, hey, let's get some action in tonight. Let's do something tonight. Well, it's going to be a big night in baseball, or at least locally in baseball. You have the return of Alex Bregman, the return of Christian Javier, the home debut for 2025 of Carlos Correa. Seems like a pretty easy lineup to put together. Bunch of Moors on all the guys that are making the return to Daikin Park this week here. That it's just simple as that. Maybe throw in an Altuve, red hot off of facing the Yankees. Maybe he carries that over to the other side of the Yankees-Red Sox rivalry. Whatever you want, you can do it on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. We'll get to what D'Amico Ryan said. I realize I mentioned that. We didn't get to that yet. But as we're going to break, I mentioned that we had a new poll out. The AP poll is out. When we got the coaches poll last week, it was Texas number 1, Ohio State number 2. The media has slightly differed, so we will not get 1 versus 2. Those two numbers will not be next to Ohio State and Texas for Big Noon kickoff.
Yeah. Ugh. Might not even watch. Won't be 1 versus 2.
No game of the century stuff here. Texas is the number 1 team in the country, but there is a different Big Ten team at number 2, correct?
Yes. Penn State.
It is a team we slander consistently, mostly because of Drew Aller and James Franklin. They're a pretty talented roster, as their ranking would suggest. 3 in the coaches, 2 in the AP. We just don't trust probably the 2 most important people in the program.
Well, we just don't trust when they have to play number 3 Ohio State that they'll win.
Or whatever Notre Dame was when they played them.
Yeah.
So there it is. Penn State is 2. Texas is 1. Ohio State is 3 in the AP poll. So 1 versus 3 to kick off the season. You got Clemson at 4, Georgia at 5, Notre Dame at 6. So I think 1 spot down for Notre Dame from the coaches poll, I believe. I think they might have been 5. Oregon 7, 8 is Alabama, 9 is LSU, 10 is Miami. So that's your top 10 there. So you've got, to no surprise, a number of SEC teams in the top 10 with 4. You got your 3 Big Ten schools, 2 ACC schools, and then the 1 independent, that is Notre Dame, although they play enough games in the ACC that if the ACC wanted to claim them for whatever reason, they could say that's our third conference team. And then if I'm just going around the top 25 to see if there's a surprise, not really. It's pretty consistent with what we saw from the coaches. Not a lot of variance. I still think Michigan's too high. I don't trust that Michigan team. It's certainly not to be the 14th best team in the country to start out the year. Of course, the season will decide that. So there it is. The AP poll is out. We won't be the show that has a full-length discussion about this because let's let the games decide. Does it really matter what the guy who works for The Athletic thinks about the top 10 at the moment? Only if you like getting in fights on the internet.
Yeah.
Do you like getting in fights on the internet?
No, I don't.
No, so.
But I like my team's number 1. So
I thought you didn't want Texas to be number 1.
I really don't.
Yeah.
But it's fun to look at.
It is fun.
It's fun to look.
Let's look at the Texas football. Social media has already put up the graphic to acknowledge them being the number 1 team in the country. Let's see if it's already up. The last thing they had was their watch list, guys. So that was 15 minutes ago. So we'll see.
Yeah. If new locker room video.
Yes, of course. The new locker room for Texas is available to see. I mean, I'm sure it's much different from the previous one. Is there more white this time around? Not players, but just
they're
yeah. There's a safety or 2. But
they're recruiting like an SEC team now.
Or Brent Venables when he's recruiting his own kids. But is there like more white in the upholstery? Is that the biggest difference?
The chairs look a little different.
They recline, I think, now. The chairs recline. So Texas has reclining chairs they can lean back and relax in. At a time when Texas wasn't great, people would use that against them. Reclining chairs, I thought it was about football. Yeah. But now that you're good, you can throw in the reclining chairs and no one have a problem with it. Yeah. That's how it works. That's how stupid we all are.
So yeah, it really boils down to you just got to win games.
Yeah, you win games.
Your life is so much easier.
And if they get off to a bad start, someone somewhere will point to them being too.
Yeah, got their ass kicked all off.
You know why? Because they're always leaning back in those reclining chairs.
Yep. Everyone telling you how great you are. The coaches telling you how great you are.
It'll be all of that.
AP telling you.
Yeah. The fans, the same fan who's now upset was telling you how great you were.
Sean Mapes was telling you how great you were.
Yeah, Sean Mapes in his group chat was telling everyone how great they were.
Now he's texting his friends he wants Quinn Ewers back.
Yeah. Oh, imagine. Imagine if people start to miss Quinn Ewers. That will be the ultimate irony. if Arch is, you're not losing games, but Arch is struggling, not finding his way.
You can live with your failure.
And you're leaning on defense to win games, and you're wondering how come Arch can't hit a 7-yard out for a first down.
I mean, maybe just a series every game you give Trey Owens,
Oh, could not live with your own failure. And
Matthew Caldwell, see what
does
he's
that
got?
do? Lead you right back to me, and it's Quinn. Oh, okay.
As he's going 4 for 13 in the pass.
No, but he'll be firmly entrenched as a third stringer, telling Tua what he saw. So he won't have to. He won't have failure on tape anymore.
He'll be looking like when they're on the bench and the starter is holding the iPad with the quarterback coach or offensive coordinator next to him.
Quinn
and then
is
on the
standing.
other side, Quinn's
Zach
standing,
Wilson
looking
will be the
upside
one.
down.
Yeah, Quinn is looking at the picture upside down, trying to decipher what's going on, and everyone's like, "Yeah, sure, Twin, whatever, sure." Yeah.
He's like says something. They're like,
Yeah,
no thanks.
Just keep scouting our personnel packages throughout the game. We appreciate that. Thank you. Stop inputting. Look, you could barely master Sarkisian's offense. Relax over there. So the AP poll is out. Somehow, some way, it turned into jokes about Quinn Ewers because of Sean Mapes.
He's your guy.
Yeah, I embrace him. You didn't. That's the problem.
Yeah, because
because what? You made 2 semifinals. What? Because what?
No, it's because when he gets sacked and fumbles in a game that matters, it hurts your feelings more than when he does it in the preseason.
Yeah, while it wasn't similar to what Jack Sawyer did to him.
I mean, they had a chance to win the game. The Miami Dolphins did yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever this game was.
It was yesterday.
And he fumbled. He got sacked and fumbled.
It's true.
The only difference is that it didn't get returned for a touchdown. And it wasn't in the semifinals, a game that
it wasn't
we'll
a
forget
heartbreaker.
that happened. I won't forget.
Yeah, it wasn't a heartbreaker as well. In fact.
Yeah. Just imagine if that game mattered, and that's the performance you got.
Well, if I knew he was playing in a game that mattered, I wouldn't have seen that snap because I would have already been like, you know what, this game isn't going to go my way. And that was different for you guys. He won a lot of big games for you guys.
Good.
And now it's Archer's turn. We'll see what he's got. But number 1 team in the country, unanimous, the Texas Longhorns. Do you remember the last time they were number 1 in the country preseason, Paul?
Oh, preseason? If I were to guess, like 08 or 09.
Coming off
yeah, one of those 2 years.
Coming off
although
challenging
I don't
Alabama.
know, you would have Tim Tebow at Florida and Saban.
Either way, it's happening this year, and the shot right across the bow of Keith. Once the final poll was out, Brett McMurphy tweeted out that Vanderbilt remains the only power conference school to never appear in the preseason top 25 AP poll.
Ouch!
They were the only school.
Why are you
in
bringing
America.
up old stuff?
Apparently, it's pretty current because if the poll comes out and they're still not in it, it's pretty current.
It would be crazy if they're in the preseason poll.
You mean the team with the over/under of like 4.5 wins? Of
And
course,
they
it would be
went
crazy.
What 7-5, 6 and 6,
7 and 6, I think, last year.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
like a great story. 6 and 6 at Vandy is like praiseworthy.
Clark Lee should be getting the same treatment that Tom Brady got over the weekend with a statue if he continues to stack 7-6 seasons at Vanderbilt.
Beat Alabama, but come on, guys, we don't need to. Love the energy from Diego Pavia, but I don't think on the outside we have to be sitting here being like, they didn't get votes. There weren't others receiving votes.
Should not be a snubs conversation by anyone. They should not be involved in this. Cut it out. It's fun for Vanderbilt to challenge the best teams in the country. Yeah. And if they're going to win one, cool. Beat a down Alabama team with Jalen Moreau forgetting how to play quarterback. Cool. But let's not have real conversations about how they're being overlooked.
Yeah, there's really no. I mean, like locally, there's not anything to get mad at.
No, A&M's in the top 20. Tech is in the top 20. They're 23. They're a top 25 team. The Big 12, as we talked about, they're going to just have not that A&M is in the Big 12, but they're just going to have a bunch of teams who got a shot.
Yeah.
Like Kansas State, Iowa State, Tech, Arizona State's apparently the cream of the crop at 11, just outside the top 10. So we got some diversity in the rankings. The only non-Power 4 school in the top 25 is Boise State.
Yeah,
they're right at 25.
Yeah, token number 25.
The Ashton Genty effect. Wasn't this team just in the playoff? Yeah, throw them in there.
Yeah.
Throw them there. SMU at 16. They are the
So
they're the third ACC team.
Some
in the
voter
rankings.
was like, "No, we have a group of 5 team. We have SMU at 16."
Someone did have to be reminded that SMU is an ACC school. I'm sure that happened. I'm sure that did happen. So there it is. The AP Top 25 is out. You know, this station has one of the bigger experts in college football on every week. Josh Pate joins John and Lance every Wednesday going forward with the college football season fast approaching. He'll join them at 9 o'clock. So I'm sure the discussion of the AP will come up. And certainly preseason previews are out there for everyone. I am at the point where I'm going to start looking at stuff like the Phil Steele stuff. Maybe we'll start getting really into college football podcasts. We're right there. And I can make my predictions in my own head about who I think is going to be good and who isn't, and then keep them locked tight. And then when one of my predictions in my head is confirmed, use that as part of my agenda. Yeah. That's all.
I'm at others receiving votes. This is just notable to me. James Madison received 9 votes, or voting points, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Florida State received 8.
What viable reason would you have Florida State getting votes? Thomas, you love the transfer portal, their transfer portal acquisitions?
They're not even like the standard disappointing blue blood team that always finds themselves ranked like, you know, 21, like Texas when I was in college.
10 years ago, yeah.
Yes. Like, they're not like Oklahoma's number 18.
That's,
you know?
Oklahoma fits the profile. Oh, they're a blue blood. I'm sure they're pretty good. Let's throw them in there.
I don't know what because Florida State doesn't recruit like that. So.
No.
But also, they're like, if I were to count, they're probably like 40th.
Yeah, they're not that high up. Oh, to answer your question, or at least my question, this is the first time ever Texas has been a AP preseason top team in the country.
Wow. Finally. They stopped hating on us. Finally. Now some preseason hype for Texas football.
Yeah, that's what Texas had to deal with.
Normally they fly so under the radar.
People underestimating them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Biased.
It's a big headline on ESPN. First time AP top 25 team. So there it is. Texas does something they've never done before.
I don't like
Who would have thought? What? You don't like that context for it?
No, I don't. Now it's setting in that I don't like that they're number 1 to start the season.
Could Texas go wire to wire? Let's keep track of that as well. Texas goes wire to wire number 1. First time in the 12-team playoff era. Could a team go wire to wire? Can Texas be that team? Just throw on all the expectations.
Yeah.
Dabo has already talked about Clemson can be the first 16-0 team ever in major college football. He thinks Clemson has a possibility of doing that. I would say, no matter how good you think K Klubnik is, not a chance.
Yeah, beat LSU first. All right.
Yeah. Win the whole who really has Death Valley thing. Win that bowl game first, the Death Valley Bowl, before we start to talk about.
Although it is LSU week 1, so like historically you're gonna win.
It's true.
But, you know,
that's true. Brian Kelly.
Do it, Dabo.
Yeah, at least let's go through LSU first before we really start to have a conversation about going 16-0. So that's just one of the big games to start the year. We certainly know that Ohio State's playing Texas. Notre Dame goes down to what has been their house of horrors, no matter whether Miami's on the other side or not. Playing games in South Florida has not been great for Notre Dame up until last year, thanks to Penn State. But for the most part, Notre Dame taking trips down to that area of the country to go win a big game, not worked out for them. They'll get another opportunity. It'll be a top 10 matchup that Sunday of that first weekend of the regular season. Okay, when we come back, we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on the good news regarding Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and what he thought of his own line from Saturday's game. We'll hear from him when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So you guys know we have 2 spots left in our fantasy football league brought to you by DraftKings and the Golden Nugget. Mostly the Golden Nugget, but we will be holding the draft in the DraftKings Sportsbook. We have to decide who the commissioner is. Joe George, who is kind of the organizer of everything we do here, isn't sure who should be it because he doesn't think John and Lance want to. So now it may fall to Sean or I to be commissioner. Neither one of us want to do it. We may be looking at unorthodox ways to decide who's going to be the commissioner. But if you guys want to be part of this league where no one wants to actually be the commissioner of it,
this rebel league,
your last
anarchist league,
your last chance is this Thursday, sometime during the John and Lance show. You got to listen throughout, and also make sure you can be available to do the draft in Lake Charles on the 28th of August. That's a Thursday. You're going to get your chance to join us. We already have, considering the 4 spots from the people who work here and the 6 spots from listeners, we already have 10 teams. We need 2 more. So that could be you and a buddy, you and your wife, you and a significant other, whoever, however you want to do it. Listen in to John and Lance from pretty much throughout the entire show to figure out if you can win that prize. Of course, we also have our listener party, which is going to be September 5th.
Yes,
which
the
is
next
a Friday,
weekend.
which is
back-to-back weekend.
Busy time for us. September 5th on a Friday. That'll be at St. Arnold. We're going to be giving away chances for you to win all throughout the week. Today isn't our day. We have a specific day as opposed to me just saying, let's do this on a Monday last time. So listen throughout the day today for the show's going to give you a chance to win. Our day is a little bit later. So it'll be fun. We love to have the listener party. Love you guys to be out there. And, of course, you're going to get food and drinks. St. Arnold's going to hook you up. So be on the lookout for that as well. All right, let's hear from D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans had his first team offensive line out there. In some ways, Titus Howard not available. Also, of course, we're still waiting on Cam Robinson to come back. And by not available, I mean D'Amico wasn't going to play Titus Howard, much like he wasn't going to play C.J. Stroud. But you had would you say at least 2 starters, maybe. We'll see how it all plays out because you had Jake Andrews, you had Aaron Tertiary. We'll see how the Juice Scruggs is out there battling for a spot. Laken Tomlinson didn't play, and as I mentioned, Titus Howard didn't play. But you had a couple guys out there who you expect to at least start for the team, and maybe you have a swing tackle out there, maybe certainly someone like Juice Scruggs who can compete for a spot. So you had guys who are going to be part of your rotation. They're out there. D'Amico liked what he saw. Here's D'Amico Ryans on that offensive line.
CJ's in my point of view, our O-line did a really nice job of controlling the line of scrimmage, which when we did run the football, there was no one in the backfield. There was no penetration, and it all starts up front. So I feel like those guys did a really nice job of setting the tone. And that's what we want to see from the offensive line. You come out, be physical, set the tone for the offense, and I thought that first group did a nice job.
So that first group was kind of a hodgepodge, but they did what they're supposed to do. The one guy who took the brunt of the criticism from the viewing public was Blake Fisher. It was tough for him out there. All it did was confirm what the reports were from the media, that he was struggling, and is why he went from the favorite to play one of the tackle spots to a guy who's hoping to hold on to being a swing tackle, because at first sight of injury, Cam Robinson goes down. They move Ursary to left tackle. They move Titus Howard from guard back to right tackle. That's how bad Blake Fisher has been. Hopefully he improves, because I think they would love to keep Titus Howard at guard, even if there was an injury to one of their tackles, considering what right guard is a new spot for Titus Howard. Even as a veteran like he is, you probably want to keep a guy in a new spot as much as you can, considering he's learning that position. Okay, so that was D'Amico's take on the offensive line. Nick Caley's play calling didn't put them under a lot of pressure early. And, of course, they were able to run the ball pretty well as well. Let's move to the big injury. MJ Stewart played in Not that C.J. Gardner-Johnson would have played on Saturday even if he was healthy, but M.J. Stewart looks like a guy who is the next guy in with injuries taking a hit, or at least with the safety position taking a hit. They did sign Jalen Mills to add to the Jalen's on the squad. The former LSU safety played for the Jets. We will see if that's more than just a camp body. Probably will be determined by certainly the play of M.J. Stewart and Russ Yeast, but also how long-term the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson injury is. But we did get good news. He's not going to be out for the year. The ACL is intact. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the good news that they got with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
CJ's in great spirits. He's doing well. I mean, we're all thankful that the injury is not as, extensive as it was first reported. So we are excited that, he'll be fine. Take some time. He'll continue to progress and get better. So, thankful to know we'll be seeing them back on the field this year. And always with all of my guys who are in any injury situation, it's about those guys, me caring for them, making sure they are in a good spot mentally and physically. And CJ, he's great. He wants to be around the team, still had a smile on his face. But he'll be back, so we're excited about it.
If you were not aware that D'Amico cares about his guys, he will let you know that he does. That has been a consistent theme when he has been asked to talk about injuries to players and their return. It's about their guys and their mentals, and how much he cares about them.
Do people even care about C.J. Gardner-Johnson? That his body isn't completely wrecked and that he might be ready for week 1? Or do they only care that he'll maybe be ready for week 1?
The second one, for the most part. While the C.J. Gardner-Johnson thing became bigger than an injury for reporters because of the initially incorrect report.
Not an ACL.
Yes. Reporters who were not the first to report devastating injury were quick to point out that it wasn't as bad as initially reported. It's better to be second and make fun of the guy who was first than it is to be first sometimes, particularly if you are wrong. So that was, at least I noticed that more than I noticed people really concerned about the status of his knee. Like, it's good news that guy got it wrong because it means I didn't, and I can point out that he did in subtle ways. I will never call out this person for getting it wrong. I will just tweet in a way that everyone knows that even though I wasn't first, I also wasn't big wrong.
Yeah.
But the best thing that comes out of all of this
is that D'Amico Ryans cares for his players.
No. That Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is around the team. He's upbeat, and he's healthier than we first suspected. But I also would like to point out, no one has told us what the actual injury is.
Not an ACL.
So while we know what it isn't, we don't know what it is.
They should just keep saying what it's not.
We also don't have a timetable for his return, just that it's not as bad as we thought.
Not an ACL.
So the Texans aren't fooling me any. While we can talk about how it's not an ACL, when you don't tell me that it's weeks or he'll actually be ready for week 1, I can guess that it's somewhat significant.
Yeah, they're going to do the Mixon thing where it's just like, he might be ready for week 1. No, he won't practice. Why you keep asking us about a timeline?
Do you even care about
you don't care
about him? Yeah.
The way we care. That I'm throwing him in the Mixon, like, maybe he'll be back. We'll see.
No promises.
It's honestly just like, we'll see him at practice before anything. Like, if he's not practicing, just, okay, he'll be out.
Do we hear it from Rappaport first or another reporter, or do we just have him at practice one day because the local guys see him and that's how we know he's back and ready? Because, as I said, we don't know how bad the injury is. It doesn't seem like it's a bruise. We just don't know. Because a bone bruise or whatever they would want to call it, that could be minimized and say, hey, he'll be back in weeks. He'll be back before the preseason's over, or at least before week 1.
Yeah, but if it's like a strain.
Yeah, they probably don't know. I heard something that he might get platelet enrichment stuff. I saw that online from someone who was one of those people who were saying, not an ACL. So we will see.
Not a broken finger. Not a separated shoulder. Just keep going with what's not.
We know it's a lower leg injury by how he went down and how people were hushed to silence. We just don't know the extent of the injury.
Not a broken wrist.
I would be able to confirm that, judging by the reactions of everyone. No one has said it has anything to do with his arms or his hands.
Not a chipped tooth.
Would there have been a hushed tone if he had chipped a tooth? I don't know. I don't know how they respond to dental work. I'm not sure. But either way, when we find out, you guys will probably find out before we do. I'm sure it'll happen when this show isn't on. But
it'll happen at 3:05. Just going by
what
recent
happened
history.
Last time. We just know he'll miss time. I wouldn't expect him back soon, but it's better than what they had thought initially. So that's good news. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will go to break. We will return. What's not up next? The John and Lance Show, because Paul Gallant is up next after us. So we got one more segment to go. You can join us before we go, 713-780-3776. Myself and Sean, one more segment. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So we've got Javier back, Correa back, Bregman back. All this mixed into a pennant chase because the Mariners won't stop winning games. They swept the Rays. Some close games in there. They won an extra inning game, but the results are the results. They remain right behind the Astros, tied in the win column. They've played one more game than the Astros, and they lost it, so that's why they have a half-game deficit. So this series and all of them the rest of the way, the last 44 games are going to be big. Astros begin their homestand, this quick one here, with the Red Sox. They've got Javier against Crochet. Not exactly the guy I like to see when your starter's probably gonna go about 4 innings at most. We'll see if he comes back and is so efficient with his pitches, he can go longer than that. Because it's not about the innings; it'll be about the pitches he throws or amount of pitches he throws. So if he's in that 85 range that Arrighetti returned with, that could be something where he's gone in 4 2/3, or maybe he's great early and he gets to 5 to 6. But don't like that as Crochet against the guy returning from a long-term injury.
Even when he was healthy, Javier wasn't the most efficient pitcher. He was a high pitch count guy.
Yeah.
Even like the good years where he just was someone who never went long in games because he would walk guys and he's just a high pitch count guy. So yeah, I think that all of this is kind of like, wow, we're really throwing him straight into the Arrighetti got to go against the Marlins, like he got to, and it didn't go super well for him. It wasn't a disaster though, but yeah, you have Ace on the other side versus a red hot Red Sox team that just swept you guys now 2 weekends ago.
Yeah, the Red Sox are coming off losing a couple in San Diego, so they got in, and we'll see how they fare against the Astros. Can the Astros flip what had been a recent run of losing games at home? Like, they won the Guardians series, but part of that 5-game losing streak was dropping 5 in a row at home to the A's and the first game of the series against the Guardians. So did the Guardians series, when they won it, kind of flip them back to a team who had been pretty good at home? That's always in the psyche of the fans. I don't know how much it matters to the players, but the fans know, because it's been like their fatal flaw in the playoffs. Inability to win home games, which has just been a strange thing over the last, let's say, 5 years or so in the playoffs. Just, does it even go back to 19?
Well, 19 was the start of it.
Yeah, start of it. So, the last 5 playoff opportunities. We'll see.
I think 19 was the first time that a road team has won every game of a playoff series, and they did it again in 23 with the Rangers.
It's pretty remarkable if they could win a home game. Where would this dynasty be? And maybe it would actually be acknowledged as a dynasty. I mean, because we talk about it, how good they've been over the decade, or at least the last 10 years, a decade's worth of time. And they probably have just missed being called a dynasty because there's not one more World Series win in there.
I think if it's 17, 19, 22.
Yeah, you get called one.
Yeah, but even if they win one this year, it'd be kind of stretching it.
Yeah.
3 and 8 years is like,
I mean, the best team in the AL, certainly. The Dodgers can make claim that they've been just as good on the other side because of their run of success. Now, you want to take a deuce all over the 2020 World Series?
Yep.
You're more than welcome to. People have done it. People
Daryl
will continue
Morey
to do it. Well, I don't know what he thinks about the baseball one, but he probably shouldn't think too fondly of it, considering how he thinks of the NBA one. If you missed it, Daryl Morey pretty much said the entire league doesn't think the 2020 title by the Lakers is real.
And he said, if I would have won, I would have thought it's real.
He acknowledged that, yes, if it happened to you, you would think it's the most important thing in the world. But since it did not happen to you, you can deuce all over it because it happened in the bubble. He even said it was more of a testament to how the NBA came together than what the Lakers did.
It was actually a championship for Adam Silver. Yeah.
Yes.
Adam Silver won that ring.
Let's ignore that they were desperate because of how much money they were going to lose, and they convinced the players, hey, you got to do this because it's going to affect you in the next CBA. You know, the CBA that sucks for the players? That one where restricted free agents can't get paid any money? Yes. But they did convince the players how much money they would lose, so they better play. And the players did play. And LeBron played and won, and the league says, at least the people behind the scenes, they have been acknowledged with the banner, but people behind the scenes think he still has 3.
That's Adam Silver's.
Yes, Adam Silver. Adam Silver won a title that year.
I like giving Adam Silver credit for this.
Yes,
because he's also someone no one wants to give credit
to for anything.
Yeah, so you have to pick one.
LeBron or Adam Silver? Who do you want to give credit to for that one? People just punching that air trying to make a decision.
The human race for coming together. In 2020, just a time of unity.
The human race has been on a bad run, 2020 wasn't great for the human
No,
race.
no. Do you not see the bubble as a testament?
I remember a lot of people in the bubble wearing uniforms with not their names on it, but
educational reform.
things or other statements acknowledging how the human race had let each other down. I remember that was happening in the bubble at that time, and conversations being had about how the human race can treat each other better. Those lessons have really taken.
Yeah.
Look at the world today. Those messages on
It's
the
a
back.
testament to the NBA.
Yeah, the NBA Finals. Those messages on the back of Kyle Kuzma and Tyler Hero's jerseys have really taken hold.
When I saw the back of Goran Dragic's uniform as he was writhing in pain,
yes,
in Game 1 of the finals,
yes,
whatever it said, it really stuck with me.
It's a lesson you've learned, and you've.
Wasn't one like group economics?
I think that might have been.
There's one that's like very
Iguodala's
meaningless
number.
Yeah.
His jersey. I think that's what his jersey said. So sure. I'm trying to find what Goran Dragic's jersey said.
It might have just said Dragic.
I can't find it because I can't see the back of them. It was all the front of them, so I can't tell what his jersey might have said. But either way, we move on, much like the world has from the bubble. And the message is it tried to teach people. More unified today than ever.
Yeah.
Check
the stats.
Me and you, unified on our dislike for Penn State. The one thing that bonds us together.
Radio professionals strong together.
I don't want to do the ape thing now. Sean is making a reference to Planet of the Apes, which is now out. Well, the most recent one is now out on Prime, if you want to go watch that. What's on the watch?
It's a good movie.
Don't watch The Pickup, according to Michael. Don't watch War of the Worlds, according to Michael. But do watch. What's it called again? The most recent Planet of the Apes movie?
Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Not my ape, because no Caesar's in it.
Not my goat. Goat ape.
Caesar is the goat ape.
He is, without question, the goat ape.
Yeah, the best to ever do it.
Jersey in the rafters.
What would his jersey say on the back?
Apes strong together.
There it is. All right, we're done for the day. Paul Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean, Sean?
Shred 'em, Stroud!
The one guy who did not shred anyone, Graham Mertz. But he got out there. Credit to him. Paul Gallant up next. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
today. Correa drives one to left field, and he caught this one all the way back and gone. Carlos Correa hits his second home run in an Astros uniform in 25, and the Astros lead this one 5-1.
It's been a while, but that man is incorrigible.
I'm not going to lie. I had never heard that Jeff Blum dad joke before. That was the first time that I'd heard that. I don't know if this was a thing when Carlos Correa was with the Astros those 3+ years ago, but I'd like to hear it more. I like the cheesy dad joke nature of that home run call. As Carlos Correa went yard yesterday to cap off an Astros taking 2 out of 3 series in the Bronx against the Yankees. Am I satisfied? Sure. But I wanted a total victory. For those who don't know, in military terms, total victory signifies a complete and decisive triumph, leaving no significant challenge or obstacle remaining for the victor. It implies a comprehensive defeat of the opponent, eliminating their ability to continue the conflict or pose a future threat. In a military context, it often means the complete dismantling of the enemy's armed forces and control over their territory. So this was not a total victory. This was not unconditional surrender by the New York Yankees. But it was a peace treaty with terms heavily favoring the Astros, as they were able to win on Friday in 10 innings over New York, 5-3. They lost Saturday 5-4 game. They rallied to tie it 4-4, but they don't end up winning it. And then yesterday they walk away winning 7-1. Same as it ever was when it comes to Astros Yankees. You saw Jose Altuve homer Friday. You saw Jose Altuve hit home run number 250 yesterday, and through it all, Carlos Correa, who is making his return to Houston tonight against the Red Sox, had 2 hits in each of these games, including that home run and a celebration that Yankees fans are very upset about. It might not have been a total victory, but it's sure a victory that these 2 or 3 over the Yankees we can laugh at. Did you see Cody Bellinger's error not too long after that Correa home run in the 9th inning? I don't know what the hell that was, but it was funny. Aaron Boone got ejected in the 3rd inning. I think he just wanted to go home because he was getting booed in introductions every single game this weekend against the Astros. They're booning him, Paul. Come on. Don't you understand the Yankee tradition where they say every single player's name when they're out in the field? Yes, I do. It was funny because on Friday, Altuve homered before they could finish it. And then on Saturday, Jeremy Pena homered before they could finish it. And then yesterday, Altuve homered before they could finish it. Shock and awe to begin every single one of those games. But of course, they don't get a sweep. I almost feel bad for Yankees fans. Almost. They are a conquered people, even though there's a little under a third of the season left. There's plenty of time for them to potentially put themselves back in playoff position. Now, if the season ended today, they'd be out of the playoffs altogether. But they're speaking like conquered people. And there is something, when you are a conqueror, like the Astros are, that's very fun about reveling in the sadness of the opposition. I always love this quote from Arnold Schwarzenegger playing Conan the Barbarian in the movie Conan the Barbarian.
Conan, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of your women. That is good.
I don't know about what about the last part makes me tickle so much, but they hear the lamentations of the women. You could say like the cries, the moaning, the sadness, the despair, the lamentations. I'm calling the barbarian. It tickles me. But Yankees fans are really going through it. And I want to give it to you so you can also get a little contact high off of New York Yankee fan lamentation. Sean, can we play the sad violin from SpongeBob SquarePants in the background as we go through some of the sadness that Yankee fans are going through at this moment in time. Oh, beautiful. An account called @OctoberStanton said this with a picture of Jose Altuve. You are our owner, our franchise daddy, our worst nightmare. We are your child. Another account featuring some thought, it's a hot chick, posted this. You know what? I'm over the trash can shenanigans. We are 8 years removed. I respect what the Astros have done since then. That's Stockholm Syndrome. Their farm system is elite, is it? They are scrappy with trades, but they can't compete at free agency. That's fair. They have a solid business operation. I won't be surprised to see them make another deep postseason run. We have all the money in the world, and we do not have a solid business operation. We have an embarrassing one. Oh, my God. Inject this into my veins. Remember that Carlos Correa home run yesterday? A Yankees fan blog wrote a column with this as the title. Carlos Correa's disrespectful Jose Altuve celebration adds Yankees insult to injury. This person said it's pretty disrespectful to use a Jose Altuve buzzer celebration. Many Yankees fans believe that Carlos Correa's celebration hitting the home run on Sunday, where he pointed at his upper left shoulder / chest, then shook his head and waved his finger no, and then pointed up to the sky, perhaps saying it wasn't a buzzer, it's the man upstairs, or perhaps saying it wasn't me, it was the man upstairs. It led to this very long my column where the person said, I can't believe they wrote this. I can't believe he did this. I can't believe he did this. But also admitted that the Astros own the Yankees because he started off this column with this. Anyone attempting to deny that the Astros own the Yankees is playing a fool's game. Despite the Yankees' combined 12-5 record against Houston since the start of 2023. You just did it right there, buddy boy. This type of impenetrable bravado has made the Astros think it's totally okay to reference their own cheating past and relish in it. And they're right! Oh, God, give me all these tears. The lamentations to throw him in. There was a video that Will Kunkel posted of somebody booing the Yankees, and his wife is telling him to sit down. Some Yankees fans even wore paper bags. And perhaps the best part, it was pointed out that the Yankees have won a World Series every decade from 1920 through the 2010s. But the 2020s hasn't happened yet. 2010s hasn't happened. Didn't happen. And to wrap it all up, here's the cherry on top. Here's the creme de la creme of the Yankees' misery. From Aaron Boone, after the game, talking about how the Yankees still have a chance. The game is littered with dead and buried teams. We're in playoff position right now. We've been through 2 bad months where we haven't performed at a level we need to. Go back the year before. You can pick out a number of teams that are sitting in a worse position than we are right now, then go on a run. We have the people to do that. No doubt in my mind. We haven't been good enough the last 2 months. I love that. The game is littered with dead and buried teams. You might be one of them, but not quite because the Astros were not able to pull off the sweep. Appreciate Mr. Krabs for contributing the sad little violin. I appreciate that. You want to add a little more insult to injury for the Yankees? It was Old Timers weekend. Mariano Rivera tore his Achilles. So the Yankees have this Old Timers game that is played after one of the afternoon games. I think it was on Saturday. That's why the game was so early. And Mariano Rivera, Sean, tore his Achilles while pitching in this game. We also saw a very heavy Johnny Damon, who looked a lot like Max from Pardon My Take. For those who don't know, he's like a large, portly Italian man.
How are there not more Achilles
snapping
tears in Old Timers games? You'd think it happens all the time.
Yeah.
Or like some sort of serious injury happens a lot because, you know, and I'm not saying they're all Johnny Damon, but a lot of the Old Timers aren't taking care of themselves.
I would agree with you there.
To the level where they can even play in an Old Timers game. So I'm surprised there's not more carnage at some of these.
Yeah.
Even like pitching. Like, I'm surprised these guys' arms don't fall apart. They're like 50.
I'm trying to think of hefty Yankees from years past.
David Wells.
David Wells is the only one I can think of. I don't think they ever had like huge guys. Was there a Bartolo Colon era with the Yankees? Probably. I feel like he played for a third of baseball.
I mean, even like Clemens,
Clemens was definitely in the best shape he could be at that age.
Yeah,
allegedly.
but what I'm saying is now he's playing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised these guys Johnny Damon was in great shape when he played for.
He
the
was
Yankees.
like Johnny Damon was like the fit, svelte guy that was fast and Now
I'm surprised there's not more Johnny Damons out there. Or I'm surprised Damon didn't get hurt.
Me too.
Getting out of bed this morning.
Damn, Sean.
But yeah, I'm surprised there's not a Astros style injury report after each one of these Yankees old timers games.
Seriously.
Also, Astros old timers game.
Oh man, that would
they should
be
do
great.
that.
It would be cool to see Nolan Ryan out there throwing one more time. I bet Nolan Ryan could still hit pretty high.
It's like
the
all
radar
those
gun.
guys, and then like Josh Reddick, like someone who was on the team like 2 years ago.
Yeah, that would be fun. But from what I understand, no Yankees were euthanized on the field during the old timers game. So just a torn Achilles for Mariano Rivera. That's it. They didn't have to put anyone down.
It's a real shame what happened to Whitey Ford.
Man. I don't know who's alive and who's dead.
I was gonna say I don't know if he's still with us.
He might be. He might not. Anyway. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Astros took 2 of 3 against the Yankees. Alex Bregman and the Red Sox in town tonight. Carlos Correa making his Astros debut for the second time in Houston. And Christian Javier is going to be on the hill for the Stros tonight as well. Definitely a more formidable foe with the way they're playing, Boston is, than the Yankees. So if you want to talk about that upcoming series, you can, or your favorite memories from an Astros taking 2 out of 3, almost total victory against the Yankees. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Up next, we do have Christian Javier back tonight. What the hell's up with Yordan Alvarez? We'll give you some Astros ER because the latest Yordan update, as always, is extremely confusing. Help us figure it out. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Altuve delivers deep to left field again, and that one's gone. Second home run of the series, 15th against the Yankees, and he continues to turn that negative energy around here in the Bronx. It's 1-0 Astros.
Yeah, said it before, I'll say it again. Keep booing. If you want Altuve to get locked in on the road, just continue to boo him.
Is that actually true? Is Jose Altuve a better player if you boo him? Truly, I don't know the answer to that. I was actually pretty surprised to find out that as far as Altuve and how he fares against other opponents, his numbers against the Yankees are middle of the pack for him. He has a career .813 OPS, which is pretty good against New York, but that is his 16th best OPS against teams. His .278 batting average against New York is his 22nd best of the 29 teams he played against. Talking Yanks posted that. I don't know if that was in a way trying to show that Altuve, well, at least he's not owning the Yankees as much as we think he is. Some sort of, we'll take the mini victories when we can get them. He hit 2 home runs against us this weekend, and he's owned us, but he doesn't own us as much as he owns other teams. Or it might just be a collective confession by Yankees fans that, hey, maybe Altuve wasn't cheating. Maybe he just always has been better than us. And I'm starting to see some of that, which is fun, but it's also disappointing. Yankee fans are supposed to be villains, and they have been, I think, just beta bitches for essentially, the last 10 years or so. They just ain't who they used to be. They're not the people that, despite living in Tampa Bay and probably supposed to be a Devil Rays fan at the time, they're not that obnoxious kid that went to Admiral Farragut, yes, we called it other words, high school that was in the St. Petersburg area. It's not the kid who I got in a fight with after Aaron Boone hit that home run who ripped my Nomar Garcia Parra shirt. That kid was trying to bully me because I was wearing a Red Sox shirt the day after the Red Sox lost. Like a man. Like a man. Got in a fight, that kid ripped the shirt. You know what? That was at least Yankees bully behavior.
Yeah. It's an entire generation of Yankees fans that have just gotten that beaten out of them.
Exactly. Because, I mean, they collapsed against the Red Sox. They had lost the World Series days later to the Marlins. Like, there was a lot going on, and they've just, as a fan base, turned into a bunch of whiny little babies.
Yeah, even 2009. It's at this point, it's 15 years ago.
Yeah.
It's been a long time for these guys.
It's been, shoot. Yeah, there are some irresponsible fathers who had children that have never seen the Yankees win a World Series.
Yeah. There's
had when they were 16. No offense.
There's a college student out there that doesn't remember the 2009 World Series.
For sure. Definitely, yeah.
It's crazy.
It's incredible. So, Astros take 2 or 3 against New York. A couple of comments. We were talking about how Mariano Rivera tore his Achilles at the Yankees old-timers game Saturday.
Speedy recovery.
we wish him the best.
Hopefully he'll be ready for next year's old-timers game.
Honestly, I think a lot of Yankees fans would take Mariano Rivera over their current closer based off of the text that my Yankee fan friend from college was texting me about the dude on Friday night.
Williams?
Yeah.
Devin Williams is not.
He sucks.
He got him to change the beard policy and then has just been been awful.
It's truly just completely terrible. Texter said, in relation to the story to us talking about Mariano Rivera, I snapped my Achilles at 29 doing the House of Pain dance. So it happens. Damn, that sucks. That sucks. I feel for you, man.
That does suck.
Yeah.
I don't mean to laugh, but that is
funny.
It's a
but
funny way to hurt your kid.
Yeah. Another texter, we were talking about, hey, what Yankees were fat and that maybe would need a lot of monitoring to make sure that they don't aggravate anything if they're out there. Someone said CC Sabathia was fat when he played for them, but now he's fit. Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah,
he's in good shape now.
It was like
Relatively, at least.
He went like Jeff Saturday.
Yeah.
You know, like where he got skinny
Oh,
after
yeah.
he played.
You're like, do you have cancer? Oh, no, you just
Yeah.
are taking your diet seriously for a change.
Yeah. Or, yeah, you're not. Oh, for CC, yes.
Yes.
For offensive linemen, it's like you're not forced to be 300
No,
pounds
exactly.
anymore.
You don't have to eat anymore. It is funny seeing how svelte some of these guys get.
Yeah.
Like Wade Smith, like former Texans offensive lineman. Chris Myers, former Texans offensive lineman. And they are over 10 years removed from playing for the Texans. And I think in both their cases, maybe from playing in the NFL. But it is wild just to see, oh, wow, when I'm not doing a carb overload for an entire year, you can actually lose
Just
weight.
drop weight like that.
It must be
Crazy.
nice. Yeah, you're probably like happy as an offensive lineman after. It's like, oh, I can finally actually get a little svelte.
Yeah.
Let's go. So we talk about what the Astros do with their medical staff, training staff all the time. He said do in quotation marks, by the way, Paul did right there, speaking about himself in the third person, because we don't really get it, any of it. But it is time for another episode of Astros ER because we have some good news for a change. Christian Javier is making his Astros 2025 debut tonight. He has not pitched since 2024, out for 14 months. Going to be very interesting to see what he does, making his first start since May 21st of last year. When Javier was at his best, I thought he had the most electric stuff on the Astros. However, I felt that most strongly when Javier was in that weird hybrid. He could be a starter, but we like him as a reliever, and he does all sorts of crazy stuff for us. Because he is one of those guys where a good start for Javier is he lasted 5 2/3 innings.
Yeah, like he was never a length guy. He just always had a high pitch count. So
Right.
even, the combined no hitters, they had to be combined.
Exactly.
He even while giving up no hits, could only get through 6 or so innings.
Whenever you get 6 innings from Christian Javier, you're like, yes, awesome.
That's like 8 from Fromber.
I'm hoping for 4 tonight. 4 innings from
Yeah.
Javier tonight would be great. I hope that the fastball that used to drive everyone crazy is back to being what it used to be. He was at least hitting the same velocity in the minor leagues, but it's one thing to hit the same velocity. It's another thing to have the same kind of movement. Perhaps it'll be a little bit better at first because since his elbow is probably like the strongest it's ever been since he's been rehabbing it for over a year.
Yeah, that's kind of what they say is that, especially coming off of Tommy John, like the velocity will go up just because you're like specifically working it back. So you will throw a little bit harder to start with. But yeah, he was always more of the whatever rise ball,
Right, exactly.
optical illusion that he had.
Boing.
Yeah, we'll see if he still has that. That would be super sick if he still has that.
It would also be super sick if Yordan Alvarez ever plays baseball again. Here's the latest update for Yordan Alvarez, who, by the way, has been out for over a month with hand inflammation. That we thought was worse than hand inflammation, but it is hand inflammation.
It's been a lot of things.
I am opening the door for others to call him soft right now. I am. I'm just going to open it. I'm not going to do it. But if Jeremy Branham 3-6 wants to, the floor is yours. It's getting a little concerning. And there's also other moments where you're like, hey, you left the game because of smoke. Okay. But anyway, Yordan's a great hitter and had a great home run in the 2022 World Series and also was so awesome in that playoffs, especially against the Mariners, that we're going to look the other way for now. But this is the update, Sean. Yordan Alvarez is still in the coach's batting practice stage of his hitting progression. Huh? What the hell's that? Alvarez hit in the cage today and is scheduled to hit on the field tomorrow in West Palm Beach. But I don't know what that means.
They're having a coach throw to him and not a professional pitcher.
Is the coach throwing a hard to him?
No.
Or is the coach throwing home run derby batting practice?
It's batting practice.
Okay. There we go. I was hoping that when Carlos Correa said this on Friday, we get Yordan back pretty soon, hopefully, and this team is going to be stacked. I was like, does Carlos know something we don't? No, Carlos doesn't know something that we do. It's that the Astros medical and training staff has gotten a lot worse since he was gone.
Yeah, that hopefully is like the most important word in that sentence.
Mhm.
Because it does turn it from like, oh wow, they must know that he's close to.
Right.
Oh, hopefully he's just saying what we're saying. Is
Yeah,
like hopefully he comes back soon.
Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. That is Astros ER. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. If you want to talk about what the Astros did to the Yankees over the weekend, almost got that sweep I demanded, almost got that total victory. Instead, they take 2 or 3, half a game up on the surging Seattle Mariners in the American League West before a 3-game set against Boston starting tonight, with Alex Bregman making his return to Houston, along with Carlos Correa making his return to Houston, and Christian Javier pitching for the first time since May 21st of last year. Up next, there was a preseason game. If you watched this live, I feel sorry for you. I have a mini rant about Saturday's Texans game before we talk about all the good and the bad. Coming up next, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
That ball hit well to left field, and we are underway with a solo shot by JP3. Jeremy Pena, number 12 on the year, connects, and the Astros jump in front 1-0.
Well, top rail at 97. It might take more than that to beat Jeremy Pena, who gets things off to an electric start, hitting a rocket into the seats and left.
Jeff, you had a chance. You had a chance to do it. Todd Callis, you also had a chance to do it. Do it. At some point, do it. I am greenlighting you to do it, to do what needs to be done, which is this. Jeremy Pena led off with a home run Saturday. Come on. Come on. It's not that hard to yarl. Anyone can yarl. That's how Scott Stapp became famous with Creed. Anyone can do it. I know I'm talking Pearl Jam and not Scott Stapp. Scott Stapp may have stolen from Pearl Jam on that front. There was a fun Mad TV skit back in the day about all of the bands that sounded like there's a lot of bands that sound like that. But I can do it, which means Jeff Blum can do it, which means Todd Callis can do it. Come on, Todd, put those Syracuse pipes to work, okay? It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Astros took 2 of 3 against the Yankees over the weekend. They played the Red Sox for 3 at Daikin Park. Looking forward to going to tonight's game, to see Alex Bregman's return, to see Carlos Correa's return, to see Christian Javier's return. Very curious about the tribute videos that each will get. And I do hope that everyone gets cheered. Correa's going to. Javier's going to. Bregman, I do wonder if there is a smattering of boos. Definitely not during the tribute video, but perhaps during his first at-bat, especially given that Boston swept the Astros not too long ago and put them in this rather precarious position that they're currently in the American League West. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I am glad that I waited to watch Saturday's Houston Texans preseason opener until late last night. Had a good weekend with the girlfriend. We watched a lot of Righteous Gemstones. She introduced me to a rapper called Lil Dicky, which I'd never heard of. Then we watched a bunch of a TV show, Dave. We had a great time watching things that we liked. I hate watching preseason football. I have been out on preseason football since the days where I was forced to work entire 6 to 7 hour days covering preseason football when I was over at the Flagship. It felt like I was being held at gunpoint. I wasn't actually, but I mean, you're a man in your 20s. It's a Saturday in August. You want to go to the pool. You want to hang out with your friends. Instead, you're watching fake football, which is getting progressively worse by the year. So the Texans played the Vikings Saturday in Minnesota, and as expected, almost none of the players you wanted to see played. Sean, I have a question for you. Can you guess what the average price of a ticket was at US Bank Stadium in Minnesota for Saturday's game? The average price of a ticket.
It's going to be disappointingly high.
Yes, it is.
50?
$78.
Oh, my God.
$78 to watch that game. A game where, on the Vikings side, Justin Jefferson was mic'd up for a full quarter, never even put on pads. And on the Texans side, all the Texans starters did the same thing. You didn't see anyone of consequence out there for the Texans. No C.J. Stroud, no Nico Collins, Joe Mixon's hurt, no Dalton Schultz, none of the integral offensive linemen, no Titus Howard, no Laken Tomlinson, no Will Anderson, no Danielle Hunter, no Derek Stingley, no Kamari Lassiter, no Kalen Bullock. The list goes on and on and on and on and on and on. Kaibi Fairbairn, we got to see him. Woohoo! Yeah. He hit a field goal.
Look good.
He also butchered one of the kickoffs in this game. $78. Imagine if you'd gone up to that game, not knowing what we know about the preseason, because we know how awful it is and what an FU it is to football fans everywhere. Imagine if you had gone up to Minneapolis and thought, I'm going to go watch this game. I brought my whole family. We spent $400 on the tickets to go watch the game, and then we spent a bunch of money on concessions. And then that's what you see. I love the NFL. This is the worst thing that they do, stealing money from fans who watch preseason games. Guess what the average price for a Texans-Panthers ticket is this coming Saturday at NRG Stadium, Sean?
Gonna be cheaper. It's gonna be $30.
$110.56, at least as far as the average ticket price. Vivid Seats says there are some tickets available for $67. Some say there are some cheap tickets available for $12 because it's probably unfortunately sad NFL Texans fans that are like, well, I'm not going to go. I want to get something in return for it. And the NFL makes it so difficult to get rid of these tickets because on the second market, if you sell a preseason ticket, they're like, no, you have to sell it for the full price. Rah, you can't make a profit off of this. You can maybe get it for less. It's ridiculous. It is such an FU to all of us. Really is. One of the preseason games this weekend, and it was for legitimate reasons, but Lions-Falcons, like, they just ended it with a quarter left. It's not actually competitive. Like, the point of the game is to get these young players out there in a game situation, which is probably the only game situation that they'll ever be in, and you hope that they swim instead of sink. But for the most part, it's tough, brutal to watch football, and you're paying a ton of money to watch these games in person. So I am now at the point where I will never again watch a preseason game live. Ever. Ever. I feel for all the people who do it. I know some people in my industry do it, and they're looking at me like with an eyebrow raised up and saying, like, you're not doing your job, especially when you consider yourself a football guy. Fair enough. Sorry, I'm not watching that live. I will watch the condensed version on NFL Plus. So it will be 37 minutes instead of 3 hours plus. It is a massive FU by the NFL, which is already doing a lot of that, seeing as if you want to watch every single game this season, it'll cost you a little shy of $700 via all the streaming platforms, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's frustrating. I hate it. So, just wanted to get that rant off of my chest before we talk about what happened in the game. What did happen in the game, Paul? Well, everyone's favorite moment was C.J. Stroud and his presence on the sideline in a game he didn't dress for. Here is C.J. Stroud being interviewed by Shelby Coppage, who you might know from the Space City Home Network. She fills in on Astros duty from time to time for Julia Morales and for Kevin Eschenfelder, asking C.J. Stroud a question. Notice how distracted he gets by what's going on the field.
All right, CJ, I have a question. So when you're in a fan base like this, Vikings, whoever else, and it's crazy loud, how do you handle yourself and communicate with the team?
I think everybody goes back to practice and doing it in practice. So you make it hard in practice when you come out here in these environments. They're not as bad. So, so you make it harder on yourself in practice. So when you come out here, it's a little easier.
So distracted. He's clearly on autopilot giving that answer as it is, but he's distracted by what's going on the field. I also watched the Vikings broadcast of the Texans-Vikings game because that was the one that was the condensed version, and Justin Jefferson did an entire quarter on the sideline, and the entire time he was just like basically going off to the side in the middle of the interview and talking with teammates and then watching the field. And I think Paul Allen, who is noted for being a little bit of a loud mouth as far as play-by-play guys go, I could tell he was getting annoyed. It was kind of funny. But bringing it back to CJ, what's great about CJ right there, did you notice that? He was distracted by what's going on in the game. Always locked in, even if he's not playing. That's my quarterback.
Even if it's a game where Keaton Slovis and Graham Mertz combined to throw 30 passes.
I will say Keaton Slovis didn't look bad. Davis Mills didn't look bad.
Graham Mertz?
We'll get to Graham Mertz. There was also a moment where C.J. Stroud, so locked in, called a timeout for D'Amico Ryans. Now, you could say, hey, that's some game management issues for D'Amico Ryans in a preseason game, but I don't really know what game management situations happen during a preseason game, but C.J. Stroud motioned to a referee to call a timeout, apparently. So there's that. Also, it was Nick Caley's first game as offensive coordinator. He's a booth guy. Not on the field. He's in the booth. Bobby Sloak was on the field. Nick Caley in the booth.
I think I like the booth a little bit better.
It makes a little more sense. Probably get a little bit more
bird's eye view.
Bird's eye view, but also less distractions, less moving around. Yeah. I actually think it makes more sense if you are a coordinator to be up there. Because, when you're in the middle of it, it is very distracting. Like, all those game management decisions that we talk about being so easy because we've played Madden, you get on the field and you're walking around. It's definitely a little bit different, for sure. I say this as somebody who coached in a game this summer, the Blondes versus Brunette game. It was interesting doing that. Had a great timeout call in that game.
The C.J. Stroud-esque?
Yeah. I was locked in.
The winning mentality?
Now, maybe we weren't as locked in preparations leading up to it, but I think we were outgunned in that game. Other notes from the preseason game. So, not a lot of starters out there. Left to right, you had Ariante Ursary, the rookie, who's getting a lot of praise from vets. Juice Scruggs at left guard. Jake Andrews at center. Right guard, Ed Ingram. Right tackle, Blake Fisher. The offensive line graded pretty well. and those who are in the know seem to believe that they handled exotic, jazzy stuff from the defensive line, like stunts and slants, a little bit better. But, then again, remember this. It's a preseason game. I'm going to do a new segment going forward because of all the times that Houston Texans call each other dogs, and it's going to be the dogs of the game. And I'm going to tell you the 3 dogs that I like, and I'm going to tell you the dogs I didn't like. So who are the border collies? Because I like border collies. They're the smartest dog. They're cute. Of Texans-Vikings on Saturday. Number 1, third down Braxton Berrios. Braxton Berrios kept on getting open when he needed to. Whether it was for Davis Mills or Keaton Slovis, might be able to fight his way onto the roster. He's going to have to do some stuff as a returner, but he was the first returner out there. Dare Ogunbowale! He was also out there. Looked pretty good running behind that offensive line. Jalen Knoll, rookie wide receiver from Iowa State. He had a nice catch on a pass that wasn't so great towards the sideline, was able to turn upfield, cut a couple extra yards, caught a screen and slipped upfield somehow. I think it got taken back by injury. And honorable mention for a couple of guys. I thought Russ Yeast and Jamal Hill defensively were all over the place, and that Woody Marks did a pretty good job in blitz pickup. Here are the pugs of the game. The pugs. Pugs are disgusting abominations to the Lord. They are. You know it. I know it. Blake Fisher. Good God. Didn't think it could get worse. It did. He was terrible. Dudes were blowing by him. Got called for a false start. I would be concerned if I were Blake Fisher about making this roster. He was awful. Number 2, Graham Mertz. Good God, dude. Graham Mertz could have thrown easily 5 interceptions in the second half. Had flashbacks to watching Graham Mertz at Florida. Goodness gracious. Not fun. And the other pug of the game, D'Angelo Ross in coverage, not so great. D'Angelo Ross is more of a special teamer, playing cornerback, but he was constantly getting beat in coverage and out-physicaled in coverage, and he had an interception that he could have had. It bounced right off his hands. Rough. Also, Jawar Jordan muffed the punts. Not so great. Paul Gallant Show. That's all you need to know from Texans and Vikings on Saturday. The Vikings won that game 20-10. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. And Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 281, new segment, Who Let the Dogs Out? That was going to be the segment. I've just been too lazy to pick up every single time a Houston Texans player has said dog, which it's been a lot. We're talking probably at least 43 in the last 2 to 3 years. And me being a procrastinator, I've been like, oh, it's too much of a task for me to accomplish. I'm going to wait until next year to do it. Like my New Year's cards, which I still haven't sent out for last year. I got to send one to Sean, to Joe.
At a certain point.
No. It's the latest. The later the, if I don't get it done by football season, I'm not going to do them at all.
Are you? Do you think you'll ever reach a point where you're sending out?
No, this is going to be the latest ever. It's all.
Okay.
Listen, I have a girlfriend now. We're progressing as a person, even though there's been a lot of things that I've been trying to do for the last couple of weeks that I haven't. But we are progressing.
Okay,
we're evolving.
I would like to get my 2025 Happy New Year's in 2025.
Yeah.
And right now, it's looking shaky.
Well, it could happen. It might not. You know, got plenty of time left.
But I also would like Happy 2025, but to get that in January 26th.
You might. Depends. Gary has a thought on the Texans. Gary, what's up?
Hey guys. Like that Ike and Tina Turner song. I got one. Jerry Medina owns the Yankees like Ike owns Tina.
Oh, damn.
Ike owns Tina. Jerry Medina owns the Yankees like Ike owns Tina.
Damn.
Anyway, hey, no, look.
Ike and Tina Turner, for those who don't understand the reference. What you got, Gary? That is a dated reference, but it's a good reference. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. Look, hey, on a lighter note, I mean, sure do a little pivot. I don't care who he's throwing to first, second, third reps or whatever. When you're in the pros, I mean, to not get many reps at practice and to do what he did, I mean, it's just a preseason game. I get it. We just do it. But with grown men, whether they're first or second or third defenders, with somebody barreling down in your face, when you pivot, when you shift, when you show pocket presence, when you show calmness, it doesn't matter if that was a senior high school at Katy. If somebody's coming at you at a QB and you shift over, you let your guys block for you, and you let the play develop, it does under the circumstances he was in, He just demonstrated what he did at Jackson State, which was not great, at Colorado, and here for one game. That's what – it's only one game, but when defenders are coming at you, it doesn't matter at this time. Yes, yeah. And so he looked good, and he had some presence, and he didn't look rattled.
No, I'm with you,
It's not going
Gary.
to be perfect.
No, I appreciate the phone call. Like, look, he looked good. He looked good. I think he deserves another opportunity to start. Kevin Stefanski's being kind of coy, and the Browns are being weird about it. The Browns are handling this honestly very strange. I will say this about Shedeur. Shedor's doing some victory laps already, and listen, deserved, but it's one game. Hey, like on to the next one. I think you got to put the blinders on. Listen to that advice you got from Tom Brady. What's the next best game? The next one. But he did look good out there. He was put in a situation a lot of people were saying he was put in to fail. I don't think he was. He had an opportunity as a fifth-round rookie. I understand that, some people don't look at him as a fifth-round rookie like a Mel Kiper or something like that. But no, he got in that game, looked pretty good, and now it's a matter of do it again. But it's very weird. The Browns just seem dysfunctional with the way that they're handling it because Stefanski's being very coy about who they start the next game. And on top of that, Stefanski's I'm trying to find, I had like a couple of articles that I had highlighted. Stefanski did not want to talk about the quarterback competition and said he's not ready to name a starting quarterback for the second preseason game. I think Sanders deserves another shot because, look at this room.
Yeah.
Who has the most upside in this room? Maybe the Browns don't look at Shedeur Sanders as having more upside than Dylan Gabriel, but I think, everyone else does in the world.
Yes. It's not crazy to think that's Shedeur Sanders.
And it's like Flacco and Kenny Pickett, and who's the other guy they just brought in? It's all people. I mean,
Huntley.
Yeah, it's come on.
Yeah.
That's what I said, and I know that there's a lot of people that are super pro Shedeur Sanders right now, and everyone's very excited. Good. I like that we have something to be interested in this preseason, but I think the Browns are handling this horribly, as they always do.
Because they ate that. B, they can't say I'm everyone's excited, but we're still not changing our depth chart over the they can't come out and poo-poo what everyone saw, especially because everyone gets excited when Shedeur Sanders does things, and he did pass the test of do you look like you obviously don't belong? No, he looked like he can handle it. He didn't look completely overwhelmed. He made some plays at the same time. Just hey, Keaton Slovis looked good. It is preseason game 1. Let's.
But he looked good enough where Slovis was hey, all right.
Yeah.
Sanders was, whoa.
Yeah, he had a couple more plays.
Sanders was okay. I'm intrigued. I don't want to see more Keaton Slovis. I don't want to see more Davis Mills. I don't.
Hater. You're only saying that because you're a hater.
No. I just went on a rant at the beginning of the segment. Preseason football sucks. It sucks. Highlights are great. I mean, I had a giant pants 10 over Travion Henderson for the Patriots with the first play of the preseason, taking it back to the house, and a couple of nice screen catches that he had.
Yeah.
I legitimately was in a bar called The Deuce in the Heights on Saturday. I saw the highlights for the first time. I stood up in my bar chair, and I started saying, "We are so back!" I was drunk, but I did say that. But yeah, good for Shedeur.
Yeah.
I want to see another opportunity out there. I would also say, hey, man, dial it back a little bit where you're saying to a Browns reporter, you've never said anything positive about me. Well, he's going to say something positive about you now. But, come on. Can we wait till the regular season game to do that? That's all I'm saying. I want Sanders to do well. I do. I think he is a fascinating character, and he is so damn polarizing, which means he's always going to be interesting to talk about for someone like me. So I want to see him do well, but I have advice for him.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'd spend the whole segment before talking about Shedeur Sanders being it is the preseason.
Yeah.
Who kind of cares? And then Shedeur Sanders balls out. There has to be a little bit of consistency with well, it is the preseason.
Yeah.
He did play well.
Yeah.
But it is the preseason.
Right. We saw J.J. McCarthy for the Vikings. He had one nice throw.
Yeah.
So did Davis Mills. Mills had an awesome throw. He had an awesome throw down the middle of the field. But that was the highlight. That was the highlight, that play right there. It's one of those throws where you're whoa, Davis Mills? But that's what every quarterback will do from time to time. And that's how we get a little bit crazy talking about these guys this time of year. You know, all it takes is one sexy little splash play for you to be turned all the way up. So, good for Shador. And I hate the preseason. Keith has a thought on golf. Great. Let's see how off the beaten path we go with Keith, as we always do. Keith, what's up?
Hey, guys. Love the show. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Yes. No, you're not, but thanks.
I want to talk about Tommy Fleetwood really quick. You know, he's
choke
played
the
in
dog.
162 PGA Tour events. He's got a one-shot lead with just a couple holes to play yesterday, and then he doesn't even make the playoffs. Like, what's the deal with Tommy Fleetwood? Is he cursed? Is he still a quality golfer? How can he get his first PGA Tour win? And, you know, what does this say about, you know, Justin Rose at age 45 winning a tournament? But Tommy Fleetwood, man, he's got to be due. I know you guys tuned in yesterday afternoon. Nothing else is on TV. Preseason football is terrible watch. I hate preseason all sports across the board. So I completely agree with you there, Paul. But Tommy Fleetwood, man, he's so close. I think
15
I'm actually
under.
going to put it on the record that he's going to win a major next season.
I mean, he's 34. He should be able to.
Yeah. Still young. Relative, golf young.
Great hair.
Great hair. But I think Pug of the Weekend. Honorary Pug of the Weekend.
Ooh. But he was 15 under. He was tied with Scotty Scheffler.
And then what happened?
And he shot 69 in the last round, from what I understand. I don't really know how it went, but if you're just looking at specific numbers, you could talk yourself into
I think
him being just as good as Scotty Scheffler.
I saw something where he had like 0 par or better, or maybe it was birdies or better in the last 11 holes.
Oh, well, that's rough.
Yeah.
That's rough.
It wasn't not great. I mean, obviously, hey, you got chased down by Scotty Scheffler.
Hey,
that happens.
I got to take, okay?
I know.
I got to take.
Oh, no.
Golf's hard. It's hard.
It's a hard game.
It's hard. Unless you've mastered the sport like me, it's hard. And you know how you master the sport? Stop playing. If you stop playing, you've mastered it.
Yeah. No more bogeys.
No more ridiculous bills for a round that you're going to sweat your balls off in and probably sexually harass a cart girl. Like, no more of that. You're going to be driving drunk in the golf cart. Yeah. You're going to avoid all sorts of complications.
Yeah, maybe an NHL player thinks you're moving too slow. Mouth off to him.
Bang! 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 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. We are the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. That's why we talk about Shador Sanders and about Tommy Fleetwood. Up next on the Paul Gallant Show. Was Carlos Correa talking trash to the Yankees and their faithful in yesterday's ninth inning? We'll talk about that, stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at St. Arnold. Had myself a lawnmower while I was out and about this weekend. You already know that St. Arnold has a beer for everyone. That if you've been to their beer garden before, we were there on my birthday. It was awesome. It's a place for everyone. And now if you want to host a private event, they've got a space for everyone. You can have your private event at St. Arnold's, like a wedding, a family reunion, a birthday party, holiday company happy hour, a trade show. 300 people, they've got you covered. For groups smaller than 100 people, there's the investors pub. For larger groups, there's the beer hall. These have full audio and visual capabilities, projectors, screens, with in-house catering prepared by the St. Arnold chef. That guy rules. That food's really good there. I love their chicken sandwich. An appetizer table or a full-on feast, it's all there. And plus, the freshest St. Arnold beer in the world with wine, cider, and root beer. If you want to host an event, you got to book it right now at St. Arnold's. Go to their website, starnold.com, click on private events, starnold.com, click on private events. And if you mention ESPN or Paul or Gallant, you will get the brewery game package free for your event. It gets you a combination of dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, a pool table, and a photo booth as well. So book your event now, starnold.com. Click on private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events and tell them Paul Gallant sent you.
And Correa lines one through a base hit. Altuve and Correa strike again against the Yankees. The home run early in the game from Altuve. The go-ahead hit from Carlos Correa.
Then Taylor Trammell tacked on a 2-run homer, and the Astros Friday night on Apple TV took down the New York Yankees 5-3 in extra innings. They also would beat the Yankees yesterday 7-1, taking 2 out of 3 against New York. Saturday, they were unable to do anything after tying the game at 4 with a bases-loaded walk by Christian Walker. Would have been nice to see a little more production, seeing as the bases were still loaded after that went down. But taking 2 out of 3 against the Yankees is nice. I just wanted a total victory. I wanted an unconditional surrender. I wanted the Yankees dead. And we don't have that. But we do tonight have the return of Carlos Correa after somebody actually kept track of the time as if they were in prison or something like that. 3 years, 9 months, 9 days. Or, if you're a real crazy person, 1,377 days, 33,069 nice hours, or 1,984,140 minutes. It's a lot of minutes.
That is a lot of minutes.
When you think about it like that,
it's almost 4 years. Yeah.
He looked rather haggard last we saw him in Minnesota. We played that clip where he was talking about what the Twins and their plans at the trade deadline. And perhaps in Minnesota, I don't know, he was dealing with seasonal depression because for all I know, it's already winter in Minneapolis. Couldn't tell you. His temperature's in the 70s in August in Minnesota. Truly, I would not be able to tell you. I think sometimes it's actually really hot in Minnesota this time of year. But Correa's got his swag back, and he has been, vintage Correa since returning. Have you seen Correa's numbers with the Astros? I saw some people out there saying, hey, this is just a nostalgia acquisition, man. Like, this doesn't even make any sense, man. Yeah, well, why are you bringing this guy back? He left us. He wanted too much money. Well, if the way he has played since joining the Astros on August 1st is any indication, this could be pretty dangerous. Correa, since joining the Astros, has had 2 hits in all but 3 games. He had 2 hits August 2nd. He had 4 hits. He had 2 hits August 5th, 3 hits August 6th, and then this weekend, 2 hits in every single game against the Yankees. Since his return to the Astros, he is hitting .405 with a couple of doubles and a couple of home runs. He is slugging .622. I did not think he would be playing this well. Is this sustainable? Perhaps not, but it does feel like Carlos Correa has been reinvigorated to the point where he is also allegedly, in the eyes of some Yankees fans, doing trash talk in the midst of his home runs. The home run that we saw from Correa yesterday after he went around second base featured Correa tugging at the upper left part of his jersey, shaking his head, and then pointing his hand up to the sky. If I am able to get to Daikin Park before today's game, I do want to ask Correa if there was any added meaning to that. Because to my knowledge, and I looked, it doesn't seem like anyone asked him about that. It seemed like it was just a lot of butthurt, bitter Yankee fans who noticed it and said, hey, they're like Leonardo DiCaprio and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, like pointing at the TV. Hey, I understood that reference, and that one is the reference that refers to the Astros cheating us in 2017 or 2019, whatever the year. I don't know.
One of the years they lost.
There's so many. They all blend together, you would think, at this moment in time. You know?
I wish it was more overt of the. He did the actual where Altuve like grabbed both sides of his jersey and pulled it together.
Yeah.
I wish he did. I wish he went full on.
I mean,
I don't think he actually did the callback to.
I don't know
to
that he
one.
did. I want him to have done it, and I loved when he's looking directly at the camera while doing that interview with Ken Rosenthal. Yes. If you don't know the facts, you gotta shut the bleep up. This is America, Ken. You can say anything you want, but if you don't know the facts, you gotta shut the bleep up. I want Correa to be the wrestling heel in that moment.
Yeah,
but I do think it's nebulous. It's definitely not for sure. It's definitely not a lock that he was talking trash to the Yankees and referring to their belief that Altuve was wearing some sort of buzzer, thanks to John Boy, who claims to be just a fan account, which allows him to get away with libel and slander, seeing as there was definitely actual malice behind that. Tony Busby, I just want a retainer. That's it. That's all. Or a finder's fee, whatever lawyers use.
Whatever you puts a little money in your pocket.
Yeah, that's all. Just want to wet my beak, just a little bit. You know.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Yeah, just want enough money to put a down payment on the car I'm leasing, so I can get a slightly better monthly payment than I have right now in the near future. You know, that's all I'm looking for. Do you think that Correa was talking bleep to the Yankee fans there? 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 832, Correa was not pointing to a buzzer. He was telling everyone to not pull his jersey off like Altuve did after his homer against Chapman. It was still an homage to Altuve. I felt like he was pointing at something, and I felt like he was pointing at the idea that Yankees fans believe that that Jose Altuve was using a buzzer, and I think that what Correa was doing there was saying, no buzzer, God-given. That was my interpretation of it.
Yeah, I hope so. I wish that he went full on. I wish he did the whole thing. I wish he covered up his shirt. But yeah, I don't think he actually, or if it is like very subtle what he's trying to do.
Someone, if I'm not there first today, someone's got to ask. For the media members who do listen to this show, there are a few. If I'm not there on time, and it might take me about 30 minutes to get over there, so I get there at 3:30. If I'm not there on time, someone's got to ask. Someone's got to ask. I can't always ask these questions. I can't be the only person that's looking for the gossipy sports talk question, okay? Paul, the clubhouse, there's rules, man. They might not talk to us anymore. I don't give a damn.
Richard Justice is going to yell at you.
He did yell at me that one time because I asked Ozzie Guillen why he loved a dictator that murdered people in his country. God forbid we ask that.
It's out of line.
It would have been so funny. Like, imagine if there was a baseball manager who said, like, Hitler's trains ran on time, and I asked about that. Would Richard Justice have gotten mad about that? Castro's like just as bad in his own way, but whatever. 281 text. Carlos Correa should have been a Giant. This Astros reunion should have never happened. Well, it did. Why are you? The way you're saying it, it's like you didn't want it to happen. You didn't want to get back with him.
Maybe he's a Giants fan.
That could be.
Less
or a
likely.
Mets fan because he almost was a Met.
He also was almost a Met.
Yeah.
It is crazy how this happened. All the different winding roads that led us to here.
From the 713, nobody asked about it because it's not a thing. You're literally grasping at straws, bro. You should see every Yankee fan on the internet right now. They all think that was intentionally done. I don't know that it was. So I want to ask about it. Grasping at straws.
Well, you said
bro.
literally. You're not literally grasping.
No, I'm not literally grasping at straws because you know what that is?
Into a microphone.
That is literally littering. If you're getting a straw, straws are littering.
Hopefully it's a paper straw.
Better be. Doesn't matter that they don't work.
No.
Paper
matter.
straw or GTFO.
Look at this picture of a straw in a sea turtle's nose.
Yeah. Oh no,
don't
a
you feel
seagull.
bad?
I choked
don't
on
you
a
feel
straw. Not really. Seagulls suck. Turtles, yes. Seagulls, I'm like, you kind of suck, dude.
I was thinking about this. This is not related to the Carlos Correa in any way, so I can stop if we have something else more to say. But You know the like plastic rings that come when you get like a 6-pack or something?
Yeah, oh yeah, it'll kill all the birds, dude.
I was as I was cutting it, I was like, do we still have to do this?
Yeah, you do, dude.
Okay, I did.
Good you did. You could have
But
killed
I was like, you don't hear about this very often anymore.
You could have killed Steven the seagull, and then his
Yeah.
wife would be like, "Where's Steven? He hasn't been back in days."
How am I gonna
And then like the baby chicks
Yeah,
were like,
how am I gonna raise this
"Where's
chick?
Daddy?" And, like he died because he got his beak stuck in
Yeah.
plastic because he was a greedy a-hole.
Because John
like
didn't
all
take
seagulls.
5 seconds to
Yeah.
cut the thing.
You decrease the surplus population. That texter says he's saying me, nah, God. I definitely think it's possible that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
But I do know there's a lot of people that think he was trying to say something else.
Yeah, I don't see the like.
That's what I'm responding to.
Yeah,
Like,
the
I don't necessarily believe
pushback.
it. I would not have noticed it. I would have thought, yeah, he's just pointing up to God.
Yeah, no, it's the pushback that Yankees fans have, and I don't know. I think it's fair to ask the question. Like Carlos Correa can go in there and say, "No, I wasn't doing that at all. Didn't even cross my mind." Who is
Yeah.
John Boy? But
yeah, that was.
But the only way to know for sure
is to ask.
him.
Yeah. And if he smirks and says, "I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about,"
this is America, Paul. What if he just says that? I'd be so happy.
I would kill for him to say that. I wanted to just say, this is America? Maybe I'll frame the question by saying like,
In
Carlos, this is
America.
America. People can say whatever they want, but some people were saying you were up to something with that home run dance.
Well, if they don't know the facts, we know what they can do.
From the 832, I'm going to the game tonight, predicting Bregman will get just as loud of a standing ovation as Correa for their first at bats. Interesting. As loud?
As loud is tough because
I don't know, man.
One guy is still on your team.
Yeah.
The other guy isn't.
There's
That's
chance.
the only difference.
Correa will not get booed. There's a chance Bregman will get some boos.
At some point.
Not many, but some.
I think, as the game goes on, it's more and more likely that, obviously, that he gets booed. But
yeah,
I also think it will be a respectful, smattering of boos, if at all. It won't be when
Correa,
Johnny
the
Damon
Twins?
went back to Fenway. Or
Oh
something.
yeah, no, that. Yeah. They had they. I think they had an effigy of Damon.
No, it'll
They threw money in center field when he came out to center
I don't
field.
know why we talk about this every time an Astro comes. We've done this so many times. We know how this will go.
Yeah. There'll be a good tribute video. And then if there's a playoff series, he will be booed heartily like Correa was in the playoffs a couple years ago. That's how it goes. We know.
I've done it how many times now?
You have to give Correa a longer tribute video than Bregman. It has to be longer. Has to be.
Yeah.
Has to be. Because now he's back.
I think pregame you do the Bregman video and then
first at bat, Correa?
Yeah. If before the top of the first, Bregman, before the bottom of the first, Correa, I would think.
I think you do the Bregman one as he goes up to the plate to distract him.
Oh, get him teary-eyed.
Listen,
and then
the Red Sox swept
Christian
you last
Javier
time.
can sneak one past
Yeah,
him.
exactly. Yeah, like quick pitch. Quick pitch as he's tearing up watching the
As
tribute
he's
video.
tipping his cap to the Astros
Listen,
fans.
You're up half a game on the Mariners who are red hot, and the Red Sox are playing really well. You think that I'm above cheating tonight? No, I'm never above cheating.
Blow sand in his eye? Yeah, whatever it takes.
One of the segments we did this past week where I was talking about the margaritas at the El Tiempo margaritas at Dyken Park, it blew up on Instagram and on TikTok. I have no idea how some posts blow up and some posts don't. This one got a ton of views. And there's this one guy who was like, stay classy. You want your team to cheat? And I was like, yes. And the guy's like, what? You're going to teach your... He thought I had 6 kids for some reason. And he's like, whoa, you're going to show your 6 kids that it's so cool, it's okay to cheat? And I was like, well, yeah, if I had 6 kids, I would...
Fur babies. Yeah.
If I had 6... That's true. I have 4... No, I do have 6 kids, technically. That's right.
Yeah. Well, 5 steps.
5 steps and 1 daughter. I told this guy, I was like, hey, if I had 6 kids and I could get meters for them, I would force them to listen to my show at all times. Because I need the numbers.
It would help.
I need the cume. I need the audience. Okay?
Yeah.
And then I just started lying and saying, well, actually, I have 24 kids and I have 3 wives. And they all understand that I have to cheat with one to be with the other, because I'm a Mormon. And I went way too far and just back and forth with this guy. He clearly was not picking up that I was being sarcastic, and I was like, okay, what am I doing here? I'm going to go back to watching Dave with my girlfriend. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 281, Paul is a Red Sox fan. Let's not forget. Oh, you are so wrong on that. I was a Red Sox fan. I hate that organization. Hate them. Like, I actually do. Not with the same burning passion of the Yankees. Because I like Red Sox fans. I hate that organization. They're cheap, but they have a lot of money. Inexcusable. Completely inexcusable in my book. They also think they're really smart, which also pisses me off. We traded Mookie Betts, and we got a lot in return. Oh, what have you done since then? Nothing? You did the same thing with Rafael Devers, and honestly, it looks like you are spending the money on Liverpool. Third, it's personal, because I used to do some part-time work at the Red Sox flagship station, and they kept on sticking me on post-game duty for Red Sox games instead of letting me do a weekend show. And I was pissed off every single time I found out about it, because the people at this station, which I did not think was very well run, on Friday nights, they would tell me, hey, like, you're on for Saturday. Is this good? Sure. Do I get to do a show? No, you got to do the Red Sox post-game show. So this is like, Red Sox games always used to take 4 hours. And here I would. I'd be watching a game and then doing a post-game show afterwards. And I'm like, okay, this game doesn't really matter all that much. And one game I went on a rant talking about how, yeah, I'd rather be day drunk with my friends. I actually went on a rant at the beginning of it. I was like, oh, you hit a walk-off grand slam against the Blue Jays? Who cares? Who cares? And this long rant that I went on, it pissed off like all of the Red Sox media. So they were all coming after me for a weekend. That was a fun weekend day. This dork Tom Karen was coming after me. Nice glasses, bro. I'm the Red Sox talking head on TV. The Red Sox are fine, everybody. We traded Mookie Betts for pennies. I hated them from that point on. Cheap organization, gave me some great memories as a kid growing up, but they can take a shovel where the sun don't shine. That's how I feel about him now. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show. Paul, you're so bitter. You're so angry. You got a lot of demons you got to work out. Yes, I do. I don't really know why I feel that problem with them, but I do feel that problem with them. From the 409, CJ Stroud was wearing a Padres hat. Was he? Was he wearing a Padres hat on the sideline of Texans-Vikings? Huh.
I didn't notice.
I didn't notice that either. CJ Stroud, Padres hat. Is he a hipster? Lakers Padres hat? Huh. Interesting. I didn't see this because I wasn't really paying attention to the hat that he was wearing during the interview that he did on the sideline. I'm going to have to go back and watch that. I perhaps may have just committed an act of slander against C.J. Stroud, because I do feel like he would be a Dodger fan because he's an L.A. sports guy. He's always talked about L.A. From the 409, what percentage Bregman goes yard tonight? Well, it is Christian Javier on his first major league start back in a very long time. So
there's a decent chance.
There's a pretty good chance, I think, that Bregman goes yard off of him. You know? Anyway. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. I am very excited to see Carlos Correa back tonight. I am curious as to what moments will be used for the tribute video. I doubt that they will put the pointing at the camera in the middle of the Ken Rosenthal interview. I think they should. I doubt they'll use it, but I think they should.
Could you imagine like the stadium after "This is America," Ken?
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, it would be great. Yeah, that
it's like those 2017 highlights that we played Friday before the Yankees series, where like you can barely hear Joe Buck calling the game because the crowd is so loud. That's what it'd be when he tells Cody Bellinger, "If you don't know the facts,
you got to shut the bleep up." No, I love that. I think that they will show the home runs against the Yankees. Yeah, the many moments against the Yankees. There's been a lot. How many moments won't be Yankee moments is really what I'm most curious about, because they'll have some Dodgers moments too, and maybe some Red Sox moments from the 2017 ALDS. He was really good in that postseason where they did not make it all the way. The bubble.
Yeah, 2020 he was really good. I think 21 he was also pretty good.
Yeah, he was. Postseason gamer.
Yeah. Long story short, Carlos Correa, good in the playoffs. But they'll definitely start with the footage of him getting drafted and putting on the hat while wearing a suit that they make the NFL or MLB draft picks do. So it'll start with that, like the humble beginning. Look at a fresh face high school kid.
Yeah.
Gonna be the savior. And then all the postseason home runs.
Bregman, meanwhile, I don't think they're gonna show the clip of him talking about the sign stealing scandal,
apologizing with prayer hands, doing the like.
No, I don't think they're gonna show that.
Okay.
By the way, there's another Red Sox incident that happened with sign stealing over the weekend, but that's neither here nor there. Neither here nor there. No one's gonna talk about it. No one's gonna investigate it. Do you put Bregman saying? A lot of people were saying that the Astros wouldn't be American League West champions. I guess we'll never know. Are they going to play that? Because obviously that didn't age so well, and then Corey Seager used that against him. Or Kyle, I forget. The Seagers. Corey. Yeah,
Kyle's
that
the one that's retired.
Kyle's the Mariner one. Yeah, that's right. I don't think they use that one either. But I do think they show some Dodger home runs. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So there you go, everybody. It is the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Ryan lost in Texas. We're talking about my Red Sox postgame temporary performances. I can imagine the quality of drunk calls to a Red Sox postgame show. No, if they were drunk calls, it would have been better. Like, at least if they were drunk calls, it would have been fun. They could have messed around a little bit.
No, they're actual, like,
it was like diehard people like holding a scorecard.
Yeah, like passionate.
I'm like, I just do not care.
Talking about, like, back when Yaz was out there.
Yeah, Kyle Yastrzemski, dude. You remember this guy? Let me tell you, kid, about Kyle Yastrzemski. You're probably not old enough to remember this guy. Hey, let me tell you about Ted Williams. You know Teddy Ballgame fought in the war for you? He fought in the war against Korea.
So you could host this little radio
show. So you could host this radio show. He fought for your freedom, dude.
Yeah.
He fought for your freedom.
He's the reason you're not speaking German.
Yeah,
right now.
he was his generation's Paul Revere. Yeah, you know who Paul Revere is? You know when we started the revolution? Huh?
You think you're better than me?
You think you're better than me?
713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. 10-minute drill is up next. We are 24 days away from the start of the NFL season. We'll take you through everything else that happened in the preseason and talk a little bit about the Texans game. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. we are 24 days away from the start of the NFL season. I'm a little biased when it comes to my number 124. Patriots legend Ty Law, whose pick six against Kurt Warner in Super Bowl 36 put the Patriots in an early driver's seat for what would turn out to be one of the biggest upsets in the history of mankind. Yes, Ty Law, one of the all-time greats at corner. A Michigan man, like Tom Brady. 15 years in the league, primarily with the Patriots, but also played for the Jets, Chiefs, Jets, Broncos, three-time Super Bowl champ, two-time first-team All-Pro, led the league in interceptions in 98 and 2005. 53 picks over the course of his career. 7 touchdowns. None more important than the one that took place in Super Bowl 36.
That is true. None were more important than the one he had in a Super Bowl that they won by 3.
Yeah, it's very important. It was the difference.
Famously, John Madden, when they were starting the drive, was like, I think you just run it, take it to overtime. Always my favorite part of when those clips come back is them just being like, yeah, no, take your chances at overtime. You're not going to drive. Go on this long drive.
Yeah, easy, Madden.
Yeah, it's exactly.
Back off, bro. But it was understandable in the time. Like I actually felt the same way.
Yeah.
I was very nervous to the point where we turned the TV off temporarily in my home, and my dad made an emergency plea because their parents were separated at this moment in time. My dad called my mom to make sure that I watched the end of this game. Because I was getting mad. My sister was like, it's fine. I'm like, it's not fine. Jeez. Ricky Prohl scored touchdowns. I lost my mind. But thankfully, they let me watch the game because they knew, like, Paul's got issues.
It's not fine.
Other great number 24s, Darrelle Revis, Charles Woodson, Champ Bailey.
This is a great number.
It's a pretty good number.
Even the Texans, you got some.
Jonathan Joseph.
Yeah.
Jonathan Joseph is by far the best number 24 in Texans franchise history. I don't even want to entertain a close second. The thing I love the most about Joseph, physicality. I like a corner who actually wants to hit people. Yeah. But more than that, this guy was always playing hurt. Never let anyone know about it. But he was super banged up a lot of the time that he was here in Houston.
Yeah, no, and he wasn't single-handedly, but he was part of the big offseason.
2011.
Yeah, 2011. That
took Daniel Manning and him, but he was like the real big acquisition.
And Wade Phillips.
Of course, too.
Yes. But yeah, he took this defense from being a terrible pass defense into the best unit on the team, maybe?
Yeah, they became really good.
Yeah.
Overnight. Their pass rush was obviously so good too. J.J. Watt became J.J. Watt. That defense, 2011, 2012, the Bulls on parade era of Texans defense was a damn good one.
Stingley, couple more years, and we can have this conversation.
I agree. Stingley is definitely worth a mention at this moment in time, but stay healthy and keep on doing what you're doing. He's arguably the best corner in the NFL right now, but I think a lot of people would give that probably to Patrick Surtain in Denver as things currently stand. Patrick Surtain the second, by the way, because there was a Patrick Surtain who was a pretty good corner on his own right with the Miami Dolphins back in the day. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is fine.
What?
I know. Adam Schefter reported this over the weekend. Further testing revealed that Texans safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson's knee injury isn't as serious as it could have been, and it's not out of the question that he could be back as soon as the regular season opener against the Rams. I remember seeing the reports about the injury, the initial one, where I assumed that he was out for the year. And I mean, given the reaction to the injury based off of how it was described by those who were at the Greenbrier, it seemed pretty logical to me that he was done. But he is going to be, I guess, ready at some point in the first month of the year and maybe even ready as early as week 1. Shout out to a Texans online account on X at TXN Football who found this article, and I think we brought it up on Friday, from July 4th of 2023 when C.J. Gardner-Johnson was with the Lions. An MRI on Lions defensive back C.J. Gardner-Johnson's right knee showed no structural damage. He is considered day-to-day. Gardner-Johnson was carted off the practice field with the injury on Monday after he was hurt during a team drill in which there seemed to be light contact. He couldn't put pressure on his right leg as trainers helped him to his feet. So this has happened twice with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, it seems. Obviously, you're happy that both times he's been healthy, but I don't know, for those who pay attention, is this a bad look for C.J. Gardner-Johnson? Carted off twice? Maybe he's okay both times?
Twice is tough.
The twice makes it just
a pattern,
a question that needs to be asked.
Yes, because it is a little bit of. I'm not saying it because we're still in the honeymoon phase.
Yeah, we're in the honeymoon
with
phase.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but it is. Hey, we gave Jake Odorizzi a lot of stick for getting carted off the
stretchered off.
Stretchered off the.
Not even a cart. Like
he
was carried off like it was World War II.
And then I don't think he went on the IL afterwards.
No, I don't think he did either.
So we gave him a lot of he became a punchline early in the early.
It was merited though.
Paul Gallant show days.
Yeah, it was very merited.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you're not there yet.
No.
But
no, it's just something that if it happens again and you're carted off,
our antennas up.
Yeah. It's not Paul Pierce pooping his pants and getting wheelchaired out. That's at least you got that going on. Cam Ward, Titans quarterback, made his preseason debut in a game against the Buccaneers. A lot of Titans writers were complaining about the quality of the field for where the Bucs play, Raymond James Stadium. Watch some of the highlights. It was solid. Stat line for Cam Ward in this preseason debut, which was not aired on the NFL Network. 5 of 8, 67 yards, an 89.1 passer rating, and he led the Titans on a 65-yard touchdown drive before leaving with 4:53 to play in the second quarter. So he almost played a full half. First drive, he went 3 and out. He had 2 incompletions, but the second try, 5 of 6 for 67 yards on that drive. So pretty good.
Pass. If it's pass-fail, he passed.
He passed. Calvin Ridley, he's a big fan of him. Had 3 completions to Calvin Ridley on the drive. Tony Pollard scored the touchdown to cap off the drive. So Titans maybe have a pulse this season. And they did beat the Texans in one of the 2 games last year with not Cam Ward, with effing Will Levis under center, for God's sakes. Brian Callahan was asked about his performance. He said, we're encouraged, but Cam Ward has not arrived yet. Travis Hunter also made his preseason debut with the Jaguars against the Steelers. He played 10 snaps at receiver, 8 snaps at corner. He caught 2 passes on the team's opening drive, had a 3rd catch wiped out by a penalty. Defensively, missed a tackle. We will see.
Yeah, it's harder to judge just because he is splitting time, and it's going to be small sample size at 2 different things.
Yeah.
This one I'm just kicking to the regular season because my biggest questions with it isn't that can he play however many snaps, it was like 30 or so snaps combined. If he does that, we have a major problem. He needs to play like 60 or 70 snaps a game for him to actually be a 2-way like groundbreaker in the way that he's being pitched at.
I just wonder how that's going to happen. I mean,
it's just tough.
He's never played more than 12 games. It was in the Big 12. You could probably coast a little bit, pick your spots, like LeBron does at his age. Like LeBron's not always going 100 miles per hour when he's out there. Obviously, that's largely due to the fact that he's up there in age. But, veteran players, they know how to pick their spots. If you're a young player, you've never been through a marathon like this before, and on top of that, you're playing at a much more elite level. Like, when can you take plays off? When can you, or, quote unquote, where you're not going 100.
Catch a breather.
Exactly. Because it's tricky. It really is.
I mean, it's just going to be so fascinating.
Yeah. Good news for the Jaguars. Cam Little, their kicker, hit a 70-yard field goal as the first half expired. This should count as the record.
This was the most shocking thing.
70 yards
of this weekend. I was stunned. I could not believe it.
I couldn't either.
I didn't even think that.
The record is 66. That was Justin Tucker, and that was 4 years ago. Right.
He bounced it off the crossbar and in.
Also, Florida's humid.
Yes.
This is not in Denver. Jason Elam, I think, had a 62 or 63-yarder when I was growing up.
And I think whoever broke his
Broncos
or tied his also did it in Denver. So
yeah.
There's a while where it was only a Denver record. And I think Justin Tucker's was in a dome in Detroit.
Yep.
So this one being outside in Florida, It is crazy.
He might be the best kicker in the league. Just throwing it out there.
Just off this, yes.
Well, last year, 27 of 29 on field goals, 27 of 27 on extra points.
Okay.
And he hit a 70-yard field goal. Good God.
Pretty good.
That's really good. So Cam Little,
all right,
kicker that you now know about.
Yeah.
Shedeur Sanders looked pretty good. He did. He's feeling himself after his performance in his preseason debut, like really feeling himself.
I mean, this wasn't on Shedeur, but the Nike poster that came out, I'm like a little bit like, okay, guys.
But Shedeur said after the game, I felt like me out there. In the middle of the game, he was mic'd up talking to Myles Garrett. He's like, man, you should swipe at me once, like very cockily. Yeah. And Myles Garrett's like, I don't want to hurt you, bro. Quote, actually said that. Shedeur also called out a Cleveland Browns reporter for saying nothing positive about him ever. But he did look good out there. Like, that's the big story coming out of week 1 of the preseason is that Shedeur Sanders started. Shedeur Sanders played well. As far as going forward, Kevin Stefanski doesn't want to talk about the quarterback competition after the game, and he's not ready to name a starting quarterback for the second game. They're in a tough spot. You're the Browns. You're a laughingstock. You're losers. You don't start him for the next game. People are going to get mad at you. Jimmy Haslam's the owner of the team. Doesn't seem to be a very good owner. He's trying to distance himself from the idea that he wanted them to take Shedeur Sanders. But if you take a look at the draft room when they selected Shedeur Sanders, both Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry looked like they wanted to die when the pick was made. So that's another fun little wrinkle to insert into Shedeur Sanders, who is the most fascinating story of this preseason, given that he's a 5th-round pick, but he's actually getting on the field due to the Browns' loaded quarterback room having a lot of injuries and a lot of old people.
Well, loaded as quantity.
There's so
not
many.
Quality.
I mean, we haven't even talked about Deshaun Watson, who's there.
Yeah, and there's a video of him like running, and they're like, "Oh, Shedeur has one good preseason game. Look who's taking rehab seriously."
Yeah.
To me, I wouldn't even care about who starts. It would just be about how much does Shedeur play.
Mhm.
Honestly, like
Same.
If he plays the last 3 quarters of a game, then I don't really care if he starts or not. I don't. Stefanski is in a tough spot, but this should be an easy hurdle for him to go over, because he can play the Flacco's a veteran. We don't really want to, waste our time. We know what we got with Flacco. He doesn't need to start a preseason game. Once Gabriel gets healthy again, that's when it actually is like, so which one of these rookies are you going to pick?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Continuing to go around the National Football League, Jackson Dart played for the Giants. All right. He had a funny quote about not sliding, which I'm sure Giants fans loved hearing, given that Daniel Jones never slid.
Well, he also
Jones would face plant, not slide.
Did you send me the video of him not knowing how Easy Tag works?
That sounds right.
Yeah, there's some vlog that was with him, and he was oh no, was it Hard Knock? No.
Let's look this up in the commercial break.
Yeah, it was something, and he was like, I don't even know what these signs mean, and they're like, that's Easy Tag, that's a toll road.
Well,
he's like, whatever.
You don't play that. Trevion Henderson, Patriots running back, rookie out of Ohio State. He was the guy who took the screen to the house in the college football playoff. Had
Explosive.
a 100-yard kick return in the preseason debut for the Patriots, and also looked really good out of the backfield. So I'm excited about Trevion Henderson.
Are we back?
I only saw the Trevion Henderson highlights, so I got very excited about those. Drake May had a bad fumble, and Mike Vrabel lit him up for it. So
accountability.
I'm dialed back.
Accountability is back.
Accountability is back. That's the big thing. Saturday I literally screamed in the bar, "We are so bleeping back!" And a lot of people were making looks at me because I was wearing short shorts. I was wearing nut huggers and a Hawaiian shirt, so I looked very extra at that moment in time. So there you go. 10-minute drill, everybody. Also, one last one, and thankfully this guy's okay. Lions safety Maurice Norris went to an Atlanta hospital after Lions-Falcons, which was called in the middle of the early fourth quarter. He's stable with movement and extremities. The video is awful. Violent sport. Bleep happens. Whenever you see that, I never know what to say other than, these guys know what they're signing up for, but you never think that you're signing up for something like that. So this is an undrafted free agent from, I think, last year, and hopefully he's okay, and hopefully he's going to get the medical care that he needs. That was That was honestly one of the more horrifying injuries I've seen, just the way he was shaking after the hit. And wrapping things up, teams are monitoring a Tyreek Hill trade, and Eagles guard Landon Dickerson suffered a practice injury. Seems to be a serious leg injury because he was carted off of the field. Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975. Also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
And they have that whole scandal on top of it all. But Jose Altuve will always remember New York. And this one into the left field corner is gone.
When you don't want to wake up a sleeping giant, and he lives for these type of moments. We said it in the open that when the lights are brightest, that's who you want at the plate along with Carlos Correa. But that was a short, easy swing. Getting his foot down with the best of them.
Got to mention a scandal right before that at bat. Who's this guy? Who was this guy on Apple TV?
Oh, I don't know.
I had it on mute. I was watching the game on mute. I was watching something else while watching the game on mute. I think I watched Pulp Fiction and the Friendship movie with Tim Robinson instead of actually listening to the audio of Astros Yankees on Apple TV. I did think when Altuve hit that home run, oh, they're going to kill him. It's going to be an absolute whomping. It ended up being a pretty close game, a tight game. Eventually, I did pause the movie I was watching so I could watch the very end of that game. But, those guys. Come on, bro.
Russell Dorsey?
More like Russell Dorky.
Got him.
And Fella McFellapants, who said, we talked about it in the open. I love that. We talked about it. Like, that's a routine Troy Aikmanism from Color Commentary. We talked about...
We talked about it when we started the show.
We talked about it in the pre-game production meeting.
Oh yeah, the production meeting we had was
we talked
with Bobby
about
Slowick. He really wowed me. Like no one's ever been in a production meeting and the announcers have just been like, "What an idiot."
No,
like,
it would
it
be
never
great
has
if they
happened.
did. Like, we talked about how stupid this dumbass was. We talked about him drooling as he was trying to explain the system that his team runs. We talked about it. Yeah, this a-hole bringing up the scandal right away. No more Apple TV Plus games for the rest of the season, Astros fans. So at the very least, you've got that in your favor. I'm very thrilled about that. No more. Just put it on the local broadcast. I know some people look at the local broadcast and you're like, well, we could do better. I don't know. The familiarity, it has me locked in. That's what I want. I want to feel like I'm at a fireside chat with my friends, Todd, Callis, who may be unaware of my existence, and Jeff Blum, who we've definitely dapped up before, but he doesn't follow me on X and it hurts my feelings. But it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. There's more to life than being followed by people that you think you have a relationship with, like Chandler Rome. Like, he doesn't follow me either, and it's fine. We brought him on the show a couple of times. It's okay. Crush City Podcast, which we promote with Tyler Stafford. Tyler Stafford follows me. Paul, are you really making this segment about who follows you? Yes, I am. The Astros took 2 out of 3. If they had a sweep, we would be a little bit more celebratory today. I'd have a broom. But instead, now I'm just
talking about Chandler Rome.
Talking about people who don't follow me on Twitter.
A guy who's been on the show like at
lot.
least 5 times.
Whenever he's allowed to, he comes on.
Yeah, probably like twice in off season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like we circumvent
you text
the rules. Yeah. We listen. We have a texting relationship. He will follow me on X. I think he thinks I'm stupid, which, to be fair, true. But
yeah,
hey,
I can't imagine. I can't imagine him watching some of your videos, being like, "Yep."
Hey, listen. I blew up on TikTok this weekend, folks. I blew up. Might not be here that much longer. I'm kidding. Like, the next post I made had no views. I was like, oh, okay. That's a way to really bring you back down.
Get ready to buy up Gallant coin. Coming up next.
But no, I was a TikTok star this weekend. I was. Guess how many views it had? Guess how many views? As the first TikTok I see shows another body found in a Houston bayou.
Oh.
Guess how many views?
10,000.
216,000.
Nice.
Yeah. That's right. 15,000 likes. Yeah.
Talking
about LTF
Too bad
margaritas.
one of those wasn't Jeff Blum.
Wasn't. I know. No follow from Jeff Blum. No follow from anyone. Because I think a lot of people are like, Paul, are you promoting binge drinking at the game? Because I follow-up post to you. The El Tiempo margarita's too strong was, could you do a 999 challenge with El Tiempo margaritas?
People are just like, what's happened to Paul?
Paul really seems to like margaritas, huh? He's a little bit of a drunkie, that one. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. So the Astros took 2 of 3 against the Yankees. Meanwhile, the Astros are technically still in first place in the American League West. But here's how that works. The Mariners have played one more game than the Astros, and that one game is a loss. I know baseball doesn't do the head-to-head tiebreaker. Instead, they just have teams play a game if they have the same record at the end of the season, which is actually, I think, pretty cool. But given the Mariners, how they've done against the Astros this year, I'm pretty sure that if this was football, we would be talking about the Mariners having home field advantage in a series against the Stros. They took 2 of 3 at the beginning of the second half of the year, and they will play each other again September 19th through September 21st, first half of the season. They, against the Astros, I'm taking a look back in time because honestly, it all blends together with all these injuries. They took, the Astros did take 3 of 4 against them in that one series in May. That's when we thought that the Mariners were falling apart. And then they beat the Astros 2 out of 3. So hang on a second, doing a little math here. They're 4-2, but then they were 1-3. Do the Astros actually have the series season lead? If I'm doing my math correctly here, 5-4. I think they do. Let's go! Yeah! Paul, did you just do math in the middle of that segment and didn't know that information before? Yes, we said this is not the smartest show. This is why Chandler Rome and Jeff don't follow me.
Yeah.
Okay,
Chandler
we're
Rome's-
just making it all in a circle to come
Chandler
on
Rome's
back.
like, I do not regret my decision.
No, he definitely doesn't. Junior Bronco says 999 with El Tiempo margaritas needs to be done. Ryan Lawson, Texas says, as creator of the 999 El Tiempo challenge, I approve. Well, then you got to do it. But I don't want anyone to do it because I don't want to get sued. Like, I will end up getting sued for that. So don't do it. Don't. We talked about this. Generally, 4 margaritas, you're gone. A lot of people were commenting, by the way, on the one that I said the El Tiempo margaritas at Dyke and Park are too strong. We're saying, cool, lightweights. It's like, what kind of an alcoholic are you? One of these people that said, lightweights, like, you're a woman. No offense. But, I mean, I do not believe that you could have 5 of them. Like, she wasn't that big, you know? She was one of the chicks from, like, My 1,000-Pound Life. Okay, I'd buy that. I would buy that, especially if you're scootering around. How can anyone tell if you're hammered? You're not walking. But, I'm gonna throw a challenge flag on that. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Ryan Lawson, Texas says you're only allowed to get 1 marg per game. They're tracking the purchases by IDs now. So they're like actually swiping the ID, or are they just making you show it? Because it used to be you go up to the vendor and you could buy 1 per trip, but you couldn't buy multiple. I don't think that the last time I went, and this was in late June, I don't think that they are swiping the ID. I think they're just looking at it to make sure that you're over 21, and then you only get 1 drink there. But anyway, I guess we'll find that out tonight. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Ryan Lawson, Texas says they are swiping. Interesting. I guess we will see. Man, are people not going to be able to properly black out while drinking an El Tiempo margarita at Dyke Park while seeing Carlos Correa back?
I think for Carlos Correa return, they should waive it.
Yeah.
They should waive it and maybe even make them half price so they're only $75.
Exactly.
Apiece. I think that's the way to do it.
Didn't Carlos Correa once say, "This is America, Ken"? Doesn't seem like America to me.
No, I thought this was America.
This is like Soviet Russia. Like 1 loaf of bread per ID. Per red passport. Paul Gallant Show, stick around.
today. Correa drives one to left field, and he caught this one all the way back and gone. Carlos Correa hits his second home run in an Astros uniform in 25, and the Astros lead this one 5-1.
It's been a while, but that man is incorrigible.
Oh, Jeff Blum, you rascal. It is the Paul Gallant Show on this Monday, August 11th of 2025. I'm Paul Gallant, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We are the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. And if you want to read a love poem on the air to Carlos Correa, welcoming him back to town, you can. He's red hot. 405. That's what he's hitting with the Astros. Isn't that nuts? Looked haggard and dead in Minnesota. Physically, the images of him talking about the trade deadline.
Yeah, he had whatever. He was the energy vampire of Minnesota Twins baseball outside of Kirby Puckett.
And just Minnesota as a state and Minneapolis perhaps as a city. The joy gone. If that's how he's looking, can't even imagine how poor Danielle is looking, you know? You can only go to the Mall of America so many times.
Yeah.
Because that's all they got. It's like Minneapolis has a mall and Tim Walz. That's what Minneapolis has to offer, you know? And Correa looked haggard, you know, his hair is like all buzzed. And he looks like he just came straight from the front lines of Ukraine. And now he is back with the Astros, mashing once again. So if you want to, I don't know, like show Carlos how much you care, maybe you go to the Montrose Bridges and you stand up on it, like welcome home, you know, like they do with the soldiers when they come back. 3 years, 9 months, 9 days in prison. 1,377 days in a prison called Minnesota. 33,069 hours in this godforsaken state, probably still under snow, called Minnesota. 1,984,140 minutes. That's how long it took for Carlos Correa to come on home. And now he's home. And again, if you want to sing him a song or perhaps wax poetically about him with poem, iambic pentameter preferred, you can do that. That's why we're the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We allow you to be artistically free. People are stressing about the Mariners, how close the Mariners are in the American League West right now. And I understand why. I get it. I really do get it. They're half a game back. It's pretty damn close. But I want you guys to go back in time because it wasn't that long ago on this show where I brought up, hey, man, going forward for both the Astros and the Mariners actually do have a favorable schedule compared to the Astros. They're going to have to hang on. Seattle's going to make up some ground. I did not think they would make up this much ground. But while some are panicking, me, the voice of calm, the calming presence amongst Astros fans, I want you to hear this clip from Star Wars Episode 6, The Return of the Jedi, okay?
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
That's how I feel right now. That maniacal cackle. And a couple people from Seattle are saying, "Oh, you see the American League West standings?" I was like, "No, it's August. I don't look at that now because there's a quarter of the season left. Maybe still closer to a third." The Mariners have had a very favorable schedule compared to the Astros over the last 4 or 5 weeks or so. The Astros just need to make it through a couple more series. And theoretically, because they are going to get healthier, that is going to happen sooner rather than later. Yordan Alvarez, I don't know. But it does seem like Luis Garcia is a lot closer to a return than any of us would have thought, given the last time that we saw him in Sugarland. He looked really, really good. There are really two difficult series, I would say, for about a month for the Astros going forward. After the series against Boston, they're in Detroit for 3. But they get 7 games against the Orioles coming up. And they have 3 against the Rockies, 4 against the Angels. And then after that, to open up September, 3 more against the Yankees, and who knows where they will be in a couple of weeks. Meanwhile, as far as the Mariners are concerned, I know that they're just half a game back, but the Mariners are about to play the Phillies, the Padres, the Royals, who are scrapping for their playoff lives, the Astros, and the Dodgers before the end of the year. So they've made up some ground, but this is about where I thought things would be. Like 2-3 games up on the Mariners. They're half a game up on the Mariners. So just remember what old Emperor Palpatine said. Everything is proceeding exactly as I have foreseen. I can't do the evil laugh.
A lot of cackling from
you know? Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. From the 832, turned on the YouTube stream for the first time. Your hair looks funny. If you want to flow, you have to let it flow. Well, I didn't shower today, so it stood up. It doesn't look as good as it normally looks. But no, it's like a poofy up top. Paul, you're some kind of poof, right? Hey, watch it. Watch it. You can't say that in England. You can say that here, I guess, because no one knows what it means.
It is funny, the rules.
You poof. It's slang. Can't say that. But yeah, it's flowing a little bit in the back, but definitely not looking my best today. As far as the watch, it is Baume and Messier. Oh, because I want a company mystery party, and I'm pretty sure I won it because I got hints from like a person that was flirting with me, that was in this mystery group, but was flirting with me in front of her boyfriend, who was also in the group. Like gave me hints for a prize that I thought was going to be like, oh, you get a gift certificate to Lupe Tortilla. Not there's anything wrong with that. But instead it ended up being like a gift certificate to a jewelry store. So I spent half of it on my mom, got her something nice for Christmas, and half of it on me. How about that? How about that indeed? It's the Paul Gallant Show. Now all of a sudden I'm speaking with a little bit of an accent. I don't really know why. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay tuned because in the next segment, we're going to give away another pair of tickets to our ESPN Houston listener party, which is September 4th at St. Arnold's. Also, Alex Bregman is back with the Boston Red Sox against the Astros tonight. Do you have any regrets about letting Bregman go? And is Bregman perhaps involved in another nefarious incident for Boston? We've seen a bunch of these this year. Had another one happen on Saturday. Paul Gallant Show. You'll find out what we're talking about next. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Carlos Correa is back for your Houston Astros tonight. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Pena wants to sing a song for Carlos Correa. Well, we very much appreciate that, Pena. Show us what you've got.
All right, guys. So before I sing, it's a picture of Altuve, Bregman, and Correa.
Okay.
All right, ready? Look at this photograph. Every time it makes me laugh. And how did our eyes get so red? And what the hell is on Bregman's head? I think Dana Brown fixed it up. That's it. Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate the phone call. Pena, you might need to call back. We might just give you the tickets for the listener party based off of that. Because that was impromptu. We didn't even call for anything here.
No, that's we can, Pena, if you call back, we will.
Pena, if you call back, we'll give it to you.
Yes. We also will have a giveaway later in the week.
Yes, we will. We will.
But yeah, Pena, you might just before the competition started.
Exactly. We were going to do God Wills it this week. We might do that next week or later on in the week. I don't 100% know the rules. No one does. We just kind of riff.
Yeah. So, Chase, if Pena calls back, take his info.
Okay. We appreciate that, Pena. That was great. Especially because he used Nickelback. Look at this photograph.
Yeah, he definitely got extra points there.
Yeah, because that's Creed adjacent.
But,
Jeremy Pena adjacent.
He made it his own,
Exactly.
A new frontier of white guys singing like this.
Right.
That's basically all it is.
That's literally it. Somehow Nickelback is like the number one Canadian band of all time. Truly, like by the numbers, they are. Speaking of Canada, from the 337, Minnesota is also home to a football team that beat the hell out of the Texans last season. Okay, are you talking trash to me? I just talk trash about everything, and I still get to say, yeah, I'm a Patriots fan. You guys don't matter, so that's what I do. That's what I do. Whenever you try to talk trash about the Houston Texans, just remember I'm going to deflect and bring up the New England Patriots and the 6 Super Bowls and Tom Brady's amazing statue, which wasn't big enough. That was really the big issue with the statue.
They should have made it like a colossus.
Yes, that's what I wanted.
You had to walk under his legs to walk into the stadium.
Yeah, it should have been that. From the 832, texter asks, is it common for Caucasian men to not shower before going to work? What's Caucasian? What does that mean? What? I'm asking a question, Sean. You're laughing. This is not me setting up a bit. What's Caucasian?
Okay.
What is that?
From the Caucasus Mountains.
Whoa. Am I from the Caucasus Mountains? Am I Asian? I don't know. Caucasian? What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know. For those who don't know, I don't see color. And just bringing that up, Flex. Good question. I don't know. I just know I work in a very unserious business, and sometimes I wake up a little bit late, and sometimes I spend a little extra time prepping. And yeah, I did shower late last night to do a TV hit on Channel 2, so it's not like I haven't showered in 24 hours. I just showered at like 8:15 last night.
Yeah,
so that's still in bounds, right?
I think that's fine.
Some people shower before they go to bed, which is what I did.
Yeah.
It is kind of weird to do that, in my opinion, but hey, to each their own.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I like being clean in bed.
Yeah, but then you're going to be dirty when you're in the bed.
No, I'm not.
Well, I guess I am.
Yeah.
I mean that because I don't, what do we want to go full TMI? People sweat when you're under the covers. So I'm like, what's the point of showering before you go to bed? You're going to sweat under the covers.
I don't sweat. But
you don't sweat?
No.
Damn.
I'm comfortable when I sleep.
Damn.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I also don't have like a big comforter or anything. Other than when it gets cold. But like normally I just sleep with a blanket.
Okay. I do the comforter. But it's one of those bamboo ones and it's breathable or something.
Not breathable enough.
Not breathable enough, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, it's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. And yeah, we're wacky. We get down from time to time. Alex Bregman. You know what's wacky? He's a third baseman for the Boston Red Sox now. Carlos Correa is making his return tonight. Christian Javier is making his return tonight. But Alex Bregman, this was supposed to be his night. And the thunder has been stolen from him just a little bit because Correa is not just coming back. He's coming back hitting .405 in all the games that he has played since August 1st, joining the Astros. Bregman, there's some fun moments with Bregman. This was not one of his best moments. Anyone remember this moment after the Astros were sort of punished for the sign stealing? And by sort of punished, AJ Hinch and Jeff Luhnow got, but no Astros players did. Here is Alex Bregman talking about the penalties.
I have some brief remarks that I'd like to share with y'all. I am really sorry about the choices that were made by my team, by the organization, and by me. I've learned from this, and I hope to regain the trust of baseball fans. I would also like to thank the Astros fans for all of their support. We as a team are totally focused on moving forward to the 2020 season. Thank you.
That's it. I wish he hadn't. I know a lot of people hated all the pop-ups that Alex Bregman had when there were runners on base and the slow starts to the season that Bregman had. But to me, that was his worst moment. Having to do that. Whoever thought that was a good idea, that's going to be used against him for the rest of his career. And that he had to do that. And Altuve did his own thing too. I mean, that's going to follow them forever because you put them up on a podium in front of a microphone to say, hey, we feel horrible about something that the other teams in the sport were doing. So I think that's honestly his lowest moment. And by the way, listen, I believe Bregman is innocent here. But once again, there was another moment in a Red Sox game that people are looking at with a second glance and raising an eyebrow or two. Saturday, during Red Sox Padres, at some point, the Red Sox were caught with an iPad in the dugout and an image of Robert Suarez before throwing a pitch. Basically, there is something about his setup that's giving away which pitch he's throwing. And there is a picture caught on the San Diego Padres broadcast that at the very bottom shows a Boston Red Sox coach holding an iPad that shows Robert Suarez set. I think it'll be impossible to know everything about that image without a full investigation that we would all be made privy to. And honestly, just given the way I think baseball would operate going forward, I don't think that they would make any of this information available to us if they decided to do some sort of investigation. But a reporter actually asked about this image. Shout out to him for asking at the very least. Kyle A. Glazer, who is a baseball reporter and analyst for Major League Baseball, Foul Territory TV, wrote this on X. I reached out to MLB to get clarification on the Red Sox use of the iPad in the dugout against Robert Suarez last night. Per an MLB spokesperson, quote, clubs are able to add their own advanced scouting material to the dugout iPads that are registered with us. Checks out based off of the image that maybe the Red Sox are taking pictures of every single pitcher on every single team because they've got some sort of video department that's taking a look at these things, and they have saved specific images to determine what guys are throwing and what tells they might have before they throw. And it, again, just leads me to say, hey, man, set up with the ball in your hand. Make your grip with the ball in your hand. Hold it like that as long as you possibly can. Because the Red Sox are doing things that I suppose are legal, but they're definitely frowned upon. They have pissed off 3 teams, including the Astros this year with this. They pissed off the Reds. The Reds were more passive-aggressive about it. You had Terry Francona. They pissed off the Angels. And now they've got this image of showing what they're doing against the Padres. How teams got to catch on to this stuff. It is kind of wild that fewer people are aware of what Boston's been up to this year. And it does seem like it's in bounds, but I don't know. Be a little more paranoid going up against them. Be a little more paranoid going up against any team that you think might be up to this stuff.
Yeah, it's also something where it's like, yeah, this seems like it's more in bounds, but
yeah,
how do we know this is all that they're doing?
Great question.
You could always just do the it's how we went from trash cans to buzzers.
Yep.
In the hysteria.
You're right.
It's like, well, they already treated, so what if I just make up some more serious stuff that they did? You can't say they won't.
It's a good point.
So that's where we're at with the Red Sox of, yeah, we see what they're doing. It seems like it's in bounds, but what if they're doing more that we can't see?
And if they do a little further digging, I think that this is one of those franchises. I don't think baseball would come down as hard on them as they would on the Astros. I think the same about the Yankees. I think they would come down harder on other teams that aren't like the prestige Tiffany franchises, if you will. And even though the Astros have all these success of late, they're not one of those, at least as things currently stand. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Astros, Red Sox tonight with Christian Javier back on the hill. Alex Bregman making his first return to now Daikin Park. And Carlos Correa playing for the first time as an Astro at Daikin Park. You want to talk about what the Astros did to the Yankees this weekend and about your feelings going into this Boston series? You can next. We've also got Who's Got a Case of the Mondays. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at Walmart. Yeah, that's right. Guys, Walmart's changing the game. And you might not know this, but some of the things that Walmart's doing right now, they're just making your life a whole lot easier. You're probably thinking to yourself, but wait a second, I always got to go to Walmart. You got to find parking, and you got to, find, it's a big store. Sometimes it's a pain to get to. Nope. Because guess what? The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart has more than 500 million items online, and you can find a huge selection of those items that you can't even find in stores. So you don't have to go and look around to find something you might like. Who knew that unlike grocery stores, Walmart's grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store? When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. And did you know Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour? Fees and terms apply. But you can use express delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions, subject to availability. Learn more at walmart.com. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Now you do.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. You talk to me or you talk to Sean Mapes. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We're also on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Some bills to pay in the short term. Guess what? Houston Restaurant Weeks, they're underway. All the way up to, what's the day? September 1st. That's Labor Day. Diners across the greater Houston area can enjoy specially priced multi-course meals, brunch, lunch, dinner at nearly 350 restaurants that are all divvied up by location and by cuisine at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. We went to Federal American Grill last week. It was fantastic out there. There's also the original Carrabba's. Big fan of them. Hugo's, amongst many, many more restaurants. So you go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. Cheaper meals. And on top of that, help support the Houston Food Bank. Very cool. Help support some local restaurants during a tough time of year before we get to the fall. Speaking of the fall, Texans played a preseason game on Saturday, and it was a terrible watch. It was brutal. Preseason football is the worst. I hope someday it'll be gone altogether and you'll just have a couple of joint practices. I think we're now at a point where most people who are watching it realize, oh, yeah, this is awful because you don't see any of the players you want to see. And also you're still being asked to pay regular season prices for this product, which is clearly an inferior one. It's a giant FU from the NFL to their fans. I suppose they don't care because the money's going to keep on coming in. But I hate it, and I already want to just skip all of it because the only thing that can happen for this team is that players are going to get hurt. I don't know how much Jaden Higgins can learn from a preseason game, or Jalen Noel, who looked pretty good on Saturday, can learn, or Arianti Ursary, who looked pretty good. Sure you can learn a little bit, but I mean, if you're going up against backups and you're playing with backups,
yeah, that's how much are you actually gaining from all this?
Yeah.
It's something where I too would just be fine if they're like, hey, just on September 6th. That's just when the season starts. We don't need to do these preseason games.
What are we doing?
But it's something where even as a fan, like you're right about the charging the prices and stuff. Even as a fan that just like watches at home, like I would never ever pay to go to one of these games. I don't even really feel like watching them live. Like the Texans thing, like you're right. Like
I'm glad I watched this.
Yeah, no, it's the way to do it. Is
not
to
on a Saturday.
Enjoy your Saturday, and then Sunday as we're prepping for the show, you can blaze through this thing. Like I don't actually need to spend 2.5 hours watching this.
Right, exactly. Because that's the problem.
It's just not useful. Like
some of the game too, like, you don't even see what's happening on the field. They're zooming in on Shelby Coppage and whoever she's interviewing on the sideline. So you're not even watching football necessarily.
How serious should I take this?
Right, and nothing against Shelby or John Harris or Andy Kalu, all of whom I know, and I consider myself friends with all three. I mean, the football sucks.
Yeah, just it is what it is.
Yeah, like there's only so much you could take away from it. 713-780-3776 to call into text, and YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Who's got a case of the Mondays today? Who do you think has it worse between New York Yankees coming out of this weekend series? Is it Aaron Boone, who's getting booed? Everyone wants to fire him. Or is it Cody Bellinger, who had easily the funniest moment of this Astros-Yankees series over the weekend when in the ninth inning, after a ball just drops right in front of him that he probably could have caught, he tried to throw it somewhere and he looked like 50 Cent trying to throw out a first pitch. Houston legend 50 Cent, who we like
Yeah.
otherwise.
No, it was
Astros fan 50 Cent.
classic. Like, it didn't actually land behind him, but it was more sideways than it was forward.
It was bizarre. It was like Garo Yapriman, who you might remember, the 72 Dolphins almost had a moment of non-perfection in the Super Bowl. I think it was 7 that they played against the Washington Redskins. They're up 14-0, and they're setting up for a field goal. And the snap is botched, and this Italian guy, Garo Yapriman, who was like from Italy, and I think a soccer player first, picks up the football and he tries to throw it, and it's the most embarrassing throw that's ever been made by a football player. And it gets picked up by a Washington player, and they score a touchdown, and all of a sudden it's a 14-7 game. And maybe there would have been a Giants-Patriots situation with a little more time or something like that. But that's what Cody Bellinger did. Garo Yapriman did. So what's worse? That throw by Cody Bellinger or just being Aaron Boone today?
I mean, being Aaron Boone is always the worst.
I don't know.
It just always feels like it hasn't
He's
been going
Teflon,
well.
man. Like, the guy's like...
Yeah. At what point, though, does the fact that he is Teflon start to work against him? Where he's like, you know what would be super cool? Being on Baseball Tonight again. Actually, Baseball Tonight.
Honestly, yeah,
But
Fox Sports maybe, because ESPN.
Being on MLB Network. Like, what? Taking Joe Girardi's job again, this time his TV job. I feel like would just be an easier way to live life when you're Aaron Boone. Because Aaron Boone was well thought of as like a TV guy. Like, when he got hired, people were like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Iconic Yankee moment, too, with that home run that he hit.
And he's just ruined it.
And then he tore his ACL playing basketball in offseason.
Yeah, and they signed,
they
or they traded for A-Rod.
Got A-Rod, yeah. Yeah. That Bellinger moment's not great, especially when Bellinger was talking so much trash about the Astros. But you're probably right. I do think, though, Boone's going to have that job forever. And Cashman is, too. Yeah. They seem fine. They seem fine with them. They're probably going to be like, well, we made the World Series last year. I don't get it. Like,
I wonder if they missed I don't think they'll miss the playoffs this year, but, like, would that be it where they have to
I think
actually...
so, yes. I think if they miss it for sure, and right now, if the season ended today,
so
they would be
last
out.
team in.
Oh, they are back in. Okay.
Yes,
earlier
they're a half game up on the
Guardians.
On the Guardians.
Gotcha. Okay.
2.5 on the Rangers.
Okay, because there was a moment in time where they were out at some point yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
Case of the Mondays. Ooh, baseball's got the first female umpire, and her first called pitch was very off. Very off. She called a ball a strike. And we're talking like it was 6 inches inside, and the jokes wrote themselves. Let's just say that. I saw a lot of Jen Powell doesn't, like many women, doesn't appreciate 6 inches. Like it was a lot of that. It was a lot of that. It was bad. I feel bad for her. She just had to get the first one right. And by the way, MLB posted her calling the first pitch that she got, and it was a ball. Like, what are you doing? You're just enabling sexism here.
Historic moment.
Well, yeah, it ends up being remembered for all the wrong reasons. Come on. What are we doing, Major League Baseball? You're throwing this poor lady under the bus. It was her first day of the job.
Just use a different pitch.
Yeah. Like, use a strikeout call.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, it's a weird weekend for umpires because there was this, and then there was that kid at I forget what series he was at.
I think it was Cardinals Cubs.
Yeah, that sounds right. There's a kid at a Cardinals Cubs series who was dressed up as an umpire.
Just the worst.
The parents, I think, are the problem here.
Yeah.
You're having your kids dress up as a narc.
Like, your kid is
like want to be a police officer, want to be a firefighter, don't want to be an umpire.
Want to be a baseball player.
That too.
Like, that's what I was gonna say. He's a 12-year-old.
I'm a stickler for the rules.
You can aim higher. Aim higher. Try to be whatever. Try to be Kyle Tucker.
Yeah. Instead, you're like on your way to be
Joe West,
the principal that no one likes. At a high school.
Yeah, you're the kid from Recess. Randall.
Yeah, you're snitching Randy from The Wire. Yeah. Case of the Mondays. Who's got a case of the Mondays? Well, this sucks. Did anyone see this? So in NASCAR, Connor Zilish got out of his car in victory lane. I guess he had won whatever NASCAR race took place this weekend. And as he's standing up out of his car, He falls on his neck, and it looks like he dies. I shouldn't laugh as hard as I do, but knowing that
update on him?
He broke his collarbone. He's
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
He gets taken.
Okay, now we
he
can laugh.
sat up in the ambulance. But if you look at the video, as he wins this race, he gets up out of his
It
car,
looked like he got paralyzed.
falls, and it looked like he died.
It's crazy.
It's
he goes limp.
brutal. I mean, that sucks. You win a race, and now you're probably going to be out for months.
It's not fair because I saw the caption before I saw the video.
Yeah.
But even as he's getting up, you can see like it's a little shaky.
His legs are crossed like all weird as he's
Yeah,
standing out of
and-
the window because there's no doors on these cars, so you get why. But
yeah, and he's standing on like the gator net
Yeah.
basically, and I think that's where it went wrong, where a foot got caught in the net, like that little mesh thing, and yeah, he just fell over. I was worried that it was going to be more serious and we weren't going to be able to have fun with it.
Mhm.
But yeah, broken collarbone. Hey, that's just racing, you know?
Yeah. We have a well actually guy from the 832. Yepremian was not Italian. He was from Cyprus.
Oh, Cyprus, the country. I was thinking Cyprus.
That'd be funny if he was from Cyprus, Houston.
Northwest Houston.
Well, I also make the same noise. Like, to me, that's the same thing. It's in the Mediterranean. Hey, could have been from Sicily. Hey, gabagool. You might want to invest 45 seconds in learning how to pronounce his name. You get what I was going for, a-hole.
It was a random aside off the top
My
of your
God.
head
No,
from
I just thought of that
Super
off the
Bowl
top of my
7.
head. I could use your Wikipedia. How about you could use get the bleep out of here, loser? That's the guy who dressed up as the umpire.
Yeah.
That's him as an adult. Texting in.
That texter definitely dressed up
Oh, Cyprus,
as an umpire.
Italy. I'm sorry. Let me. I'm gonna paint the Mediterranean with a broad brush. Okay. Unless it's Croatia, it sucks. How about that?
There we go.
Case of the Mondays. Who's got a case of the Mondays? Me, after reading that text. The Seahawks mascot, the actual hawk for the Seattle Seahawks.
Like
Did
the
anyone
live
see
animal?
this? Yeah, it got caught in the net. They got caught in
I
the
didn't see
field
that.
goal net.
Hey.
Just by the legs.
It's preseason for the Hawk too. It's preseason. He's
the
working
thing.
out the kinks.
There's a video online, and it's just trapped by its talons, and
Oh,
it's just like it's like leaning backwards. So they lowered the net and they got it out. But my God, that's got to be pretty terrifying as a hawk. You're flying free, and then you just get trapped in a net.
Also, as like the falconer or whoever
Yeah.
who's like in charge, and you're probably falling, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
It's like the worst case scenario.
Oh man. Ryan Lost in Texas says Cyprus is more Greek than Italian. Again, it's the Mediterranean. I don't give a crap.
I thought that.
Did you
but I
win?
didn't wanna-
Were you on the winning side of World War II? Oh, you weren't? Probably. Watch them, dude. Like, Cyprus actually had a huge army in World War II.
A key part of
We're
fighting back
actually- we're
against
actually-
Mussolini.
Like what? Like at Garo Yepremian.
The only reason Mussolini didn't actually go further is because of Cyprus.
that would be really funny.
Yeah, and this guy.
And Garo Yepremian is like a World War II vet, but he couldn't throw a football.
He has a purple heart.
Cyprus is a country in the Middle East, but it's on the Mediterranean Sea. What are you talking about? Situated in West Asia, its cultural identity and geopolitical orientation are overwhelmingly Southeast European. It's the third largest and most populous island in the Mediterranean after Sicily and Sardinia. Okay. So it's Greek and Turkish.
I don't even remember the name of the guy that brought up Cyprus. Like, of the NFL player that got us talking about
Garo
Cyprus.
Yepremian, whose name I did not pronounce right, apparently. Sorry. I'm sorry to all the people of Cyprus out there.
Again, the country Cyprus.
Literally thought
not-
you were
not
part of
Northwest
Italy.
Houston.
Thought you were part of Italy until now. No, Cyprus, we know where Cyprus is. We know where that is. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Ryan Lawson, Texas says Greece actually resisted the Italians and Germans in World War II. Well,
there we go.
Not enough.
Well,
We're occupied.
but they tried,
They did. They did.
They didn't roll over.
They did. If you're in Greece, and I was in Greece on Yahweh was. We didn't stop in Cyprus, in case you couldn't tell.
Gary Yepremian was.
Gary Yepremian actually drove my boat. It was crazy. And we crashed into a rock, like the same way he threw that football. I'll stop. This is
enough gear.
This is punching down. Poor Cypress is just taking a beating thanks to this texter annoying me. We got garbage time next before we get out of here. It's Carlos Correa Day. It's Alex Bregman Day. It's Christian Javier Day. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call and to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. My phone's ringing. Hang on. Hang on a second. Hello? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're saying I alienated our biggest audience, which is people from the island of Cyprus? Oh. Oh, I just cost the station a lot of money. Okay. All right. Well, sorry about that. Okay, so I got to go get a spanking after the show. But in the meantime, guys, hey, here's some fun Cyprus facts about the country. The third largest Mediterranean island.
Third largest? What?
Full of fascinating facts. Did you know it's the island of love due to its connection to the Greek goddess Aphrodite? Or it's also one of the sunniest places in Europe. boasting over 300 days of sunshine annually.
Sounds nice.
It's home to the oldest manufactured wine.
Huh.
It's called Comandaria.
Why did you do an Italian accent?
Most of the Mediterranean. It's all the same.
Oh, okay.
All the same. You know?
It's more Greek and
Greek?
Turkish, really.
Wait. No, yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's true. It is more Greek and Turkish. But I don't know how to do Greek.
And Turkish
And
blend.
No, definitely not. No, and I don't want more death threats from the Turks. We've already had enough of those for pointing out, their hypocrisy when they got mad at Dell for that time. The only capital city in the world divided between two nations is in Cyprus, Nicosia.
Wait, really? Huh.
Yeah, how about, I don't know, Cyprus, like, man up and take it back. Take it back.
At least
What are we
they'll make it
doing?
your capital.
Yeah. Ancient roots, 10,000 BC. It was a major source of copper during the Bronze Age. And what happens now? Does that mean there's still a lot of people going over there stealing wires? The Cyprus is home to the Cypriot mouflon.
Oh, yeah.
It's a wild sheep found nowhere else in the world.
Those are cool.
The island boasts the Zenobia wreck, a popular dive site off the coast of Lanarca. They drive on the left side of the road. Okay, these people suck. They
I
suck.
thought you were going to say popular dive bar.
A legacy of British colonial rule. I know it does sound like a dive bar. Anyway, there you go, guys. Some fun Cyprus facts. We don't want to alienate our Cyprus audience. Last chance to dance, and time for a little garbage time. Let's do it. See this? Hear about this? The Vikings had a male cheerleader on Saturday. He's very fabulous. Very, very fabulous. Strong, powerful, independent pioneer. So we saw our first female umpire over the weekend. First pitch she called was a ball, but she called it a strike. And we had a male cheerleader, and now Vikings fans are threatening to get rid of their season tickets.
Okay. Those guys bought $75 preseason tickets. I don't think they're gonna turn in their tickets over this. I just gonna take a shot in the dark. I don't think they're actually gonna cancel their season.
You don't think so?
No, if they're gonna spend probably $100 on a Saturday in August to watch Keaton Slovis.
If you know what, I'm kind of glad there's a male cheerleader, because I'm so sick of going online every 5 minutes and seeing some like weird, horny online right-wing account posting some like sorority dance video and saying, yeah, the left is furious, America's back. Like, first off, these sorority girls have always been doing this. They're hot. Also, a lot of them probably might lean a little left because of that one certain issue. Again, that's neither here nor there, but I'm glad there's a male cheerleader to piss these people off, because they're being such dorks about it. Like, yeah, they did this to stand up for Sydney Sweeney. What Sydney Sweeney needs to be stood up for? She has the world by the balls, literally.
Yeah, the thing that happens every August of every school year for the last since social media was around. Oh yeah. But now something's changed now.
Yeah. It's like, what are we talking about? This is all I see now, and it's driving me crazy. It's like, it's making me want to be a communist.
By the
So
way,
like, to lean left just because F these like horny losers who are like, got their hands on the keyboard and hands somewhere else as they're like talking about these sorority videos.
If you're over the age of 40, I don't think you can type the word sorority on your computer.
No, I
don't
agree.
think you should be allowed.
I shouldn't be allowed to. I shouldn't be.
Okay, I made 40 the cutoff.
No, I'm 36. I shouldn't be allowed to.
35 and older.
I don't even, by the way, I don't even think the dances are good. Like, and also, generally, these were the worst girls at school. They usually were. No offense. They're usually bitches. Like, they're usually bitches. Like, no offense. But, like, that was my experience in college. Like, oh, you're not in a frat? You're a loser. It's like, oh, okay. Well, good luck in 3 years, hun. Try not to, I don't know.
Careful.
Okay. I'll stop. Paul Feinbaum's going to leave the country if the Big Ten wins another title. I know where he could go. Cyprus. Want some more Cyprus fun facts?
One more.
Cyprus fun facts. Come on, Google. What do we got? 140 species of flowering plants found in Cyprus. Aphrodite was born in the sea foam on the shores of Cyprus.
I mean, okay. That's not really a fact, but okay.
Cyprus is statistically one of the safest places in the world regarding crime. Well, they got that on us, that's for sure. And yeah, Nicosia, the capital, split into Greek and Turkish sides with a UN buffer zone marking the divisions. So
Wow.
It's like the buffer zone between Berlin, Korea, North Korea, South Korea. Holy smokes. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
Thank you, Cyprus.
We yeah, seriously. Shout out to Cyprus. We know that's like where our whole audience is from.
Yeah. De'Aaron Fox is from there.
Coming up next, will the Cyprus Commanders be able to have a quarterback this season? I don't know. I don't know what sport they play there. Probably soccer. And on that note, that's the Paul Gallant Show. It's it. I'm going to be at the Astros game tonight. If you see my pasty ass wearing my Hawaiian shirt, say hi. We can only have one El Tiempo margarita together. And don't ask me to buy one because there's only one per ID, apparently. This show's been a little goofy. Anyway, appreciate everyone for tuning in. To our texters, callers, YouTubers, Twitchers, appers, and everyone else who listened. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank on Branham. Age behind the glass. Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brian's off again.
No way.
He's off. He's used all his PTO in the first 8 months of the year.
I think he's like getting a loan for more.
Yeah, it's crazy how much he's off, that Brian.
And he hasn't been here that much. He hasn't been here longer than us.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think that's the case. Yeah, he's off work. That's okay. We got Age today. A lot of the Twitchers prefer Age over Brian, if we're being truthful. So there is that.
Yep.
And there's a lot to get to today. Houston Texans played an NFL football game over the weekend. If we're calling preseason games NFL football games, they played an NFL football game over the weekend. They lost said game. Not that that matters. We'll discuss that in great detail a little bit later. A lot of Astro stuff today. Today is the return of Carlos Correa. He's going to be talking to the media in a little while, so if he says anything pertinent, like what's he going to say, though? Hey, I'm happy to be home. Thanks, Los. Like, he
already kind of gave it away after the game yesterday, the most pertinent thing, right? Where he said Daniela and the kids have been back and that everybody stops them and they just feel all the wave of emotion and that he can't wait to feel some of it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, if that's pertinent, he's happy to be home. He's back home. Houston is his home. He's here. He's an Astro for the foreseeable future. But it's cool that he's going to be back. Alex Bregman, so you have some drama there. I am curious to see the ovation of Alex Bregman. I think he's going to be cheered. Will there be a moment that he gets booed in this series?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
You don't?
Nah, I really don't.
I think he might. I think there might be an at-bat later in the series or something like that where fans go, okay, we did our service to him, but now we might just decide that he's still an enemy with the Red Sox. I think that from the standpoint of everybody they're losing in the shuffle the fact that this is Javier tonight. I think that, yeah, of course, Bregman's first game back. Correa's already played for you, and he's playing well. So it's for him more than and I think from the media that didn't travel to the road trip. But I think the big thing, too, is that Javier's pitching tonight, and that could be a big key for this team.
That's definitely the C story tonight, though.
Yeah.
Like, that's on the undercard. It matters, and it's really, really cool. And any other night, it would be the main event. But today, it's the third most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Correa, the headliner. The sub-headliners, Alex Bregman's return. And then I think a distant third is Javier back on the mound. Plus, maybe it's my expectations of Christian Javier. Like, he hadn't been great in these rehab assignments. Mm-hmm. He's going up against a good offense that's stealing signs every chance they get. He's going up against Garrett Crochet, who's really, really good. I don't have high expectations. I think the most important thing for Christian Javier tonight is that he gets out of it looking okay and not hurt. Like, that to me that's my expectation. That's my hope and desire.
Yeah, I think that once you saw what Arrighetti wasn't able to do in his first start back, that you can't help but have tempered expectations. And like you said, whether you just think that guys are doing rehab starts to, perfect their craft and they're not worried about giving up runs or hits or not, it would be nice to see like Garcia's last outing. He really was dealing, and that's what you'd like to see against AAA hitters. And so my expectations are tempered. Like you said, the matchup is heavily favored for them. And the fact that coming off what Arrighetti did and the fact that I don't think he's going to be the old Christian Javier, at least not right away, it's tough to get, excited about him starting.
Yeah, no, I'm pumped that he's back. I just don't have lofty expectations for him today. I think he has to ramp up to it. Now, hopefully he just shuts me up. Branham foot and mouth, and you look like an idiot. You look like a buffoon, Branham. He goes 6 shutout innings, giving up 1 hit, punching out a dozen. Okay, that'd be awesome. That'd be great. We'll talk a lot Astros today. What caught your eye around the NFL preseason week number 1? Not bad from Shadur Sanders. Yeah. Not awful from Shadur Sanders. We'll kick that around a little bit later. And then a listener the other day wanted us to do the bottom 10 quarterbacks in the NFL, and we do what the people tell us to do. So bottom 10 quarterbacks, what do we call the other one? We call the killer QBs. This would be like the not-so-killer QBs in the NFL. And then also college football. College football right around the corner. We'll start kicking around that a little bit too. First AP poll of the year out today, which I think shows the respect that the Big 12, the second best football conference in the country, deserves. But Texas, number 1 for the first time in history, that Texas is number 1 in the AP, which is kind of surprising.
Right about now, Brian would be hitting you with that drop.
I know, that's why I said it, because he's not here.
Yeah, it's always good to roll. At least we can appreciate that it's not something he played. No, look, I mean, Ohio State, their quarterback play is going to be interesting. I think we know how important quarterback play is, and Nussmeier at LSU, and now he's hurt, and some people thought his season might have been in jeopardy with a knee injury. Other people saying it wasn't any big deal, but they'll go as far as him at quarterback will take them. And I think that with Manning at Texas, it's the sexy pick right now.
Yeah. So that's going to be fun. Right around the corner. We'll be hot and heavy college football over the coming days. But as we always do on Monday, good, bad, and the ugly from the Houston Astros series. 2 of 3 in the Bronx. Good. I mean, you take 2 of 3 in New York. It could have been a sweep, but take 2 of 3 in New York, it's a good thing. And when they win series, we start with the good. So what stood out to you, Blankers, on the good side?
Well, I mean, I think the individual stuff is pretty easy. I think the first thing, too, aside from just the individuals, is the fact that the last time we did this on a Monday, the offense was horrible, and they couldn't find a way to score runs. And yeah, they left a lot of runners on base, even with everything that they did. But they scored 17 runs in the series. In a 3-game series, to put 17 runs up, and you're facing at least Fried, so you know that he's a damn good pitcher. The fact is that they were able to put runs and crooked numbers up and get the offensive support that the pitching staff needed. And so the fact that the offense was able to put up 17 runs was on my list of goods. Individually, of course, the summer of George, Alexander was fantastic. But Altuve and Correa, I mean, the two guys hated most by Yankees fans, just continue to do it to the Yankees. And Correa has been outstanding since he's been back with the Astros.
Yeah, item by item, Jason Alexander. Do you believe in Alexander yet?
I believe in him for now. When we're trying to sit there and say, okay, all things being considered, if all hands are on deck, and the guys coming back look pretty good, does he factor in? I still probably have him on the outside looking in, but I can't help but tip my cap and say the last 2 starts, he has every reason to make an argument that he could be in that mix because the changeup has been fantastic, his control has been good, and he was dealing yesterday.
Costanza or Colton Gordon?
Costanza.
They sent down Colton Gordon minutes ago to make room for Christian Javier, which was the obvious move. And we saw Gordon warming up in the bullpen yesterday, so it's like, okay, that's what we need to know. But Costanza's numbers as an Astro are insane. He made his 5th start yesterday, 6th appearance, has one out of the bullpen. Mm-hmm. In those 5 starts, 6 appearances, 31 2/3. He's 3-1 with a 2.56 ERA. It's Brandon Walter conversation. I like Walter's stuff a little bit more, but Alexander's numbers rival Brandon Walter's numbers. The FIP, which people always look at the FIP, is relatively low, 3.74, which I think the FIP's a little bit overrated. The WHIP's a little high, 1.2, but I think he can get over that because sometimes he's walking more guys than he should. Gives up a little bit of contact. I believe in Jason Alexander to the extent of a back end of the rotation starting pitcher on a playoff caliber team. I have no problem if he's the number 5 for the Houston Astros.
I was going to ask you that. You hit it on already, but Costanza or Walter?
Walter.
Yeah, I think me too. You know what? He's been, like I said, you gave the numbers. I think the one really bad game was his second game against the team formerly known as the Oakland A's, the Athletics. But other than that, I mean, the way he's pitched, especially lately, has given you every reason to say he warrants a discussion of being one of those 5 or 6. I just think Walter's, I think his fastball's better. I think his secondary pitches, aside from his, to the changeup for Costanza, I think that I would go Walter, but it's the gap is closing.
Yeah, and that's something that has to, that's going to be. We'll cross that bridge when you get there. Mm-hmm. Like Walter's not even pitching in rehab games yet, so that's a month away at minimum, probably. The one that's going to be down the pike, the next starter that returns is Luis Garcia. Mm-hmm. So the question that's relevant, I guess, in terms of the timeline, would be George Costanza or Luis Garcia.
See, the thing to me is I'm so uneasy about it, particularly the first start of every one of these guys coming back because they're not even close to completely stretched out, no matter how much they've been doing what they've been doing. And it's a work in progress. And like I said, seeing what Arrighetti did when he came back, I have the same expectations for just about every guy in their first game back because they're still working on things and they're still trying to get completely strong and stretched out. So right now, I would say that Alexander has the nod over Garcia, and then you have to wonder because it's such a tight race in the division, and every win is so much more important right now with how it sits in the American League. that the window should normally be like, 3 or 4 starts from these guys to see who they truly are. But I don't know if you have that much time.
Like in 4 days when Alexander's fully rested, if my life were on the line and I could pick Jason Alexander or Luis Garcia to start that game, I'd probably go Alexander. But I think that they're going to give Luis Garcia the runway because the potential's higher, the ceiling's higher. Like, I mean, Costanza's this great story, 32 years old, like has found something because the Astros get the most out of pitchers. But Garcia has the higher upside of the two. I think they'll give Garcia the runway instead of Costanza, but Costanza still has another 2 weeks, which could be, 2 or 3 more starts to continue to prove his worth. But what he did yesterday was sensational. Rubber game of a series, going up against the lineup that's pretty good and goes 6 shutout innings, didn't give up a hit until late in that game. And it seems like every time the Astros have a big game, whether it's to end a skid, whether it's a rubber game, Costanza is on the mound, and the summer of George just continues to roll on, which is unbelievable.
The one hit is something. The fact that, like you said, it was a pretty formidable lineup offensively. And yeah, he had 3 walks. But the fact that he goes 6 innings and only gives up 1 knock and no runs when, you're going up against a big time pitcher in Max Fried, and the Yankees are desperate for every win too. I mean, that says a lot for a guy because the back-to-back starts against the Athletics are one thing, but the fact that you're facing a team that's desperate, that has good hitters, and you did that, it's definitely, eye-opening.
Pretty crazy. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Good, bad, and ugly from the Astros weekend. 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham there. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Will the fans in New York ever stop booing Jose Altuve? How about the dominance Jose Altuve continues to have in the Bronx? That was fun to see. We'll kick it around next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Carlos Correa said the best part of returning to Houston is he gets to play with Jose Altuve every day.
Pretty much sounds right. Those two guys are like Peaches and Herb.
Peaches and Herb?
Yeah.
I've never heard
Reunited and it feels so good.
Heard that one.
Yeah, well, that's who sings it.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So, they were.
If you have to explain the joke.
It's okay. I mean, peanut butter and jelly.
That's good.
They belong together. And the fact that they've been reunited and no one thought once he left that there would be that opportunity. And, I mean, we kind of talked about it. Like, we don't know how long this is going to last, but you kind of felt like he was going to get rejuvenated and an extra spark because not only is he going someplace where he has a chance to win, but it's Houston.
Yeah. The Lance McCullers gonna be very mad that Lance McCuller that Carlos Correa said that he said, oh, it's great to play without Altuve again. Lance gonna get his feelings hurt because Lance and Carlos are really good, are really tight.
Well, even if they are, I mean, you'd have to play together to be able to look forward to it again.
Lance is on the team.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
He's on the team. He's the Astros released their injury updates. They do this every Monday. Lance McCullers continuing his throwing progression this week. Right finger blister. Other than that, everything's about the norm. Dubin's going to work out with the major league team today at Daikin, which it is like, what do you do whenever you call up Dubin? Like this little De Los Santos guy, like you're going to have to DFA him because like none of these guys have options.
Yeah.
Unless it's Alexander, which you think you would have done that today. One, you don't think you're going to do that. Two, if you were going to do it, you would have done it today because he pitched yesterday. I don't know, man. Like they're going to have a roster crunch.
Yeah, and it's not going away with the other guys they're trying to bring back. But it'll be interesting. Some guys clear and then they want to go back to Sugarland, which is great. But if you're out of options, I mean, there's plenty of teams in baseball that are watching what these guys are doing too, going, I dare you. We'll pick him up.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I mean, they signed De Los Santos to a major league contract too, so that's going to be interesting if Dubin's up in the next day or two. Brandon Walter threw a 20-pitch side yesterday at the Astros complex in Florida. That's good.
Okay.
Left elbow inflammation. Inflammation better than soreness, or is it worse than soreness? Where does inflammation and soreness stack up on the Astro medical report pecking order?
I would think that inflammation has to be worse than soreness. Just because of the fact that if you're sore, it could be because you're throwing. Inflammation, I would think that that's something where internally you got to figure out where it's coming from and the why.
Yeah.
It might be more severe.
See, I was going to say soreness over inflammation, but I really have no rhyme or reason. I've been inflamed for like 3 years, so there is that. Isaac Paredes is traveling to Florida this week to continue his rehab, so Isaac joining Yordan Alvarez at La Playa. So that's good. I mean, we'll see what happens with Isaac, but going to Florida is a step in the right direction, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I have zero expectations for that, and I don't know if this PRP treatment stuff is going to be the end-all, be-all to getting back on the field, and even if he comes back to the field, at what level will he be? It's a nice option if you can get it. But for the big picture, I'm not for the rest of the season. I'm not counting on him.
Yordan's going through a hitting progression at the Astros complex in Florida. Hit on Phil to BP for the first time on Saturday. So, do we see Yordan Alvarez again this year? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too. Somebody asked me that yesterday. I think that they do.
When you say BP though, it's still not live pitchers, right? It's still just
Coach
a machine.
BP, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Texter says DFA Neris. That's in play actually. That's a good call, Texter. You might be right on that. That might be the answer.
Yeah, he was never long term anyway, so that's probably definitely top of the list of what they could do.
Okay, so Neris when Dubin comes back, and then what do you do when Garcia comes back? Who's the next guy? De Los Santos at that point, or maybe you have another injury by that time. Who knows? Texter says, do you think Yankee fans ever stop booing? Will they learn it just fuels him? Yankee fans aren't the sharpest knife in the drawer.
No, they're not. And it's so much fun. The fact that they're so arrogant and always so cocky about everything. The fact that, now they're starting to think about maybe we should start sending out tweets to just compliment our daddy. Because, I mean, everything you saw today, there were people superimposing instead of where it says Yankee Stadium on the field. It was Altuve Stadium and, acknowledge your daddy again. Because you just love that he goes about his business in such a soft-spoken, quiet way. And the every situation, whether it's Boston or Yankee Stadium or Dodger Stadium, We just see it happen over and over again. You do what you do, and he does what he's always going to do.
Trey says that Altuve was inducted into the Yankees Monument Park last night. That's a good call. They just put him right there next to the bust of Ruth and Gehrig. If starters come back and produce, then like Alexander, his long relief, his stuff, his change of pace, that's probably an ideal role for him because he doesn't have the ceiling of some of the other starters. You put him in that long relief spot. You can just pitch him until his arm falls off. Like old, who was it? Who did the Astros have that went to Notre Dame that pitched?
Oh my God! And he went to the A's.
Yeah, and Chandler Rome was like, "Oh, they're abusing his arm, bro. That's the only reason he's pitching in Major League Baseball is because they can abuse his arm." I forget that guy's name.
I can picture him too. Blondish hair.
Oh yeah, I can't remember his name, but I remember Chandler Rome would throw a fit.
Brandon Belak.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's like, they threw him 150 pitches this week. Cool. That's his job. His job is to eat up innings because if he didn't do that, he wouldn't have a job. And he's currently not employed by Major League Baseball.
Yep.
I always remembered that. But I think that's a good role for Alexander. Ocho says what made me so nervous about Costanza's outing was he only used 2 pitches for the most part. Somehow kept the Yankees off balance with a hanging sinker and a changeup. By contrast, my guy Brandon Walter mixes in 4 or 5 pitches, which is more likely to keep opponents off balance. Yeah, I mean we're all in agreement that Walter's the better pitcher than Costanza, but Costanza's proving his worth of being a back end of the rotation, long reliever type of guy, even for this team, even for a really good team. Texter, I have zero faith Javier is going to be able to produce like he needs to this season. Next season, different story, but he looks like he's not ready. Yeah, some of the rehab start numbers aren't great. He was getting swing and miss though. He was getting strikeouts, so at least there was that.
Yeah, he has to be deceptive. We know that he's not great about pounding the strike zone, but whether it's that rising fastball and all the names they have for it, or the fact that at least it's a competitive pitch coming out of his hand to get people to chase. That. Yeah, the numbers in his rehab starts haven't been great, but the key is going to be he's not like an overpowering velocity guy. It's just movement and it's location, and hopefully that he has some of that to show that he's going to get better with each start coming down the stretch here.
Mm-hmm. Texture, we do the same crap with Adolis Garcia. He's mediocre at best, but has great numbers when he plays up because he feeds off the booze. That's fair. Now Altuve has great numbers against everybody.
I was just gonna say,
not just the Yankees. That's a fair point about Adolis, though. Texture, it's baseball. The New Yorkers don't know what ball is. Good point. Texture's asking about Jake Myers. The update on the notes, according to Brian McTaggart, who copy and pasted it from the game notes, says that Myers will work out in Houston today and will travel to Florida tonight to continue his rehab. I overlooked the Myers. That's good news, too.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last time they put up updates on everybody in the notes that somehow he got omitted over the first time. But overall, that's a guy that seems to be completely forgotten about. Everybody's talking about all the pitching and Jordan. And maybe Paredes now because of the PRP treatments. But, yeah, you would really like to have Jake Myers back. And for me, for one, to be able to say that means he's had a hell of a season, and he would be a boost in center field.
You think that people have omitted him, overlooked him?
I think people forget about him a little bit.
I haven't gotten that feel.
Yeah, I've got friends and people that I converse with about it that kind of, he's not even close to top of mind. And then when I mention it, they're like, oh, that's right. Jake still has to come back, too. I'm like, I mean – he was having a hell of a year before he got hurt.
Do these friends of yours know ball?
I have no friends that know ball, Jeremy.
Well, I mean, you said you talked to your friends about it. I was making sure that
they know ball.
Okay. Well, yeah, maybe they are looking over. I mean, between the three, Jordan, Isak, Myers. I mean, with your current roster construct, Myers might be more important than Isak.
Yeah, I mean, if he gives you anything offensively like he was giving you, because the average was up, because of the fact that he was pretty consistent, that he's better than anything else you can put in center field, any other player.
Yeah. No, I mean, Isak, you're kind of running out of positions, too. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Like
it's a full house on the infield.
Lance McCullers' worst blister in the history of the game. Those blisters are tough, man.
And people are
tough.
And I get it. People are making light of it and how long can you be out possibly with a blister. But at the same time, you really don't want him back. So as long as the blister can continue to flare up, you're in a good position because otherwise you might have a tough decision that we talked about.
It's like Bull Durham. I can get you right now. I can get you a blister on that right index finger. If the Yankees started Tartable yesterday, Costanza would have been screwed. I see what you did there. I liked it. Did you hear TK shrinkage reference?
No.
Yeah.
I missed that one.
He goes, there was no shrinkage with Jason Alexander today.
That's a good call.
Which... borderline for TK. 2K's not usually that risque.
No, he doesn't push the envelope But then how about Julia in the postgame show when she goes through like 5 questions with him and then goes, okay, all right. What do you mean, okay, all right, you got to? I mean, don't bury the lead. Aside from how well he pitched, that should have been the second or third question.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, come on. The setting and everything about New York and how fitting it was.
No, second or third, you just dominated the Yankees. That I thought it was an appropriate
I don't think
order.
you can leave it till the very end and then say I have to. I think that was one of the questions everybody was
She
waiting
didn't want
for.
to insult him.
That's not insulting.
He doesn't like it.
Who says he doesn't like it?
I think Alexander referred to it whenever he was straight called up. That he's like, yeah, I've heard every joke in the book. Where it sounded like he was kind of sour about it.
Because he really reacted with her kind of like I expected it. I actually expected more. He said he actually caught the Seinfeld theme when he walked the guy.
I don't know if it's the second question.
Not second, but I said second or third. But like you talk about the performance he had today. You talk about the offense. And then you at least throw one in right after that about quite a setting with New York and the home of Seinfeld. And was it what you expected? I just think it would have been earlier.
I thought she was fine. Did you hear Blum's call of the Correa home run? What did he say? It might be in the system, AJ. I heard Paul play it earlier. He might have it in there if you can find it. It was we'll get back to it in a minute. Texter says Nolan just stuck his finger in pickle brine. He did. Nolan Ryan was a workhorse, man. Texter, the good has to be Correa coming back. The best ugly on that weekend series, the Yankees, was the Yankees. Man, they were ugly 2 to 3 games. It's gonna be hard for Boone to keep his job, I think.
Yeah, and I have friends that are Yankee fans that
they don't know ball.
No, these are other friends, Jeremy. They're from New York. They've been clamoring for this even last year making the World Series. They were hard on him, but it's hard not to. I mean, you see now some of the reports coming out about, and I think John Boy's the latest to jump on the train of saying he's talked to umpteenth numbers of guys in the Yankees farm system that said they don't work on situational baseball. They don't work on base running. From a coaching perspective, it's one thing, when we say how much can a coach really affect a game from game to game, from a manager. But from a managing perspective, the blunders that they're making all over the field are embarrassing, and that's going to be first and foremost put on the coaching staff.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough go of it there for him. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Chris, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey guys, good afternoon. Going to the game tonight. I'm gonna cheer for Alex at his first at bat, and then. If it's a big situation, boo him the rest of the game. So, he did what the business says to do. So he got his $40 million this year. Hey, some good this weekend. Josh Hader, he went more than one on Friday night. Is that right, Brandon?
Yeah,
yes.
He did.
Yes, it is.
Why is that funny to you?
So that's some good.
Because he just went
that's
right
some
to
good
you.
right there, man.
We went straight to the source.
Okay.
What's that?
Yeah, he went. Blanker's a little offended that you said my name and not his.
Or not both of us.
Blankers knows basketball. You know baseball. Oh. No, I'm just kidding.
And
Blankers
Brian knows football.
And wrestling.
And Brian, see? It's a trifecta.
All right, Chris.
Hey, another good.
Yeah.
Abreu yesterday, right? He came in with the bases loaded and got us out of that big jam.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that the Astros did good this weekend. 2 out of 3 is also very good for the weekend. So I think blue ball could be this year's Hunter Brown, right? Pitcher coming out of the bullpen when he's healthy. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Appreciate it, Chris. Have fun at the game. Boo Bregman. Make sure you're booing them. I don't know if blue ball has is as decorated as Hunter Brown. Also, don't know if there's as much of a need. Like it's hard for me to envision. If everybody stays healthy, it's hard for me to envision blue ball having a role in the big league roster the rest of the year.
Agreed, because we just got done talking about Alexander, and if Alexander's been dealing, I think the best thing for blue ball is the fact that he got his confidence back by going back up to the majors after getting shelled his first go-round and really settling in and giving them a good performance. He pitched well, I think it was yesterday, for the Space Cowboys again. I think he went 6 and didn't give up a run. So maybe he got his confidence back and he gives you another insurance policy. But do I think that he factors into this team the rest of the season, especially because of the guys coming back? I don't.
Ditto. I do think that he's somebody that you might be able to count on next year, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like not as a top of the rotation guy. Like he's not Hunter Brown. AJ Blue Ball is not in the same league as Hunter Brown in terms of the stuff. But can he be a factor in your rotation? Can he be a factor as like the 7th inning guy if you want to convert him there? It might be the way to do it because I think that he might. I think he might forecast better as a reliever than a starter. I don't hate the whole like multi-inning reliever, kind of like what we envisioned that Forrest Whitley could become this year. Maybe that's more of a like blue ball to me is more what you wanted Whitley to be than what Hunter Brown was,
or what Gusto was envisioned as if all starters were healthy.
See, I think blue ball has better stuff.
But I'm saying you went from Whitley, who they were hoping would be a guy like that. Then when Whitley fizzled out and they got rid of him, then it was like, okay, well, then the next in line could be Gusto if we get healthy, because they kept moving him back and forth from the pen and he was going to be a couple inning guy. That maybe now blue ball is the guy for next season, because at the same time, you have a surplus of starting pitching that whether you have a home for them or not, other teams are going to be interested in based on these starts they're giving you.
It's going to be interesting what they do with that surplus, because they have a surplus of bottom of the rotation guys, but they only have like one top of the rotation guy. Like it's Hunter Brown, top of the rotation guy. No one else really top of the rotation. Javier maybe middle of the rotation, and then a bunch of bottom of the rotation. Maybe Eric Getty's middle of the rotation, and then a bunch of bottom of the rotation guys. It's going to be fascinating. The offseason's going to be nuts, I think, for the Stros. What'd you think of Hunter Brown, his performance?
I thought he was okay. I thought he was good. I mean, he was decent. I mean, I don't think it was his best performance, but I have nothing bad to say about what Hunter Brown did overall. When you look at the numbers, the 5 Ks, okay, 1 walk, okay. If anything, again, a 5 1/3. You'd like to have seen him get through 6, but at the same time, I don't have anything bad to say about Hunter Brown.
I thought he was fine. The 6th inning was annoying to me. Like the leadoff walk, no walks.
Yep.
No leadoff walks. And then you had like the little bleeder that got down the right field line, and then that inning unraveled really from there. I hated the 6th inning. I thought Hunter Brown was mostly good. The Altuve thing is awesome. Correa's kind of clutch, it seems like. Yep. The Friday game annoyed me because it felt like the previous Friday night game against Boston, where like you had the early lead, you had so many opportunities to pad the lead, couldn't do it, goes to extras, lost at Fenway, but you were able to win this one in large part because, as Chris said, Hader was fantastic. But the Correa had the go-ahead RBI single in the 10th. The Taylor Trammell, the 2-run homer. You were talking bad about that man, and then he hit a 2-run homer at Yankee Stadium. Got to mention him in the good as well.
There's the blank foot in mouth.
It was, for sure.
Yep. I've done that twice to him.
You have.
Yep.
You get them going.
Yep.
You get them going. But the Friday game was annoying me. Until they finally won it.
It's a great call because it's exactly what they went through the Friday previous. And maybe it's the Apple TV jinx, because you go back to Boston, and I say that tongue-in-cheek. The Boston game is very similar, but then you feel like you got the momentum back because you go back and tie that game. And yet another instance of maybe, early in the season, and a lot of times for this Astros team, I feel like they get down by a couple of runs, especially when they were kind of manufacturing runs early in the season. You go, this game's over. Well, they, clawed and scratched, found a way to get back to even, and then just threw up all over with the Brian King thing right immediately after that. And you're like, oh, what a huge letdown.
Yeah, that was, the Saturday game was annoying too. We'll get to the bad in a minute. 713-780-ESPN. Any other goods that we overlooked before we segue out of it?
I think you covered them. I mean, Trammell, I give him credit because of the home run. He was 2 for 9 in the series. I thought Chaz had better at-bats. Chaz is only 2 for 6 in the series. But I thought that Chaz had some good at-bats.
I thought so, too.
Yeah.
Like, people, like, I've been one, like, blast Chaz McCormick, and he has his weaknesses. He's also perfectly fine as a backup center fielder that you only play against left-handed pitching. Like there are a lot of guys who make a lot of money who are the 4th or 5th outfielder that only hit lefties. Like, Chaz has a role on this team. If you don't see that, you're a cash. You're cash if you don't see that. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Let's get to the bad. Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in a series victory. Loss, whatever. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we get to break or do anything else, I want to tell you about Allstate Siding and Windows. I've been telling you about them for a long time. I tell you about them from personal experience because we bought our house, about a year and a half ago now. And the first thing that we wanted to do when we got the house was we wanted to make some upgrades that we could feel kind of more modernize the house. First thing we did is went to Allstate Siding and Windows and changed the windows, and it made an unbelievable difference immediately in the curb appeal. It modernized the whole front of the house. It made the whole house look like a more custom modern house, and we loved it. But the other things that are more important than that, as much as it's nice to have a good-looking house, is the fact that it's going to do everything that you need in Houston, Texas. Those windows are going to keep you safe and all your your content safe, no matter if it's hurricane season or if it's the blazing hot sun of the summer that we're dealing with right now. It's going to keep that cool right inside your house. And then in the wintertime, when we have those occasional cold spells, it's going to keep everything warm inside and keep all the elements outside. They're fantastic. They're the best in the business. They've been in business for about 50 years, and they love taking care of Houstonians like you. That's why they do special deals. Right now, 30% off all the windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. They do front doors too, and other companies offer deals similarly, but this family-owned and operated business with over 50 years of experience are here to help you every step of the way, and it starts by getting a free, no obligation inspection for them to recommend exactly which products they have and which would be the best suited to fit your house. All you got to do is get in contact with them. And as I always tell you, allstatesidingandwindows.com is the best place to start. But get that free estimate by calling right now. 832-204-1936. 832-204-1936. A free estimate will be coming soon, and they'll let you know exactly what they recommend. And in the meantime, check out allstatesidingandwindows.com to see all the products and services that they offer.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Cooper Hummel's been DFA'd, probably to make room for Javier. Now, I wonder what they do with the 26-man roster. Because you can only keep 13 pitchers. So they have to call up a bat. I wonder which bat they're going to call up. They haven't made the announcement yet.
My bet would be the center fielder, the left
Kennedy
fielder.
Corona?
Jacob Melton.
Oh, Melton. My guess is actually going to be Cesar Salazar. So they carry the third catcher. That's going to be my guess.
I think I would just think Melton's been kind of hot back in Sugar Land again.
Yeah.
That they might use him. And
How could you get him in the lineup?
That's a good question.
Yeah, see, I don't think they're going to call him up if he can't play more than twice a week, 2 to 3 times a week.
Would you play? I mean, you could play him in center, but then who? Like the
Yeah,
question.
you could.
You know, you just talked about Chaz. He has his moments. Same with Trammell. He's boom or bust, but he had a boom when you needed it most, and he's had some. You know, he stepped up in a couple of big at bats. Do you sit one of those guys to put Jacob Melton in his speed in center field?
Trammell or Melton, regular at bats?
Melton.
Okay, I'd go Trammell. I also think you're kind of disrespectful to Trammell a little bit. The whole what'd you say, feast or famine?
Boom or bust.
Boom or bust. I mean, 327 on base percentage guy, 99 OPS plus.
He's 2 for 9 in the over the 3 game against the Yankees, but one of them was the big home run they needed at the end of the game.
That's pretty good. 2 for 9.
It's 200, or it's a little over 200 depending on what happens. In the last at bat.
If he gets a hit, it's 300.
Yeah. If he doesn't, it's 200.
I mean, it's a big difference that last at bat.
Yeah, it's $100. I mean, $100 point swing there, but
that last at bat's significant.
He has a lot of Jake facial expressions and everything that he's lost at the plate a lot.
I don't see that, man. Okay. I think that good pitching gets him. I think he has trouble hitting velo, which is okay. I would give him nothing but velo. I think anything above 95 he has trouble with, which I would never throw him breaking stuff. But he abuses mistakes. Like that pitch that he homered was a hanging breaker right down the middle. Like he'll abuse a mistake. I think you can get him, and I think he's got a lot of swing and miss, especially with velo, good pitching. But no, I mean you get him in the bottom of the order. I like some thump there. I prefer Trammell over Melton currently. You'll be curious to see who this final spot would be as Hummel gets DFA'd. All right, good, bad, ugly, 713-780-ESPN. Texture says bad, Walker in the 4th spot. I mean, Walker was pretty good yesterday.
Oh, 3 hits yesterday. 3
pretty
for
good
4 yesterday. And, you go back and remember the fact that the series prior, he had a home run in 2 games. The numbers don't state he was 3 for 12, but I believe that he's starting to heat up. I think he's getting to be more of who they wanted when they went and got him. I don't have a problem with Christian Walker right now in the top part of that lineup.
Israel says you have to count the walk casuals. Trammell didn't have a walk in that series.
Good call,
Israel. The nice. Casual.
You know more than us.
He didn't have a walk there. I actually looked that up, though. Whenever Blanker said 2 for 9, I was like, I'm going to get him with a walk. And I looked it up real quick, and there wasn't a walk there. But you and I were on the same page there, Israel. He just didn't have a walk in New York. Texture says conversation needs to be had about Hader in big situation. To go back to his Milwaukee days scares me. I think a lot of it's the nature of the position. Like, it's going to be a little scary. He scares me in those situations as well. But he was really good on Friday. I mean, 2 innings, pitched really good. Got a little bit, he was dominant in the 9th. Was a little shaky in the 10th, but his pitch count was also as much as he's thrown in a game all year.
The most pitches he's thrown all season. And I think maybe even as an Astro, I thought they were always close. But yeah, I mean, I think he had a 7-pitch or 8-pitch or 9 something. It was under 10 pitches at the 9th, and they bring him back out, and he had some traffic, and he was pitching around the zone a little bit, and all of a sudden, before you know it, he's in the 30s, and that's scary. But the fact that he's willing to give you 2 innings, he's been huge doing that all season for them.
Yeah, I was happy with his performance on Friday.
That's like the caller said about Abreu. Look, Abreu wasn't great yesterday, but he's toughing it out because he basically got all heated up and warmed up, ready to go. He got hot 3 straight days. His velocity was down about 4 or 5 miles an hour early in that game yesterday, but he toughed it out for you.
See, I think his velo is down because he was trying to throw a strike. He came in bases loaded situation with 1 out, and he started off 102, 030, something like that.
He couldn't find the zone early.
And I think that he was letting off his velo, trying to baby it into the zone, which annoyed me because he was at 94 right down the middle. Got lucky to get away with it. But then all of a sudden, he got into a little bit more of a comfortable situation, and he's dotting 98, 99 to Bellinger.
He did. The velocity went way up at the end. I think the other thing was he didn't have the control location-wise of his slider like he has. And so that's such a big pitch for him that when you're struggling there, and like you said, because you're in a tight jam, there's no room to put anybody, and you got to be more fine-tuned on everything. That he was kind of tight on everything.
Yeah, I thought he was. But I mean, inning in 2/3, no runs, no hits, just the 1 base runner with the walk. I mean, the line score was a good outing. I didn't love what I saw early, but got away with it. He got away with it in that 7th inning, and I thought he was really good in the 8th. All right, what bad do you have from the Astros in the Bronx?
I mean, I had the King home run on Friday. I just. A 3-1 fastball right down the center of the plate in a situation like that. I don't want to nitpick Brian King too much, but that was a tough one because of the fact that it was a 3-1 fastball right down Main Street.
That's a good reason to nitpick him.
Yeah, so he's on my bad.
Yeah, that wasn't good. Fromber's curveball.
MIA.
Didn't make the trip.
Yep.
It was nowhere to be found, which is frustrating because that's his best pitch.
Because it's amazing that he was able to do what he was able to do without the curveball because he has so much movement on all the different versions of his fastball that he can still be competitive, but it's such a different – I mean, it is night and day when he doesn't have his curveball.
Yeah, that was sad to see him not have his – hopefully he finds that curveball because that's kind of important for Fromber. I did think that he battled without it, but the Fromber curveball was nowhere to be found. What else?
I mean, not too much other than that. That some of the guys that you're having in the lineup that didn't have good weekends. We talk about the fact that if Paredes came back, where would you play him? It's really tough for me, the fact that Caratini is a guy that just has done so much, and in short doses, he's been good for you even still. But then he had a really tough series in Yankee Stadium, and he was hitless in 5, but he only had 5 plate appearances.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem with the depth.
Yep.
I mean, it's a good problem to have because you can get him off the bench, stuff like that.
Pena too is 1 for 13.
The one
was the home run.
He was 1 for 13.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that. Yeah, that's interesting. Wow. Hopefully he gets hot at home.
And Sanchez was 2 for 11, but you're using him maybe a little bit more than I thought they would use him when they got him.
Yeah, they started him against Fried yesterday, against the lefty, which I thought he would never start against lefties, but he had good BVP against Fried, so they went with the BVP, and the BVP did nada yesterday. He's not in the lineup today against Crochet, for what it's worth. Correa batting second, which I think is a spot against lefties because Sanchez is not in the lineup. But, so Sanchez not starting today against the lefties. Pena, Correa, Altuve, Walker, Yiner, Urias, Dubon, McCormick, Smith against Crochet. The Astros. Now, I haven't seen I don't think Cora's posted his lineup yet. He's probably looking to see which hitters have tells on Christian Javier.
Yeah, how many signs, how many grips he can see and how many different ways he can. And everybody's doing it. I don't know if you caught any of Sunday Night Baseball last night.
Doing it in Little League Baseball. I love it.
Yeah, but they also did it last night in Sunday Night Baseball, and Marmol, the Cardinals manager, he was really, really hot, and it was like they stopped the game and for a little bit, and everybody was screaming at each other. And then I think it was Buster got the interview with him, and he's like, "Hey, you had a little episode. What was going on with that?" He goes, "We all know the Red Sox like to, do what they do. It's part of baseball. We understand it, but their coaches dang well better stay in their coach's box if they're trying to see what our pitchers are doing."
I agree with that. They should probably enforce that. Like, I know it's legal. I know you can do that, but hey, how about you stand in the coach's box? Like, that would be legal as well.
You can't do anything about a runner on second base that can see what grip you're getting inside your glove based on where you come set. But for sure, the coach.
You can dot him.
Yeah, well, you can, but I'm just saying, in terms of, there's nothing you can do if you want to complain till you're blue in the face. If you can see inside that guy's glove, you have every right to do whatever you want to do to tell your hitters. The coaches have to stay in that little rectangle that they never stay in.
Do you agree with that in Little League Baseball?
I think in all baseball, especially because when we played Little League, there wasn't signs to the level, and guys weren't supposed to be throwing curveballs the way kids are throwing curveballs these days. But it's all part of the game.
Yeah, there was that big controversy last week.
Oh, yeah. It was Louisiana, I think.
Was it?
Yeah. I think it was Louisiana, Oklahoma.
Down in the boot. Tony Pettis-Chica, my bad. Cinda Trammell on Friday got thrown out the plate, and then Cam ran through a Pettis-Chica stop sign on Saturday. Pettis-Chica, I don't love him as a third base coach. And then not tacking on runs, especially Saturday. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Hive has some thoughts about the Stros. Correa's homecoming. What do you expect from Javier? We'll get to your thoughts as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, look, we know it is roasting outside, and we know the dog days of summer are upon us, and that's why I want to tell you about a very reliable, trusted air conditioning company that you can lean on if you need anything from just a checkup of the system that you currently have to maybe exploring the fact that your system is getting older or it's broken down in the past, and you might be interested in a new one. Temperature Pro in Houston are the best. They are the best in the business, and I trust them, and you should too. One, it's because they have 20-plus years of experience. Two, they have great ratings like an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Three, you can take it from me. I grew up with the owner, John Blitz, back in Wisconsin, and I've known him for my entire life. I trust him. I've talked to him. I've sent him to friends. They've taken care of a lot of my friends when they have AC problems, and they'll take care of you too. And he does business the right way. They sell all the major brands, Trane, Carrier, Daikin, Goodman, and Lennox. They offer you fantastic financing, 12 months, no payments, no interest. But you want to make sure that we're dealing with AC. It's so easy for someone to just come into your house, look at your system, look at the unit outside, and say, yeah, you really need this and that and a compressor and all kinds of coils. And before you know it, you're chalking up thousands of dollars in things that you're paying for, and you don't really know if you need it or not. That's why you need someone you can trust, and that's why I recommend Temperature Pro. They are going to absolutely be honest with you. They're going to put your AC needs in the trusted hands of all their professionals, and they're going to make sure that they take care of you like they take care of everybody I've sent their way. John Blitz is the best in the business. Temperature Pro is who I recommend you go see if anything you need with your AC. Go to blitzproservices.com, BLITZ proservices.com, or call them. It's an easy to remember number, 281-247-5925, 281-247-5925.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Over under on how many intentional balks tonight for the Astros. Hector Neris, if he's on the mound, he'll do it at least once.
Just drop it.
Yeah.
Just drop
Hector
the ball.
Neris screwed that up, by the way. Low key, doesn't really matter. But he did the whole he had a whoa. Whoops. He had the pitch clock violation and then balked.
He did. That's right.
He didn't balk in the right amount of time. Not that it mattered, but it was funny.
Who pitch clock violation the walk to Judge? Was it Fromber?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I thought they called it on Judge originally because he pointed at Judge first, and I was
did.
like, "Oh, it's strike 3," and then it's like, "No, you go to first." Like, you stupid umpire, you confused me. You dinked me, Blue.
Yeah, because Fromber does. I mean, he tries to work that clock, and he normally gets going with about 2 left on it.
I wonder if he just didn't want to pitch to him.
It's possible.
I mean, it's Judge.
Yeah.
You have Bellinger on deck, a lefty.
His average against the Astros in his career is one of the worst.
They know how to pitch to him.
Yeah.
They know how to pitch to him. Fromber looks tired. I don't know if he looks tired, but maybe it's something you monitor. I think it was more the curveball.
Yeah,
I don't think he looked fatigued.
No, he's had a couple of I don't even want to say stinkers. He's had a couple of less than starts, but I don't think it's anything where we were thinking about some of the things when we look at other pitchers and say, oh, the velo's way down, or there's something noticeably wrong, or who were we talking about right before the break that looked so? Oh, it wasn't Lance. It was someone else that looked gassed.
I mean, Hunter Brown looked gassed.
Hunter. It was Hunter Brown.
The All-Star
it was Hunter
break.
Brown. Yeah, it was leading into the All-Star break. It was Hunter Brown, where we could see velo was significantly down, and he just didn't look like himself. I didn't feel that way about Fromber. It was easy to identify. It was just one pitch that you have one of those days where you can't control your breaking stuff.
Killer Bees, when did it become illegal to stand on second and tell your team when you go back in the dugout what the signs are? It's not illegal. It's just some people think it's a little bush league. I'm okay with it for what it's worth. I have fun with it. I like to mock it and all that stuff. But if I'm pitching and somebody was doing that to me, I would hit somebody 100%.
I mean, it's part of the
100% I
game.
would.
I mean, good on them if they can pick it up. Bad on you if your signals aren't creative enough to do what you need to do, and then you go from there. If you want to hit them, then so be it.
If somebody was picking up your signs from second and you're on the mound, would you dot somebody in your heyday?
No.
Which was like 20 minutes ago, your heyday.
No. My first thing would be I'd be mad at myself because from release, it's one thing to have the same release point on every pitch you throw. It's another thing to say that how you come set and where the ball is in your glove, if it's that visible, then it's on you to make the adjustment that you have to make.
Texter disagree about Fromber. He's tossed more than any Astros pitcher in the last several seasons with only a minor stint on the IL. I think you would notice fatigue more like the velo and stuff, though. Like his velo's fine. Everything's fine. He just didn't have command of his curveball. Like he had zero feel for it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't notice fatigue with Fromber, and Fromber's always been a guy who goes 200 innings a year, just about.
He reached back on a couple pitches late in the start and found 90, 96, 97 plus. I want to say 98. But, I mean, he found it when he needed it to where he had the arm strength. I wasn't concerned about his fastball.
Yeah, no, but if you do have the luxury of being able to, maybe 6-man, thing like that, I wouldn't hate that. I like that throughout the year. But I don't notice fatigue with Fromber. I just don't see it.
We were talking about, when you bring Hunter Brown back after the break and trying to buy him a little extra time. Right now, you can't buy a lot of time because every game is so hyper important as it relates to the standings, not just with the Mariners, but like you brought up the other day, you're looking at the fact that you're still within reach of one of those top 2 seeds in the American League. And so just from who's pitching to how you set up, your rotation and how many pitchers you're going to have, those are all big time questions right now, and something that you got to be hyper focused on because you don't have a cushion and a lead anymore.
Yeah, I disagree with you a bit.
Okay,
I really do because yes, you're right about the division lead. You're only a half game up on Seattle. You're very much in the race for the best record in the American League. Thank you, Dodgers. Although they blew that game yesterday, 2.5 back from Toronto. You're a game and a half back from Detroit. Top 2 finish with buys from the don't have to play in the wild card round, but you do have a cushion of 4.5 on Cleveland. So you shouldn't enter the playoffs banged up and everybody's limping in and everybody's arms falling off whenever you do have the cushion. Obviously, it's important, the top 2, but you shouldn't go all in for one of those top 2 spots whenever you do have a decent lead on the postseason.
I hear you, but we know what happened last year. You got 2 and barbecued by the Tigers, and you want to avoid that at all costs. If Fromber looked the way Hunter looked going into the All-Star break, it's a different conversation, 100%.
Yeah.
Because then I agree with you. But if I don't think that there's anything structurally or fatigue-wise wrong with him, then I know he's one of my two best pitchers. I got to have him as much as I can. Now, if you want to take a little bit off on the back end and say he's not going to go as deep into games, and hopefully with this offense now with a little bit more help on in the lineup, that you can get a cushion to where you can take him out earlier to save some innings on him, I'm good.
Yeah, no, mine's more of a general thought, not necessarily a Frommer thought. I don't want to run this team ragged.
I get it.
In the regular season, whenever you have a comfortable lead in the postseason. Texture, Cooper Hummel's off the team. He didn't even like spinach artichoke dip. Good thing he got that Nick Kurtz bat. And did you hear he was signing autographs? Or he was not signing autographs. He was asking for autographs on Old Timers Day. He was going up to Mariano Rivera asking for his autograph.
Yeah.
Come on, Cooper Hummel. You're a big leaguer. You're a big leaguer. You're a big leaguer asking dudes for their autograph. It looks weak.
I don't think so at all.
So weak.
There are so many big leaguers that are like card collectors too,
and all of them are
and all
weak.
those things, and they all within the. I forget who I heard was saying that within the fraternity, like it's a given that players sign for other players. Like the retired guys will always sign for the guys if they're wearing a major league uniform. But there's a lot of guys that do it.
If I were a big leaguer, there's zero chance I'm asking for another grown man's autograph. I don't even do it now. Much less if I'm a big leaguer.
Like for football, like
if
jerseys?
somebody asked me to trade jerseys, I would, but I would never ever be the first person to ask. Ever. I think it's soft.
There's a
Can I have your jersey, bro? Like it's so weak.
Like some of my buddies that have played, like for instance, have played with like a Mike Trout. They if you're teammates with a guy, it's one thing, right? Because at a certain point you want to say, I played with Mike Trout, and so I got a ball or I got a jersey or things like that.
You need that to prove that you played with Mike Trout?
It's not a prove, Jeremy. It's something. It's like it's like a memento to take away from the fact that you played with one of the better players in the game. And everybody's different in the way they look at it. You obviously have a different opinion on it. But at the same time, if it's an opponent that I'm still playing against, I'm not crossing over to the field and asking a guy that I'm competing against to sign something for me.
Yeah, I mean that's what Hummel was doing. Hummel was doing that. Hummel was out there asking the legends for their autographs.
But the legends are different.
He was
than the
asking
current
for a
Yankees.
rookie's bat.
What?
He Nick Kurtz's bat. Remember?
We haven't confirmed whether
I think
he
it's
asked
very.
for it.
I think it's very.
I disagree with you.
So this guy who's going out to the Old Timers game asking for autographs didn't ask for Nick Kurtz's bat. It's very obvious to me, putting two and two together, that the same guy who's asking for autographs with the Old Timers is very clearly the guy asking Nick Kurtz for the bat. The rookie isn't going to hand Cooper Hummel the bat and be like, "I got you, bro." You kidding? No way.
He didn't have to pitch to him. He did, and the fact that Nick Kurtz could be just the guy that said, in appreciation, whether he did it half joking or not, but to say thanks in that way, if that's what he chose to do. I was looking all over to try and verify one way or the other, and basically, if I'm wrong, reading it the wrong way, I would say it. And I think it was NBC Sports Bay Area were the ones that they actually offered up that Kurtz sent the bat to him.
Show me.
I did that day when we were in the
No, you
break.
didn't.
I did. I turned it right there and said, NBC Bay Area said this.
Don't remember that at all.
Okay.
Don't remember that at all. I think it's very clear that the guy that's asking Old Timers for autographs is asking Nick Kurtz for the bat. I have never in my entire life of following baseball have heard about a guy hitting a home run on a guy that threw him a pitch and then delivering a bat to the clubhouse. I have never, ever in my entire life heard of that. What do you think about players asking players for autographs? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Pro athletes getting autographs, bats from other pro athletes. Okay. Fair, foul, 713-780-3776. Dr. North, for the most part, getting an autograph from the greats is more about providing an heirloom for your family. Getting a bat from a rookie is Bush League cash grab, says the texter. I would say that the Legends is more acceptable than the bat. I would add that. Texture adding to that, I think it'd be pretty cool seeing that as a guest or family member saying, dang, this guy played with this individual or against this individual. Like Pro Baseball Reference exists. Like you don't need memorabilia to prove that. That'd be my counterpoint to
different.
that.
Some people
I agree with that.
Yeah, so some people collect that stuff, but also I think what some of what Todd and Blummer were talking about too, a lot of these guys looked up to or idolized the guys playing in that game, so that's why they were drawn to guys that they were growing up following and like had posters on the walls or whatever it was to get something from them because they're getting up in age too.
I agree with you. Different strokes for different folks. If I was a big league baseball player, I would not ask other big league baseball players for stuff. If I weren't a big league baseball player, I wouldn't ask big league baseball players for things. Texture, athletics. This is in relation to the bat, or in response to the bat. This is from Google AI, by the way, so take that into consideration. Google AI stinks. But this says Nick Kurtz sent Cooper Hummel a signed bat. So that's to your point. I need to see that outside of Google AI, though. Google AI is brutal.
I found it on a tweet. I'll see if I can find it. Not CNBC, but it's NBC Sportsnet Bay.
Yeah, I think that's their flagship. Like that's a credible source for sure. Like if it's on there, I will concede defeat. If it's on there, I'll be like, yep, you're right.
Because and like you said, the main thing here is to say how you would do it different than I would do it or someone else would do it. But I know for a fact and witnessed it time and time again, where at some point you kind of even wonder if you're still competing against a guy. Like if you and I were on different teams and we're still going at it, then why would I go and ask you to sign something for me? But I know that, some of the greats, like Akeem wasn't about that life. Barkley had a room where all the all-stars, all the great guys that he played against and for, he had shoes and jerseys, and some guys want that, and they feel like that's kind of like their takeaway from their career that they had, and other guys could care less.
Yeah, I just think it's weird. And I agree that there's different strokes for different folks. Some people are like, hey, it's cool. Some people think, hey, it's weird. I think it's a pretty polarizing topic, clearly. Texture, Michael Jordan would have kicked that dude off the team for getting autographs. Maybe that's what happened today with Cooper Hummel. Maybe he asked for Alex Bregman's autograph, and the Astros are like, that's weird, bro. Cooper Hummel was actually on the lineup card that Brian McTaggart posted. So,
really?
Like, it's kind of odd. Like, because
kind of late.
They had to make room for Javier in the 40-man. We all knew that. It does feel like Hummel would be the natural selection to DFA, but it is weird that he was on the lineup card.
Yeah.
Like knowing that a transaction had to have happened. Texture says, I feel one of the hosts collects autographs and one doesn't. Do you collect?
I've always collected, but again, to your point, one, I'm not playing against these guys, but two, I never, for the most part, had to ask. I did not want to be that because I in my position.
So you agree with me?
No, in my position, because I need the credibility because of reporting and or working for a team. I would never ask.
You can. You
Right.
can ask in that role.
Well, first of all, with your press pass, you're right. You can't. But knowing people at other teams, because people from other teams would inevitably call us and say, hey, can you get so-and-so to sign for our charity? Can you get so-and-so? Yeah, sure. I'll go down after practice and tell them what it's for. And if they do it, it's up to them, but I can send it to you. Okay, cool. But I'm not going to sit there and ruin my credibility and say, hey, man, I need this or I need that. But you see, like Steph Curry, or you see guys that came to the Rockets when the Rockets had, 3 Hall of Famers. And the young players in the league would say, hey, man, after the game, can I get your jersey? Can I get your shoes?
I think that's weak.
And it happens all the time.
I don't disagree that it happens. I know that it happens. I'm saying that behavior is weak and soft. Pete, Cooper Hummel would ask Bregman to sign his sleeve while on base. Probably would. Dude's thirsty. I agree, Brandon. I find it hard to believe that Nick Kurtz went up to Cooper Hummel and said, here, you want my bat? We'll see if we can find more information on it. I remember not knowing. The moment that he was asking for autographs at the Old Timers game, I was like, yeah, I bet you Hummel asked for Kurtz's bat. If we get more info, I'm not trusting Google AI. Google AI sucks. Google AI thought Matt Carpenter played shortstop. So, Google AI is brutal. Texture would be weird for Carlos Correa or Cam Smith to be asking for autographs, but a guy like Cooper Hummel, it makes sense, Tyler and Conroe. What's the difference? Because he's a bum? Because he's not a big leaguer? That's kind of my point. Like Cooper Hummel, who is not really an everyday big leaguer, he's getting a cup of coffee, whereas Correa and Cam Smith are going to be fixtures in Major League Baseball. Cooper Hummel is telling you by asking for autographs that he doesn't even think he's a big leaguer. I got my 15 minutes of fame. Let me go find all the autographs I can get. Act like you've been there before, Cooper Hummel. Maybe he knew he was about to be DFA'd. Branham, you're just not a collector. To each his own. At least he earns the opportunity to do so. I agree. To each their own. I just think it's weird for big leaguers to ask big leaguers for autographs. Texture, only way I'm going to ask a player for an autograph is if I robbed a home run ball that would have won the game. That's also disrespectful. Like, hey, I'm going to rob this guy of a home run, and then after the game, I'm going to go up to him and be like, hey, man, can you autograph this ball that I robbed your home run with? Like, that's...
I mean, the one that I was watching one of the docs on Billy Buckner, and the tough thing for him was even if he wanted to put the ball that went through the 5-hole in the World Series to try to get away from it, every time he turned around, someone had that picture and said, "Here, sign it." It's the most embarrassing moment of your life, and people constantly want you to sign the picture to kind of stamp it one more time. Yep, I screwed it up.
Yeah. No, this texter sent us the link from NBC Sports Bay Area. You were right. I was wrong. I can't believe that Nick Kurtz sent him a bat. I take the L here. I concede defeat. Headline on NBC Sports Bay Area. Athletics Nick Kurtz send Cooper Hummel kind gift after 4-homer game. Kurtz sent Hummel a known autograph collector. That's weird that he's a known autograph collector too, by the way. A bat featuring his signature and a warm-hearted message, which we saw the text. Thanks for throwing a strike. So I was wrong. Nick Kurtz sent Cooper Hummel the bat because he knew that Cooper Hummel was a weirdo who collects autographs and memorabilia.
Yeah, there was a story this weekend. There are certain guys. The Astros had a guy for a couple of years, a relief pitcher, and he collected, I want to say, baseballs, but then also cards. But like, who's the long-haired reliever for the Phillies?
Stram?
Something like that. Yeah. He, I guess, is a known collector and autograph collector. And one of their best players, I don't know if it was Bryce Harper or someone.
I saw this tweet. It was Bryce.
Is getting involved in it. So he gave him like a kickoff starter set to work with or something. But there are guys in the league that do it.
I know that they do it. That's not my argument. My argument is I think it's weird and weak and soft. That's my argument.
Like if it's Charles and Michael and they're friends in the off season and they golf and they go on trips and everything like that, and you want them to sign something, that's one thing. But if you're competing and you want to rip someone's heart out on the other side, I'm not going to sit there and even if it's sending over one of the clubhouse guys, hey, go tell so-and-so to sign this for me. It's just that I wouldn't do.
It's weird that you think it's weird, Branham. If half the people think I'm weird, half the people think Hummel's weird. I didn't realize this was this polarizing. Hummel realized he wasn't a big leaguer and went civilian to make ends meet. I literally think that's what happened. He's like, I got to feed families for generations. I've got to go out there and get as many autographs signed because I know I'm going to be DFA'd on August 11th. More athletes collect Pokemon cards than sports. I'll take your word for it.
More athletes collect I know the kids do.
Take your word. I have no idea. Take your word for it. Have you seen the interview where Chameleonaire, where Jordan told him to no pictures with dudes? Jordan's my kind of guy. Because I'm the same. I guess weird to me. How about exchanging jerseys? I would not be the first. Like I told Age, I wouldn't be the first one to ask to exchange jerseys. If somebody asked me, I'd be down for it, but I would not be the first one to ask. I can only envision. Like I think the world of Kelvin Sampson. I think he's a future Hall of Famer. I think he's one of the best coaches in the country. I cannot envision a scenario where I walk up to him with a basketball, like, "Hey, coach, can you sign this?" Like, how cheesy is that? That is so weird to me.
Again, it's your own personal, preference, how you look at it. Because to the Michael point, I witnessed it firsthand. Like Michael, and again, you also have to understand everyone's coming out of the woodwork every time he sets foot in public to get an autograph.
Mm-hmm.
But we all were playing golf, and three of my buddies that got to be friends with Charles too, and Michael was there. And all of a sudden, one of my buddies reached into his golf bag and said, "Hey, on the next hole, I think I'm gonna get Michael." And everybody's like, "Get Michael for what?" "Well, I got this NBA at 50 book, and then I'm going to need a picture." And we were like, "I don't think that's a good idea. That's just not his style." Well, he was rock-headed as they come, and he was going to do it anyway. And we all watched as Michael went from a smile on his face to just the most somber start. And he went, you got two options. He goes, I'm just going to let you know right now. You're either a friend or you're a fan. And he looked at him and he said, what does that mean? He goes, if you're a fan, I'm going to sign your book. I'm going to take the picture. Then you're going to take your clubs and your cart and you're going to go home. He goes, if you're a friend, we're going to finish the round. We're all going to hang out. Everything's going to be cool. We're going to have a great weekend. He goes, but you can make that choice right now.
It's my kind of guy. It's my kind of guy. And look, for the record, I have no problem with sports collectors. I think everybody has their hobbies. I think it's fine to be a sports collector. I think it's weird whenever somebody is working with somebody. These are colleagues. They're cohorts. I think it's weird to have a colleague come up to you and ask for an autograph. I have no problem with sports collectors. I think it's awesome. I think it's a great hobby. All of those things. I did the NFT thing for a little bit during COVID because I was bored. I have no problem with the sports collection part of this. The issue that I see is I think it's kind of lame and weak and soft for a professional player to walk up to one of their cohorts and be like, could you sign this for me? That's the weird part to me. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Chuck, you're in the Hive. What's up?
What's up, guys? Hey, man, I just want to tell you, I think you're exactly right on that as far as it being kind of weird for a major leaguer to do it. But, hey, Joel, man, with your connections to the Rockets, is there any way we can get Israel a signed Reed card? Y'all have a good one.
I could probably make that happen.
That'd be funny.
Yeah.
To my very
I'd
good
get him
friend
to sign
Israel.
it from your favorite bum.
That'd be good. Tyler, I don't think big league players have the same inferiority complex, Branham. It's not an inferiority complex. I just think it's weird. Branham, would you give a high five? Of course I would give a high five. That's fine by me. You tripping, Branham, says Israel. Is it any difference than the NFL players doing jersey swaps? I do think it's a little different than the jersey swaps because it's like tit for tat as opposed to somebody signing an autograph for somebody. But even then, it's kind of odd. Like, and you see some of these on Hard Knocks too, like on some of these reality shows or like quarterbacks where you have players going up to another player during like the first quarter.
Oh, in the game.
Like, can I get your
In the
jersey?
game.
Like, I can't imagine, like, and look, I haven't competed at a high level ever in my life, but I could never imagine being a competitor and going up to my opponent when the game starts. Hey, man, can I get your jersey after the game? What? Like, I question your competitive fire if you're doing that.
And again, you also mentioned the jersey swap. The weird thing, too, is the guys that they're asking in game probably don't, unless they, there's a connection like through their university or their hometown or something like that. The guys that are asking Steph Curry and LeBron and all these guys for their jersey night in, night out, they probably don't want the jersey that they're going to say, let's do a jersey swap. They're doing it because the fraternity says, if I haven't promised it to somebody else, then I'll take care of a guy in the league.
We should all be as cool as Jeremy. It has nothing to do with being cool. I'm famously uncool. We all know that. Can I get the Killer Bees autograph at the listener party? Blankers would be happy to sign anything.
Why are you speaking for me again?
Because it was the joke that I'm not going to sign. Oh. You wouldn't sign stuff?
Yeah.
Well, then why did it matter that I spoke the truth
because
on you?
I can answer for myself.
Okay, that's a weird thing to get salty about. All right, 7-1.
Answer. I can answer for myself.
Well, I just knew that you would sign autographs, so I felt okay and comfortable speaking for you.
Okay.
Was I wrong?
I wouldn't speak for you. I'd let you answer it yourself.
Is it weird that he's being weird about that?
Oh no, I mean, each your own.
It feels weird to me. I don't know.
Not surprising.
Yeah, it's not. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What impressed you in the Texans-Vikings game on Saturday? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, I'm here to tell you about something you think you knew, but maybe you didn't know, and that's Walmart.com. We all know Walmart's the place to go for getting everything that you need under one roof and getting it at the lowest possible price. But now you need to know that there is a new and improved Walmart.com where you can go for everything that you need, and it can save you time as well as save you money. Because in my family, we've got everybody moving in a million different directions all at the same time. My wife loves the fact that we can get what we need, and we don't have to go grocery shopping. And we don't have to go to get certain products that we would normally have to get in the car, go to the store, take the kids, make sure that we get everything, and it takes time. You don't have to do that now because they deliver to your door for the same price as what it would cost for you to go to the store. It's absolutely fantastic. With over 500 million items online, you can find a huge selection of items online and even stuff that you can't find in the store. It's available online, and it will be sent to you and rushed to your door, sometimes as fast as in an hour. Who knew that unlike grocery stores, Walmart doesn't charge extra for a standard delivery to go to your door instead of coming in store. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate party, throwing a party, or just something that you need for your kids in a pinch, you can get all your grocery needs taken care of, just like you take care of everything else like a department store needs at Walmart.com. Go to Walmart.com right now, and they'll deliver in as fast as an hour. But there are fees and terms for the speed, and those things apply. But also the fact that you can still get it delivered at the same prices that it is on the store. That's a no-brainer. Use Express Delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, for groceries to home goods, prescriptions. It's all subject to availability, but the best place to do it is just go to Walmart.com and explore. Once you start exploring, you're going to find out there's so much more than just a low-price store. Check them out today. Go to Walmart.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right. Texans played a football game Saturday. They lost to the Vikings. One of the few underdogs who lost against the money line this past weekend, by the way.
Is that still going well for you?
It is. Underdogs straight up against the money line this preseason, 10-4-2.
Oh boy.
I am up a little over 12 units.
That's nice.
Betting the underdog on the money line. Who doesn't bet preseason football? They say people that bet preseason football are degenerates. No, they're just smart. They're just smart people.
If you find a hook like that works.
Yeah. Vegas is going to kill me, I think. They're going to figure me out and kill me because I'm up 12 units. Anyways, what stood out to you? Texans, Vikings, negatively, positively, whatever. 713-780-3776. The bad news, by the way, during practice today, which they were inside the bubble. It looked like they weren't really doing crazy things.
No, they had said that they changed the practice time and everything to kind of basically say without saying it they're going to go light today.
Yeah, they were in the bubble.
At 2 o'clock.
The bubble's always one that makes people get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Deshaun Watson tore his ACL in the bubble, but Brevin Jordan went down and they had a huddle, they had a meeting. D'Amico spoke. C.J. Stroud was speaking to everybody. It seems, and again, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, it seemed like he was out for a long time, and then good news came, so maybe it's going to be something like that as well. But Brevin Jordan went down. Brevin Jordan was in a lot of pain. Brevin Jordan was screaming because he was frustrated. Obviously missed most of his year last year. It does not look like good news on Brevin Jordan, by the way.
Yeah, no, the way that even DJ Bieneme was describing it just doesn't sound good. That, according to DJ, he went up to catch a pass. He hurt his knee. He couldn't put weight on it. He was carted off. He was yelling no. Just coming off the injury that he just, got back from. That's tough in itself. But look, I think he was going to be counted on to some degree with Caley in his system, where he likes tight ends that he can utilize in the offense from, a pass and block perspective.
Yeah. So that's this was a position we were arguing last week too about its depth. So one of your top 3 tight ends is, we don't want to say he's out for the year, but it did not sound good. I looked up the free agent tight ends, and they're very, very poor. I think they probably just go to work with what they have. Dalton Schultz, Kate Stover. They do have Irv Smith around, who they like his blocking.
Is he still around?
Yeah, he's on the team, and they like his blocking. They drafted Luke Lachey in the 7th round, no relation to Nick. And then they brought in that Dalton Keene guy last week, who's like kind of a fullback tight end. So I think that the guys that they have are probably better than these free agents who don't look good. But not great, because they thought Brevin Jordan was going to be somebody who helped them this year.
Yeah, I looked at some of the graphics across the league that were being posted today. There has been just a rash of season-ending injuries in the last week or so across the league, and a lot of significant players. You talk about Slater from the Chargers and just gets the new contract, and he's the tackle that that's going to basically anchor their line, and he goes down for the year. The Eagles lost one of their linemen, was carted off. We see the cart out there a lot, both in games and at practices, and it's the tough part of football as a physical sport like this, that these things are going to happen. Teams are supposed to just move on to the next, but a lot of these players are significant.
There was some people, like, I saw it on the internet, like, are they practicing too hard? Like, what? Like, no, it's football. Like, they're going to practice. They're going to hit. I don't even think they were hitting today. I think it was a walkthrough today.
But take the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury. It was a non-contact part of the practice. He just pulled – it was after the play he pulled up, and there was no contact to him, and that's when his knee or whatever gave out. So a lot of times these things just happen, and no matter what if you're tackling or not or hitting or not, your body's going to break down playing football.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any credence to they're practicing too hard.
There's so many limitations already on how many practices per week and per year and per month that they can have where there's contact and when there can be hitting and all these different things that drive coaches nuts. Yeah, I definitely don't think that they're too physical in their practices.
Yeah, but bad news there. All right, let's get to the preseason game on Saturday. What impressed you? Texans have a new safety, and C.J. Stroud checks in at number 39 in the NFL Top 100. 713-780-3776. Kick that around when we return. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. First a minute on Pro Dunk Hoops. They're the best. They're great. They make the highest quality basketball goals you will find. Don't waste your time in these big box stores. Those goals aren't any good. You need to get the best goal on the planet. The goal is from Pro Dunk. Tempered glass backboard. It gives you that true, authentic feel off the glass, off the rim. It's great to have. Stainless steel hardware. It's rust proof, which we live in Houston. We understand humidity. It's important to have that rust proof as well. You don't get that in the big box stores. Height adjustable, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet. Well, what if I throw down? Well, don't worry about it. Breakaway rim. You're going to be able to dunk on it, hang on it. It's going to keep you safe. Don't worry about it at all. A breakaway rim is great. Also, an extended overhang. So you don't have to worry about the basketball stanchion as well. Their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's their lightning adjust feature. You can get that sucker to 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Up, down, doesn't matter. It's easy to do, and it's fun to do. Their accessories, top-notch. LED light kits for night play. It's hot in Houston. You want to wait until the sun goes down. LED light kits for you to do that. School's back this week. Kids are at school. They can only play at night. LED light kits. You're at work. You can't play till the evening, until the night. LED light kits. Backstop nets. You don't have to chase the basketball around. Pole pad lettering, too, so you can customize that bad boy, and lots more. Also, you can order everything, including professional installation, online. That's right. The pros from Pro Dunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texans-Vikings on Saturday. Texans lose the football game. Stupid Texans had money on them. What stood out to you? Texans-Vikings, good way, bad way, whatever.
I think the biggest takeaway for me was, and there was a lot, but I think that Tay Ursery playing left tackle and being able to hold his own and knowing that, the history of them with offensive linemen hasn't been great per se, but that this big fella looks like he can play and that he can play both tackle positions, and that, it's one thing that we hear all the coach and player speak that we hear about players, and some of it is just that they're just trying to blow smoke your way with some of the guys like Henderson when they were in OTAs. Ursery looks like he could be the real deal, and he could be an anchor for this team for the next several years. And I think that's extremely encouraging as it relates to an offensive line that we know that is a work in progress. So that was one of the big takeaways for me.
All of the reports on him have been fantastic. The question that I had with Ursery is Cam Robinson's never played right tackle in his life. Ursery seems like he can bounce around. Mm-hmm. I wonder if he's just kind of like the Cam Smith conversation where he's just so good, why not just start him off at left tackle? I'm on the fence about it because I don't know what you would do at right tackle, and right tackle didn't look great, and Cam Robinson's easily one of their best 5 offensive linemen. Could you ask the veteran Cam Robinson to play right tackle? It's a tough ask.
See, because the flip side of that, too, which is where you get dicey, is if you take a guy like Howard that was a first-round pick that's supposed to be your right tackle, but then what becomes a necessity is somewhat – it starts to be something where it's because it's a habit. You can do it. You can move him around. And then his argument would be, have I ever really gotten to play my true position consistently?
Yeah, I don't care about his argument, though.
But I understand. But what I'm saying to that level is, if you're looking at this from the perspective of if he's going to be a long-term fixture on your offensive line, he's eventually going to be your left tackle, correct?
Ursery, for me, is going to be the left tackle on this team as soon as 2026 because Robinson's a bridge free agent guy.
Yeah.
You're not playing Howard at right tackle. Cam Robinson has to be one of your 5. I wouldn't be opposed. I know Cam Robinson's played 100 games in the NFL. I wouldn't be opposed to be like, hey, Cam, why don't you do us a solid and see if you can play over that right tackle spot? That way our franchise left tackle and Tay Ursery just starts playing there. Because I don't love this is our franchise tackle, but you're going to spend a season at right tackle, then you're going to move to left tackle. When left tackle is his natural position, if Robinson's your mercenary and your bridge, I'd rather him play out of position.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Instead of moving him, starting him at one position, only already knowing that he's eventually going to move to his true position that he's going to play for you for the next several years, then why not just get him there and get comfortable as fast as you can and just let him live his life in the best position for him and for the team?
Yeah, I think I'm down with that.
Yeah, I think that's something that they truly have to consider because the fact is he had the size, the athleticism. Everybody seemed to love his skill set coming in. But the question was he going to be able to be quick enough and adjust, mobility-wise right from the jump to be a left tackle, or does he have to be kind of worked into the position? He's everything that you mentioned that we've heard came to fruition already to the standpoint of he can handle the position.
Yeah, why not just start him there? Like, Cam, you're going to be their guy that moves to right tackle. I don't know if that's too tall of an ask for an NFL veteran, but I usually don't care about players' feelings. And if that guy's my future left tackle, why not just start there now?
And you got paid well, right? You're getting a boatload of money out of free agency to come here and play. So just do them the solid after they gave the solid of all the money to you. Then do them the solid and play where they ask you to play.
Yeah, I would be interested in doing that. 1 year, $12 million. Hey, Cam, you just go play right tackle for a year. Ursery's going to be our franchise left tackle. The offensive line in general played good. Just to piggyback off of that, everybody but Blake Fisher I thought looked pretty good. And then obviously Titus Howard didn't play. You expect him to be one of your better offensive linemen. I was pretty dang pleased with the overall look of the offensive line, picking up stunts, picking up just slants on the defensive line. I don't think they're as talented as they were last year, but I do think they're going to be better. And I know it's a preseason game, and we don't put a whole lot of stock in preseason football, rightfully so. I liked what I saw from the offensive line.
I did too, and I think this is the first tangible you can you have something to hang your hat on that you've seen where the fist the fist came together instead of all the individual fingers. Like, this was what they've been preaching about continuity and the chemistry and these guys coming together. You saw it. I was watching the center position. I was watching Andrews at center. I wanted to see, from a guy that they basically picked up off the free agent scrap heap from the Pats, is he truly a guy that could play center for this team? The line looked really good from a continuity standpoint. They looked like they had each other's backs. They looked like when a stunt or something came to them that a year ago would have really kind of set them back, that they were able to handle it on the fly. I thought the opening drive was really important for the entire offense from the standpoint of Kaylee calling plays for the first time. And then understanding that this is what they've been talking about and preaching. They want to run the football. They ran it as much as they threw it. They want to get the tight ends involved. They got the tight ends involved. And the way that he still was able to make plays happen and get creative with some of the ways he designed plays and then the line executed them, that gives you hope for this entire offense.
Kaylee in the booth.
Yeah, that was different too, but I think I understand why. Like, some guys got to want that feel on the field, but I think it makes a whole hell of a lot of sense because when you look at film and you're studying tape and you're trying to do things, you're looking at the X's and O's from above in the end zone and everything else. If you get a better perspective, that whatever makes him most comfortable calling plays, go for it.
I think if I were a play caller, I'd rather be in the booth.
I think you see more.
Definitely. I think it's easier to see the defenses and stuff too. Like if you're going to call from the field, you need somebody in the booth that you trust their eyes, you're on the same page with. If I were calling plays in an NFL game tomorrow, we would be abysmal. But I would definitely be in the booth and not on the sideline. A few of the numbers with Kaylee, not like, again, preseason game number one. And I feel like we put way too much stock in preseason games where they probably put more stock in the practices and actual training camp. But a few of the tendencies on Kaylee, Texans were under center on 45% of their offensive snaps. That would have been number one in the league last year under center. This is courtesy of Texans Jacob. Does a great job on Twitter. The Texans had 52% of their throws considered quick, which is under 2.5 seconds. Stroud's average time to throw last year was close to 3 seconds. I am a massive fan of the quick passing game, especially whenever you have good skill players. Get it into their hands as quickly as possible. Try to get them in space and then let them create yards after the catch. I love the quick passing game, so I loved that over half of their throws that they threw in this game were considered quick. They were blitzed 17 times, allowing a 41% pressure rate on blitzes. Last year, average in the league was 40 to 41%. So and look, Minnesota wasn't playing their starters. All this has to be taken with, a grain of salt, all of that stuff, but that was average. Texans allowed a 33.3 quarterback pressure on 36 total dropbacks. Not bad. Houston ran 65% of their running plays inside the tackles. Bobby Slowick ran 59% of their running plays outside of the tackles. So again, this isn't going to look the same in week one, regular season games, but they ran the ball 65% inside the tackles. Slowick ran it 59% outside of the tackles. This is which whenever I saw this number, I thought Dameon Pierce. Like Dameon Pierce, you want him outside the tackles, you want him inside the tackles. You want Dameon Pierce inside the tackles. So I actually thought of Dameon Pierce whenever I saw that stat, but outside the tackles usually is like a slower developing play. Inside the tackles burst. I wonder how that affects Mixon though, because I thought Mixon was really good, like the cutbacks and stuff.
Yeah, he likes the quick cut to get outside and kind of get over to the edge and then make things happen. He ends up on the sidelines a lot as he's finishing runs. So, yeah, I mean, if he can bounce it out, I think that's fine.
I was neutral with Mixon. I think this is an advantage for Pierce. And I actually think it benefits Chubb, too.
Yeah, I think, especially because Chubb doesn't have that quick bounce anymore from what we've been hearing from reports, is that he's not the old Nick Chubb in terms of the quick move and the ability to kind of shake. But if he's still got the power aspect, and we know that he's strong running the football, this seems like it would be right down the alley of both him and Pierce.
Yeah, so that was interesting. Another one of the tendencies, real quick, is we talk about Kaylee here. Mm-hmm. The personnel usage for Kaylee, which again, week one isn't going to look the same as NFL regular season week one, but I do think you start to see some tendencies. They were in 11 personnel 62% of the time. They were in 12 personnel 38% of the time, which is actually a decent amount of 12 personnel. I know it's not the same as 11, 62 to 38, but 38 is pretty high for NFL standards. And then when they were in 11 personnel, they were in the shotgun 97% of the time. They were in 12 personnel under center almost 80% of the time. So it gives you a little bit of an idea of what Kaylee's tendencies are going to be.
And I like it. As long as they feel like they have the personnel suited to execute it, then I think that I think that we've heard this from D'Amico over and over again, that he wants to be a run-first football team. I think that because we saw what we saw last year about how the offense just got exposed and CJ got abused because of the fact that they seem to constantly be looking to just be throw first. That as long as they're capable of doing this, the line looks and can sustain doing what they're doing. They talked about physicality throughout this camp. They want this team to be a very punch-you-in-the-mouth football team. If their line can at least punch you in the mouth to get the initial kind of rush from the defensive line and you can get a hole open, whatever works, man.
Yeah. What else stood out to you?
I think there's a couple. I thought Davis Mills, look, I heard a lot of people talking about after the game, trade Davis Mills. He looks like he can play. You need a backup quarterback. And the fact is that other than Davis Mills, the quarterback play was less than, to a high degree. So the fact that Davis Mills looked like he can be a serviceable backup quarterback was good. I thought that in opening drive, he did everything he was asked to do. Did he make one throw that he'd probably like to have back that he threw behind the tight end? Yeah, probably. But overall, I thought Davis Mills looked really good. He looked like in complete control of the offense. So he stood out to me.
Cash or trash? Davis Mills is a top 40 quarterback in the NFL.
I'll cash it.
I think so. I was impressed with Mills, too. I thought he looked pretty good. I think the ball that he threw behind the tight end might have been to save him from a hospital ball. So I think he kind of did that by design.
Keep him away from the safety, was it?
I think so.
Yeah.
So, I liked what I saw from Davis Mills. Yes, it's just the preseason. But I do firmly believe that Davis Mills is one of the top backups in the NFL.
Yep. So the other things that we already covered, but I had that first drive as a total unit was great. Graham Mertz, I warned you guys, sucks. And Graham Mertz sucks.
Yeah, but they didn't draft Mertz to throw the football.
I know, he's a project.
They drafted Mertz to hold the clipboard and be good in the quarterback room.
The two big things to me, this wide receiver competition and who's going to end up being cut is going to be fascinating because you found out that the veterans can play, Berrios and Watson. You know that Mechie had a catch. Mechie looked like he's coming back a little bit to where he's got some value now for you. And Hutchinson. So who they end up cutting and who ends up not on this team is going to be interesting to me because they are so deep at wide receiver. And then we didn't see him all that much, but I'm really kind of curious as to what kind of a difference maker EJ Speed can be.
I thought we saw him a decent amount.
Yeah, but just the fact that when you see him with the guys he's going to be playing with, I think that he could be a huge upgrade on that other linebacker position next to Azeez. And I think
Harris?
Yeah.
So if Harris is 100% healthy, you like Speed over Harris?
I do.
Wow.
Yeah, because I don't know how close, or maybe he was never 100% when he came back last year in Harris.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know that Speed, he's got speed. He's athletic. He covers sideline to sideline, and he can still lay the wood to you to where I like the fact that he could be an upgrade for this team.
I liked what I saw from Speed too. I'm willing to. I don't know if I would go as far to say as Harris, because Harris, when he was playing his best football 2 years ago, which is a long time from that, he was pretty stinking good. What I like about it though is you have three guys who I feel very comfortable playing 60 snaps a game. Mm-hmm. That I can play any two of those three. I don't think in Toa tried his best, and I thought Toa was fine last year. He was way better than I thought. You give me Azeez, Speed, Harris, whoever's your starter, and then whoever's not my starter is my third linebacker, and then Toa. All of a sudden, that position has depth because I think you have three good starters and you have four capable starters.
Yeah, I don't want to take anything away from Henry Toa because I feel like. I thought we saw exactly who he was in the NFL 2 years ago. And last year, he upped that. He took that to a level I didn't think he had. So now the fact that you have him, and I would wonder in that building who they look at that they can count on more or that they believe in more right now, because I believe because of the injury alone, Harrison, like you said, you're 2 years removed from playing serious football.
Yep.
Like, I don't know if you can get that back or how long it takes to get that back, whereas I like the progress that Toa's made.
How could you not feel more comfortable with Speed than Harris based on their injuries?
Mm-hmm.
Mine's more about their upside. Like, I think Harris has more upside than Speed.
Even Toa right now as it stands.
Well, I go Harris over Toa.
You would?
Oh, for sure. I think Toa is very average.
You really have to figure out from an injury and from has he's taken it from just overall his abilities in how much time he's been off.
It's true.
Is it attainable to get back?
Look, maybe he's so far away from his potential that he's just not going to reach it. Like, that's also within the realm of possibility. Like, that does exist. Like, that. How could you not allow that to be plausible and a possibility? Because we haven't seen it in a very long time. And it's very mysterious, too. Like, he's still having issues with it, even though he was dressed out and playing last year in the playoffs. 713-780-ESPN. I have a couple that I'm going to piggyback throw on here as well. D'Amico throwing shade to the media after this game as well. We'll kick that around. And the Texans have a new safety. They brought in Jalen Mills. Expectations there. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jalen Knowles got some juice. Yeah, it was only that one screen, but yard after catch on that screen, fighting for the first down. That's your number 4 receiver, Jalen Knowles.
I think the sky's the limit for both the rookies at wide receiver. I think that, those two, Kirk and Nico, are, in stone. It's just going to be real fun to see the competition on the back end, because a year removed from wondering how deep and how good this wide receiver room was going to be, man, are they talented.
2 position battles. I think Woody's behind Dare at the running back spot, which don't love seeing that, because you traded up for him. And yes, rookie, plenty of time for him to jump Dare. I would like to see Woody higher than Dare on the depth chart this time
You
of
don't
year.
think that they cut him, do you?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I mean, I think you invested too much draft capital in him to cut.
Yeah, I think that in terms of playing time, that's one thing. But in terms of he'll make the team, I just think that they have high aspirations for what he's going to turn into, especially not just as a pass catcher. I think as a running back.
Hopefully he can, because it's, I mean, again, preseason game, they see way more practice. But I think you can start to see the makings of the depth chart. And it looks very clear to me that Woody's behind Dare on the depth chart. And also, I think Jarrett Patterson's behind Andrews on the depth chart. Andrews got the run with the ones. Patterson was playing late in the game.
Yes.
I think it's very clear Andrews is currently center number one, which, I mean, I don't have a strong stance either way. Play the guy who gives you the best chance to win.
I don't care which guy does it. Just make sure one of them can do it and not get just absolutely, bull rushed and run over.
Yep. C.J. Stroud's the 39th best player in the NFL according to his peers, the NFL.com top 100 list. Roquan Smith at number 40. C.J. Stroud at number 39. He's actually down 19 spots from where he was last year. Last year he was at 20. So the Texans get another. We're on Nico Collins' watch.
Yes, we are.
We're on Daniil Hunter watch, and we're on Derek Stingley watch. Because this is the third Texan. Stroud,
Will,
and Mixon.
Yep.
So we'll see if they get more. I mean, I think that Nico should be on this list, but I'm starting to get a little nervous for him.
You start dipping under 40, and you know that there's a lot of wide receivers to still get in this list, and they've been quarterback happy.
Yeah.
That's, again, I didn't think about it at the time, but he might be the guy. I thought it might have been Hunter, but he might be the guy.
He might be snubbed there. We'll see. Texans also signed Jalen Mills for a little safety depth. What do you make of this? What are your expectations?
This is kind of the conversation you and I had a week ago about can you find a starter or a quality player, now because you're already in camp and, with who's out there that hasn't been signed, why haven't they been signed? And then guys on other rosters, are they going to make your roster better when you think you're good? I think that his resume says that he is played the position at a very high level and that he could be a player that could actually be someone that the Texans could use, but we don't know how much he's got left in the tank, and there's a reason why he was just out there. So I have my reservations. I like it from the fact that you're going to kick the tires on a Super Bowl champion, a guy that has played really well in this league in the past, and maybe similar to exactly what Jimmy Ward was for you, or that you wanted Jimmy to continue to be, except for the fact that he doesn't have the experience in D'Amico's defense. Maybe he is the kind of guy that still has enough left that he could fill the Jimmy Ward role.
Yeah, actually, I'm right there with you. I think this signals the end of Jimmy Ward because we got news that he's going to be back this year, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. We got news that C.J. Gardner-Johnson's going to be back this year. We'll hear from D'Amico in just a moment about that. But we got word that he's going to be back this year, maybe as soon as week 1. You still signed Jalen Mills. D'Amico was talking up yeast to the Texans broadcast team too. Okay, they're not going to cut MJ Stewart. The signing of Mills makes me think that he is your Jimmy Ward replacement. I didn't watch tons of Jets football last year. I wasn't pinpointing the defensive side of the ball, but Saleh's system similar to D'Amico's system. So okay, probably knows the system well. His Pro Football Focus grade last year 63.5, which was like dead center. Dead in the middle of all the safeties that qualified. So, okay, he's a run-of-the-mill safety. I like the move. I think that for a third safety, you could do far worse. I think he's actually an upgrade to Jimmy Ward at this stage of his career. But I really don't want him to start games for you. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Kalen Bullock, obviously you hope they start as many games as they're physically able to.
Yeah, and if Stewart's the guy that fills in until C.J.'s available, then so be it. But they have 3 guys that are capable. This adds depth with experience. I like the fact that he doesn't have the history of a Jimmy Ward in terms of the injuries. I was concerned about Jimmy Ward, and I made it very clear in the last several months about I didn't think he should be extended. I didn't think he should be back this year. This kind of tells you, for whatever reason, you've got an insurance policy, regardless of what Jimmy's working through, injuries and off the field.
Yeah, I had the same feeling. As soon as we knew that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was going to be back this year, and then they signed Mills, it made me think that Jimmy Ward's days as a Texan are probably done. D'Amico threw some shade to the I think Aaron Wilson, but he threw some shade out with the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury update. They asked him about it. He's like, hey, he's doing okay. Here was that update from D'Amico.
CJ's in great spirits. He's doing well. I mean, we're all thankful that the injury is not as extensive as it was first reported. So we are excited that he'll be fine. Take some time. he'll continue to progress and get better. So, thankful to know we'll be seeing them back on the field this year. And always with all of my guys who are in any injury situation, it's about those guys, me caring for them, making sure they are in a good spot mentally and physically. And CJ, he's great. He wants to be around the team, still had a smile on his face. But he'll be back, so we're excited about that.
There you go. It's not as bad as the initial report.
But we're still left guessing, is that for both guys? Everybody that was thinking the
there was
worst,
only
or-
one.
Well, Rappaport came behind and right after Aaron Wilson, right? That's where we had the conflicting reports.
I thought were you talking about Mixon?
No, I was. Yeah,
he was talking about Gardner Johnson. I remember Rappaport saying he had a torn ACL.
No. I'm saying, remember the first one we had talked. 'Cause was it BMAC that said that he thought that he wasn't sure if this was directed one way or the other at which guy?
No, BMAC's theory. Well, that was an argument from a month ago.
From the past. Yeah.
BMAC's theory the other day was that the Texans are leaking information trying to find a rat.
Yeah.
I don't really buy that.
It's interesting though, because it wouldn't be the first time teams have done stuff like that.
No.
But at the same time, yeah, because Aaron Wilson has basically stayed away from it since he basically, and he never really kind of completely owned it. He just kind of danced around it, that the information was different than what he broke. But yeah, if it was truly more than shade, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I think it was definitely shade there. Why don't we know what Gardner Johnson's actual injury is? Because the Texans are very quiet about injuries, and you don't have to tell anybody.
They don't have
the
to say a
preseason.
thing.
Seems like yeast is rising up the depth chart. Great joke. 10 out of 10. Fantastic one. I used that the other day. I don't disagree with you guys much, but Harris at 100% is the best linebacker on the team.
Ooh, I don't think he's better than Aziz.
I think at 100% he is. I think at 100%. The problem is he's nowhere near 100%.
I think, and they're different too. And I think Aziz is a much more physical hitting linebacker as well. I think athletically and side to side, I would definitely think Harris is better, more athletic that way. I think just Aziz's ability to hit and stop the run with physicality is different.
Yeah, I think Harris at his best is better than Aziz. The problem is he's been at his best very, very few games in his NFL career. Can Cam play left guard and strengthen that side of the line? That's a tall ask. He's never played anywhere other than left tackle. That would be tough to do that. And plus, they like Lake and Tomlinson, so I don't think that's feasible. My ask is that he plays right tackle. This texture brings up a good point. It'd be good for Cam to play right tackle. He can market himself as a swing tackle in free agency, can be an easier position. I think it's a great point because his future as a starter in the NFL might be wearing thin. He might be a year or two away from not being a starter in the NFL. And if you had the capability of playing both, now you can be somebody's third tackle, their swing tackle for a long time.
That's the thing. He's getting older. He's made a boatload of money. He's capitalized from a financial perspective, being a top draft pick and everything that he's gotten. If he wants to continue to start and or play in this league, that would be in his best interest, probably.
Yeah, I think that's a good point by the texture there. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What has caught your eye around preseason so far? What stood out to you from a weekend full of games? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What did you take away from preseason game number 1, week number 1 in the NFL preseason, aside from the underdogs winning most of these games money line? What stood out to you week 1, Blankers?
There was a lot. I mean, not like a ton of like down to bare bones football stuff, but Shedeur was good. You know what? We talked a lot about him and the opportunity, and the national media talked about, was he being set up to fail or whatever? He handled his business, and that's what he had to do. That's what we talked about. He got an opportunity. Now, can he seize the opportunity and do the most with it? I thought he played really well. I thought there were some quarterbacks that did and some that didn't. I was surprised at how many veterans were actually playing and first-teamers around the league were actually getting some run. But he stood out for sure as a guy that looked like for at least 1 week that looked like he knew what he was doing, and I'm happy for him.
Yes. Some of the people who looked at the the film guys thought it was kind of mixed from Shedeur. Like, the numbers certainly look good. There's no arguing that. 14 of 23, 138 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Ran 4 times for 19 yards. Some of the film guys, and I watched a little bit, like he missed some easy throws where he like underthrew a running back in the flat where he should have connected. But I thought for the most part he looked pretty good from what I saw. I thought he commanded the pocket nicely. I think he has like the little nuances of what it takes to kind of feel pressure. Mm-hmm. Like there was one that I saw where like looking at the line, there's pressure off the edge from the left side, and his running back was coming from his right shoulder, like a little late getting there, but he takes 2 steps to the right to buy some time to allow his running back to pick up the rusher. I think he has a little bit of the know-how. That doesn't really show up like on, how fast does he run? How strong is his arm? Like a little bit of the feel for the position. I noticed he has a lot
to
of
that point. The other play that stood out to me was he got pressure from the right side, and the receiver hadn't kind of run his route to get open yet. But yet, even with pressure in his face, he went over the top with a touch pass towards the sideline that the receiver made a nice one-handed catch on too. But he feathered it over the top to where you're like, oh, I didn't know that he had that in his bag to have that kind of touch. That's when I first saw what CJ was able to do that when he got to the Texans. I didn't know he had that from coming from Ohio State. And that throw right there stood out to me from Shedeur.
All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Israel is on the line. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up?
That's what's up. Hey, Shedeur showed pocket presence. He was the best quarterback as far as pocket presence. Cam can scramble and then throw on a run. Shedeur can do both. Shedeur take the pressure up the middle from the side. It don't matter. He don't have happy feet. He don't go try to take off running. And the throws that he threw, the defensive 3, he threw in the 3 of them. They right over the top, bro. I'm gonna tell you something about Shedeur. He not only that. He practiced with the third stringers of equipment guys. And then coach goes, okay, go in there against the first string defense. And he lit them up, 3 drives, right? The third one he gave it to the running back, boom, touchdown, 21 points. No picks. And guess who got the most reps today? Shedeur. I got to listen to the reports because we can see everything. We can go to their sites. We can see it all. Shedeur got the most reps with the first team. And even Kenny Pickett, I don't know if y'all seen the new list they got out of the tiers. They put him last. You know why? Because he had 15 touchdowns and 14 turnovers. Lil Dylan, you just forget about him, bro. He played 6 years in college. He was overhyped. And Shedeur, Flacco won't get a couple, like I said. 3 shots, yeah. After about the 3rd, 4th game, he's going to take over. And shout out to all the Buffaloes, man. The Buffaloes who did their thing across the league. And Tampa, all over Arizona, and Carolina, and my boy who ran it back for Baltimore, Deion boys. And the Buffaloes are going to win the Big 12, and they even ranked. They're going to be. I can't wait till they run through there. And when they stump Houston. Hey, to the hillbilly, to Wisconsin, tell the hillbilly I can understand. I can understand the goofy. All right.
What was that last part?
I'm not sure. He called you hillbilly, I think.
Yeah, I'm a hillbilly, and I come from less than 90 minutes away from where he comes from, and they're both big cities.
Are there hills in Wisconsin?
No.
I didn't think so.
There's bluffs.
Yeah, I didn't think there was a very mountainous region.
Well, at least he knows where he came from.
Texture says he averaged like 6 yards of completion. Calm down, he did all right. His second touchdown, he got gifted a red zone possession because of a muff punt. No, I thought that there were some positive signs there from Shedeur.
Look, I mean, again, neither one of us were saying that he was going to earn the starting job with what he did. And regardless of what everybody else was saying, it's an opportunity. You have to seize the opportunity. We said it on Friday. He's got the opportunity to do something. If he makes a couple of plays here or there that are positive, it'll go a long way for him, not only making the roster, but doing all the things that Israel's already penciled him in to do.
Yeah, it's no, he looked good. I mean, Shedeur looked good. Missed some throws that he probably would like back, probably would make if regular season form, all that. But he looked pretty good. I thought Jackson Dart looked really good.
I was just gonna say Jackson Dart was on
Jackson
my list
Dart
too.
also looked good. Abdul Carter looked nice. I wonder if this is
boy,
the
did
Joe Shane revenge tour here a little bit.
Abdul Carter, I think of the 6, he might have only been in for like 6 plays. 3 of them, he was in the backfield, pressuring the quarterback. Like, he was all over the place.
Yeah, and yeah, that's looking pretty good. Texans need the Giants to be bad, by the way, because they own their second-round draft pick. Because they traded down with the Giants so they could trade up to get Jackson Dart. I was reminded of that because I was watching like the build-up for the Giants game for whatever reason. I just turned on NFL Network and like the game was about to start, and they showed the Giants video, like their social video of when Shane was trying to trade up to get Jackson Dart, and then eventually did it with Nick, and then they showed the trade, so I was reminded about it. They CBS did these rookie quarterback rankings. Number 1 at the top of their list, this might not make Israel happy, was actually Jackson Dart. They had Jackson Dart number 1, Shedeur Sanders number 2, Cam Miller number 3. This was that 6th-round pick by the Raiders that Tom Brady advocated for. So, like, that's kind of interesting. Okay, Cam Miller at number 3. Jalen Milroe was 4. Cam Ward at 5, which I thought he looked fine.
Yeah, I thought he was fine.
Yeah, I thought he looked fine. J.J. McCarthy, they're putting as a rookie because he didn't play last year. They had him at 6. I mean, he didn't do a whole lot, didn't do much. I thought he looked okay.
The big things, we always knew he could run at Michigan, too. He can run around and he can create some things. He's got to prove that he can be an accurate passer.
Nothing wowed me. Nothing like, oh, no, this guy's a bum. I thought he was just fine. Tyler Shuck was the 7th graded rookie, according to CBS. Riley Leonard, 8. At number 9, they had Quinn Ewers, who the Texans could have drafted Quinn Ewers, by the way. Number 10, they had Kyle McCord. And then dead last, number 11, Graham Mertz. Of the Houston Texans. 3 picks. He was 7 of 14 for 3 picks. That was a bad game.
Awful.
I've been watching the SEC any given Saturday, and they featured Florida on one of them, and a lot of it was around Graham Mertz because he got hurt and recovered, and like they loved him as a teammate, like great leader, great person to have in the room. And I fear that the Texans drafted him because of that.
Yeah.
Because of the personality traits and but again, I mean they're looking for him to be a backup. They're not looking for him to be a starter.
But normally when you're looking at a doc and they're preaching all that kind of stuff, it means there's not a whole hell of a lot to talk about for what you were expecting and what you got on the field. But I told you what I saw at Wisconsin. Look, I hope for his sake it turns out well for him. But even people getting excited that during early camp that he was making throws and he looked like he was in control. You saw something completely different on Saturday.
Yeah, that was a rough look for poor Graham Mertz. Maybe he just won't make the team though. Travion Henderson arrived. He was on there. Patriots running back, kick return for the score. Also did some stuff in the pass game, the run game. I'm excited about Travion Henderson. I think he's got a chance to be good. The Patriots are interesting to me.
Yeah, a buddy of mine, I think he was on their practice squad at one point, but he's a diehard Patriots fan. He keeps running after me to tell me that they're going to win the division. I was like, slow down. They're going to be much improved. I like Vrabel as a head coach. I don't see them winning that division.
I don't see them winning the division either. That's a pretty hot take, but that team has a chance.
It could be 9-8.
I think they could be 9-8.
I mean, Drake May's.
I think the jury's still out on Drake May a little bit. People are crowning May before I'm ready to crown him.
No, but I was going to say, it is all, not just the keys to the car, it's all on his shoulder.
He's talented.
Yeah.
He is talented.
But he's got to do it if they're going to, because that's a tall order.
He has a chance to be good. Henderson has a chance to be good. Their receiving room's kind of weird because, Diggs is coming off of injury but is, ready to go. I like Pop Douglas, but never has had great quarterback play. So, is he going to be decent? They drafted Kyle Williams, but he's, kind of a deep threat guy, kind of a Will Fullery guy. So, I don't know much about their, wide receiver room being good. And their defense is, I don't think their defense was very good last year. I don't really remember. But
the Patriots aren't better than Buffalo.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's none of us think they're going to win the division. I'm just saying they're going to be interesting. H says they can flirt with 9 wins.
They did draft. They did sign Milt Williams too from the Eagles. So I was solid.
That's right. Yeah. So I think they have a shot to be an above 500 team. I really do. To win the division, they would need I mean, they would need Josh Allen to get
hurt. Right. Yeah, they need something significant to set back Buffalo, in my opinion.
Speaking of the Bills, James Cook dressing but not playing is kind of weird.
That's a really edgy thing to do in your negotiation. If that's all he did, it was for a negotiation ploy, because they said that that he was expected to get some touches and they wanted to get him out there. And for him to go all the way through suiting up and then say, I'm not playing.
Yeah.
I think that's next level.
That said, I wouldn't have played. If I'm James Cook and I'm holding out for a contract, which, look, I mean, none of these contracts are guaranteed. Not all of these contracts are guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
His isn't guaranteed. Why would I play in a preseason game if I'm in contract negotiations?
But as long as you're in good faith with the team that you're on and you're still you're at camp and you're doing all the things that you're doing otherwise, that seems like that's kind of an FU type move. I'm going to go in and I'm going to suit up and I'm going to make you believe that I'm going to play.
Hopefully that wasn't the case. Hopefully
that's the way they led you to believe it.
They did say that they asked him to play. But that's a weird ask, man. You're in contract negotiations. He hasn't been practicing.
Why am I doing you a solid when I can absolutely get hurt and really screw myself out of a lot of money?
That was really weird how that whole thing played out. Him dressing and going through walkthroughs and then not playing. They asked him to play. Really weird.
I had Cam Little on my list.
I did too.
Yeah.
70-yarder.
Unbelievable.
He might be the best player in the AFC South.
I mean.
Kidding a little bit.
I heard someone today say that he is a weapon that it makes Jacksonville scary. If that's the best weapon, I'll tell you in the break. You'll know who it was. But when you look at the fact that, I get it's a preseason game, but in that exact scenario, time's running out at the end of the half, instead of the Hail Mary, which has, a low percentage, if you got a guy that can kick it 70 yards to give you a chance to get 3 there, that was impressive, man.
Who is this guy?
He's from Arkansas, I believe.
But he was in last year's draft. So, maybe he was on their practice squad last year?
Will he even make the team? Did they have a competition, or is it just his?
I don't know about the Jacksonville
kicker
that's what
situation. I'm saying. None of us do. So all of a sudden, because he makes a 70-yarder, everybody's got him top of mouth, top of mind. But at the end of the day, is he even going to be their starting kicker?
He's from Moore, Oklahoma. Same hometown as Toby Keith.
Okay. Solo cup.
It's where that tornado went through, that mile-wide tornado.
That ain't great.
There's no other kicker on their roster.
Okay.
So Cam Little is their guy. He's making 70-yard field goals.
Do you have CD Lamb on your
list? Real quick about Jacksonville. Saw a little bit of Travis Hunter.
Yep.
A little bit of what he's going to look like.
Yep.
He played more offense than defense. Was playing with the first team offense and then played with the second team defense. I think he's going to play more offense than defense.
I think he's a better defensive back no matter what he can be offensively. But the fact that from 1 week of preseason, he looks like he's capable of playing on both sides of the ball, which is impressive in itself.
No doubt. I agree with that stance that I think he's a better defender than offenser. But I think that he's going to play more offense than defense.
Yeah, and I don't know, unless that's Cohen basically saying, look, I need another weapon on the other side, and I believe that he gives us a clear-cut advantage with him playing offense. I just thought that he would be a primary defender.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that play out throughout the whole year. Let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, guys. Love the show. The big question coming out this weekend, I think, is someone who's not playing or not practicing, and it looks like there's a lot of, gray area with the Matthew Stafford injury. He's been in the league, close to 20 years, it feels like at this point. A freak athlete out of Georgia, but this back thing seems to be lingering. It's unclear. He could play. He's in street clothes. It was day to day, week to week, epidural, medicine this, medicine that. He's in a human athletic performance pod, like something Aaron Rodgers would be in. What's really going on, you think, with Matthew Stafford, and do you think he could potentially retire?
Wow. Keith, that's a lot. I'm not worried because they're not worried, and you've got a couple of weeks to go before they actually need him. I mean, you've seen through the years a lot of veteran quarterbacks don't do a whole hell of a lot until week 1. And you mentioned Aaron Rodgers, Keith. Aaron Rodgers was notorious for basically, from a bettor's perspective, bet against the Packers in week 1 when Aaron Rodgers was a Packer because he did nothing in preseason, and his preseason was the first week or two of the regular season until he got back to feeling himself again. But at the same time, I'm not worried about Matt Stafford yet. I know the Texans play him in week 1, and everybody's got that on their radar. I'm not concerned.
I think it's worth paying attention to.
Sure.
I think he'll be back. He was supposed to be at practice today and then showed up in street clothes.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's kind of weird. Retirement is far-fetched. And I think it's to your point, too. Like, if there was any indication of him retiring, like before the start of the season, I don't think that they would go into the year with Jimmy Garoppolo, Stetson Bennett, and Dresser win. So the writing isn't on the wall there.
No, and then did they extend him or did they renegotiate that deal? I thought
think
they
they
extended
extended
him. So they gave him more money. He's not going to retire. I really firmly believe that if this was week 1, or let me take that off the table. If this was a meaningful football game, I think Matt Stafford would be playing this week.
Let's see. He renegotiated for 25. He's making 44 now. So I don't think it was an extension.
No. But I
It's a
thought,
restructure.
I thought that initially I thought that they either restructured it or extended him. But regardless, he's not walking away from that. And if this was a meaningful football game this week, I think he'd be suited up.
It includes $40 million in guarantees for the 25 season.
Must be nice.
With another $40 million due in 26. So he was already under contract through the next 2 years. Yeah, I think he's going to play week 1. I think that this stuff is kind of just like what you're saying, like a veteran taking it easy. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's switch it up to college football. The first AP poll of the year. What has it told us? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Monument Chevy tells you every single day that it's the place for you to buy your car, whether it's a new car, whether it's a pre-owned vehicle, whatever the case, Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. Why? Well, they're transparent. They're not going to mess with you with pricing, and you're going to get your car shopping done fast. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 5 decades. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families just keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to their fantastic culture. School is going to be back in session here this week, most places. Little kids, big kids, all going back to school, and school just around the corner, which may mean that your teenager needs that first car, which, as we all know, is a life-changing experience. The new possibilities like driving to school, driving to work, freedom, open road. And parents, Monument Chevrolet wants that experience to be first class. And to help you get your new driver on the road in a quality, safe vehicle, it's what we want as parents. They have a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles, and they also back it up with a 6-month, 6,000-mile limited warranty to prove that they back up what they say. No lemons at Monument Chevrolet, and that's backed up with that guarantee. So if you're looking for a new car for your back-to-school teenager, Monument Chevrolet is the perfect place to do that car shopping. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, and an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade that ride, do it now. Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com. Check out their inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. Or as always, go visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Houston Restaurant Week's going on now through Labor Day. September 1st, diners across the greater Houston area can enjoy specially priced multi-course fixed menus for brunch, lunch, dinner, and nearly 350 participating restaurants, all while supporting the Houston Food Bank. Every dollar that's donated, they provide 3 meals. Houston Food Bank does a fantastic job. So not only are you supporting the Houston Food Bank, but you're also supporting the restaurant industry in what's typically their slowest time of the year. Dine out, do good together. Head to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to check out every participating restaurant. But Hugo's, Ruggles Black, Cowboys and Indians, Brenner's Steakhouse, a few of the great spots that you can pick up some of this Houston Restaurant Week fare, and you're gonna eat good and you're gonna do good in the process as well. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Keith is catching some strays. I figured Keith was calling for the Rams to sign Wentz. Keith from L.A. says, don't answer that guy's calls again. Of course, he's a big Rams fan, so he doesn't like the idea of Stafford potentially retiring. Texture, I can't wait for all the backtracking when Sanders shows his true colors and sucks. We'll see about that. I mean, Shedeur, I think, still has a ways to go before he starts regular season games. I do think that he's going to start some games, though.
Look, I think what we were talking about before the game happened this weekend is where does he fit on the depth chart in terms of he's going to make the roster? Is he going to be on the team? Because where he was picked, there were no guarantees. So we said, look, make a couple of plays here and there that show that you belong and that you've got a grasp on some things. It'll do you a solid in terms of making the roster and giving you the chance to move up. He did all those things. But, I mean, I don't think in one preseason, the first preseason game of the year, that immediately anoints him the starter.
Yeah, no, he's not going to be the starter yet. I mean, Flacco is going to be the opening day starter. Now, does Shedeur get some starts this season? I think that he does. I think we see – because I think they're going to be a cluster.
When they're out of it, then you want to see your young quarterbacks.
Yeah, I think we will see him start some games this year.
You'll probably see Gabriel too.
Probably. Now, he's got some injuries that he's dealing with right now, his hamstring, so he's got to recover from that, obviously. AP Top 25 came out today, which AP polls, they don't really carry that much significance anymore. Now that you have the College Football Committee, you don't have the BCS, but it's still fun to look at, I suppose. Top 25 came out today. Texas is your number one team in the country. I was surprised to read this is the first time Texas has ever been number one in a preseason AP Top 25. Isn't that surprising?
Yeah, that is.
You would think
Especially
they would have a couple.
way back.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the Darryl Royals?
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, and didn't they have good teams? And
sure,
yeah.
They've had good teams forever.
Yeah, so that's why I was going to say that would be in the preseason to not be ranked number
weird.
one. Yeah, I would not have thought that.
They got 25 first-place votes. Penn State at number 2, they got 23 first-place votes. Penn State's very popular this year.
People have said, I think the last person I heard say it was Heather Dinich, that they think a lot of people think Penn State has the most talent top to bottom in the country.
I just don't like James Franklin.
I don't either.
I think he got mad at me one time and threw off his headset when I asked him a question. A lot of love for their quarterback, too. They think he's a potential number one guy. So,
I don't see it. And
you don't see it?
A potential number one overall.
Potential number one overall.
Yeah, I can't see him that high.
Yeah, I'm not really buying on Penn State either. Ohio State, number 3. They had 11 first-place votes.
Yeah, my concern at Ohio State is you need.
Do you like any Big Ten quarterbacks ever in your life?
Yeah. If you ask me to name them, I'd have to.
You
think
hate
a little
Graham Mertz. You hate Penn State's quarterback. You hate
at Wisconsin.
State's you hate every Big Ten quarterback.
I didn't hate
that
CJ
ever
Stroud.
existed. Did you want the Texans to pick Stroud?
I wanted them to pick the best quarterback.
Did you like? Okay, that's on the fence. Did you want Stroud or Bryce Young?
I think I was on the Bryce Young train.
Yeah. I remember, I was on the Will Anderson trade. People were probably listening, be like, you liked Will Levis. I did like Levis, but I didn't want Levis at number 2. I was hoping he slid to number 12. In hindsight, I like what Nick Caserio did, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying this Sayin kid is going to start at Ohio State, redshirt freshman, huh?
Yeah, you would think that Day would do what he did a year ago and go get him a quarterback from somewhere else with experience that's a plug-and-play guy that just won't screw it up because he's got talent all over the football field.
Maybe this guy's a stud, though. We'll see. They always have good quarterbacks there. Oh, Clemson at 4, which that's pretty high.
That's, what's his name, Cabina?
Cade Kubiak?
Or Kubiak, yeah.
Which I didn't love
Klubnik?
him. Klubnik. That's my bad.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't love him.
No, but there's a lot of people that are on his train saying he's going to be an NFL quarterback and that, look out, this is going to be his year.
Georgia 5th. They got one first place vote. Notre Dame 6. Oregon 7 with one first place vote. Bama 8. LSU with Nussmeier 9. Nussmeier's getting first round love.
Yes, he is.
Miami's 10, which I watched that. I watched that episode of Any Given Saturday yesterday. It's funny because Nussmeier's agent is Trace Armstrong,
the former Bears defensive lineman.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
He's also Brian Kelly's agent. So there's a scene when Brian Kelly's driving, wherever through Baton Rouge, and he's like negotiating with Trace Armstrong about Nussmeier. So he's negotiating with his agent about his quarterback because he's also represented.
That's
by
awkward.
Armstrong. It's so weird what college football's become. He's sitting there basically having contract negotiations about his quarterback with his agent.
So because of NIL and everything like that, he has an agent to
they have
negotiate
agents
those
now.
things.
Yeah. So
Jeez.
it's very, very weird. Because, like, Nussmeier was a guy who was on the fringe of, like, going to the NFL or coming back. Probably would have been, like, a third or fourth rounder and decided to come back because he's getting good money at LSU.
Yeah.
But it was so funny.
Well, again, because I heard Orlovsky was basically on the Nussmeier train that he might be the best quarterback in the country.
A lot of people think that.
Yeah, and I just didn't see that.
He's pretty
I didn't
talented.
think that.
He's pretty good.
But then I think it was Ryan Clark that was all over the fact that depending on who you talked to a week ago, he either tore his ACL or blew out his knee. It was like a Texas situation. Yeah, he ended up with a play where I think he bumped knees, and some of the reports were kind of like the Aaron Wilson and the reports with Camp and the Texans. Some people were reporting it was a torn ACL, his season could be lost, and other people were saying it was a nothing burger that they just bumped knees. Thankfully for LSU, I guess he's going to be fine.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I would hate for the stud quarterback to be out early in the year. Miami at 10, which they're going to be interesting without Cam Ward. Like what
who replaces him?
Beck.
Oh,
Remember
that's
they brought
right,
him
Carson
Beck.
That's right.
Which I'm not a Beck fan.
I'm not either.
He's
I didn't think he was great at Georgia.
Goofy looking dude.
Alabama, I'm seeing getting a lot of love that think that they're underrated. That they think that that team could be a top 3 team.
But it should be.
I mean, they
be
always
every
get
year?
talent. If he can recruit anywhere close to Saban, I haven't seen what they did recruiting from last year to this year. But I mean, everybody wants to play at football at Alabama.
I like DeBoer coming out of Washington, but they didn't love him there last year.
The leash is pretty short.
They didn't love him there.
Yeah.
They didn't love him a whole lot last year. Ty Simpson, their starter.
Okay.
Saw him a little bit last year in mop-up duty. My computer just froze.
Bart's brother.
Arizona State at number 11, which they had the run last year.
Sure.
Big 12
Scatabo.
should have beat Texas. Illinois 12. That's pretty high for
Illinois is getting a
Illinois?
ton of love.
That one sticks out to me
as a head coach, and they love that quarterback as an underrated guy that people are sleeping on. But Illinois is getting a ton of love.
Talented guy, but he can be a little bit careless with the ball. I remember watching them a few times last year. South Carolina 13. They bring back Sellers. Sellers is a stud. Michigan at 14. Florida at 15. Lagway stud. They actually finished their year strong last year. People were ready to run Napier out of town, but then they finished pretty strong.
South
last
Carolina
year.
did too. South Carolina finished really strong.
South Carolina should have I remember they had LSU on the ropes and Sellers didn't play in the second half in that game.
That's right. I watched that game.
Michigan 14, Florida 15, SMU 16. Their highest ranking since the mid 80s.
Huh.
Pony Express, baby.
They got money there.
They do.
Yeah,
they do.
They
have
got money there, and they know where
Big
where
12,
to use it.
Big 12, Kansas State, Avery Johnson, their quarterback, good player. Oklahoma 18. They weren't great
There's
last year.
another guy who's on the hot seat.
They weren't great last year, Oklahoma.
Venable could be gone. quick.
Marcel Reed, the Aggies at 19. Indiana, a football school at number 20. They lost a lot of guys from last year's team. I wonder what they're going to look
They lose
like.
a quarterback?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe so. I think
that's right.
Ole Miss 21, Iowa. This is where all the Big 12 schools are. This is where I love it. Iowa State at 22, very, very good. Campbell's a great coach. Texas Tech, they spent $25 million on their roster. Number 23, Tennessee 24, and then Boise State getting some Group of 5 love at number 25.
I didn't hear Colorado mentioned in that top 25.
They didn't get a receiving. Oh, they got one receiving vote.
Yeah,
one receiving vote.
Well, Israel voted.
I don't think he has a vote.
Oh, but he definitely thinks they're going to win the Big 12, huh?
We'll see. They have a
the 5-star quarterback.
But I was reading today that he's not expected to start.
Oh, really?
They brought in a transfer from Liberty, who's supposed to be their number 1 until he's upended. Yeah, Caden Salter is their transfer, and then Julian Lewis is the 5-star you're thinking of.
Yep. He made the announcement.
I'm sure he'll play, but he's not projected to be their starter day 1. And then look at this Big 12 disrespect. All these receiving votes, the first 3 schools, others receiving vote, are all Big 12 schools. BYU, Utah, Baylor. So look at all the you top 28 poll, Big 12's well represented.
You think Aranda's
well
in trouble?
represented. He's gonna win.
Yeah.
Did you hear his quote the other day about he was quoting Wolf on Wall Street?
No.
It was bizarre. He started talking. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. I don't want to say it. He's talking about the scene where they were throwing midgets, and he were like related
to say
it to
that
football.
word.
He said it. I'm quoting him.
Oh, okay.
He did. He said it. Like he went on this long rant. It was so bizarre.
I think he knows he's not long for that job if he doesn't do something this year.
Yeah, but I mean, he does have some talent there. But it should be fun.
BYU and Utah are so well coached. I think both those teams every year can really shake things up.
How many Big 12 schools is that? Arizona State at 11.
What's the guy at Kyle at Utah?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the top 28 teams are Big 12 schools, baby.
What's Utah's head coach?
Whittingham.
Kyle Whittingham. I think he's.
I think
really
it's
good.
Whittingham, right?
Yeah.
Kyle Whittingham. He's older.
Yeah. He's
Like-
got the salt and pepper going. He's a damn good coach.
Yeah, they struggled last year though.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
they had the quarterback that was there for 15 years.
And they stepped up in competition. We went from the Pac-2 to the Big 12. It's to learn what big boy football is all
How
about.
far off was I and how many years that guy was eligible? Like 8.
Is like 8, yeah.
He was an older guy. Yeah.
And that's without the mission.
I don't think he had the mission.
No.
Cameron Rising.
Yep, Rising.
Yeah.
There you
I
go.
think he
medically retired.
I think he got another year, but then medically retired.
yeah.
I think he would have been eligible for one more year, actually, which is nuts. All right. Willa Bits coming up next. You never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be great. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? You got to take advantage of this. Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? You can find a huge selection that you can't find in stores at Walmart.com. Branham family, we do Walmart.com all the time. Wonderful for me. Someone doesn't have much time, doesn't like to mess with the crowd, doesn't want to turn the game off. So we order online with Walmart, and we get all our groceries without having to leave the house. It's great. We did an order yesterday, actually. Got all of our groceries yesterday. We got home around noon. We put everything we needed for the week into our cart. We scheduled the time we wanted them to be there, and like that, they were there later that evening. We reserved at 5 o'clock. They were there at 5 o'clock. Loved it. Got all of our groceries for this week. Had the lunch that I ordered online right there. It's fantastic. You're going to love it. And it's not expensive either. I know what you're thinking. Online grocery shopping costs more. No, it's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. And because it's Walmart, you know, the prices are low. Also, they're fast. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. Going online at Walmart.com, ordering the groceries I need is actually faster than me going to the grocery store and getting the groceries I need. I mean, it's a 2-hour commitment doing that. Okay, leave the house, go deal with the crowd on the weekend, hope your groceries are there, pack it all up, take it to the house. It's a multi-hour chore. And you don't have to do those multi-hour chores anymore because Walmart.com is going to do most of that work for you. They're going to save you time, too. Use Express Delivery. Get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, the groceries, the home goods, the prescriptions. Walmart is changing the game when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party. Think Walmart for all your grocery needs. Start an order today like I did yesterday at Walmart.com.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play big do, little do, no do.
That's not what we're playing, bot. That's not what we're playing. We're playing Buzzkill Branham. But we'll do it in a moment. That LSU Clemson game is going to be important. You know, there's 3 top 10 matchups in week 1 of the college football. Not week 0, week 1. 3. Texas, number 1 in the country, at number 3, Ohio State. Number 9, LSU at number 4, Clemson. Number 6, Notre Dame at number 10, Miami. What an opening week slate. And that's week 1 after week 0.
So week 0 still exists, and it's still going to be a bunch of cakewalk.
There's a couple of decent matchups in week 1.
I like that in week 1.
Or week 0, rather. There's 3 top 10 in week 1, which is insane.
Yeah, that week 1.
That Notre Dame Miami game's on a Sunday, by the way.
Oh, they spaced them out?
Because it's the I think it's the week before the NFL season.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I know. It's so great. It's here, and it's spectacular, and I love it. But yeah, that's going to be a fun opening
How
week.
do you feel about preseason games? Like, can you stomach watching? Like, even the fact I know we have
NFL?
to watch. Yeah.
Other than the Texans, I don't watch much preseason. I watch the starters. I like to watch the starters.
The only thing that intrigued me about some of the games across the league, and I obviously watched Green Bay, but watching some of the games, it's like, if Tua's starting, or if you got some guys that are legit starting, or rookies with a big name, you want to see them play a little bit. But my goodness, after about the first quarter, you're like, seen enough. I'm good.
No, as soon as they take out the marquee players / starters, I'm out.
Yep.
I'm out. But I do like to watch, like, okay, what does this first team offense look like? Who's getting run with the first team offense? Like, is a certain rookie getting run with the first team offense? But after that, I'm pretty much out.
Oh my God, yeah, And the one thing that I did notice too, in terms of preseason, though, you can tell who's really well coached, because they come out and from the timing and alignment and the structure, the way they're running plays, that there's a tight ship there. Otherwise, that you can come out loose. A lot of these teams look like, and actually, and LaFleur was taking a lot of heat this weekend. They're like, it looked like the only thing the Packers practiced was how to get on a bike and ride to the fields, because they looked out of sync.
Yeah, I don't know how much that matters, though.
No, but it's part of the coaching process. Like, you can tell teams with a younger team, too, where they can just start from day one and really dive into things, that they come out and they look more
Minnesota.
in sync. Yeah.
Minnesota. Yeah, I've never looked at it that closely. Maybe there's something there. I don't know. Were the Texans in sync?
I think the Texans were very organized. That first drive,
except for Blake Fisher's false start.
Yeah, which we've heard was coming.
Vanderbilt should be ranked 13 players back. Stud quarterback should be 5-0 before the Bama game. B-Ham Bowl champs, team to watch. I like their coach. I do like their coach. I don't remember his name. He's this little short guy, though. He went to Vanderbilt. Remember they beat Alabama last year in Nashville? After Nick Saban said that that's the only team in the SEC that doesn't have a home field advantage.
Yep.
J-Bones talks out of both sides of his mouth. Then he went the Mayo coffee guy. Not at 2. I wanted Will Anderson at 2. I did like Will Levis. I admit that. But I didn't want him at 2. What do you think about Houston's new quarterback? Just wondering how you think he'll do with the Cougars, Connor Wigman. I'm a fan. I think he's got a chance to be really, really good. I think people are asleep on Houston.
That's the kid that transferred from A&M, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from Bridgeland.
Yep.
I think we got a shot. I think we got a shot to do some things. All right, Willa Bits, Buzzkill Branham. The Yankees old-timers game is so lame. This is the lamest thing I've ever seen. You have 50-year-olds out there running around trying to relive their glory days in pinstripes. You have them shaving their beard because they feel like they have to honor the old Yankee rule of having a clean shave. Although Devin Williams got them to change that. You have the curse of the beard going on right now. Mariano Rivera is tearing his Achilles in this stupid old-timers game. Andy Pettit's throwing BP to Rivera, who's sprinting down to first. This is the lamest thing we have going in sports. The Yankees are a bunch of weirdos.
Why are you suddenly get off my lawn guy?
This is stupid.
Why is it stupid?
Because they're 60 years old thinking that they're big leaguers that are like, oh, yeah, I'm going to relive my glory days. Watch me send one out over the short porch and right. It's dumb. Andy Pettit's throwing BP to Rivera. They're playing a real fake game.
Yeah, but I think that again, one, from a marketing perspective, it's a massive draw, and there's people that want to come out just to see these guys one more time.
That doesn't make it unlame.
But again, they want to see the game too. They don't care how they perform. They'd rather see them in their uniforms, and they don't mind seeing them play another game. These are their heroes. These are the guys that they grew up watching. And so if they want to play a game and go through BP, and the organization's fine with it, and this is a long-standing tradition, then I don't see the problem with it.
Nothing you said there doesn't make it unlame. Everything you said there, cool. That's outstanding that Rivera wants to take batting practice. It's still lame. Super lame. Here's Don Mattingly playing first base. Actually, he would not even play his coaching. Paul O'Neill got a base hit off of Clemens. Get out of here. No one cares except for Yankee fans, and Yankee fans only care because it's weird. And I would say the same. I tweeted this, or you would speak a different tone if it were the Astros. No, I wouldn't. If Hunter Pence is taking batting practice against Shane Reynolds, I would tell you how lame it is. Just how I thought it was cheesy and corny, the whole Cam Smith, you're making the team bit. It's so dumb. No one else does this because they realize how stupid it is. Yes, it's a cash grab. That's probably why they do it. But it's still very, very lame.
I think I disagree. I think I get it that these are heroes of yesteryear that of the entire fan base has a connection to, and even if they suck and they can't play the game anymore, that the fact that they're out there, now maybe they should play softball. Maybe that would be easier on the body because the Rivera thing was tough to take. Yeah. That's really a tragedy.
Like a dude's legitimately tearing his Achilles because of this stupid
of
thing.
the rest of his life. Because he was it chasing a fly ball down or something?
Yeah, he was in center field.
Yeah, I mean, but other than that, I think that there's absolutely nothing wrong with it because, one, like I said, tradition, especially with the Yankees where traditions mean a lot more, this has been going on for a long, long time, and it's like a must participate. Like, Jeter caught a lot of hell for not being there.
Jeter's cool. He understands how lame it is. That's why he didn't show up.
It was his daughter's birthday, or he did a video message because he would have been there.
Yeah, how many times has he played in this thing?
I don't know, but I know that he has.
So lame. So lame.
I wonder if your boy Reggie was playing.
If Humboldt High School did, let's play an alum game, I would go mock everybody that was playing in that game. I'd be watching from the bench, just like I watch all of our other games. You got Johnny Damon looking like Bobcat Gold.
He did not obey the rules of the current day Yankees. He had that mop was long.
Branham, they haven't won a thing since those people played. Good point. It's still weak and it's still lame. And I also liked how all of those old timers were like bashing the current team. Like, oh, they got to play harder. They got to stop being so soft. Branham hating on the Yankees old timer game is wild. He would be all over a lineup of Oswald, Clemens, Hidalgo, Pence, Carlos Lee, Woody Williams, Biggio, Maldi, Billy Wagner, Lidge, Willie Tavares, Michael Bourne. You mentioned a couple of Cougars there. Go Cougs. I would have zero interest in watching this. I don't need to see old, retired baseball players play baseball. You know what I like to watch? Current players play baseball.
You get
I
both.
don't need to see. I don't want both. I want one game. I don't need to see.
Don't go early.
It's lame. It was forced down our throat. And Cooper Humble's asking for autographs. Weirdo. That's why you got DFA today. Because you're not acting like a big leaguer.
Didn't your boy Costanza? He looked up to Mario Rivera.
I think he did get his autograph.
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah, I think he did too. What if the Astros did it in 10 to 20 years, but somehow got fires to show up? I hope that they would throw rocks at him. Texter seems like elder abuse. Exactly. Here you go, Rivera. Go shag fly balls in center. Tear your Achilles. Yankees. Someone give Branham a hug. No, I don't like hugs. I don't like to be touched. All right, car wreck of the day. What's your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Of the car wrecks of the day, 713-780-ESPN. I'm being nominated multiple places because I hate the old timers game. They're out there popping tendons like they used to pop PEDs, and this is cool. Get out of here. It's lame. Would they ever do old timer games at Wisconsin lacrosse? Would you play?
We do alumni games.
You play?
No, I don't go back.
There you go, because you realize it's lame.
I'm not going to spend all that money for a couple of days back on campus.
For a thing so lame. I understand. All right, your car wreck of the day. What you got?
I got a couple. Cody Bellinger's throw yesterday couldn't happen to a guy that deserved it more. Yeah. Really, really awful. It looked like he actually had a grip on the baseball and yet still somehow managed to throw it sideways at about 10 feet. So that was fun to see.
That was rough.
CeeDee Lamb on the sidelines, not playing, but getting in the way of an official and getting Mack trucked from behind. Yeah, that's right, AJ. Your Cowboys, real smart to have your best wide receiver tiptoeing on the white line.
I mean, they didn't have him doing it.
I'm saying, real smart on CD's part. Could have gotten really hurt.
He was celebrating?
Yeah.
And then the play was incomplete, or it wasn't a touchdown.
Joe Milton played bad.
It was awful.
Yeah, but he can throw a long ball.
Yeah, but
he
not
can throw
accurate.
a long ball. Pep Hamilton thought he was a top 5 quarterback under the age of 22 last year. Because
Well,
he
that's
throws
the guy
a
that
beautiful
early
ball.
on they thought he was better than Drake May because he could throw that.
He does.
that
He
bomb.
does. He does throw a beautiful ball. He really does.
He's not accurate.
But it's the only thing he can do.
Right.
And throwing the ball really, really far is about as useful as a long drive competition guys hitting the golf ball very, very far. There's a reason that there's more to quarterbacking than just throwing the ball very, very far. What else?
Last one, Tommy Fleetwood looking for his first PGA Tour win, big time tournament. 2 up, 3 to play. Doesn't even qualify for the playoff.
Yeah. Yeah. He didn't play poorly yesterday. He was still under par yesterday.
Justin Rose put on a show.
Yeah.
To get there.
I watched the playoff. I actually
did
watched.
too. It was entertaining.
I watched the last group play 18, and the playoff is when I turned it on. It was entertaining. I don't like how they played 18 all
over
3
and over
holes.
again, and then recut the hole after playing it twice for the third time.
Look at our chemistry. Finishing each other's thoughts.
Go on the back 9 and pick up a par 3 and
I
some other
agree.
holes.
I thought that was lame.
Yeah, it was terrible.
It was almost as lame as Old Timers game at Yankee Stadium. Actually, wasn't even
JJ
nearly
Spawn
that
played well
lame.
too, though.
Yeah, he qualified for the Ryder Cup. I guess he has enough points to where he clinched it. I had Fleetwood as well. I pulled some numbers on this. In fact, he had the 1-shot lead going into the final round. Missed the playoff by 1, like you alluded to. This is his 29th top 5 finish, which is 11 more than any other player without a win over the last 40 years. It's insane. He's allergic to winning. The other guy who's second was Brett Quigley.
I remember that name.
Remember the name Brett Quigley? But
You know,
yeah, he's allergic to winning.
Randomly, a name popped into my head like that. An ex-PGA guy that was like an up-and-coming guy, Nick Watney. I was like, whatever happened to Nick Watney? He was like, he knew rap lyrics and rap. He was like a rap connoisseur, but he was like an up-and-coming golfer on the PGA Tour and then just fell off the planet.
I vaguely remember the name.
Yeah, he was pretty highly ranked for a couple of years.
I don't remember him knowing rap lyrics. I trust you. I just don't remember.
Oh, yeah,
that.
he was big time.
That's hilarious. I had Mariano Rivera tearing his Achilles in an old timer game, trying to relive his former glories of being a position player. What? Also, this reporter, not a reporter, it's a TV analyst for the Bears because they hire their own TV crews. The TV analyst for the Bears was doing a live interview with Rome Odunze. Listen to this question. It's a doozy. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. The Athletics on their Twitter had their comments turned off. I learned today. Apparently, it's been like this for 3 years.
I mean, I know that local guys do that, but teams do that?
They have their comments turned off entirely. And the reason that I noticed it...
Oh, I bet you I know why, though.
Why?
Because the fans are still bitter from Oakland when they were moving, and they were getting pretty salty.
Some people said it was that. Some people said it was for the lady that does their games. But I learned it today that they had their comments on every single one of their tweets turned off. Here was the Bears analyst asking the question to Rome Odunze.
Rome, work with me on this one. Somebody on your staff told me that if you and DJ had a baby, it would be Luther Burden. Because of the skill sets that you both bring.
Right, yeah.
Because of your contested ability and run after the catch, and because of your speed, and then because of DJ's obviously ability to be incredibly versatile. What I guess the point is, What have you seen from Luther Burden that he's adding?
Man, it's a weird way to get into that question. That's good. It's a weird way to get into that question.
You think? And it almost wasn't a question.
Some people have said that if you and DJ had a baby, it'd be Luther Burden. What? That's out there. Car wreck is definitely Branham's old-timers take. Okay, so you like the old-timers game, weirdo. Car wreck of the day is Branham's take on the Yankees. Whatever, man. Y'all like old men playing baseball. Y'all are weirdos. All right, what's winning?
I'm going to go with, what's the name from the Yankees?
Rivera?
Yeah. No.
Achilles?
No.
Bellinger. Bellinger's throw?
With the
All right.
ridiculous throw.
Bellinger, you win for that throw. Thank you to Age for doing the hard work. No thanks to BMAC being off today. He's Blank. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Houston.